online, on FM radio, and live streamed on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And a very good morning to you. Broadcasting on 94.3 FM here at Donington Park, and it's a little bit of deja vu as far as the conditions are concerned. Yesterday morning we started at 9 o'clock with a bit of blue sky and some sunshine as well. Things changed as the day went on, and I think probably we're in line for a similar story today, because we do have a blue sky. It's a very bright morning, beautiful morning, a bit warmer than it was yesterday morning, but we do also have sunshine. So a very good morning to you. Welcome along to Donington Park, and it's very much race day today. We get the day underway with a number of warm-up sessions, so 8 or 10 minute warm-up sessions. First of all, for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes, they've just had clearance to leave pit lane and go out on circuit. It's a drying circuit. Looking down on the start-finish line, we can see patches of grey and then slightly darker tarmac down here on the start line, which indicates that we've still got some damp patches down here on the start line, and we'll see what is happening around the circuit for the track conditions on this opening lap for the sport bikes. So I'm very pleased to say we are BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, not just broadcasting here at Donington Park on the speakers and on the FM radio service, but also around the world as well. And you can find our audio on the live timing page of tsl-timing.com, as indeed you can for the whole of the season, but also our live stream on YouTube. Just search for British Superbikes on YouTube, and then you'll find our brand new for 2026 live stream. Right, time to talk about the motorcycles that are out on circuit. Now they've completed their outlap. Let's say a very good morning to Larry Carter.
Yeah, good morning all. It's great to be here for round 2 of the Zin British Superbike Championship here at a rather breezy but sunny Donington Park. We'll be bringing you all of the action as we go throughout the course of the day. And just before he makes his way out of the commentary box to do his various plethora of duties, it's a very good morning to lead commentator Duncan Vincent.
Good morning, Larry Carter. It's great to be here. Thank you very much, everybody. We're looking forward to a fabulous Sunday at Donington Park for the British Superbike Championship as we start we continue our 30th anniversary tour of the UK and into Europe. But yesterday, lots of talking points to be made, Larry. Lots of things to cover.
Yeah, have we got enough time in the next hour or so whilst we go through the warm-ups to actually reflect on everything that's happened so far this weekend? Because it wasn't just about yesterday, Dunk, it was about Friday as well, where one or two things have been happening. We'll do our best to try and reflect on that as we go through the course of the morning. The way it stands at present, ladies and gents, is that the next hour or so is just going to be predominantly the warm-ups for the various classes. So all the grids have been set, nothing to worry about as far as that's concerned. But after some cracking racing yesterday, which we had a little bit of weather interruptions as well, the weather forecast has just about got it right yesterday, Dunk, I think, as far as the fact we were expecting a shower later on. That came very late in the British Superbike Championship race. The weather forecast as I've seen it today, and I'll just put this to yourself and Alan Hyde as well, is you'll have been trawling through the weather forecast channels looking for one that you like. Ostensibly, the weather's pretty reasonable for the duration of the day. We may catch a shower later on in the day, but I think effectively most of the day, if not all of the day, is going to be done with a dry track. It's going to be a bit cool. That breeze is due to pick up a little bit throughout the course of the day. But the good news here, if you're at the Donington Park region next week, or wherever you are in the UK, 26 degrees next Saturday and Sunday, Dunk. So I know that you, from up there north of the border, when we go to Knockhill in 5 short weeks' time, then you'll be hoping to take some of that weather, bring it back up there with you. You booked it last year, though, wasn't it?
Well, we had it Monday to Saturday, and it was perfect, and unfortunately, race day. But this year it's booked. We've booked it from the Wednesday onwards.
That's okay. So. And I think that you were speaking with some of your colleagues back up there. 5 weeks till we go to the next round north of the border, and I think that already the advanced ticket sales are starting to pick up north of the border. And if anybody fancies a trip up to Knockhill, it really is. It's the most picturesque circuit we go to, because it overlooks the three bridges, and you're there on the side of the hill in Scotland. And you always get a very, very friendly welcome from Stuart Gray, Gillian Butcher and the staff up there at Knockhill. And it's very much your home round. The only round you can actually sleep in your own bed at.
I can sleep in my own bed at that, and you know, I welcome everybody to come to Knockhill. It will be fabulous. We're here at Donington today. Let's have a great time at Donington. Then let's plan ahead. Let's
5 weeks, yeah.
Let's go to Knockhill. Let's all start. Let's England are going to be in the World Cup.
All round to Vincent's house for a barbecue.
England are in the World Cup. There's going to be marquees showing football
in the World Cup as well. So
yeah, we'll be home pretty quickly after it, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't miss out. Don't miss out.
Looking forward to that one. But we've got the small matter of this round 2 at Donington Park. Thanks, Dunk. He's got to leg it off. He's got 1,000 other duties to do here during the course of the morning. He'll be joining us again at the end of the warm-ups. But if you want to keep abreast of the situation, then quite simply, the easiest thing to do is get yourself a copy of the race programme. Priced at just £8, then it is your permanent souvenir of a weekend. And if you have a look on page 5, that gives you the exact timetable that we're going to be running at today. It's also got Friday and Saturdays, which has gone now. But Sunday, the 17th of May, starts off with this Pirelli British Sport Bike warm-up. And we've got very few takers out there just at present. I think we've got, looking at it, 10. And the reason for that, and apologies if we do sort of state the obvious here on BSB Radio by Kawasaki. It's not for the benefit of myself, patrolling pit lane, Alan Hyde up in the studio, and Duncan Vincent in the commentary box, or you good people trackside here at Donington Park. It's for the literally hundreds of thousands of listeners that we've got around the world who are just tuning in effectively. They don't have the pictures, although we do have the YouTube feed, and Duncan will bring it up to speed as far as all the technicalities regarding that. But effectively, we try and describe what conditions are like for those people in all far-flung corners of the world, and indeed the UK. And the track conditions at present just a little bit damp, and that is the reason that so few of the sport bike riders have taken to the track there, because they go racing with their race, which is the second race on the agenda at 10:55. And if you think about it logistically, the last thing that they want to be doing is throwing it up the road on a piece of damp track or something like that this morning. And the next thing is they've given the team a lot of work to do in the next couple of hours to try and get that bike ready for the race. The grid has been set, as we said. It was set from yesterday's race on the provisional personal lap times for each and every rider, but riders just out there just having a quick look around. Indeed, it's noticeable that a couple of the riders out there have got reasons. We've got Harrison Mackay, the number 61 rider out there. He had an issue on the grid yesterday, and he had to come from the back. I know that the one or two other riders out there can see Luca Allen out there, number 77. He's out there as well, as indeed is Eddie Best and Charlie Atkins. Charlie, who has what seems a continual problem with that Sim Series Kawasaki. He had an awful time at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, but them gremlins seemed to reignite themselves yesterday, and as a result he had to retire from the race. So this is an ideal time, morning warm, to just get those last minute niggles all sorted out, and hopefully he can get out there as well. Hayden Clinton, the Irish rider it is that heads the times this morning, and he too retired from yesterday's race. So perhaps just one or two little things that they needed to sort out overnight, and as a result they have got this session this morning, this short 8-minute warm-up session, which is now over. The checkered flag is now out, to just try and make sure that they have ironed out those problems that they had yesterday. Yesterday's race winner, Alfie Davidson, number 28 for the E. Newton Aprilia squad, he was out there. He's just done 4 laps just to perhaps check the conditions as much as anything else. Is it going to dry up in the next couple of hours? Well, most certainly, because we've got such a stiff breeze blowing in across the Donington Park track here. Then one would imagine that with each and every minute that the track is continuing to dry, and we have seen that over the past couple of hours whilst we've been at the circuit. So that is all looking good. And like I say, there is one or two threatening clouds just heading down towards the west of the circuit, effectively, down towards the village of Melbourne and Wilson. And that is where the weather traditionally comes from. So just looking across there now, there is one or two threatening clouds, but hopefully it won't come to an awful lot as we go through the course of the day. So that concludes the opening Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship Championship warm-up. It is Hayden Clinton that was quickest, ahead of Harrison Mackay, Eddie Best, Charlie Atkins, James Rose, and then rounded out the top 6 was yesterday's race winner, and that is Alfie Davidson. In fact, the Canadian Ben Hardwick just usurps him. He goes up to 6th quickest, ahead of that. The other riders out there, Craig Dance, Luca Allen, who only got 2 laps in, and Sam Green, who only managed to put 1 lap in. He too was a retirement yesterday. So that is the first track action out of the way. We'll be heading with the second of the warm-up sessions, which is for the R&G Motor 4 British Cup, which comes along in a very few minutes' time. But for now, after that opening session, we can hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
Race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
A very good morning to you. Welcome along to Donington Park. If you are just arriving, we're in the sessions of warm-up. So 9:15 until 9:23. That's our next session out on circuit, the R&G Moto 4 British Cup. Those bikes are set to be released from pit lane. Red light at the moment at the end of pit lane, but it will turn to green and get that warm-up session underway. Then the Pirelli National Superstocks, the Quattro Group British Super Sports, 9:45, and then a 10-minute warm-up for the British Superbike in association with Pirelli. Welcome to all our online viewers on our YouTube channel, on the British Superbike YouTube channel. Laura's down there with the camera, bringing us any pictures that we can get from... it actually looks a little bit, if you're looking at the live stream, the sky looks a little bit greyer than it is. It's really quite bright first thing this morning here at Donington Park, so don't be misled to think that we've got grey clouds collecting over the other side of Redgate, where the weather was coming from yesterday. It does look quite dramatic, actually, on the YouTube stream.
Television never lies, does it, Alan?
Well, it's telling a bit of a porky at the moment, to be honest, Larry, because it does look a lot greyer in the sky than it is. But yesterday, you were quite right. You looked over towards Redgate during the build-up to the Superbike race, and you said, it's raining over there and it's coming this way, and boy did it come. It did come towards the end of the race. We did see a red flagged situation there with just a lap to go, but we will allude to that when the Superbikes are out there. Alan, there's a couple of ways that people can interact with us. We had an absolute load of messages yesterday, so if you could just tell us how you can interact with the studio, and we'll do the best to give you a shout out. Happy for a load more messages today. Yeah, we're doing it on WhatsApp this year, so we're coming into line with many national radio stations questions and using WhatsApp only. The number that you need on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877. Don't send a text message, we don't get them. Don't ring the number, we can't answer it. But you can send a text message and a picture, an image on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877. Or if you've got slightly more to say, you might want to send an email, studio@bsbradio.com. studio@bsbradio.com is our email address. And we'll take your messages all day long. If you want to support a rider, if you want to support a team, if you want to say hi to people that you're here at the circuit with, if you're listening wherever you are in the world. We had a lot of international messages yesterday, Larry, which is really cool. And many of them electing to email rather than send a message on WhatsApp. I think the most exotic one yesterday, Alabama.
Well, hopefully the weather is a little bit more settled out there in, I think, Louisiana, is it not Alabama? Oh, Alabama's in the southern part of the United States of America.
Should we look it up?
We'll look at it.
Yeah.
We'll Google it. And talking of Googling, we mentioned the race programme. If you have got a copy, on there on page 49, there's just a little bit of a fun quiz that we do this year. So if you fancy, you or the kids or the husband or the wife or whoever it is fancies testing their knowledge on some random BSB stuff, then that is a good opportunity for you to do. So no prizes, nothing like that. It's just for a little bit of fun, and the answers are in the programme as well. But just something to while the time away in between the races, which we won't have a lot of time because it will be fast and furious throughout the course of the day. We've got 9 races on the agenda today. When we start racing for 10:25 for the Rocket Off BMW 900R Cup, and thereafter, apart from a short intermission for the pit walk, whereby if you fancy taking part in that goes from 11:20 through until 12:10, and the muster point for that is adjacent to the Garage 39 cafe building in the centre of the paddock. So various things that you can do other than just watch the motorcycle racing.
A state in the southeastern and deep southern regions of the United States. It borders Tennessee to the north, Georgia to the east, and Florida. And I've run out of... It says read more. Hang on. And,
what did we ever do without Google? Or
the Gulf of Mexico to the south.
Can we call it the Gulf of Mexico now?
That's why I paused.
That's why we paused.
That's why I paused.
We can't be too controversial in anything that we do. Moto 4 machines, the R&G British Moto 4 Cup, out on track for their morning warm-up. And again, we had a race yesterday. We had a triple header at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago. And that meant that arriving into the championship, there was just 1 point separating the championship leader, Ryan Frost, ahead of the tall Northern Irishman, Jack Burrows. Well, that changed yesterday because we had that race, and the net result is because Burrows got the better of Frost in the race, by finishing second, he now leads the championship by 3 points. So whereas the championship positions in the programme were as of Alton Park, obviously with the races yesterday for the various classes, then of course they become out of date, and now the championship is being led by Jack Burrows on 85 points ahead of Ryan Frost on 82. And yesterday's race winner, it was a runaway race winner really. It was the wee Scotsman from Ayrshire, and that was Jack Dunnerby, who, well, he had to win the race twice effectively because he was away with a 6-7 second lead, something like that, at the first part when there was an incident with Jensen Bishop, I think, who crashed going up in towards the Schwartz Curve, McLean's Corner area, and his bike ended up depositing some debris on the track. He was perfectly okay, but the bike ended up just on the apex of McLean's Corner, which necessitated a safety car. Now, if you're familiar with BSB, you'll know what a safety car is. That comes out to effectively neutralise the race without red flagging it, and the riders effectively circulate behind the safety car. The safety car lights are on top of the car, and whilst they're flashing, effectively the race is neutralised. The riders aren't allowed to overtake behind it, so the net result was that Jack Burrows closed right into the back of the race leader Jack Dunnerby. So effectively the first effort he put in to try and win the race was negated. The safety car lights went out, it headed to pit lane, and the race resumed, whereby Dunnerby effectively had to do it all over again, and that's exactly what he did. He pulled away gradually to take the victory ahead of Jack Burrows, with Ryan Frost just getting the better of Clayton Edmonds for the final podium spot. And what it's done for the championship is that Burrows now leads on those 85 points ahead of Frost, with Jack Dunnerby now in third position on 58 points. So that was yesterday's race. We've got it all over to do again today, and that is scheduled to go for the R&G Motor 4 British Cup over 14 laps at 2 o'clock. So again, that schedule in the race programme if you've got a copy of it. We've only got 12 riders out on track again, for the reason I probably mentioned a little bit earlier. For the fact is that they decided that conditions, they've looked at the weather forecast, and providing the weather forecasters have got it right, hopefully we're going to have a perfectly dry track when they go racing. So they're perhaps just not prepared to risk anything on a damp patch, or there's nothing to be gained. There's nothing ever to be gained on morning warm-up if you're in a reasonable position on the grid, other than perhaps causing your team a load of work or developing a problem or something like that. We mentioned about Jensen Bishop, the number 11 rider out there, who had that off and as a result brought out the safety car. Well, he's one of the riders, one of the 12 riders out on track that's just trying to make sure that all is okay with that bike. But for whatever reason, he seems as though he's just got a little bit of a problem, because he is still in pit lane, as is Henry McCartney, the rider that's in the Stanford racing team, headed up by none other than the legend that is Danny Webb, the former Grand Prix racer, the last ever rider to sit on a 125cc pole position, which was in Malaysia back in 2010. Well, Danny, the charismatic Danny Webb, he is very much involved with that. Clayton Edmonds, it is that's quickest ahead of yesterday's race winner, Jack Dunnerby, with just a couple of minutes to go in this session. And then we've got Holt the Bolt, right? That is Marco Holt, who slid off yesterday, a rider that I've been keeping a very, very close eye on. He's got a lot of pedigree for a rider that's only 14 years of age, but he was on the podium at Alton Park a couple of weeks ago, but yesterday he tipped off at, I think it was Goddard's Corner that he went down at, and the net result was that he didn't see the checkered flag. Fourth up is young Harrison Day. Now, you may be familiar with the name of Day in the British Championship. Not so much the Aussie Levi Day, who ran in the Ducati Cup and the Supersport Championship a few years ago, but this is the 14-year-old son of a certain Joshua Day. Josh, who was a triple Ducati Cup champion, whose career, I think it's fair to say, was probably ended here at Donington Park with a fairly big off a few years ago, but he now is very much putting in his efforts and his time, and not inconsiderable amount of money, one would imagine, into his son Harrison, who is there in fourth position. It's good to see George Bowes out there as well. George, who he took a tumble yesterday, and he was a little bit winded, a little bit battered, and a little bit bruised. And I did wonder whether or not George, under the number 67 machine out there, whether or not we would actually see him today. But the good news is that he's managed to have a good night's rest, and he is out there just making sure that everything is okay with both him and machine. Likewise, Luke Fitchett, number 7. Luke, who's not had the best of luck, I think it's fair to say, at the start of the season. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time a couple of times at Alton Park. But his dad, Duncan, a very, very established classic racer over the years, and he is currently 6th quickest. We mentioned about Henry McCartney. The rider that leads the championship is out there, and that is the number 16 of the RK Racing Burrows Engineering, and that's the 16-year-old Jack Burrows. Jack, who comes across from Cookstown in Northern Ireland. His dad, John, was a very accomplished rider on the roads over the years, now retired, but he's very much overseeing that, and he is the championship leader by 3 points heading in towards this afternoon's race. Checkered flag then out for this very, very short warm-up. Only 8 minutes in duration of these warm-ups, literally just to turn 4 laps at Donington Park here on the Grand Prix circuit. So at that, it is Clayton Edmonds who's quickest. Not that it matters for anything, just 8/1000th of a second quicker than yesterday's race winner, Jack Dunnerby. Then we've got Marco Holt, Harrison Day, George Bowes and Luke Fitchett round out the top 6 after this morning's warm-up. So that is the Moto 4 warm-up. Next out on track, we will be seeing the Pirelli National Superstock for their one and only race of the weekend, which goes later on this afternoon. So for that, I think we can go back to Sir Al in the studio.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive, only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2-friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at kawasakiexperiencetour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Here at Donington Park on 94.3 FM, a very good morning to you. A little bit more cloudy now since we started about half an hour ago at 9 o'clock this morning. It has clouded over a little bit, can't see too much sunshine, but it's ambiently warmer than yesterday morning at the same time. Next bike's out on circuit, the Pirelli National Super Stocks, 9:30 until 9:38, so an 8-minute warm-up, and that also is the duration for the Quattro Group British Super Sports. And thank you for your messages already coming in on WhatsApp this morning, and you can get in touch 07482 877 877. We need your first name and your message on WhatsApp, please. A shout out wishing Eddie a happy 60th birthday today from Frank, Joe and Debs. Excellent weekend at BSB. Have a great birthday. Thank you, Debs. Thanks for writing in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. We're back with Pete at the Melbourne Loop. His missus back home said enjoy his weekend because it's his last with the boys. Wish him well on his stag do. Great stag picture as well. And there's 5 or 6 of you. That's it. He's getting married in 3 weeks' time. And we were told yesterday, apparently, wife-to-be has already made him sell his bike. So if anyone has any marriage advice for Pete, they'll be in the gazebo down at the Melbourne Hairpin. Thank you very much indeed, Pete and the boys, and enjoy your weekend here at Donington. This one says, good luck to Richard White, to Ryan Campion, Lee Healy in Stock 1000, and Harley Preble and Andrew Williams in the F900s. That's from Stuart. Thank you, Stuart. Thank you for writing in on WhatsApp. And good morning, myself and husband Stuart enjoying the weekend camping here at Donington. What a great season it's going to be. So much talent. That's from Marie or Mari. I never know if Marie is Marie or Mari. It's spelt exactly the same, Larry Carter.
Do we know the name of Pete's future wife, who has banned him from motorcycling? Because we might need to have a little bit of word
Can we
with her.
please have a shout out for Pete Bellamy? Who's there? No, we haven't got a name. No.
The future
Mrs. Bellamy.
Future Mrs. Bellamy. Okay. Well, hopefully it's a temporary sabbatical, Pete, and at some point in time we can get you back into the motorcycling fraternity.
Made him sell his bike sounds a bit dramatic.
It does sound a little bit dramatic, doesn't it? Yeah. Maybe he's wanted to sell his bike. We don't know. We haven't. There's always two sides to every story,
exactly.
That's exactly what it is. Well, we have been joined by royalty up here in the commentary box, because Sir Pat Blakeney, who is the Chief Incident Officer, who has joined. Do you want to join me on air, Pat? We'll just have a word. You may not be familiar with the name of Mr. Pat Blakeney, but put your on, just make sure that that's the case. But this is a man, if ever you went to Thruxton for a round of the British Superbike Championship over the year, quite simply, it didn't happen without this man, because...
Hardest working man in the industry.
In fact, they invented 169-hour weeks just for you to do that, to not only for the British Superbikes, but also the touring cars, and you held a very prominent role at Thruxton. But now, Pat, here you are, resplendent in your Alpine Stars overalls as the Chief Incident Officer alongside Chris Glendinning in the safety car.
I am. Yeah, it's been a real journey, obviously, coming back from...
See, we thought you'd retired. We thought you and the wife had gone off to the sun, and we were never to see you again.
During the winter.
Sangria in hand and whatever, never to grace a racetrack again. But obviously, you're back here in British Superbikes, which I know, even though you've got a very, very distinguished car racing background yourself and a very accomplished racer in your time, Superbikes holds a very, very special place in your heart.
It is. And, I'm just full of admiration for everybody that does this. Coming from a four-wheel background, there's nowhere in this world that you'd ever get me on a motorbike. But
well, never say never, because old Hardy said that at some point in time, and we ended up getting him a license to get his course to get his first license, and we're still trying to get him on the back of a sidecar. So never say never, Pat.
Never. No, but I'm incredibly proud to be part of this. It's just a fantastic series. The organisation is second to none.
You got a first bird's eye view of, we were just explaining about the safety car in the Motor 4, the IMG Motor 4 British Championship race yesterday. And at one point in time, Jack Dunnerby, the race leader, was just about joining you in the passenger seat, you and Chris Glendinning in the car there. But it is a wonderful job. And Chief Incident Officer, now it's a pretty new role for yourself. What does that involve?
Very good question, Larry. It's working alongside...
We knew there was a reason for you being here, Pat.
Absolutely. Working alongside Chris. Chris is just got such a wealth of experience here. So
he's another accomplished racing driver in his own.
Absolutely.
The safety car driver,
and obviously with a background here at Donington Park with the Jim Russell School and the Octagon Days drive at
going back a while, that, isn't it?
So it's working alongside him. Obviously, we attend every incident, red flag, etc.
And you're in communication with Stuart Higgs and race direction.
So obviously the communication back to Stuart with the feet on the ground to help both Stuart and Claire assess the situation
and make decisions. You're effectively their eyes and your eyes and ears out on the. You're on the battlefield effectively.
Absolutely. So
do you make a comfortable passenger, Pat?
I'm not too bad actually, Alan.
Right.
Yeah. So yesterday was quite a lively safety car session when it rained, and
we did see it sort of like there's a little bit sideways with the old M2 once or twice.
It was the M3 yesterday. We had a couple of little sideways moments, but I've had an awful lot worse, and I was very comfortable. I'm in very safe hands.
Absolutely. Well, it's great that you're still involved with the British Superbike Championship, because I thought when you left your role and went off into retirement, I thought our paths might not cross again, and I know that I've enjoyed working with you certainly over the years, and it's great that you've been sort of like allocated this new role in the British Superbike Championship.
Yeah, I'm incredibly proud to be here. It's a real honour to be here, and I've been made to feel so welcome by everybody.
Well, everybody's welcome in the British Superbike Championship, Pat, including you and Alan Hyde.
It's remarkable, isn't it? I thought about you as soon as I arrived on Friday, Pat, because I saw the selection of JCBs. I dare say you've been over to have a good look at them.
Just a little peep, yes. But the four-wheel fraternity is slowly infiltrating the organisation side, much to Stuart's disgust.
Well, we say that because there's a guy called Jonathan Palmer, who you may have heard of. He actually owns this place and a few other circuits as well. When his organisation, MSV, Motorsport Vision, that's the acronym for that, and effectively, when he came along, motorcycles were not his priority. He was very much a car racing man, a very, very successful ex-Formula 1 driver, and a very successful BBC commentator. And he's been responsible for a lot in in car racing over the years, and we sort of like, part of the charm offensive was to get Jonathan sort of like on board with these horrible motorbikes sort of thing, and bit by bit, year by year, eventually sort of like he not only became a fan of motorcycle racing, he said that this championship is so fantastic, I want to do something about it. And then the next thing is the organisation becomes the commercial rights holder and effectively the organisers now. And I tested to find a bigger superbike racing fan than Jonathan Palmer these days.
Yeah.
He absolutely
nice.
loves it. And if we can do it to JP, we can do it to anybody.
Yeah, I'm getting there slowly. Yeah, I still have a passion for the four wheels.
Well, of course, and I race cars myself, and I have a rally car and what have you. So the overlap is there as well. And there is a wonderful car rally that takes place twice a year here at Donington Park. And you never know, I might be looking for a co-driver at some point in time, Pat. And if you get too settled in the safety car, I might be giving you a call.
I'm quite happy in the passenger seat, but I'm not sure that I can cope with reading
maps and corners.
Maps and corners.
Well, the offer was extended to Alan Hyde, but he switched his phone off when I started talking about stuff like that. So, but absolutely, Pat, it's great to see you. I know that you've got 1,000 other jobs to do during the course of the weekend. Don't be a stranger to the studio. Pop up. You're always very, very welcome, and especially if you've got any insight, any little bits of rumours and gossip. That we're always party to one or two of them, and being a man of authority, we take your word as gospel.
Yeah, I'm not really party to it, yes, but hopefully I'll get there.
Eventually we'll get to trust you, and then it'll be a bit different. Pat Blakeney, the former circuit manager at Thruxton, wonderful friend he's been to myself over the years, and Alan as well. So, Pat, enjoy what you do for the rest of the weekend. Let's just hope you're not too busy. That's all we ask. And we don't want too many.
Everybody has a great, but ultimately a safe day.
Safe weekend,
and let's look forward to some fantastic racing.
You can sit and eat the sandwiches in the safety car rather than it being out on track.
Yes.
Pat, great to see you. Thanks very much, mate.
Thank you.
Pat Blakeney, there is, and you'll see him if we do have a safety car at any point in time. He'll be sat there assessing the situation with the driver, Chris Glendon. It's always good to get a little bit of an insight of the officials, because you read in the programme that there's an awful lot of officials in there, and not one of them has a singular role effectively. All are vital to the actual organisation here at Donington Park. Well, whilst I've been having a chat with Pat, we've got 2 minutes left to go of this Pirelli National Superstock Championship warm-up, and it's a little bit of a short straw for these guys this weekend, because there's only one championship round, whereas at least 2 championship rounds for all of the other classes, or 2 races we should say. Then this is just the one offering, exactly the same as it was at Oulton Park. The various championships, they do top and tail effectively. Sometimes there's 1 race for sport bikes and 2 races for super stock, and sometimes there's 3 races for Moto 2, Moto 4, and sometimes there's 2 races for them. Always 3 races for super bikes and always 2 for super sport, but the support classes do tend to sometimes have 1 race, sometimes have 2, or in the case of the end of season finale at Brands Hatch in October, for the class that's out there on track at present, the Pirelli National Superstocks, they've got 3 races that weekend. So it's ultimately all total 16 races, but just the one here this weekend. The way that they line up, and it was a dramatic qualifying session, was the championship leader and race winner at Oulton Park, D-Bomb, David Allingham it was, who put in a fastest lap at the very, very last lap of the session late yesterday afternoon, for him to stick the Shane McShann SMS Nickel Oils BMW on pole position ahead of the Scotsman Lewis Rollo, who finished second at he finished third at Oulton Park, did Lewis Rollo. Great to see him back, because he had a pretty disastrous season last year. He was injured in pre-season testing in Spain, and effectively that ruled him out for the year. It was a pretty nasty, niggly back injury that the tall, slow-spoken Scot from...
This weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoride.kawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
A very good morning to you, Donington Park, 94.3 FM, and of course around the world, tsl-timing.com. You can get our live audio, BritishSuperbike.com live audio, and live video pictures and audio on our YouTube stream for British Superbike. So Laura down there giving us great insight into the garages and also the live timing screen from TSL alongside on our brand new for 2026 service here live streaming from every round of the British Superbike Championship and all the commentary over the course of today with Larry and Duncan as well. BSB Radio powered by Kawasaki. Right, your messages are coming in thick and fast on WhatsApp. Your first name and your message is all we need on WhatsApp. 07482 877 877. Good morning. Could I have a shout out to my beautiful girlfriend Lauren Swift and her dad David? Great to be back at Donington Park cheering on Carl Ride, Storm Stacey and Josh Brooks as well. That comes from Gareth. Thank you very much indeed, Gareth. Great to have your message this morning. And this one, it's nice when we get a thank you message from Debs. Thank you so much for doing the shout out. It made Eddie's day. That's Eddie having a 60th birthday celebration with friends and relatives here at Donington. And this one from Pete Stagdo here again. Larry, his wife to be has just sent an update that he didn't even question the sale. Hashtag under the thumb. Pete is also excited to be putting his biking days behind him and is really hoping to add a baby to the grid once the wedding is out of the way.
And we still don't know his good lady friend's name. No, she's pretty anonymous, isn't she?
Yes.
Oh, right, okay. Well, a few too many details in that one, but apart from that, you mentioned about one of the support messages for Carl Ryder out there. I think it came from Gareth. And Gareth, I'm not too sure. Well, I put this out yesterday, but Carl was saying that such has been the request for tickets this weekend for Carl. He's exhausted his own personal supply that he gets from the organisers. He's exhausted the team supply that they get, and he's had to go to the old ticket booth at the gate and buy something like 120 additional tickets to get all his mates in. Gareth, I'm just wondering, given that I've been appointed the administrator for the Carl Ride finances this weekend, what we're doing about organising to get the old payment details there, because I am taking payment on behalf of Carl Ride. He has appointed me as the official intermediary for that. We'll be taking a cut, of course, but we just need to work out how we're going to get these Carl Ride supporters to tip up for if they've got any of the old free tickets from him. But that's something that I'm going to have to work on throughout the course of the day, Al.
Yes, it is, yeah.
But keep them messages coming. Just a reminder again, Al, how you get in touch with us.
On WhatsApp, we need your first name and your message to 07482 877 877, or you can email the studio@bsbradio.com.
So, and once we go racing, now's a good time to get your messages in, folks, because quite simply, when we go racing, apart from that little intermission for the pit walk, which goes at around about 11:20 today, Alan Hyde will have some guests up in the studio to take us through that. But once we go racing, the chances to get them messages out will be few and far between. So
yeah, it becomes more tricky, doesn't it?
This morning is really the best chance to get the shout-outs, realising that people are still coming coming through the gates and everything else. And just at this particular junction, whilst we have got the Quattro Group British Supersports out there, and we are expecting a very, very big crowd here at Donington. We had a good crowd here yesterday, but we all come into Donington Park over the course of 3, 4, 5 hours and what have you. And whilst the egress and access system is very, very good here at Donington Park, and there's road closures in place to facilitate one-way systems and everything else like that, we all ain't going to get out in 5 minutes. So don't get impatient. The stewards and the traffic management team and the staff here at Donington Park will do the best to get you out as quickly as possible. But if you want to tune in, if you're heading for the car parks a little bit earlier and you want to tune into the last couple of races and you don't want to miss any action, then quite simply tune the old car radio, the stereo, or the iPhone, whatever you've got, into 94.9. Are we this weekend, Al? I think it's 94.
It's 94.3 FM here at Donington. Yeah.
94.9 at Alton Park. So 94.3 FM. Just tune that in, and everything that you can hear that's coming through the PA speaker at present is available, so we can take you through perhaps the last couple of races whilst you're heading for home. And the good news about that is that not only can you switch us on, but you can switch us off again when you've had enough of us. So that is always a bonus. Right. Super Sport machines out on track, and we had a race yesterday, a cracking race yesterday, which saw history being made, and that was the first ever race win for the brand new Yamaha R9. As you've got, that looks like James McManus that's just tipped off just down there, and that's he's going for the hat trick. It's the MMB Ducati of James McManus who's just tipped off at Goddard. He had a big crash up there at McLean's Corner yesterday, which necessitated a safety car. But the good news is that the younger brother of Eugene McManus is perfectly okay. He's walking away. He's no doubt disconsolate. But the good news is that James is perfectly okay after that little off. Not what you want in morning warm-up, but all is okay, it would seem, down there. But yeah, we saw the victory went the way of the Cosmopolitan rider, a rider that was born in Würzburg in Germany, lives in Melbourne, Australia for most of his life before he moved in with his wife in North Wales. That's the German-born Aussie, Ben Curry, who took the victory yesterday on that McCams Yamaha R9 to make history, the first one ever to win in the UK at this level. He took the victory ahead of Luke Stapleford on the Scars Ducati. Luke, who was leading, he led throughout most of the race, and just coming into the Fogarty S's on the last lap, he knew he had to get a good run out of there because Ben was breathing down his neck. But as he gassed it up, just coming through the right-hander of the Foggy S's, the back end of that Scars Racing Ducati just lit up a little bit and didn't get the drive that he wanted. And what it allowed was Ben Curry just to nip up the inside, going in towards the Melbourne Loop, and he managed to hang on to take that victory ahead of Luke Stapleford. Coming home in third place was the second of the McCams Yamaha in the hands of Harry Truelove, who made it a 1-3 on the podium for Steve Rogers and the Team Raceway squad. Then he managed to get his first podium of the season. And Jack Kennedy, a rather slow starting Jack Kennedy, he was way down outside the top 7 or 8 at one point in time during the race. But the 5-time champion managed to battle his way through on that Honda Racing UK CBR 600 into 4th position, just ahead of his teammate Dean Harrison, who took 5th position. And then Skippy McConnell, having his second and final ride on the Macadam Racing Triumph. He managed to overcome the slightly iffy conditions. There was a little bit of moisture around, but Skippy, who always goes well in the damper conditions, he managed to bring that Wadsworth Triumph home in 6th position on his farewell ride. Effectively, he was the standing rider for the injured Brad Peary. We had a chat with Brad yesterday. He's here at Donington. He's got a frame on the leg, and it's going to take a little while for that injury, the lower leg injury, to heal. But he was saying that he hopes to be back before the end of the season, but it is a fairly long-term thing. And as I ventured to him, anything this side of Brands Hatch at the end of the season might be a bonus, and he kind of agreed with that. But the rider that's going to be taking his place race is a rider that has a wonderful pedigree in the World Championship, and indeed he was on the podium in his one and only other visit to the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship, and that is a certain Ollie Bayliss, who takes over that machine as of Knockhill in 5 weeks' time. So looking forward to welcoming Ollie back into the championship. That's the son, of course, of the great Troy Bayliss, the 1999 British Superbike champion. So wonderful pedigree that we've got coming into the championship there. The grid as it lines up for the Supersport race, the Quattro Group British Supersport race later on, grids for race 2 are usually based on lap times from the first race, and that will mean that Ben Curry will sit on pole position alongside Jack Kennedy and then Luke Stapleford. Luke, the local rider from 10 miles down the road, he will be very much having a lot of local support here this weekend. Has a true love heads row number 2 ahead of Dino Harrison and then Skippy McConnell, and then we've got the Aussie sensation Jack Mahaffey is really making a note for himself this year. Jack, who had a long lap penalty due to a safety car infringement yesterday, he heads row number 3 ahead of Corey Tinker, and then Lucas Brown it is that rounds out the top 3 of the grid. Row 4 we'll see Carter Brown, his namesake, who tipped off yesterday, much to his disgust, ahead of Jamie Davis. And then the first of the Cup competitors, and we have got 2 races within one. The Cup competitors run with the yellow backing plate. It's not green, it's yellow backing plate that the Cup runners ride out there under, and he, in the Hell Supersport Cup, he took honours in that, and he will round out row 4 of the grid. Well, the checkered flag then out for this penultimate warm-up of the morning, the Quattro Group British Supersports, and it is JK Jack Kennedy who tops the times ahead of yesterday's race winner, and that is Ben Curry. Luke Stapleford third. Jack Mahaffey, who we were just mentioning, he is there for the Astro JGR James Jackson squad in 4th position ahead. Dean Harrison, Carter Brown, Harvey Claridge, Lucas Brown. None of the Browns, we've got Aaron Brown in there as well. None of the Browns are related at all. So lots of Browns out there, but none of them are related. So as we mentioned, Lucas Brown in 8th position ahead of As a True Love in 9th. Max Wadsworth. Then we've got TJ Toms, Cameron Hall, Oliver Barr, who had a big crash yesterday, Aaron Brown and Corey Tinker. Now, significantly, we get some information that just pops up on screen, and it's not what Steve Rogers or the McCams Yamaha squad would have wanted, but a note saying, rider 61, a faller at the S's, rider okay. Well, that is the good news. The good news is that Ben Curry it is that's tipped off across there at the Fogarty S's. It must be on the way in, because I can see a green flag being waved on the way out, so one would imagine that it's on the left-hand tipping point in towards the corner. Just looking to see whether or not we've got the CCTV on that one, and that's indeed it looks as though that's where the Port West Race Safe Marshals are in activity. But not what Ben would have wanted, not what the team would have wanted. There's no problems because they don't go racing for the Quattro Group British Supersports till 3:30 this afternoon, so plenty of time to get the bike ready. That pristine showroom condition bike is probably a little bit less than that at present, but not ideal, and as a result Ben didn't conclude that lap that he was on, but he finishes the warm-up second quickest ahead of Stapleford, but Kennedy is the quickest. Championship led by 7 points for Luke Stapleford after 3 races, ahead of Ben Curry with Jack Kennedy 3 further points back in 3rd position. But we'll be checking out all the news in pit lane as we go through the course of the day, when Duncan's finished his various duties and he comes back up to the commentary studio to take over the course of the day. We'll do our investigating then and make sure that all is okay with Ben Curry, but not ideal to tip off in morning warm-up, and Ben Curry just giving the team a little bit of work to do. So that concludes it. The next warm-up action and the final warm-up action that we will get this morning, that sees the Zinn British Superbikes going from 10 o'clock through until 10:10, and with that 3 or 4 minutes to go before we see the BSB riders out there on track, we can hand back to Alan in the studio.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection, and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And as Larry quite rightly said, final warm-up session this morning is coming up at 10 o'clock, so less than 2 minutes away for the British Superbikes. 10 minutes of warm-up they get. And as Larry also said, now is a really good time to get your messages in. This one says, can I have a shout-out to Big Matt and Little Matt, Dad and Lad Day out, first of many BSB days out this year. Matt, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for writing in and have a brilliant day here at Donington Park. And this one says, could I get a shout out to Rob B down at Schwanzkurve and tell him it's a balm cake, not a tea cake. So cake arguments happening already here, Larry.
Well, I think this stems from our chat yesterday as to various points of the day when one of our sound engineers came up with about 16 different meal times. But up in the frozen north, in the People's Republic of Yorkshire, we have breakfast like most people do. Yep. Then we have dinner, then we have tea, and then we have supper. So we had this. But if you are south of the River Trent, then it has a different analogy, which we probably won't get into at this particular
breakfast,
junction.
lunch, and dinner. It's very simple.
You don't have dinner. You don't have lunch ladies, do you? You have dinner ladies at school and college and places.
I know, and that was incorrect.
And that was incorrect. Yeah. But anyway, and I think that is perhaps balm cakes, tea cakes, bread buns, baps, everything else like this, bread rolls, whatever. I think it's just the local dialect that is coming into play. But if you've got any opinions, like I say, just text us in and we'll read out the best of them as we go through the day. We have got an ongoing situation with one certain listener who is offered to provide the commentary and studio team with some winter clothing, haven't we? But,
yes indeed, Nanny Chris.
Yeah. And unfortunately we're not too sure that Nanny Chris is a little bit of a fraud, because we've been getting these promises for the woolly hats and the scarves and everything else for a couple of rounds now, and nothing's materialised. But she did tell us yesterday that some stock is coming up to Knockhill for us in a couple of weeks.
Apparently so, yeah.
Apparently, so we'll believe it when we see it, won't we? We'll believe it when we see it.
Woolly hats will be very welcome up at Knockhill.
Well, Duncan Vincent did say he ordered wall-to-wall sunshine at 28 degrees all weekend. Also,
I'll tell you what, I have had sunburn up at Knockhill in the past.
It's a lovely. It really
it's a great weekend.
It really is a great place, and if you do fancy just a trip out of the ordinary, then get yourselves up to Knockhill in 5 short weeks' time, and we'll see you up there. Now we've got a small matter of the British Superbikes out on track. And what a cracking race we had yesterday. If you were with us, you know all about it. If you saw it on TV, you'll know all about it, perhaps caught up with it on Catch-Up TV. What a cracking ride it was. And it was Scott Redding who took his first victory of the season in rather difficult circumstances.
Ride 'em, cowboy.
Ride 'em, cowboy. Yeehaw! He's all of a sudden, he's taken to becoming from the Wild West. They used to call Noriyuki Haga the Wild East show because of his Oriental connections, and the fact is that he was sideways Norrie for most of the time. Well, Scott Redding wasn't quite as out of control of that yesterday, but what happened was at the start of the 20-lap race, it was Max Cook on the AGN Steelstock Bimoto that was away like a scalded cat at the front, and he made the running for most part of the first half of the race. Whereafter the place erupted when the local hero, 2 times defending and 3 times a winner at Oulton Park, Carl Ryde took over the lead at the round about the halfway point, and then the clouds started rolling in. We mentioned it on the grid that it looked like it was going to rain at some point in time. Race director Stuart Higgs had said we are due a shower at some point in time during this race. We were seeing the laps tick by and still no rain came. Then we felt a spot, and then we felt a couple more spots, and then the drizzle turned into rain. And at that point in time, the 2 experienced riders of Scott Redding and Carl Ryde decided that this race might be getting red flagged at some point in time. So what we need to do is we need to get ahead and make sure that we're in front as we cross the line, just in case the race gets stopped, whereby it goes to the last full lap completed. And Ryde led, and then the intimation started coming from Kyle Ryde towards race control that perhaps this drizzle is now turning into heavy rain. And at that point, Scott Redding nipped by, crossed the line, and the rain at that point became just a little bit too much for the riders out there on the slick tyres, and as a result it was stopped 1 lap short, meaning that it was Scott Redding that got the victory. Max Cook took advantage of Carl Ryde perhaps just easing off a little bit on the last couple of laps, and he took 2nd place ahead of Carl Ryde. And Carl admitted afterwards, he said, I just wasn't prepared to sacrifice a whole load of points just for the sake of just pushing that little bit beyond the envelope, as it were. So the race victory went to Scott Redding, the first of the season for the Hager PBM Ducati squad. 2nd was the AGN Steelstock Bimoto of Max Cook, the first time that Bimoto's been on the podium, and the first non-Thruxton podium for Max Cook. And then it was Carl Ryde, still leads the championship with that 3rd position in aboard the Nitrous Competitions Ducati, whereby he'd absolutely smashed the lap record during qualifying, as indeed did half a dozen riders. So that was such was the pace out there. Next up, it was another local rider, Leon Haslam, who brought the Motor Rapida Ducati home in 4th position, ahead of a rejuvenated Christian Idden on the Senkat Yamaha. And rounding out what was an intense battle for the 4th position was the Cheshire Mouldings Yamaha of Rapid Rory Skinner, the Scotsman, who managed to round out that position in the top 6. Championship-wise, it means after 4 races, it is Carl Ryde that leads on 68 points, ahead of Leon Haslam on 60. Then we've got Scott Redding further 7 points adrift of Haslam in 3rd position. Brad Ray, Max Cook, and then Storm Stacey it is that round out the top 6 in the championship. But with 2 further races here today, we've got the sprint race which goes in the first of the races, and that is scheduled for just looking down the order there, that is at 13:20, so that is the first, and then we go with the final race, which is at 16:20, 4 for the 2nd of the 20 lappers this weekend. And thereafter, that will be 6 races done in the British Superbike Championship, and we will get a better idea of who it is that's leading. Carl Ryde is very much the informed rider around here, something like 9 victories he's had around the Donington GP circuit in recent years, and he really is the man on form, given that he did the treble at the opening round at Oulton Park just a couple of weeks ago. Well, it is a Nitrous Competitions Nitrous Coin Ducati 1-2 in this morning's warm-up, because it is Carl Ryde that's quickest at this early juncture ahead of his teammate Glenn Irwin. Glenn a little bit out of sorts so far this weekend. He had a technical problem, an earth wire on the bike effectively did for his qualifying, and in the race haven't had a chance to catch up with him yet, but he could only manage no better than 12th in the race yesterday, did Glenn. But he just goes quickest with that one. But he has a little bit of work to do. And likewise, the 2 Dow Hondas of Josh Brooks and Lee Bob Jackson. Brooksy is throwing a few more quicker laps in at this particular moment during the morning warm-up, but he has got a little bit of work to do. Poor old Peter Hickman, he goes, no, doesn't get any better for Hickey, because he's been struggling for a little while now. He's still got the legacy of the injury he sustained at the TT last year in the shoulder, and it means that he is just not 100% up with being able to muscle that bike around, and he's the first to admit that. But he had a technical problem on the grid yesterday, and the net result was that 810 Racing, the Lou 810 Racing BMW, was wheeled off the grid, and poor old Peter didn't even get to start yesterday's race. But he'll be hoping for better things. Sadly, his teammate Davey Todd is still ruled out through injury. I know he's in the programme, and it was always going to be on a little bit of a wing and a prayer as to whether Davey was going to be fit. Lots have been said about his participation on the roads, and the fact is that he's been ruled out of a couple of the major events. But he was kind of hoping that he might be able to cock his leg over the bike this weekend, but he's decided that it's probably not in his best interest to do that, so he is an omission from the programme. And likewise, the number 33 of Connor Thompson, he is missing this weekend too. Connor, who had a big off at Alton Park just a couple of weeks ago, and he's still suffering a little bit from the legacy of that. So the Neil Pearson team have decided that they would just sit out this round as well, just to make sure that they are okay for that long trip ahead of them to Knockhill in 5 weeks' time. Now, we are missing another rider, and had Duncan Vincent normally been here, I would have just put him with the task, but I can tell you who that rider is just very quickly, and it's Eugene McManus. Now, we saw his younger brother James just tip off coming out of Goddard's on the MMB Ducati in the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship warm-up. Well, for whatever reason, we don't have happened to see Eugene McManus, the elder of the two racing brothers, the son of the great Eugene McManus Senior, former Grand Prix racer and 250cc British Championship racer, was the dad. But he is not out there now. Normally I'd be on the hoof down pit lane just to see whether or not what the situation was there. I do know that Eugene has been suffering with arm pump. He had surgery just a couple of weeks before the Alton Park round, and that meant that it was very much work in progress at Alton. I think he really just used Alton as a test session for him to get used to the Superbike. Remember, he is a rookie. He's first year in the British Superbike Championship. But more to the point is just to evaluate his fitness, really, with the old arm pump problems. Well, for whatever reason, perhaps this physicality is the Donington Park circuit, whereby there's 2 or 3 very heavy braking points into Redgate Corner, into the Foggy S's, into the Melbourne Loop, into Goddard's, and he's probably just feeling the after effects of that a little bit, given that it's only just 2 or 3 weeks since he had that surgery. But we'll go down to the Master Mac Honda garage and just poke our nose in where it's probably not welcome, and ask that question of Steve and Stuart Hicken, and indeed, if he's there, of Eugene himself, as to the reason for his non-participation this morning. Well, you can get the local flags. Jacksdale's empty, by the way, today, folks. The whole entourage has managed to get themselves a few junctions down the M1, and Carl Ryde it is that's quickest, so no doubt the supporters club will be in full voice. One supporters club that probably isn't in full but voice is poor old Richard Kerr on that SM Honda, because he's just had an incident down there at Redgate Corner. Can see the Port West Race Safe Marshals, whoever, do a wonderful job just wheeling that bike away, and Richard there just assessing the situation, and he just needs a little bit of luck, does Richard. He's a class act, is Richard. He won the 2023 Pirelli National Superstock Championship, and he comes across from the Republic of Ireland to each and every round. Kilmacrennan in County Donegal is where he's from, so he makes the long trip across each and every weekend. But I never got around to actually saying it yesterday, now that the checkered flag is out for the British Superbikes. But yesterday we were out in the elements for a great part, and it was remiss of me not to say my normal grateful thanks to the Port West Race Safe Marshals and medics situated around the track, who do such a wonderful job. Over 200 in attendance here once again this weekend. So at this early juncture, if we don't manage to get round to saying it later, boys and girls, ladies and gents, thanks very much for doing a wonderful job. The Port West Race Safe marshals and medics around the track. We can go racing without a lot of people, certainly go racing without broadcasters and commentators, but we can't go racing without the Orange Army. So thanks to each and every one of them for doing a wonderful, sterling job. We've got the best in the world, the most professional in the world, in my view, and long may they continue as part of the British Superbike Championship. Carl Rad it is that's quickest ahead of Max Cook. Glenn Irwin in third position ahead of Brad Ray, Scott Redding, Storm Stacey, Rory Skinner, Joe Talbot, Leon Haslam, Danny Kent is the top 10. Brooks, Itten Vickers, Michalczyk, Nesbitt O'Halloran, Jackson Rogers, Rhys Irwin, Hedger, Andy Irwin, Peter Hickman and Richard Kerr. That's the 23 riders that we had out on track for this morning's warm-up before we go with the first of the two Zinn British Superbike Championship races a little bit later on this afternoon. Well, that just about concludes the action as far as warm-ups is concerned here at Donington Park this morning. The next track action that we will be seeing will be for the last chance qualifier race for the Rocket Off BMWs, which is scheduled to go in round about 10 minutes time, 10-12 minutes time. So what we'll do is, as soon as Duncan gets back up to the commentary box, we'll get on the hoof, we'll get our kit on, and we'll be down there to take you through proceedings for the remainder of the day. So with that, in the meantime, back to Alan in the studio.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And now, look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army, recruiting now, search Army jobs.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Sunshine has come back out here at Donington Park and we're getting ready to go racing, and Larry Carter is still here in the commentary box with us, and it's the last chance qualifying race, 8 laps around Donington Park for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. That's due to start at 25 past 10, so just about 10 minutes away, and we'll have the full start procedure, a quick start procedure before we get that 8-lap race underway. Emails have come in, studio@bsbradio.com. This from Kate, the Rhys Irwin fan club. Good morning from Donington. Please give a shout out to Rhys Irwin on the Mastermac Honda by Hawk. Good luck for today's races. Champ Rhys fan club would like to put some money on Alan's buzzer. Please let us know where we can pay for it. Larry Carter is in charge of all transactions. Thank you for your great job as always, Larry, Alan and Duncan. There we go, Larry. We've got a job for you already, and this one says, good morning. It's from Julian again, who wrote in yesterday. Says, I'm listening again from Alabama. It's 3:30 in the morning at the time of writing. Thank you for the shout out just now. Hoping for an improved showing from the Honda UK boys today. Julian, thank you very much indeed. 3:30 in the morning. And that, Larry Carter, is a commitment, I would say.
Well, it's commitment or stupidity, depending which way you look at it, actually, 3:30 in the morning. But yeah, we've all done it, haven't we? Certainly sat up during the night and listened to various broadcasts. I remember back in the 1970s when there wasn't such regular TV coverage, just listening to what is the equivalent of 5 Live nowadays, of Barry Sheene winning the 500 World Championship, and similar year to James Hunt when he won the Formula 1 World Championship in a wet and miserable Sugo circuit. But yeah, we're just wondering where my illustrious colleague Vincent is, because we're about to go racing
yes, we are.
very, very soon. I don't have any information as to the grids or whatever on the last chance qualifier, so I'm kind of hoping that Duncan is on his way back to the commentary box
well,
at some point.
So.
Yeah, well, I was expecting to be down there in pit lane by now, fully kitted up and ready to have a chat with one or two of the BMW riders, but for whatever reason, Duncan's duties this morning have precluded him from actually doing that. He has 1,000 jobs to do. He does some passenger laps in the BMW.
He's doing that today.
He has to do some stuff as far as the.
Maybe he's gone for a seat fitting.
Yeah, maybe he's left the premises altogether. So
if you spot Duncan Vincent, anybody, then feel free to get in touch.
If you can awaken him from his slumber, then it would be great. But can you just run through a couple of the Womp Scoop, and then we'll be back to do this job. And little did I realise that I had to be.
He was gone.
That I have to be in two places. Well, here he is anyway. The talk of the devil himself. He will be making his way up back to. I've never been so glad to see anybody in my life, Duncan. There you go. Because I was half expected to have to call a BMW race there when that was the case. So he has managed to make his way back up to the commentary box, but.
I've got a couple of messages, Larry, if you'd like those. We'd like to wish a massive good luck to Sam Laffins, David Allingham in the Superstock race, Eugene McManus in the Superbike race, and also James McManus in the Supersport race today. Hope they all have a safe weekend. That comes from Karen and from Ricky, watching at home in Spain. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, Karen and Ricky. Thank you for listening, and hope you have a good day with our coverage. Hi Alan, just a thank you for making our granddaughter Talia's day yesterday. She's already planning her next visit to BSB. Fortunately, no spectators were injured when she was given a flag by the junior Supersport lads. Hoping Hickey has a better day today. That's from Alison and Paul, and thank you for writing. Thank you guys, and I'm really glad that Talia had a good day here at Donington yesterday. This one says, good evening, Auntie Nessa here, listening from a very rainy Melbourne. Just want to say lots of luck to Ollie and Carter today. Well done to the bench team for getting Ollie's bike ready after the incident in qualifying yesterday. Good luck to Rory too in the Superbikes today. Please give a shout out to my sister Sarah and mum Sheila, Ollie's mum and Nana, who are on their way over to Donington, and a big happy birthday to Sheila, who was 83 years young this week. Thanks as always for the great coverage, and that comes from Auntie Ness. Thank you very much indeed, Auntie Ness, one of our regular listeners on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. And last one for now, we'd like to wish Finn Smart Whedon good luck today in the sport bike race. Big hugs from Andy and Heidi as well. Thank you for all of your messages, and Finn Smart Whedon, a friend of the station here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. If you want to get in touch, you do so on WhatsApp. We need your first name only and your message to 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877 on WhatsApp. You can email the studio@bsbradio.com, studio@bsbradio.com, and you can listen to us here at the circuit on 94.3 FM.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
94.3 FM. A very good morning to you. Sunshine is looking down on the grid, already populated for the last chance qualifier race for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Bikes are making their way around the final few turns to line up down there on the grid, and I'm delighted to say that back in the commentary box is Duncan Vincent. Good morning, Dunk.
Good morning, Alan Hyde. How are you? I mean, I spoke to you earlier on
terribly
anyway.
Well.
Terribly well.
Terribly
I know you had
well.
a good night's sleep, didn't you?
A terribly good night's sleep.
You look like you've grown a couple of inches overnight, actually.
I needed to get over 5 foot.
Well, exactly. We've been saying that for a while. Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much to Larry Carter and Sir Al for guiding us through the morning warm-up phase on Sunday, where we get ready for race day. It starts now with the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup LCQ race, which stands for Last Chance Qualifier. Duncan Vincent in the commentary box, joined by, as I said, down in the pit lane, we will have Larry Carter, bringing us all the information throughout the course of the day and also giving us the fabulous podiums and grid walks that Larry is so well known for. Last Chance Qualifier race. This is an 8-lap race where we take basically a last chance affair for people to make their way into the main event. And already a little piece of drama with a rider coming back into the pit lane down the far end. Now he's quite far away from myself and probably you, Larry. I can't say it's a yellow bike, but that's all I can see because I could just see the back of him. But he's parked beside Peter Eaton's two-stroke racing setup. So that's a bit of a strange one. Away we go for our warm-up lap, and it's Simon Bastable, number 19, who is on pole position. That pole position will be a nice thing for Simon to have, although he was involved in a fairly interesting race yesterday. If you remember, you see Simon getting lifted up quite a few times when he was on track. Alex Vella alongside him, and Lee Devonport rounds out the front row off the grid. Danny Cartwright, Jim Lee and Joe Carnell go for row number 2. Ben Rubicki, Gary Cutts and David Luff. Gary Cutts, he slipped off in free practice. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was down beside the Melbourne Loop where Gary slipped off. All that did was cause a little bit of an upset for a few people who were trying to get a bit of a lap time in. But Gary was perfectly okay, up and walked away from that and didn't cause any hassle for himself, apart from cleaning the bike. Nick Heath, Andy Booth and Leon Wilton make up row number 4, with Chris Duggan, Ryan Arnold and Jordan Bannon on the 5th row. Liam Vella and Jason Pease make up the last row that we have. So BMWs, we were treated to 2 very good heats yesterday, very strong heats. We saw Nicky Coates pick up a victory in one, and we saw Bobby Very pick up the victory in the other one. There was then a little bit of jovial laughing between both these guys down there in the winner's enclosure, where Larry Carter then dealt with the ball draw, which Larry gives it, I think he calls it the Orb of Destiny, if that's not the name that Alan Hyde maybe gave it. But
I think it was Steve Ryder for touring cars.
Was it?
Many years ago, yeah.
Okay, but Larry changed it to the Orb of Doom at one point as well, if you remember. Especially when Steve Plater was involved. But here we go. We are getting ready for the end of this warm-up lap. And we already have 13 bikes that have gone through, which makes up 26. So we're looking for the remaining number, Alan, to make up the rest of this race. Coming through Goddards, we saw a few bits of action in morning warm-up, actually. Nothing good ever happens in morning warm-up, I've been told from many a team manager. I did pop in very quickly and I met Ben Curry. He's perfectly okay after that small slip-off that he had, Alan. So that brings us back to a good bit of news, actually, because we don't want anything like that affecting the great racing that we're going to have throughout the course of today. Simon Bastable On pole position, goes through a bit of a warm-up phase here, just twisting himself to make sure he is A-OK before this race gets going. Bastable has Alex Vela alongside him, the very bright orange bike. And then it's Lee Devonport on bike number 21, just to the far side. We're under starters' orders. Let's see how long the lights stay on today. They were very quick at changing yesterday. Red lights on. They're held for a bit, and away we go. And it is a good start from Bastable, but also from Jim Lee in the green leathers from the middle of the second row on bike number 92 as they come down. Jim heads for the inside apex, but it will be only just Bastable if he can turn that through the corner, which he can. Lovely manoeuvre through Redgate. He holds the lead from Alex Vela as they head through Hollywood for the first time of asking. Jim Lee in third place on the green bike. A good start from Jim Lee to get himself up there, and everybody a little bit tentative, as you could imagine, going through Crater Curves for the first time of asking. Is that Lee Devonport in third place on bike number 21? I believe it is, as we make our way up towards Schwantzcurve and into McLean's Corner. 8-lap race, as we said at the very start of the outlap for these guys. 8-lap race to see who makes it through and in towards the last chance, the last chance saloon, effectively. As we kept them coming through Coppice, there's a bit of a lead starting to build up for Simon Bastable. He has got his head down and is pulling away at the front from Alex Vela, who is right in the middle of this. Keep your eyes out for number 14, Liam Vela. He will be coming through the pack. He tipped off yesterday at Coppice, filled the F900 full of gravel, and there he goes up the inside in towards the Fogarty S's. Liam Vela, one of Peter Easton's two-stroke racing machines. It's a 4-stroke bike, but the team's called 2 strokes. And we can cover that at a later date, because up the inside goes Lee Devonport on Jim Lee, but unable to go through. And Liam Vela now from the back row of the grid has got himself right up into the mix at the sharp end as they make their way up and in towards Goddard. 69 very much in there. That's Danny Cartwright, who looks to go up the inside, but unable to make the manoeuvre stick. But look at this lead at the start of the second lap. Got to say, Simon Bastable, if he's getting a pit board, will be delighted to see that come up. Here comes Vela, pops out from Cartwright, coming in towards Redgate. Vela on the inside, and also, look at that, a double pass for Lee Devonport. But can he stop that? He might run a little bit wide out onto the exit care, but nothing too much to worry about. That was a fairly substantial manoeuvre that we can say for Lee Devonport to go past 2 bikes in towards Redgate, whether he meant to go past 2 of them or slot in, but sometimes an opportunity opens itself up. Whenever you make that overtake, next thing you have an opportunity right in front of you. Larry Carter's doing a step marathon today. He's just arrived back into the commentary point because he forgot his super folder. Well, that's a bit of a mistake for Scoop, as another position gained for Liam Vela, as he goes underneath Alex Vela at that point, going through McLean's. A lovely manoeuvre, controlled as you would expect from Liam. Just a slight overshoot in towards Coppice yesterday, trying to roll it in there on the front end. Missed his turning point and down he went. But the number 14 bike will be one of the firm favourites to make their way through in towards the main event as he comes up the inside. Well, tries to go up the inside, but couldn't make it work on Joe Carnell. Joe on 66, a veteran now in the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup Series, and he has been he's been excellent to watch. Is lovely stuff from Jim Lee on the green bike, green leathers. Very easy to spot Jim Lee as he slides and holds Joe Carnell at bay as we make our way in towards Goddard's. Carnell up the inside of Lee now. That's a big manoeuvre from Carnell. Can he hit his apex? No. He runs a bit wide. There wasn't really much of a gap, but through on the inside goes Jim Lee. Repays the favour. Slipstream down towards turn number 1. Here comes Alex Vela, but how strong he is. Oh, he gets pinched towards the inside, though, by Jim Lee, who was trying to do his own overtake. Alex Vela looked like he was possibly in Liam Vela, possibly in the wrong gear, as he went through the heart of Redgate and just managed to downshift and get that back together on the exit of the corner. Devonport with the fastest lap, a 1:41.180. Remember, Simon Bastable leads this race on bike number 19 at the front, and he's pulling away quite handsomely as he makes his way up and round towards McLean's. Look at that, up the inside of Jim Lee. Liam Vela, lovely stuff. These overtakes that Liam Vela is putting together are so tidy. They don't look rushed by any way, shape or form, as we now see him going through the area where, unfortunately, he tipped off yesterday. And by doing so, that's why he finds himself in the last chance qualifying race as the sun beams through the commentary box windows here at Donington. It is a nice day. It's just maybe not as chilly
as well.
Yeah, it's a lot warmer
Yeah.
up here in the commentary point as well when you run up and down the stairs, Alan. Ahead of Liam.
Ask Larry about
yeah,
that.
I know. He did look a bit sweaty there.
I'm not surprised.
Bastable in towards the Melbourne Loop. The next bike in is Liam Vella. Then managing to go down the gears is Joe Carnell. Joe Carnell gets back to a good apex. He's got, is that Alex Vella who's regrouped behind him now in the luminous? Yes, it is Alex Vella. Then he's ahead of Jim Lee. Then Danny Cartwright. Has Liam Vella got enough pace in this to try and drag himself up to the back of Simon Bastable? Remember, Lee Devonport is in second place. Bastable, Devonport and Vella, your top three. With the incoming Lee Devonport is very much a 140.143. Doing the business, starting to make inroads up towards the back of the race leader, Simon Bastable. He was a whole second and a bit faster over that last lap than Simon Bastable. So there's work to be done for Simon here. He needs to start going a little bit quicker or on the defence. But as long as he finishes, he should be able to make his way in towards the main event of the day. We catch up with number 812. That's Chris Duggan for the True Heroes Racing. Chris Duggan, one of our amazing amputees who is racing in the British Championship with the Rocket Off BMW F900 R Cup. And Chris doing a fantastic job out there. He was great yesterday. And I think he did actually go a lap down. But when the leaders came up to him, Chris was very respectful. And the leaders went past. But we saw a nice bit of social media from the True Heroes Racing as well on number 812, Chris Duggan. And it's great to see that. Great to see the TV director. I can see in the large screens Richard Coventry has picked him up. So great work, Cov, as always, across there in TV land. But I look out the back of the commentary box and I can see that Simon Bastable now has an issue, and that is Lee Devonport, who is all over the back of his F900 R Cup bike. Well, there's maybe 5 or 6 bike lengths between them, but the gap has definitely come down. Liam Vella is pulling away quite easily from Alex Vella. But he sits in a little bit of no man's land at this exact moment in time. And through they come, making their way once again across the line and down towards Redgate. Lap 5 of 8. Devonport is now in the mix. He's very much in fighting distance, or striking distance, as Alex Vella has a very close moment I can see from a long way away going through the heart of Redgate. That's possibly worthy of a replay of you guys on the big screen. We'll see if that comes back. We were looking at Bastable and number 21, Lee Devonport, but I have to say Alex Vella was pinched towards the apex. I think it was by Joe Carnell. And Danny Cartwright would have had a grandstand view of what was going on at that specific moment in time. As we look at the guys coming through McLean's and making their way from McLean's up towards the top of Coppice. This is a tricky corner. It's a blind entry. And as you go in there, the road then opens up in front of you. But every time you think you go in, you almost think you could go in that little bit quicker. And as Liam Vella will tell you, if you do go in quicker, you then run out of road. But there's a change of lead in towards the Fogarty S's. Lee Devonport makes his presence felt at the front of this last chance qualification race for the Rocket Off BMW F900 R Cup. And he slides past on a very good controlled manoeuvre on the brakes in towards the Fogarty S's. He then goes super defensive on the brakes at the bottom of the hill, which was probably a good move because Bastable looks pretty strong down there. Lee Devonport riding for Team Susie. Simon Bastable is WSC Performance with BMW. WSC Performance, also a sponsor of Declan Connell in the Rapid Honda team. So WSC Performance putting a bit of sponsorship out there and across the board for everybody. As we get in towards lap 6 of 8, we're getting towards the business end of this race, and still Alex Vella holds that 3rd place as they make their way, or 4th place, in towards Redgate from Joe Carnell, from now Danny Cartwright up there ahead of Jim Lee. You can see the white bike and white flashes to the leathers. It's very easy to spot Jim Lee in the green leathers, and he's now behind number 69, Danny Cartwright. Then it's Ben Rubicki, and as he makes his way down through the kind of curves, he's chased all the way by Jordan Bannon, the Liverpudlian, on the Be Clear BMW. As we pick back up, I can see them at the corner of my commentary box making their way through McLean's. Up the hill they go. Liam Vella is coming, but I think he is going to run out of laps as we're now 2/3 distance through this race. If Vella can do anything. Looking at the lap times, he was fastest lap of the race last time round with a 1:39.752. And that was a whole second quicker than Bastable and a second quicker almost than Devonport. So Liam Vella has the pace. He doesn't need to win the race, but you know what? He's a racer. He will be desperate to try and do that, as these two still hammer and tong. Bastable back at the front, Devonport up the inside. They're tripping each other up here and costing each other just a little bit of time, as Devonport again slides underneath going through the Melbourne Loop. As he accelerates up, he goes a little bit defensive in towards Goddard's at the crest of the hill. The bike snakes under braking as I lose sight of him as he goes round the back of the luxury lounges for the sponsors. And across the line we go. On to lap 7 out of 8. The gap back to Liam Vella is only 1.4 seconds. These guys at the front have got a problem coming, and it's in the shape of number 14, Liam Vella. We can see how much quicker he is over the last couple of laps. On lap 6, he was 1.2 seconds a lap faster than the guys that he's chasing. So the gap ever diminishing, and Vella kicking himself a little bit for what happened yesterday in his heat race as they make their way through the Old Hairpin. And then from Old Hairpin, it's up and round towards Starkeys, through Starkeys, where in the junior sport bike race, we had a bit of a 4-bike off there yesterday. Thankfully, that was all cleaned up. Under tricky conditions as well yesterday. Complete contrast today that we have some nice sunshine and slightly warmer weather. But it is almost summer, and it should be a lot warmer than it actually is, Alan.
Should, yeah.
I'll just put that in there for everybody. As we make our way down the back straight. Under where the iconic Dunlop Bridge used to be, Devonport goes defensive. Bastable goes to the outside. Devonport then comes back across the front of the number 19 BMW and takes a rather fiendish line through the Fogarty S's here. Much faster, I have to say, than Simon Bastable. And the challenge that was coming from Liam Vella is still there, as Bastable seems and feels the need to go defensive, and not just defensive, super defensive, if that's the thing, in towards that last corner. Up and in towards Goddard's they come again. He's bouncing about on the brakes now. When he looks a little bit loose here, Lee Devonport. He needs to be able to finish this race, because it will be the top 14 who will make their way through and in towards the main event of the day. We're now on to the last lap, and Liam Vella has worked his magic and got right up towards the back of the leading 3 actually, that it is now, as they make their way down through the top of Hollywood. Beautiful sight for any riders they come down through there as they make their way towards Cranacres. Vella needs to pound straight away on Bastable. He can't do it at the Old Hairpin. He has to hold himself back. Just a little bit of restraint is a good thing sometimes, rather than going all out attacking every single corner. Vella looks a lot faster through Starkey, Swanscurve and up into McLean's. As we look from a distance, he doesn't go through on the inside going in towards McLean's. He runs a little bit wide on the exit. It's like he's cost himself just a slight bit of pace there. The man on the two-stroke racing BMW, the blue with the luminous yellow flashes. The man who comes from Lincoln tucks himself in behind the very small bubbling clocks. Not as well as Simon Bastable tucks his body behind the clocks. He's right flat on the tank as Devonport leads in towards the Fogarty S's for the last time. Devonport, Bastable, and where's Vella gone? He's just dropped back a little bit on the exit of this. Does he think enough is enough? Bastable's going for the race lead. Bastable wants the race when he comes up the inside. He's not going to stop that. He does just manage to stop that as Devonport tries to cut back through the inside. Oh, and Vella's up out of the seat. He looks back and he knows that's enough. He knows that's enough anymore, and he might not finish the LCQ. They're on the white line on the way towards Goddard's, and it will be Lee Devonport who takes this one. He comes out of the last corner, accelerates towards the line, and at number 21 of Lee Devonport and the team Susie BMW wins from Simon Bastable. And then we wait to get everybody else across the line. Liam Vella, with a great ride from the back of the grid, makes his way all the way up towards the sharp end. Fourth place, crossing the line, will be Alex Vella. In fact, Joe Carnell takes it on the line by 0.04 of a second. From Alex Vella, from Jordan Bannon, Danny Cartwright, Jim Lee and Ben Rubicki. Gary Cutts crossed the line in 10th place for Gary. Ryan Arnold takes 11th place. In 12th place, we've got bike number 38, which is David Luff from Holforth on the ATP Motorsport BMW. I remember BMWs throughout the field. Then we have got Nick Heath on number 47. And the last man who makes it through into the main event will be number 50. Number 50, that is Leon Wilton on another True Heroes racing bike. So well done to the top 14 making the transfer into the main event. Unfortunately, number 23 crossing the line for us. That's Jason Pease from South Croydon on the GR Electrical BMW. Well, Jason will have to watch it along with Andy Booth. And I want a special round of applause out there for Chris Duggan on 812 from Gosport on the True Heroes Racing BMW, because Chris Duggan will finish the race and he can then have a watch of the main event with everybody else who hasn't made it through and cheer the guys on. But fair play to Chris Duggan for completing that race, crossing the line now on 812. But it's all about Lee Devonport. He doffs his cap towards the camera on his way around, the clear visor. Well, you can see the eyes. That's exactly what you can see there through his helmet. I think he's enjoying this in-lap, actually, Alan. Yes.
I like the doffing of
I think he's doing that to the marshals, you know.
Yeah, I think he is.
He's doing that to the Port West Race Safe marshals.
That's really
That's
cool.
a lovely, lovely thing to do on your in-lap.
Isn't it?
Well done, that man. Also, Port West Race Safe medics, and in the pit lane, we have the technical team who wear the deep blue jackets. But a good race, that. Simon Bastable, they threw it all at Lee Devonport. Alex Vella almost threw it to the scenery on his charge from the back of the grid. But Devonport, Bastable and Vella. We'll quickly hand back to the studio before we bounce it down to Larry Scoop Carter.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at KawasakiExperienceTour.co.uk.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
And next we have a race for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes, but before that, Larry Carter down in Park Fairmay.
Thanks, Sir Al. We are indeed down here with the top three in that one, and Lee Devonport it is, gives the thumbs up to the cameras. Well, Lee, would expect you not to have to go through the LCQ to be in there, but anyway, it's job done.
Me too, actually. Don't really know what happened. Kind of coming back to the bike after missing a year and having to learn to ride it again. They sound wrong in a sense, you know, they're not very like a straight four. So, yeah, yesterday didn't really go to plan, but I know, onwards and upwards. We had a good laugh, that's the main thing. So.
Yeah, you got yourself a trophy and some bubbly as well for it, not too bad. Here's Simon Bastable. Well, that last lap looked to be a big fun to watch, Simon. Was it fun to be part of?
It was good, yeah, I really enjoyed that. I had a bit of a gap. Lee had a gap on me going into Redgate, and I thought if I can get a good run down through the old part of the course, caught him up, and then, lined him up real nice for a move into Melbourne on my last lap. And I had him, and but I knew I had to take a tight line because I was on the inside, so as soon as I asked for the gas to get the drive out, the back end just stepped out on me and I had to roll off, and then he just got the drive obviously up into into Goddard's. So there you go. But it was a good race. I haven't had much time on the bike this year after an operation, and so yeah, just good to get a few laps in. Nice to be at the front for a bit, and good race, and congrats to Lee.
You're in the final as well. Well, we're going to head up there. There's Liam Vella as well. There's like a bit of a rodeo ride coming out the last corner, Liam.
Oh no, like I made a mistake going into Foggy's S's, and then I seen they were tussling into Melbourne. I thought, right, last corner, I'll get as close as I can. Nearly eye-sided me sen coming out of there. I was like, oh no, just bring it home safe.
That's all you've done.
Yesterday.
You're in the fight, yeah. That was a big one yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. Main race is all I'm focused on now, so yeah, go again.
We're in that one, mate. Well done. Right, we're going up on the podium, boys, and well, we'll rattle this one off. It is a little bit of a bonus for these. The guys that finish towards the back end of the qualifying race, they don't get the luxury of climbing these steps, the infamous steps. Simon Bastable, he's yeah. I won't be calling it a luxury. It'll be another adjective I'll be using at about 5 o'clock this evening for this staircase of. We talk about the orb of doom. This is a staircase of doom at times,
round and round,
and it goes round and round and round. Simon Bastable doing like old Scoop, who turned his ankle on the way to the circuit today. He's doing a good impression of a one-legged man as well. So we are ready to go. Just about, I think. Yeah, we've got everybody up here that we need. So this is the last chance qualifier for the Rocket Off BMW Motorrad F900R Cup. Third position then for Two Strokes Racing, Liam Vella. Second position for WSC Performance, it's Simon Bastable. And the race winner for Team Susie, Lee Devonport. And we found Plater a job anyway. He is going to make the podium presentation to the third place rider, Liam Vella. Liam, who had that big high side at Coppice yesterday, which is hence why he would have normally on form be through to the final direct. Second position then, Simon Bastable. The injured Simon Bastable, who's had to come through the LCQ as well. And taking the victory after a year out of the BMWs, the race winner, Lee Devonport. And again, great to see a big crowd assembled down here on the podium. A nice ripple of applause for them. Steve Plater makes the podium presentation, and the Baglietti Prosecco for the first time today gets sprayed up here on the Donington Grand Prix podium. So that just about concludes things as far as the LCQ is concerned. A win for Lee Devonport, number 21, ahead of 19 Simon Bastable and number 14 Liam Vella. If you don't happen to make a note of the notes, the results, quite simply, we just don't have time in the course of a day to give them out. TSL timing is where you need to go, and just with a little bit of navigation through the British Superbike Championship, click on the relevant round here at Donington Park, and thereafter is a plethora of information, multiple pages of information with lap times, positions, and 1,000 other things, including grid positions and results. That's where you can fill in your programs or any other documents you like till your little heart's content, and that is exactly what I do when I go home of an evening. Such is the wonderful life that Scoop Carter leads at times.
It's not just you, Larry. I'm afraid I'm in that group as well.
We're all just fans, aren't we?
I'm afraid so, yeah. Larry Carter, thank you very much indeed. Great to hear the first podium of today. We'll have another one very soon after 12 laps for the Pirelli British Sport Bikes. Duncan Vincent is poised and ready, as indeed are the teams down on the grid waiting to receive their bikes, and they thread their way through now. Just enough time to say one message, which is we'd love to give a shout out to Zach Weston, Luca Wilkinson, and all the other Northwest Racing's lads across the Pirelli Supersport and Junior Sport class, from the girls in Oz, and then an emoji of you know when you do with your hands, you make a little heart shape. Is there a name for that?
Yes, a heart-shaped emoji, yeah.
No, it's not. It's not a heart-shaped emoji.
I think it means I love you, Alan.
Yes, it's lovely. But there must be a name for making that shape with your hands.
Shall I do the grid?
Help me.
It'd probably be a good thing to do right now. Let's do the grid. We're joined by Charlotte Marcuso in the commentary box. Thank you very much, Charlotte. We'll get to you in just a second. Carl Harris is on the pole for this 12-lap race for the British Sport Bike with Pirelli. Harry McCabe and Alfie Davidson with Zach Shelton, Harrison McKay and Cam Dawson on row number 2. Aidan Davey, Rossi Banham and Brodie Goth make up row number 3 with Rhys Stevenson, Lewis Smart and Finn Smart-Whedon on row 4.
Asher Durham is alongside Daniel Goodman and Charlie Barnes, with Peter Willis, Kieran Kent and Harry Cook on row number 6. Taylor Rose starts row 7 alongside Ollie Walker and Charlie Atkins, with row number 8 being Ed Best, Luca Allen and Joe Ellis. The 9th row has Zach Weston, Joshua Proudfoot and Josh Froggatt, with Craig Dance, who slipped off yesterday, Aaron Robinson and Jack Knights on row number 10. Row number 11, it keeps going. Lewis Jones, Sam Green and Rossi Brown. With the 12th row is Brandon Keane, Max Chambers and Hayden Clinton. And all the way on his own at the back, we have Ben Hardwick. As I look down towards the grid, just wondering if our intrepid pit lane reporter is down there. Larry Carter, people already starting to move off the grid. We're moving on at quite a pace, as you would say. And this 2 minutes until we get going.
Yeah, not enough time, sadly, to get from the podium to the grid on this occasion. It won't be the first time today that we attempt, but don't manage it. But yeah, grid already being cleared, Dunk, so we're not able to bring you any interviews from the grid on this occasion.
No problem, Larry. Charlotte Marcuso joins us in the commentary box, busy texting away, multitasking actually in the commentary box. How are you today?
I'm good, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm looking forward to the sport bike race. We were treated to a great sport bike race yesterday, but it was quite unfortunate for Harrison McKay, who the bike wouldn't start. He got wheeled off the grid into the pit lane, and we did say that will be a pit lane start. Unfortunately, young Harrison went round and took his position up, and straight away we knew that he was going to get a long lap penalty. But what a ride through the field he produced, from 30th up to 15th, and he puts himself in the middle of the second row of the grid as well.
I did speak to him yesterday after the race, and obviously he was gutted, as you would be, but he had a phenomenal race with getting back up to 15th, and obviously it's now put him 5th on the grid. So
yeah, good stuff. But a lot of good things came out of that race. We've got young Carl Harris on pole position with Harley McCabe and Alfie Davidson. You know, Alfie's had it all his own way as we run through the start of this 2026 season, but I have to say now it looks like maybe things are starting to turn. Carl Harris up there for the Rocket Rookies. Steps up from Super Teen last year, finds himself a very good home from Super Teen in that Rocket Rookies camp. You know, you come from Steve Brogan being one of your guys who mentored you, and I said this yesterday, you move into Carl Harris territory with Ron Haslam. And I think that bike, Larry Carter, you never responded to this yesterday, it reminds me of Ron Haslam's Elf Honda days. Remember the colour scheme for that? When you look at the front of that bike, that's what I see. And he left me hanging on this yesterday, Charlotte. Is he going to do the same again today?
Just go with your opinion, whatever it counts, Dung. That's all. Yeah, I do see where you're coming from with that, though. Yeah, it is reminiscent of what, something like 40-odd years ago, that.
Really? Oh, my goodness, you make me feel old now. Yeah, so Alfie Davidson on the outside of the front row of the grid. We've got Cam Dawson, who's just done his warm-up exercises behind him, getting pumped up and ready to go for this race. We will have a warm-up lap, and then we'll have the race start. We'll keep our eyes on that second row. It's just as tasty as the front row with Zach Shelton, who's in the mid or the start of that row. Zach Shelton put in a really, really strong performance yesterday, Charlotte.
he did, yeah. He was pulling off some really good moves and right at the front end of the race.
And that's what you want, yeah. But that's exactly what the team want as well. So lovely dry conditions here at Donington Park. Do you have an actual temperature for us outside back there in the studio, Alan? Do you know what the temperature looks like for us just now? Oh dear, who's that crashing on the outlap? That's not Harrison McKay, is it? Is that Harrison McKay who's gone down? Or is it Cam Dawson? It's one of them. Let's have a look. It could be Cam Dawson. You could be right. It looks like Powerslide Suzuki. Yeah, it's not Harrison. Thank goodness for that. You just saw the yellow flashes to the helmet. As on the warm-up lap, shows you how tricky it can be going through the Craner curves. No, it's not. It's Finn Smart Whedon. Oh dear. Well, it was one of the Powerslide Suzukis. Finn Smart Whedon, unfortunately. Well, that walk tells a story, doesn't it, Charlotte?
That is a very sad walk.
It's a long way for Finn. He comes all the way from Perth down towards each round, checking the leathers. Well, he'll be a bit bemused at that, wondering why that's happened. The bike's only just come off the tyre warmers, but there you go. Shows you just how easy it is for you to get that wrong. Finn Smart Whedon as well. Where did we have Finn on the grid? Because he was the second bike in there. He actually went quite well yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. Trying to find him on the grid. Thank you. Row 4. When you're looking for a number on a grid sheet, it's very, very difficult. So from the outside of row 4.
I was looking for a number as well. 12 degrees is the answer. That's air temperature, and track temperature 17.5.
So the track temperature is warmer now than it was yesterday. No, we had 21 degrees for the Superbikes and 15 air. So we are warming up, Alan, but it does generally feel warmer outside and warmer inside.
Yeah, feels much more like
it always feels
the end of winter.
Always feels hot when Alan hides around, you know.
I'll say that, Heidi.
Stop it.
So here we go. The Pirelli Sportbike British Championship. They make their way round and they line up on the grid. Keep your eyes on the CF motorbikes of Aidan Davey and Peter Willis. Those bikes have had a bit of a turn of speed lately. Young Ali Grant, a good friend of mine who looks after those bikes, maintains them under the careful watch of Eddie Roberts, because Eddie sits down on the race panel downstairs during an actual meeting, and a man who's been around for a long time, very knowledgeable in the racing world, as Eddie. Here we see the bikes all lined up, and there will be a gap on the fourth row of the grid, as we say, just alongside Lewis Smart. We're under starters orders. We're getting ready for a 12-lap race for the Pirelli British Sportbike Championship for 2026. Donington Park is go, and it's a cracking start for Carl Harris. A terrible start for Harley McCabe alongside him. He already goes backwards into the pack and tries to maintain something into Redgate. Zach Shelton and Cam Dawson, second and third, as we all watch them make their way through the first corner for the first time of asking. Alfie Davidson's not had a good start either. From the outside of the front of the grid, he finds himself back in about 7th or 8th as we come through Craner Curves for the first time of asking. You can tell by the little pause in my voice that we're just wanting to get everybody through there, and we do. Unfortunately, we've lost Finn Smart-Whedon as he went through there on the first lap, in fact the actual warm-up lap. But look at this from young Carl Harris, away at the front, a lightning start. Zach Shelton into second place. Cam Dawson, is that Cam Dawson up into third beat? I'll believe it is. Oh, somebody going a little bit wide in the background there. Easily done going in towards McLean's if you just get tripped up by somebody else going in, because there's always a busy track in that area. But Carl Harris, what a lightning start, Charlotte. Just what he needed.
Well, yesterday was really a dummy run of today, so he knew what the strengths were of yesterday, so he's decided today he needs to just get straight out the front and try and get away from the group. Really
good way of looking at it there, actually. He knows what the race was like yesterday. We just saw Aidan Davey do a very strong overtaking towards the S's. Aidan Davey just behind Alfie Davidson as Davidson goes up the inside of young Harrison McKay, lifts Harrison ever so slightly. Harrison was a little bit wide, there was a gap there, and through went Alfie Davidson. He's very strong and confident in 2026, Alfie Davidson, riding for Ian Newton on the Iron Competition Aprilia. Out of the last corner, Rocket Rookies Carl Harris, XMT Triumph of Zach Shelton, 1 and 2 across the line. Harley McCabe managed to kind of salvage something. It was a terrible start, but he's managed to cross the line in third place, just ahead of Cameron Dawson, with Alfie Davidson behind him. But Harley did not get the launch off the line. I think we both saw that from the commentary point. Then behind Alfie Davidson, it's the new boy to the class, the hard-charging Harrison McKay, who steps up from the Talent Cup from 2025, and he has got Aidan Davey on the first of the CF motos, breathing down his neck as he runs very wide on the exit off the old hairpin Aidan Davey. That is one of the monitored areas as well, and that's one of the strikes against him if he keeps doing that. Race Direction will be notifying him he's using too much of the track as we catch up with the leaders again, coming through and up and in towards Coppice. I'm delighted to see this, actually. I'm a Carl Harris fan. He had a really good run at the start of last year in the AGN Steelstock British Super Team Championship, but it kind of drifted away and you could almost see the smile starting to slip. But this is looking good for Carl.
It is difficult when the results aren't showing towards the end of the season to keep a smile on your face, but obviously he's now at the front of this race, so he'll be in a very positive mindset.
And you know all these racers very, very well, as Carl Harris defends from Zach Shelton, who's a bit out of shape on the brakes there, Harley McCabe. But look at Alfie Davidson round the outside of Cam Dawson. That's cheeky, actually, if you don't mind me saying. And Cam Dawson was very nice to Alfie Davidson there, giving him just enough room to remain on the track. But Davidson late on the brakes, up the inside, passes Dawson. And also, Aidan Davey has got past Harrison McKay, but Harrison still hanging in very, very well as he crossed the line. And a bit of a shout out to Brodie Goth as well. Brodie's up there in 8th place, the best we've seen this season from Brodie Goth. As there was a slight pause there as Zach Shelton made a bit of an energetic move towards the inside. Surely he can't pass through the top of Hollywood there. That was always going to be Carl Harris's manoeuvre. But Zach Shelton showing that he's got a bit of a hunger to get towards the sharp end.
Although it is possible to do that move, he wasn't quite far enough forward, and obviously Carl wasn't going to let him through.
Yeah, and they both come to a pinch point, and there was only going to be one outcome there, and that's not something we want to think about as we have a very long look out the commentary box window as they go through McLean's up towards Coppice. A bit of a breakaway. You can see there's almost a gap behind young Harrison McKay. If he can make sure he keeps his claws in to the back of Aidan Davies' number 38 blue and orange CF Moto, if he can do that, it will drag him away from Brodie Goth, Rossi Banham, who we need to mention Rossi Banham. He fell off on the outlap of qualifying, a disaster. He started from the back of the grid. The ride through from the back yesterday was covered by Alan Hyde, and it was a sensational run through the pack from Rossi Banham and from Harrison McCabe. But Rossi in 9th place right now, who had a birthday just before this meeting, as Harley McCabe looks to go up the inside into the Melbourne Loop on Zach Shelton, but doesn't manage. And this is good. This is good for Carl Harris. He hasn't had anybody come past us. We're about to start the 4th lap. He will be loving this underneath that helmet. He's got a nice tribute helmet to his late father, which he's running this year. And, you know, being under the guidance of Ron Haslam is always going to help a young racer.
It is, especially around here, because obviously he knows his way around here for definite. So that's going to be perfect for his advantage.
And the advantage is to the number 9 Rocket Rookies Suzuki as we head down. It's quite easy to tell which bike is which if you're standing trackside. The manufacturers run their basic colours that they're known for. The Suzuki is yellow. We can see the Triumph of Zach Shelton comes through with its number coloured board behind it. I think it's actually, is it black on the Triumph? The purple for the Aprilia as well for Harley McCabe and Alfie Davidson. The CF Moto, well, it runs white with green numbers. As Alfie Davidson, cheeky as you like, tries to go around the outside of Harley McCabe and actually cost himself there. Aidan Davey, how opportunistic was that? Straight through the inside.
I mean, you've always got to try a move, but it looks like he kind of lost out a little bit there, and I think he's just lost out on the position as well.
Yeah, that's not going to go down well on Alfie Davidson. Is Alfie looking a little bit impatient in this race? Does he want to be a little bit further up? What's that coming off a bike? Maybe just a deck arm. We'll let that one go. A sticker as Aidan Davey runs a little bit deep into the Fogarty. He opens the door for Alfie Davidson, and because he compromises exit, here comes twin Cam Dawson on the power slide Suzuki up the inside, but Davey strong on the brakes. A bit of a shout out to his countryman who's not in the race. Lennon Docherty unfortunately blew an engine in qualifying, and I think William, Lennon, Claire and Hannah have maybe legged it back up the road. They've gone early and they may be back in Lochore, but great shame for his countryman Lennon Docherty. But here come the leaders crossing the line. Carl Harris, and this is nice to talk about. I haven't spoke about Carl Harris leading a race at the sharp end for quite some time as Shelton pops out, looks up the inside. As a late manoeuvre from Shelton. Again, look how brave Carl Harris is. Lays the bike across the nose of Zach Shelton's XMT Triumph. Oh, that was a brave... That's big boy stuff from Carl Harris, and considering he's brand new to this class, he is not shy in coming forward, as is Zach Shelton. Alfie Davidson is once again back ahead of Aidan Davey. Cam Dawson has just drifted off the back of the number 38 CF Moto. And then Harrison McKay in a little bit of limbo right now. This is an important part of the race for Harrison McKay as Davidson dives underneath Harley McCabe. Young Harrison's got to be able to maintain that pressure. Behind Harrison McKay, we need to talk about Rossi Banham, Brodie Goth, Lewis Smart, Rhys Stevenson, Asher Durham, who's really shy of track time. Asher dropped a bombshell yesterday and actually told Larry Carter he wasn't well for a couple of months up towards and through Christmas, and he actually said it's touch and go that he's here. So we're delighted Asher is here, and Alfie Davidson's here as well. Makes another great overtake. That's 2 overtakes in the 1 lap. Is that 3? That's 2 strong overtakes. Will he do Carl Harris on the brakes and towards the Melbourne Loop? Yes, he will. He's going to run deep. He must run deep. How did he stop that? It almost looked like Carl Harris was about to nudge the back of him, but also through goes Zach Shelton. Alfie Davidson showing the kind of performance that he has in 2026, Charlotte.
By the looks of it, with all the moves that he's been making, he wants to be up that front end, and he feels like he has the pace, so he's done them moves.
And that's the thing, if you've got that pace, you want to utilise that pace. You can't hold on to that and hope that it comes good at the end of the race, because these British Sport Bike Championship races are very frantic. You cannot wait until the last lap, because you get done by 3 or 4 other people on that last lap if you're trying to be overly clever about it. So you want to try and utilise the pace and see if you can break the will of the other racers, and that's what we're seeing Alfie Davidson do. We saw this from Cadwell Park last year. That's where he really came on song on, at the time, the Sencat Aprilia. He's changed teams over the winter as Carl Harris spins the Rocket Rookie Suzuki through Starkeys. Now, that's something I haven't seen a sport bike do, and I'm pretty sure Scott Smart will be having a look at that, because that was impressive, the power coming out of that bike. But he runs a bit wide through McLean's, and underneath him goes the CF Moto of Aidan Davey, which I'm a huge fan of. The CF Moto, the brand which comes from China. You've probably seen them running in Grand Prix under their CF Moto factory colours. Well, they're being imported into this country. We have them under a lovely kind of bluey purple and a luminous orange is Aidan Davey. Looks pretty racy on the CF Moto as they bounce their way through the Fogarty S's. It's a complete change from a lap ago. Alfie Davidson leads from Aidan Davey and Zach Shelton. Davey has that bike bouncing about on the brakes as he gets to the apex. McCabe was about to take a huge bite out of the side of Carl Harris there, but he decided that wasn't the thing to do. And is that Rossi Banham making his presence felt onto the back of this line, Charlotte?
By the looks of it, this group has just got a little bit bigger.
Yes, it has. A Rossi Banham size bigger. He's on the back of Harrison McKay. I'm very impressed with the rookie Harrison McKay and the rookie Carl Harris. They really are showing their great potential. Would be class Cam Dawson as a rookie? Well, he only done maybe the latter quarter of a season last year, so we possibly could, but he's a young man who has great racing pedigree. This is Rhys Stevenson, who makes his way through Hollywood on 76. The Rocket Stevenson, who has worked his way through the field ahead of 71 Dan Goodman on the Aprilia by the Fibertech Aprilia by MLAV. Dan Goodman, another rookie, showing some great performance and great speed. The fastest lap of the race still sits, well, it actually now sits with Aidan Davey as Ed Best comes into the pit lane. I should have said, where has Ed Best gone? Because he was right on song in qualifying, and Charlie Atkins. A bit of a strange day for SimCities, and I didn't actually manage to find out any information. Larry Carter is down there. Whether Scoop can make his way down to the SimCities guys who are in the pit lane and put a bit of a microphone in front of them, or maybe even ask off-air and update us to what went wrong with SimCities in Saturday. Good qualifying, terrible race for both bikes. As we see Carl Harris fending off Harley McCabe as they go through the Fogarty S's at great speed. Here comes Shelton again. This is very strong up the inside of Aidan Davey. Passes him through on the brakes. Lovely manoeuvre. And all we have to really do is level alongside them. You don't need to physically pass them at that point, Charlotte, but managing to get alongside and not run deep into the corner isn't an easy prospect. Carl Harris a little bit wide through the exit off Goddard's, and that's what you do have to watch. There's a nasty bump there. A lot of riders do tell us about it, and the further away from the apex, the bigger the bump.
That is the worst corner, I have to say, in the UK, because it is really awkward, especially if you are offline.
Don't hold back. Tell me what you really think, you know. Tell me what you really think. Somebody running very deep and wide at turn one. Oh, that's Ed Best. Looks like he's been released from the pit lane, and he is right around the outside edge trying to stay out of everybody's way. But not a good weekend for the SimCities Kawasaki squad, as we see Rossi Banham now sliding past the inside of Harrison McKay at the old hairpin. Rossi on 51 on the GRP Performance Suzuki. He blotted his copybook yesterday when he fell off on the outlap of qualifying. Goddard's the last corner on his first lap round, and it was only, unfortunately, somebody else's bad luck which got him into the race. And we mentioned that earlier on when Lennon Doherty blew an engine. Otherwise, Rossi Banham on his birthday weekend would have been watching this from the sidelines, or maybe even at worst at home. As Shelton now looks towards the inside of Alfie Davidson, but Davidson is strong on the brakes. That Aprilia of Alfie Davidson looks so planted on the brakes on the run in towards the corners, but he'd run a bit wide on the exit curb there. He's under pressure in towards the Melbourne loops. Shelton's up the inside, but Davidson just seems to not care. Lays the bike across the front and lets everybody else deal with it. A robust defence from Alfie Davidson as Shelton alongside on the outside. Shelton takes the lead for XMT Triumph, and Alfie Davidson, Aidan Davey and Carl Harris come together, and Carl Harris almost goes down, saves it on the exit of the corner. The intake of breath from Charlotte Marcuso tells it all, and unfortunately Aidan Davey just a tiny bit of contact with Carl Harris. Then Carl, got to say, Charlotte, a little bit greedy on the gas, but managed to save it.
He was obviously trying to salvage that corner, and he just had a bit too much in his hand.
Ed Best back in the pit lane for the second time. I would like them to retire that bike because he doesn't have the pace to be safe on track as Ed Best rumbles down pit lane. Great shame for him. But yeah, Carl Harris will now be looking at the back of Aidan Davey thinking, all right, that's how it is. But what has happened there is that's effectively exploded the group now. We have got gaps between everybody. Watch the big screens, ladies and gentlemen. Aidan Davey up the inside. Well, you know, I don't know, Charlotte. I'm not race direction. You tell me, you're the racer.
Well, by the looks of it, it was a very close move, and he was very lucky to save that, I have to say. That might be a bit sore once he comes in.
Acrobatic save from Carl Harris, but yeah, they were just leaning on each other going in towards the corner. Sometimes you need to not put your nose in that position. Sometimes you need to not try and lean on the bike that's up the inside of you. So There you go. We'll let Race Direction have a look at that because they're always very on the ball and up to speed. As we come down towards, once again, the Melbourne Loop, we're on lap 9 out of 12 again, up the inside, so Shelton Davidson has the bike all out of shape on the way in there. And that's the first time I've actually seen Alfie Davidson have any sort of out of shape moment on that IN competition of Aprilia. But what we have is Shelton, Davidson and McCabe starting to edge away at the front after that incident with Harris and Davey. Then Cam Dawson, who I have to say this weekend doesn't look like he has the same pace in that Powerslide Suzuki than we saw at Oulton Park.
Yeah, obviously the two tracks being completely different. Oulton is very technical. Here it is still technical, but it's got a lot more fast flowing, so it's all about carrying the speed.
And carrying the speed is what these sport bikes very much are all about. The Pirelli British Sport Bike Championship elevated from a national championship to a British championship in 2026, and Alfie Davidson now looking like he's trying to stretch the pack as they come through the Old Hairpin. A lovely series of flowing bends which suits his style, but he's not pulling away from Zach Shelton. Zach attack right through Schwanzkopf is on the back wheel of Alfie Davidson, who both bikes moving about. Harley McCabe, the newcomer in his second year, his sophomore year, but the newcomer to bigger bikes because he spent so long in the Talent Cup era, which is now Moto 4. But he's doing a fabulous job as he goes back to his original Talent Cup home with the MLAV, the Michael Laverty team. The Fibertech Aprilia squad fielding him a perfect weapon of choice as Shelton comes up the inside, and that was a bit of power there. Good slipstream, using the braking, through he goes, across the curbs, good exit. As we look back, down goes Carl Harris. Carl Harris unfortunately takes somebody else with him as they tip over the bike. Harris up on his feet. Is that, this time, the bike that we were thinking about the last time? We'll come back to that in a second as I get the binoculars out and have a look. Walking away.
Banham.
Yeah, Rossi Banham. Well, oh dear. A little bit of love in the ear there, making sure he's okay. That was just one of these things. Carl went down, unfortunately. There's nothing that Carl could have done to stop Rossi being involved in that. But both young men climbing over the barrier. Let's have a watch of this. Look at the big screen if we can, or actually, no, yeah, look at the big screen. We're going to see a replay of this. Carl Harris on the outside of Cam Dawson just squeezes him there, actually. And what happens? Carl then goes a bit wide, comes through, falls off the curb, and down goes Rossi Banham. There's nothing that could have been done there, unfortunately. Carl was a bit wide, and Charlotte, that's easily done. You just take a bit too much of that curb, too much lean angle. And Rossi Banham sees his whole weekend, which has been a difficult one, go up in smoke.
I mean, he was doing really well, especially to be so far up the front with the gift that he's been given to race. But as you say, that couldn't have been helped.
No, just thankfully he caught the bike and not young Carl Harris. But Carl going through the gravel trap there, he will be back to race another day, that's for sure. Some great high motion pictures for you guys to keep an eye on there as we look and see the actual bikes making their way down towards that area. The marshals just getting a bike away from the side of the track as the riders enter this area of the circuit. Somebody else coming in the pit lane. So good work from the Port West Race Safe marshals there. Fabulous job to get both of those bikes out of the gravel trap. Really good work as Zach Shelton clears that area and goes straight back up the inside of Alfie Davidson. Obviously no overtaking in towards the Fogarty S's. That was one of Shelton's strong points, but he's now just shown Alfie Davidson he's also strong into the Melbourne Loop. And you don't want to always show your hand, especially as we come out of Goddard's, we accelerate towards the control line and start the last lap. You've got to hold something back.
You do, yeah. You learn a lot throughout a race if you're behind someone. So the fact that he's learning where Zach's strong and where he isn't, he's got to pass where he's strong and then be stronger in Zach's points.
So Davidson back to front ahead of Zach Shelton, and it is Harley McCabe. This looks like it could be the podium depending on what happens on this last lap. Never see that in a sport bike race. Then Aidan Davey, Cam Dawson, Dan Goodman up into 6th place. Harrison McCabe will be happy with 7th place. I think he was caught up in what happened round there. He was his progress was kind of halted just that little bit. But Alfie Davidson comes through Schwanzkopf now up into McLean's. He looks nice and controlled here. Zach Shelton knows he has the pace. He knows he's strong on the brakes. And there's 3 overtaking places left. Maybe not into Coppice, you don't want to try that. But definitely Fogarty Aces, Melbourne Loop and Goddard's. Let's see how Davidson gets on the power. Out of Coppice, he looks good, it drives forward. And here comes Shelton, gets himself tucked in. That's a decent gap for Alfie Davidson, but here comes a Triumph, pegging him back as they come down the straight. Harley McCabe pops out one way, but he goes to the wrong side. Shelton doesn't want to go through there. He just needs to get a good run through here, as everybody does, and through they come. Zach Shelton now as they head down towards the Melbourne Loop for the last time of asking. We're going to have a look at the back of the commentary box window. Here comes Shelton up the inside. Davidson makes it back to the apex, but leaves just enough room for Zach Shelton to put his nose along the inside. Now it's a power run up towards Goddard. Shelton tucks in behind Alfie Davidson. He goes up the inside on the brake. Shelton to the inside. Can the Triumph stick as he comes through? Yes, it can. He's on the gas. It's a drag race to the line. Here comes Alfie Davidson. It's Shelton as he crosses the line. Zach Shelton, delighted, stands up and breaks the 100% record that Alfie Davidson has had on this championship. Fabulous stuff towards the end of that race from the XMT Triumph rider. Alfie Davidson, well, he'll still be happy picking up some good points with a second place. Chris, the owner, absolutely delighted of XMT Triumph, and that was vintage Zach Shelton. That's what we've been seeing that coming along the way. We saw it a few times last year as well, and he picks up a very well-deserved race victory from Alfie Davidson, and Harley McCabe rounding out the podium. 4th place Aidan Davey, 5th for Cameron Dawson, 6th for Dan Goodman, 7th for Harrison McKay. Asher Durham up to 8th place is a really strong comeback for Asher. Then Rhys Stevenson and Lewis Smart rounding out the top 10. Cracking race at Charlotte, brilliant towards the end.
Yeah, that was a really good race. I mean, Zach had a taste of the front of the group yesterday, so to not win it, he had to do it today. So that's where I could see he had the web miss.
He had a taste and he wanted more. That's exactly, you hit the nail on the head there. That's exactly what Zach Shelton wanted. Harley McCabe on the podium, delighted with that. This is becoming a bit of a theme for young Harley McCabe.
Yeah, he's showing his talent right at the front, and he's holding on to it, so he's doing really well.
So the top 3 will make their way around, head back into the pit lane. Zach Shelton wins for XMT Triumph. In 2nd place for Iron Competition, we have Alfie Davidson, and Harley McCabe on the Fibertech Aprilia comes home on bike number 79 for 3rd. Charlotte Marcuso, thank you very much once again for joining us in the commentary box. Good luck to Ash Barnes in the Superstock race.
I also just want to say hi to my nan, because she's been watching this.
Oh, well, hi, Nan. Isn't that lovely? Alan Hyde, we get the lovely people in the commentary box. Let's bounce it back to the studio, and we'll come back after the break.
And we also have a huge listenership amongst nans. It's really good to hear.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as the official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. R&G's damage protection and accessories are used by countless riders and racers around the world. Thousands of applications for hundreds of bikes and are trusted by teams across the BSB paddock. R&G's Pro Engine case covers are now included in the FIM Quality Products Programme. Visit the R&G official technical centre in the paddock to get your protection today and find out more at rg-racing.com. So no matter what you ride with R&G, if you slip it or slide it, you'll still be able to pick it up and ride it.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits two wheels can bring.
All the news, all the stars, all British Superbikes. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On 94.3 FM here at Donington Park, and some very happy riders appear after a great race down in Park Ferme with Larry Carter.
Indeed they are, Al. None more so than Zach Shelton, who has done such a cracking job. We're going to go and have a chat to the riders as they make their way towards the TV compound. They finished the celebrations with their various teams, and what we'll do is, as soon as the riders are finished with the TV interviews, we'll grab a quick word with them. But making their way through here is Alfie Davidson. It's his first defeat, effectively, from that point of view. Well, it's the first defeat, Alfie, but boy, you made him work for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with the race. So it's more points on the board. I knew he wanted to win a lot more than I needed, so the points on the board is what I want, so I weren't risking too much, but yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, it's good enough ride as well. I'll tell you what, Zach, you remember that race for a long time, won't you?
Yeah, definitely. It was a really good one, that. Some great battles just then, and yeah, came out on top, so really happy, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a cracking ride as well. There is Harley McCabe. Harley, you're making a bit of a habit of these third places, mate. Could do with a step or two higher on the podium.
Mate, I know I had a few problems with my bike. My front brake's gone again. But team are on it, so hopefully I'll be back stronger next round.
Yeah, well, it's all points, mate. That's all that matters. That's all that matters. That's exactly what it's all about. Well, we're going to make our way up onto the podium around the spiral staircase, make our way up there. It'll take us a minute or two just to get up there, Al. Is there any messages that you want to give us a shout out at this point in time?
We certainly have, Larry. Thank you very much indeed. Sunshine is looking down on Donington Park. If you're listening around the world or watching the live stream, you've got a locked off camera looking down on pit lane, and I can see in the distance, in the outer paddock, a huge crowd that are queuing up for pit lane walkabout, because we're now into inverted commas a lunch break. It's time for pit lane walkabout and the corporate activities, which means we've got BMWs lined up down there on the tarmac here at Donington, and some very expectant guests looking forward to a lap around this legendary circuit at Donington Park. One of the drivers is our very own Duncan Vincent, and he absolutely relishes this opportunity of doing some laps around the Donington Park circuit and giving some of our guests here at Donington a real thrill, as the first of the BMWs heads out towards Redgate, down through Hollywood and the Craner curves down towards the old hairpin. That is going to be quite an experience. Chantel, say hello to my husband Jake, please. We're both here together having a great day. Hi Chantel. Hi Jake. Let's get down to Larry.
Thanks very much. Just got to go ahead for the podium. Let's get them up here then in round 4 of the Pirelli Sport Bike British Championship, and onto the podium for a 4th time this season for Fibertech Aprilia by IMLAV Racing. It's Harley McCabe. And again, a great crowd assembled underneath the podium. Second position, a 4th podium for Iron Competition Aprilia, and the championship leader Alfie Davidson. But with a first victory for XMT Racing Triumph, the race winner, Zach Shelton. Chris will collect the team award on behalf of the XMT award. Yep, onto the podium. And we'll ask one of our representatives from Pirelli, the title sponsor, to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, Harley McCabe, the tall figure of Harley McCabe. 4 times 3rd position. Well, he's certainly consistent, if nothing else, isn't Harley McCabe for the IMLAV Aprilia squad. 2nd position then, the first defeat of the season for the Iron Competition Aprilia of Alfie Davidson. But he continues to lead the championship and taking victory in a special one this, because what a victory it was, the first win of the season for Zach Shelton. An XMT Triumph get their team award as well on behalf of the winning team. So there we go, the Prosecco just about to go with the sport bikes. A win for Zach Shelton ahead of Alfie Davidson and Harley McCabe. As we said, if you want those results, TSL timing, just log on to that website, navigate through the British Superbike Championship onto Donington Park, and that's where all the results, all the qualifying information, lap by lap, lap charts, everything else, individual sector times, some 80 pages per session for you to divulge and comprehend until your heart is content. So that is the first of the British Championship podiums that we've done here. We're going into this short lunchtime recess now. So with that, I can hand you back to Alan Hyde in the studio.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. Great to hear our podiums and our post-race interviews as well. And now we've got 3 bikes appearing down on the start-finish line to join the BMWs for some very, very exciting pillion rides. So all of that to look forward to for our very special guests here at Donington Park. And we're going to take you through the lunch break here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, with a few special guests of our own due to come into the studio. And we've got quite a few guests lined up between now and 10 past 12. That's when the pit walk and the corporate activities come to their conclusion. If you're looking at a live stream on YouTube, you can see the first few people beginning to populate the pit lane, and it's always such a great time of excitement for so many fans at BSB race meetings to meet their favourite riders and maybe pick up an autograph or a selfie, or wish a little bit of encouragement or support for the day, and get an autograph or two as well. So that's the scene down in pit lane. Out on the track, we've got the BMWs and the 3 bikes as well, offering pillion laps around the circuit, and your messages as well on WhatsApp. Now is a really good time to get a shout out on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. On WhatsApp, all we need is your first name and your message to 07482 877 877. That's how you get in touch. It's on WhatsApp, 07482 877 877. We need your first name and your message, and send it off to that number on WhatsApp, or you can email the studio@bsbradio.com, studio@bsbradio.com. Right, a few of your messages. Steph, aka Pinky, a big shout out to all the Orange Army Marshals. First time at Donington Park from our usual home at Brands Hatch. Loving being here for round 2 of the BSB Championship. And a massive shout out to my partner Mickey, who is always by my side since we met in 2019. Love you loads. Thank you very much indeed, Steph. And great to have you here alongside Mickey at Donington Park. Up from Brands Hatch, which will be about 2.5 hours, the drive up to Donington here at East Midlands Airport. So great to have you here. Thanks for making the journey. This one is a picture on WhatsApp as well, a photograph of the sunshine and the cloud. Wow, just took this over Donington. It's called a 22-degree halo. Absolutely amazing. Super picture as well. Thank you very much indeed for sending that in. And that comes from Debs. Thank you, Debs. Thank you very much indeed. Here with Frank, Joe and Eddie. Great to have you here. And this one says, good morning, Al. Steve on the day job in the Caspian Sea, Azerbaijan. To Duncan, Larry and Al, the best commentary team ever to do it. Gutted to be missing yet another round, but will more than make up for the current beer drought being experienced at Knock Hill. Shout out to young Charlie Cunningham and the crew. Good luck to Callum Bay, team 80, and hello to my boys and girls back at Knock Hill Garage Services. A special hello to the Mrs. Tracy at home, who'll be listening in no doubt and reporting back to our Callum's exploits on board our little lady later on today. Little lady being the Honda, for those who may think a little bit differently. See you soon. Cheers, lads. Keep up the brilliant work. Steve, great to have you listening on the job, inverted commas, out at Azerbaijan. And keep listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. It's the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Guests are coming up.
Online, on FM radio, and live streamed on YouTube, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
race weekends, every second counts. And so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Walkabout underway, and also our passenger rides and pillion laps around the Donington Park circuit for some very, very lucky guests here at Donington Park, and that will continue for about a half an hour or thereabouts, and we'll keep you company here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, with some great guests that we've got lined up for this inverted commas lunch break, the first of which is the racing manager at Pirelli. Jason Griffiths joins us. Have you had a pillion lap around Donington Park, Jason?
No, I haven't, Alan, and I don't think I'd be the best passenger, actually, so not something that I'd enjoy too much.
What, not in a car or a bike?
I haven't done it in the car either. That wouldn't be so bad, but yeah, I wouldn't be a good passenger on the bike, I don't think.
I'm pretty much with you on that. But what you do is head up a really quite huge operation for Pirelli on British Superbike race weekends. I'm going to talk to you first of all about the new tyre, because tyre technology never stands still, does it? And Pirelli are at the forefront of international motorsport, not just in British Superbikes, national championships, but also around the world on 4 wheels and 2 wheels as well. It never stands still, does it?
No, it's a process of ongoing development. Obviously, Pirelli's still involved in the World Superbike Championship for this year, and what we use in BSB, and indeed what's sold throughout the markets, is driven by the development from World Superbike at the moment.
And as far as that development is concerned, how does it all work? Are you constantly looking for a compound that goes quicker or more equal across the course of a race?
Well, it's a case of, obviously, when you've got a controlled tyre, it's important that when they're working at World Superbike level, they obviously have access to all of the manufacturers' teams that are present there, and what that does also provide then is the opportunity to test on the same day, on the same circuit, with all the various manufacturers and of course the best riders. So
yes,
that hopefully allows you to get some sort of parity and a tyre that will work well across all manufacturers.
And do the championships say to you, we'd like a tyre that does X, Y or Z over the course of a race?
And not at World Championship level. Obviously they've got a number of options, and obviously they're all looking to win and go as fast as possible.
Yes,
so the development there is constantly to improve performance, but at the same time, obviously, you're looking for durability and any technology that will cross over to road products.
The reason I ask you this question, and you've just said the vital thing, is to cross over into the technology that it's always been the case for motor manufacturers, for bike manufacturers. What you learn on the circuit, it eventually filters down into what we buy on the road.
Yes, it does. So, I mean, from Pirelli's perspective in motorcycle racing, obviously, very big presence in national championships across the world, also in club racing, and of course track days everywhere. So
yes,
there's a huge market in the racing sector, if you like, and then obviously the crossover of the technology allows us to improve products for the road.
Yeah, it's such an important part of racing, isn't it? Somebody told me many years ago when I first started racing and started driving, and he knew what he was talking about because he was a car racer, and he said to me, never skimp on tyres because they're the only thing that are in contact with the road, and that has stayed with me ever since. It is a hugely important part of motoring, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and I guess you could say it's false economy to try and save on that when it's playing such an important part.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the tyre for this year, because as we said, nothing stands still. The SC1 tyre, we were seeing some very quick lap times so far this year.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday obviously Kyle Reid I think was 26.1, which is incredibly fast. You know, I think, I don't know exactly, but a very good World Superbike time is maybe 25.8 with the full electronics. You know,
It's
so
not far off, is it? Goodness me.
Very, very impressive time, but it wasn't only Kyle, obviously. We saw a number of riders. You know, I think Danny Kent's lap was probably the fastest Yamaha BSB lap. Ryan Vickers' Honda lap, the same for a Honda. So, you know, they were really pushing, yeah.
Really, really pushing. And a tyre that, obviously when you change a tyre, the characteristics that they've learnt about a tyre from previous years might not be the same.
No, I mean, as I said to you, obviously the World Superbike Series has led the development, and from our R&D, from our racing R&D side, we knew that in 2025 we made a significant step, and there's been some bigger improvements across the range for this year. It's difficult within the BSV environment. Obviously we have limited testing opportunities, so until we got to the first official test at Alton Park, Donington Park at Easter time.
Yes.
That was the first time to see the tyre properly in action, really. Obviously, previously we'd used the SC0 compound, which is a softer compound. So we're one step harder in the range in terms of compound, but the performance has been very impressive.
And it's interesting as well. I was speaking to one of the riders yesterday, following Alton Park, but before the race here at Donington yesterday, and he was saying that previously, in the second half of the race, he was able to make a capital gain on the second half of the race using the tyre. This year, not so much.
Yeah, I mean, the tyre's very consistent, or it's proved to be that so far. I mean, obviously we learn more each time that it's used. Donington is always quite challenging. The test went very well. It's been quite cold this weekend, or at least there's a cool wind.
Yesterday was really chilly, wasn't it?
Yeah, which, you know, manages the track temperature, obviously, but also the wind chill effect plays a role here. And you can see some tearing. We haven't seen much of that, but yeah, it's a difficult place, Donington. Like I say, very, very impressive one-lap pace in qualifying. Let's see how today goes.
Exciting for us. I mean, hugely exciting for us. It's always quite nerve-wracking for people involved in tyres as well, particularly when a new compound comes out. I know in car racing, I've frequently been down in pit lane with the person that's doing your job essentially, and it can be quite a nervous time, can't it? Just until you, like you say, until you actually see it happening out on track, you don't know exactly what's going to happen.
No, you don't. And, you know, as I say, obviously the development is led by a series that has the full electronics, if you like, and we work to different regulations here.
Yes,
so there is, you know, there's a variation in the crossover, if you like. So until we actually see it in real time, in action, you don't really know how it's going to perform.
Yeah. Can you tell me about the operation that goes on a British Superbike weekend? Because it's constant work for your team, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And I mean, for this year, we're now present in all classes because the Motor 4 series is also on Pirelli.
Yes.
So that's the first time. So now here we will have 3 warehouse trailer units, a service trailer with the awning on it where all the fitting takes place. To cover all the conditions and choices, there's in the region of 4,000 tyres here.
Oh, wow.
About 14 people to run the service,
yes.
As well as myself. So yeah, it's a sizable operation.
Yeah, so your job over the course of the race weekend is to oversee the whole operation, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, the most of what I do, if you like, is the planning beforehand, really, production, and making sure that the tyres are here, that we've got everything that we need. And then during the race weekend, it's to answer any queries, anything that the teams need to know. Same again with the race organisation, really, to handle any queries from the promoter. So yeah, that becomes the role at the weekend.
And Jason, what about you? What about your history? Are you a racing person? Is that where your route has taken you?
Yeah, I did some racing, so I've come from that background, and I first started my involvement working for Pirelli in late 2006. So that was my first season, was the final season of open tyre competition before the sole supplier status was awarded to Pirelli, and I've been around ever since.
It does feel weird looking back to when we used to have tyre wars, inverted commas.
Yeah.
That feels like a very long time ago, doesn't it?
It does, and obviously, as you're aware, across all disciplines, really now it tends to be that the controlled tyre model is what's in play.
Yeah, and it actually works. That's the thing. We had some going back years. We had some very strange situations that would emerge over the course of a race weekend.
Yes, you would do, and obviously when you looked at budgets back then as well, they were very, very different to what they are today.
Yeah. So that's the route. Where did you learn everything on the job? Because no one is sort of trained at university or whatever, are they?
No, it's when I was quite fortunate when I started. We had an R&D technician who'd originally worked at the factory as well. Was present in the UK for a year or two. So from my side, that was a big help to me. Yeah.
And the reason that I asked that it's a hugely complicated world, isn't it, that you live in?
Yes, it is. As I say, we try, obviously within the BSB series, the riders get limited choices. You know, we work with only a small number of solutions. Obviously, we work across a lot of classes, so there's a variation in sizes, and we use treaded tyres in some classes, obviously slick tyres in others. So
yes,
yeah, there's a number of products in use, so there's always variety. Obviously, different tracks bring different challenges as well.
And as racing manager for Pirelli here in the UK, not just strictly involved in British Superbikes, although that's the pinnacle. Presumably, you're involved in track days. Go on.
No, less so from my side. Really,
right.
My main involvement
is
the
Superbikes,
BSB series, and then some involvement or involvement also in the international road races at the Northwest 200
right,
and the TT.
okay.
So we're in that period now, which is a very, very busy period for the service.
It's pretty much one thing after another,
yes,
isn't it? So the logistics of everything must be fairly complicated.
Yeah, a lot of track movements, a lot of tyres moving around at the moment. Yeah,
I should say.
And then we settle maybe into a bit more of a pattern from Knockhill round 3 on, really.
Yes, because you've got a weekend off every now and again. Because at the moment, I mean, it really is. It feels like you wait for the season for a long time, and then bang, 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 weekend after weekend. I can see you nodding away here. Yeah. Have you had a weekend off for a while?
No, I think it's been a bit of a blur recently. But
Yeah.
We've seen some great racing, and obviously it's a fantastic environment to be involved in.
It really is. Jason, thank you very much indeed for coming up and having a chat to us, in particular about the time differential around the Donington Park circuit between a World Superbike and a British Superbike. Goodness me, it's incredible, and fair play to all of the very clever people that work on these things, because wow, what a tyre.
Yeah. No, it was impressive to see that yesterday, and hopefully now we're seeing a bit more temperature today, and hopefully we'll see some fantastic races this afternoon.
Oh, I think that's guaranteed. Jason, thank you very much indeed. That's the racing manager of Pirelli here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. Jason Griffiths here in the studio.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
The 2026 Zin British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zin is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX-10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at Kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
So good of Jason to take a bit of time out from a very busy weekend here at British Superbikes, working for Pirelli as the racing manager, and loads more guests coming up. While we have, if you're looking on the BSB YouTube stream, you can see an incredibly busy pit lane. It's a wide pit lane here at Donington Park, and it needs to be at the moment because there are a huge amount of people that have come to join us to hopefully get the autograph or the photograph of their favourite rider down in the pit lane, or maybe even one of these great giveaways that we've been talking about here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. I know that reigning champion, defending reigning champion, double champion Carl Ride was saying on social media during the week that he had some very special signed T-shirts to give away this weekend, and who knows, one of you may well be a lucky recipient of one of those very special gifts that are being handed out on Pit Lane Walkabout. Right, on to your messages. Hi, it's Nathan. Want to say well done to Harley McCabe, and great ride, in a great ride to Reese the Rocket Stevenson as well. Can't wait to see you smash it at the TT a week on Tuesday. Want to say to my mate Finn, I'm so gutted for you after that little off. I believe you would have smashed it today. Keep your head up, and lots of positives to take from the weekend. Thank you very much indeed to Nathan for writing in on WhatsApp. The number on WhatsApp, if you'd like a shout out on the radio, is 07482 877 877, 07482 877 877. And if you want a shout out on the radio, now is a really good time to do it. From John, shout out to my wonderful family Tina and April. We're having the best time with our MSV season ticket. Come on, Scott and Storm, for today's races. Thank you very much indeed, John, for writing in. And this one from Matt. Can I say I found the conversation about tyres with Jason absolutely fascinating. More of the same, please, from Matt. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, Matt. And if you want to get in touch, just to remind you, you can also email if you've got slightly more to say than a WhatsApp message. You can email us studio@bsbradio.com. And this one says, hey Al, can you shout out my friend AJ, who is listening to the YouTube coverage? This is her first season of following every bike championship she can. Love from her Marshall friend Alex. Thank you very much indeed, Alex. Thanks for emailing in, studio@bsbradio.com, or you can WhatsApp us 07482 877 877, and we'll take all of your messages over the course of today. Could we have a shout out to Cole, Josh and Orla down at Starkey's Corner, please? Thank you very much indeed. Orla, you are more than welcome. And now is the best time to get a shout out on the radio between now and around about 25 minutes time at 12:10, when the pit walk and the corporate activities come to their conclusion, and we begin to get ready for the afternoon's racing, which takes us all the way through from 12:25, which is the main race, the 12-lap race for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup, right the way through to the final race of the afternoon, due to get underway at 5:10, timetable permitting. 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes 11 laps is our final race of the afternoon at 5:10. And of course, in between all of those, not only races for the R&G Moto 4 British Cup and the Pirelli National Superstocks and the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship feature race, but also 2 rounds of the British Superbikes, and we'll have all the action here live on 94.3 FM.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
Race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Duncan Vincent with expert commentary, Larry Scoop Carter on the grid and in the pit lane, and Alan Hyde in the BSB studio. BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
He was a stranger. He walked in looking for danger. When he stares at you, he can chain you down and make you fall in love. Heaven knows it. They made him out of fire and roses with an attitude, but he's sweet enough to put him on your tongue. He can be everything you've ever dreamed. Ooh, Mr. Electric Blue, I wanna dance like you. How did you get so cool? And oh, you got electric soul. You let the good times roll, Mr. Electric Blue. They say that he fell from space or some supernatural place, Mr. Electric Blue. I know I believe in you. He's a man's man, a good, hard-working American, but he ain't the guy you'd wanna fight. He'll make you bite the dirt. And he said, watch the way you talk to me if you want to keep your 2 front teeth. Ooh, Mr. Electric Blue, I wanna dance like you. How did you get so cool? And oh, you got electric soul. You let the good times roll, Mr. Electric Blue. They say that he fell from space, from a supernatural place, Mr. Electric Blue. I believe in you.
94.3 FM here at Donington Park in the sunshine, which is rather nice to enjoy today for race day here. Racing gets back underway at 12:25. It is now 10 to 12, 10 to midday. We'll be back with our commentary team with Larry and Duncan in probably about 20 minutes, 25 minutes or thereabouts, but loads of guests turning up here in the studio in between, including our friend here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, Dean Cluley from Kawasaki. Always smiling, Dean. Maybe you've got more reason to smile this weekend as well.
It might just be trap wind. We don't know.
It could well be. First of all, as we always start this, thank you very much indeed for your support of BSB Radio. It continues once again. It's been going for quite a while, this association, so thank you for that. How many jackets are you wearing today, I have to ask, Dean?
I have one jacket and a slightly different contrasting T-shirt. Yes,
Yes,
we
you
have
do.
a Bimota T-shirt underneath
So
the Kawasaki.
let's explain to people what Bimota is, if they don't know.
So Bimota is the brand people will be familiar with over many, many years of some fantastic exotica. What they've always been very famous for is the chassis, if you like.
Yes.
And creating their own prototype-esque, MotoGP-esque, just
Yeah.
out of this world design. What some may not realise is Kawasaki actually wholly owns the business
Yes.
of Bimota, the company. It was a partnership that started off with all but half and half, where they were going to use some of our H2R engines and in the Tessies. And then COVID happened and a few bits and pieces,
Yes.
and then actually the company was acquired completely from Kawasaki. So that's something that brings a lot of technical confidence to customers when they're now buying a Bimota.
Yes.
It's one of those brands typically in the dark ages, if you like, many, many decades ago, where is the brand stable, is it not? Well, now it is. You've actually got the
Full
perfect...
backup.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you've got the full package of the technical confidence of the engine.
Yes.
And then the absolute world-dreaming design of chassis, etc.
Yes, yeah.
And what we're now seeing is a model range of, at the moment in the UK, 3 motorcycles, or 4 now. We've just announced a enduro bike. And one of those is the KB998, which everybody is seeing and talking about here at Donington Park.
Not surprising we're talking about it because it's going rather well. It went rather well at Alton Park as well.
It did. It's gone so well. First of all, FS3, the team, have done such a great job.
Yeah, big change.
Massive.
Yeah.
Complete change. It,
Yeah.
it is a new brand.
Yes.
That they're having to go to. So there's been a lot of work behind the scenes with Kawasaki UK, working with Kawasaki Europe and then the World Superbike team.
Yes.
The connection between the World Superbike team and FS3 is something we've rarely seen before. Such a deep harmony between the two. Lots of data sharing.
Oh, that's reassuring, isn't
really,
it? Yeah.
really reassuring. And like I said, the data goes both ways.
Yes, yeah.
What some people need to just maybe remind themselves, there's only 4 Bimotas being raced in the world.
Yeah.
2 of them are here today.
And we've got 2 of them.
Exactly. So the data that's being gathered from FS3 is as valuable.
It makes sense for them to be working closely,
Yeah,
doesn't it? But you never
absolutely.
know if it's actually, in reality, going to work that way.
Yeah, I mean, over my years of experience, I've seen many times you get factory support, and quite
Yes.
often the shutters come down. You go
Yeah.
do a joint test, the shutters come down, the
I get
factory's the
that.
factory.
Yeah.
But in this instance, it's also a compliment to FS3, the professionalism.
Yes,
So
yeah.
KRT, which is running Bimota, they've met all of the technicians, all of the staff, and they instantly realise this is a world-class team we're dealing with. So that helps communication stay
Yes,
open.
of course it does, yeah.
Then on top of that, you've got riders that know how to ride a bike.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, they realised we can work with this team. This is like a satellite Wells team
Yeah,
doing
nice.
it on the BSB. So it's been absolutely fantastic. Max has just gelled with that bike so well.
The smile on his face is wider than I've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, some of the early comments and feedback was just amazing, where basically he was saying, I don't know where the limit of this bike is.
Yeah.
I can take advantage of it going into turns so much, and I'm still not there. The other thing I want to shout out is Joe. Joe is doing an exceptional job for a rookie.
Agreed.
And if anything, unfortunately for Joe, it's happening because he's been overshadowed by Max, who's done so well on that bike. But Max is now becoming a veteran, well, not a veteran, but experienced. And I think what Joe's doing is just fantastic. So a massive shout out for Joe. I know he always expects to do more, and when you see the other side of the
Yeah, of
garage,
course. No, I
he
get
will
that,
do.
yeah.
But now the package has been really astounding how well it's been.
The thing is, second weekend here at Donington Park for this 2026 championship, and a very real reality of winning a race yesterday. And in reality, it was the second step of the podium, but not bad. But to be potentially winning a race and certainly leading a race at Alton, leading a race here at Donington, that's got to go beyond your expectations, beyond your dreams at the start of the year, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
So early.
Yeah, it has. We had some realistic expectations with it being new bike, lack of data, etc. Yesterday, I think the value that Max can take from leading 2/3 of a race, he can't put a price on that. And Max is an exceptional talent. And as most all of the riders on the grid are talent, what some of them might lack is some of that experience. You know,
Yes.
how are you going to handle managing a race at the front? So I think what Max got from that is exceptional. He's got to take it. And likewise with Joe, we had an expectation with Joe, and he's beaten that expectation already. Because ultimately, it doesn't matter how much your experience is of a big bike or not. whether it be Superstock, etc. Superbike is a different thing altogether.
Yes, yeah.
With the class you're with. Yeah,
Yep.
you start. So yeah, no, it's done so well, and what they're doing on the track is just exceptionally exciting. How it then promotes onto the road as well with the business side of stuff.
Had a chat to Scott Redding yesterday, and he said many years ago when Max Cook was, I don't know, 7 years old, 8 years old, Scott Redding was giving him advice. He said, wish I hadn't given him the advice now. Way too quick. Really, it's interesting, isn't it? It's a racing family, and you watch these young riders grow. And I think for me, Max first came into my thoughts last year at Thruxton when he had a huge moment at church, and only saw that when he was interviewed afterwards as a positive.
Yeah.
I mean, you and I would have been quaking after that.
Well, we're quaking watching.
Yeah,
So yeah,
we certainly were.
So, but now what the guys are doing is
talent.
really great. What they're doing on track, and like I say, we're all here with the brands trying to push it, with the dealerships and everything
Yes, of
else.
course,
And there's no better marketing we could have been asking for the brand of Bimota than what they're doing here, and also Kawasaki.
Yeah, of course.
The power plant is that ZX10RR engine, and it's showing that it isn't long in the tooth like some were saying and writing it off. So I think it's a testament all round. There's a reason why we were happy to use the engine in World Superbikes on that bike, and where we are here, and it's proven it.
So what happens, Dean, if you win a race today with either of your riders? Does the jacket come off for a little bit to celebrate on the podium?
Yeah, I might just run around the track, keeping the promoter T-shirt on. So no, I'm still black and green as well. So I'll try and mix it through the two.
Top man, Dean. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
As always, thank you very much indeed for joining us here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, and that's an important thing for us. The support from Kawasaki has been a very long association, so thank you very much indeed. Dean Cluley here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
Duncan, Larry and Alan live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Have you had a non-fault motorcycle accident? Don't let it put the brakes on your ride. McCams gets you back on the road with a like-for-like replacement bike. No insurance excess to pay, and you keep your no-claims bonus. And if you've been injured, Bond Turner's expert solicitors will work to secure the compensation you deserve. McCams and Bond Turner, supporting bikers every step of the way. Call 0345 054 1000 today, and we can help you get back onto two wheels.
Want to discover the latest Kawasaki range of machines? The Kawasaki Experience Tour is heading to dealerships across the UK throughout the summer, giving riders the chance to ride the latest 2026 bikes. From A2 friendly machines such as the Versys 650 to new models like the KLE 500, the Z1100 and the Z650S. View the full list of events and book your place at KawasakiExperienceTour.co.uk.
Duncan, Larry and Alan on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Loads of great guests joining us in the studio for this lunch break, and Pit Lane Walkabout still very, very busy if you're looking at our YouTube stream. A very well populated pit walk. Hopefully all of you are getting the opportunity to meet your favourite riders, and you're maybe getting the chance to get some giveaways as well down on the Pit Lane Walkabout. But super to see so many of you there, and our pit camera shows just how busy it is. I think you're just beginning to be cleared from Pit Lane now to get ourselves ready for racing, which happens at 12:25. Our BMW ride of your life driver is back here in the commentary box. Duncan Vincent has been doing some guest drives around the circuit, and I'm delighted to say we are joined by a boss man at Honda Racing UK. Scott Hargreaves joins us. Thank you, Scott. Thank you for taking time. You must have a busy day today, so to take a bit of time out, is that a bit of a pain, or is that actually quite nice to to escape for a minute or two?
It's a nice time at the moment because obviously there's pit walk going on, so sort of all the guys have have a little bit of downtime now. Everything's prepped, ready to go. So no, it's a good time for me to have a chat.
First of all, welcome to the position. It's quite a gig, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a big operation that we have down at Honda. So to step into the role as team manager, it's been a big learning curve for me, really. So
has it? And your history in racing, what leads up to this position?
So 10 years within the team, through all different areas within the team as well, which is quite good. I started as mechanic with Jason, who's also made a return this year, which is quite nice. Mechanic, stepped up to crew chief, and now the big job.
You mentioned Jason, to step away from this championship, it doesn't stand still, does it? It takes a little while to get back into the kind of racing that we have in BSB.
Oh, it's a tough championship, isn't it? There's it's probably one of the hardest, really. It's all the characteristics within BSB is unique. It's niche. The fact that there's no electronics, it's purely the rider and the machine. So it's good.
And we were talking as well to from Pirelli, Jason Griffiths, saying that the start of the year, it feels like you're waiting for the start of the championship year for a long time. But it's flat out, isn't it? Logistics, all of those things at the start of the year.
Yeah, it is, and it's even more so for us because, as you know, we're also competing at roads as well.
Exactly
so
that, yeah.
So we start pre-season and then into round one, straight to the northwest. Back this round here and then straight to the TT. So yeah, it's definitely not stopped. The guys within the team, there's not a weekend spare, so we're working every single day.
How do you work that with your home life? Because it's a lot of time away from home, isn't it?
It is. It's difficult. I'm fortunate in my position that I've got a wife who's very, very understanding. She understands the job and she's good with that aspect. But yeah, it is difficult. It's a long time
and presumably
away.
She's only known you in this kind of role.
Yeah, that's it. She's supporting, so that helps. I think a lot of people will say it's a single man sport, but it's not. It's just it has to be a balance.
You just have to find the right person.
That's right.
That's the key, isn't it? Now, I found out about Duncan Vincent having an egg in the background, which is something that really does surprise me and take me by surprise all the time. It's all gone in one go. Yeah, I don't know how many eggs he brought with him, but goodness me, puts me off. A story that came to my attention just a couple of weeks ago is one of your mechanics that's working for the team. He is new to motorcycle racing, although has been a fan for some time. But he has come from the world of agriculture. So a year ago, he was working on John Deere's, and now he finds himself working just a week ago on John McGuinness's bike. How does that even happen?
Yeah, it's funny, really, because that was exactly the question that he asked me. So I bumped into Stephen at the TT, so near enough a year ago to date, and just this young guy popped his head in the tent and he said, "How do I get into a job like this?" And I tried explaining to him that it's not all it seems. From the outside looking in, you would say, "Oh, it's the dream job," working with bikes and bits and pieces. But as we've touched on earlier, the time and everything that's involved with racing, especially this time, and it's not everybody's cup of tea. But if you are passionate and it's something that if you're passionate about bikes and it's something that you aspire to be, then it's not necessarily a job. That's the balance. You work a lot, but it's a dream, So
if you're doing a job that you love, you don't work a day in your life.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that, isn't it? But a great story as well to come from being a John Deere mechanic to working on race bikes. I think working on Jack Kennedy's bike.
Yes, is Jack's main mechanic. I think nuts and bolts they all turn the same way, and I think if you have that understanding, and for Stephen, for example, he was somebody that had the bikes in his blood. He was doing the bikes as a hobby and doing everything in the background, but his job was with tractors. So it's not to say that you can't transition that into the bikes, and he's taken to it like a duck to water. So
and I think he realised. I think he realised when he did one of those pit stop challenges and realised that he got a pretty decent time on changing a wheel.
Again, it was quite a funny story because we obviously met him at the TT, and it when when he actually started, it turned out that this name that we'd seen on the pit board that had beaten one of our team members at the challenge was, oh, you're that guy. So it was actually quite fitting, really, that he actually he beat us in that challenge. So fair play to him.
How cool is that? Maybe that should form part of the training now. To be on a race team is to work on a John Deere for a year or two, and it sets you up for a very quick time on a pit stop. It's a really cool story. Right, this weekend so far as Honda Racing are concerned.
Yeah, a difficult weekend for us, really. We're still trying to sort of find our feet a little bit with the the changes that we've got this year with the new tyre. So the team's working hard. We're turning every single thing inside out to try and get that feeling and trying to get the riders happy on the superbike. It's coming, we'll get there for sure. But then on the other side of the garage with the Supersport, obviously Dean and Jack are doing an absolutely fantastic job on that CBR 600. So that's good to see. Yeah.
Well, it's good. You need that to sort of push you on and keep the faith, if you like.
Exactly. Yeah. And going back to Stephen, As we saw earlier in the weekend, Jack had a really big crash down in Craner Curves, and the bike got absolutely destroyed. So it was a baptism of fire for Stephen, because this was his first crash that he's had to experience within the team. And
reassemble
the entire bike. They built him a brand new bike overnight, and fair play to Jack. He repaid the team, and
how much of that was overnight?
Yeah, all of it. It was working throughout the night to get that done. So credit to the team.
And then what a way to repay them.
Yeah, and that's part of the game. I think if we can get results from hard times, it makes the result even greater.
Absolutely
so that's good.
Is that why we love this sport?
Exactly.
I think it is. You've got to have the lows to have the highs, haven't you?
Yeah, it makes the highs even better, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just? Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Scott.
No problem at all.
Hopefully you won't be a stranger to us on BSB Radio. See, it wasn't that bad, was it? No, very good. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, and hopefully we'll get to see you again over the course of this year. The team manager of Honda Racing UK, Scott Hargreaves, here on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki.
With all the superbike news and insights, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Ninja 125 and the Z125 have made a welcome return to the Kawasaki lineup for 2026, meaning there's never been a better time to learn to ride. If you're thinking of starting your biking journey this year, Kawasaki Rider Training Services provides professional training every step of the way. With schools located across the UK, visit learntoridewithkawasaki.co.uk to find your nearest venue and start discovering the benefits 2 wheels can bring.
With all the news, views and interviews, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Thanks for your company during the lunch break, pit lane walkabouts and corporate activities. As we say, Duncan Vincent has come back to the commentary box. He'll be getting himself ready for the build-up to our main race for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. That comes up at 12:25, the time here at Donington. As the sun goes in, it just gets a little bit more cloudy now. It's going to be a changeable day. Larry Carter was saying the weather forecast today was for the sun to pop in and out over the course of the day, and only a very very small chance of maybe a light flurry of rain a little bit later on, but as far as the day is concerned, by and large it's going to be a little bit like this, bit of cloud and a bit of sunshine as well, which makes us feel like summer is on its way. Let's keep our fingers crossed about that. 12 laps in prospect at 12:25 for the BMWs, and we'll have all the action with Larry down in pit lane and on the podium, and Duncan up here in the commentary box. Right, this one message comes in on WhatsApp 07482 877 877. Hi, my name is Jake. Can you give a shout out to the What Boys Club here watching these amazing riders? Thank you, Jake. Came in just during the pit lane walkabout. A shout out to J&K from Liverpool, who won tickets through their Carol Nash Insurance. First time visitors to the BSB, enjoying the racing. Thank you very much, and thank you to Carol Nash for being very much involved in this week here at Donington Park, including a really beautiful display down there on the pit lane walkabout. You may well have seen into the Carol Nash garage, and Duncan has been down there. You've been down there? Yeah, thumbs up. Very good. Thank you very much indeed to Duncan Vincent, who's up here in the commentary box and getting himself ready for the BMW race. And can we have a shout out to Keegan to say Giggy is waiting outside Yamaha for you? Thank you very much indeed. We are bringing people together on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. And a shout out to my grandson Joshua Williams, 78, with Dunsey Heat. Enjoy and stay safe. Also his teammates Josh Bannister and Ben Jollies from Nanny Chris. Yes, that's Ben Jolliffe. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Nanny Chris, a friend of the station here on BSB Radio with Kawasaki. Shout out to my BSB buddy Attila, who couldn't be here today. See you at Brands later in the year. I can hear what's going on. And hello, please, could you shout out to Rachel and Jude Gregory and Alfie for bringing me to my first British Superbike meeting. Thank you very much indeed. And that comes from Sophie Gill. Thank you, Sophie. Can I hear Larry down in the pit lane? I think I can.
Yeah, just checking the radio mic out. We've just made our way down onto the grid. Grid interviews might be few and far between today, ladies and gents, because the podium ceremonies and everything take place on the main Grand Prix podium here at Donington Park, and it's detached from the grid by around about 200 metres and a rather arduous spiral staircase. And given that we can only do various interviews at certain points, if we do get down onto the grid for the start of races, it will be a little bit of a bonus, but unfortunately, like at most circuits where we're down here for each and every race, just Donington logistically just means that we might not get down for each and every race, so apologies in advance if we do that. I did see we'd had another message from we are rapidly becoming the can we say the housewife's favourite radio station these days?
But I quite like that. I'm prepared to endorse it.
Our merchandising supplier of Nanny Chris has already been in touch there because apparently there's a load of gifts on its way up to Knockhill. We were promised them for Donington Park, but they didn't materialise, so
because there was a wool shortage, you said yesterday.
A national wool shortage, apparently.
Worldwide, apparently.
Which I wasn't aware of, especially with people whose name is called Chris. But apparently, apart from that, then hopefully the merchandise, the woolly hats and the scarves and the Doctor Who scarves and the tank tops and knitted jumpers and everything else will be arriving at Knockhill at some point in time.
Well, Knockhill are famous for a bobble hat, you know.
Yeah, I did see that you've availed yourself of bobble hats at certain circuits throughout the course of the off-season.
He does that, doesn't he? You know, have you noticed that as well? He had a Croft one on, best bobble hat in the world I've ever had. Hang on, I've heard that before.
Do you know what the deal was with the Croft bobble hat?
It must have been free.
So the bobble hat was indeed free, but I had a deal. If I could sell enough bobble hats to buy new equipment for the commentary box, then I got the gig to install the new kit at Croft.
Commission?
And we did sell enough
from
bobble
Dan
hats
Meal
to buy new headsets, mixer, and something else that I did as well. Oh, an in-ear monitor. Yeah, so we sold a lot of bobble hats.
Well, there you go. I mean, I bet there was a commission in the back. It was all cash as well for you.
Never the innovator, isn't he, Alan Hyde?
Never cash. Only a strict agreement that if we sold enough to pay for the new equipment, we could have it. There you go.
Larry, before we get going and hand down to you on the grid, this next event we're about to see for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup main event. It's the first event of the year with us, but the championship's already tied, Larry. It couldn't be tighter between Nicky Coates and Bobby Very. who both picked up a heat victory each in 12 points on their way to where we are just now.
Absolutely. Well, points are awarded in the heat race, obviously at a much reduced level, but already the riders are starting to make their way down here. So what we'll do, with your permission, Dunk, is I'll see if I can just grab a quick word with one or two of them just prior to the race and just gauge the thoughts. The sun has come out down here. And an interesting fact, although I'm not sure that we will get to speak to him, but a certain James Ellison, yes, that's him, for a rider that's won 15 British Superbike Championship races in his day. He's back on row number 3 of the grid, I think, is James. But he is the only rider in the field that's actually raced in a Grand Prix here at Donington Park. He's not just raced in one, he's raced in 2, in 2005 and 2006. I'll stand corrected on this one, just going back to memory on this one, Dunk, so correct me if I'm wrong on this. I think he was running for the Peter Clifford WCM Championship team at one time, and the name escapes me of the other bike that he rode, which I think might have been in the 250cc class. But irrespective of that, he's raced in Grand Prix actually around here, and here he is in the BMW, James Ellison. Well, Josh Corner is down here. Josh, your number came out of the ball draw there on pole position. You've got to try and maximise that from here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that I do have the pace to go with Nicky and Bobby, to be honest. I haven't shown it yet this weekend, but I know that I can do them lap times. Did it here in October, and one of my strategies at the start of the race to try and create a bit of a three-way battle between us and some distance between the rest of them. And I won't have the pace to pull a gap, but if it comes down to a last lap battle, I fancy my chances.
Yeah, the boys pushing you on in this one. Good luck with that one. Thomas Strudwick is down here. No sign of, I think, Bobby Vary. No, who was it on the front row?
He ran through the pits again, Larry.
Ah, right, okay. Well, Strudders is down here. Thomas Strudwick. Thomas, again, it's a rare outing on the Giovanni Belliosi bag here this weekend, but try and maximise it. You know what? If you end up winning races around here, he's not going to give you the bike back.
Yeah, you know, it's good for him though, because at least he then knows what the bike's capable of when he gets back on it. But I'm just having fun. I'm kind of, you know, it's a bit weird to be at the first weekend as a wild card because I feel like I'm getting involved for the start of the season. But yeah, I just have to remember that I'm here to enjoy it, and I know the guys obviously, you know, they're going to be racing hard. They've got a long year ahead of them, but I'm still going to get stuck in. I still want to be at the front and still enjoy my racing.
Expect nothing other than that from Strudders. The former champion of the class there is Scott Carson down here. I think the 3-minute border's gone, so I think Scotty Carson is the other guy to have a chat with. Well, Scott, see you on the podium maybe?
I want to be, definitely. You know, we've got some pace now, so fingers crossed, you know, we can get up there. That's what I'm definitely aiming for.
Well, you've proved in the past that you have got the pace, so that is indeed the case. Well, we are going to move off of the grid. No sign of the couple of riders, Nicky Coates nor Bobby Vary down here on the front couple of rows of the grid. So hopefully they can get themselves round and settled into position before the grid is cleared. But that's it, Dunk. So to call it, back to you.
No problem, yeah. Thanks, Larry. Bobby Vary is just coming through the last corner, Goddard's. As we speak, all in white this year, Bobby Vary, with the number 88. The Kevin Schwantz throwback replica helmet as well, which was one from Schwantz's very early Pepsi Suzuki era, and probably before that when he was here doing Transatlantic Challenge, as he just makes his way through a very busy grid to park up towards the sharp end, and still some bikes making their way through the back end of the circuit. Now, I was walking through the paddock earlier on, the pits, with the series director Stuart Higgs, and he said, everything going well? I said, certainly from my side. From you? He said, yeah. I said, what about the weather? He goes, maybe something's going to roll in about an hour. So if you look out towards where your car's parked, Larry, you'll see that there is something happening across that side of the country, and we're kind of sandwiched between the middle of it. It's also out towards the back of Hollywood. So let's keep our fingers crossed that we get through the majority of the day, but who knows? The weather is one thing. We try and predict it. We try and listen to the people who want to predict it, but it doesn't always work out like that. Nicky Coates, or 5-star as he's called, has now made his way towards the grid. The nicknames that we give you, most are given by the riders to us, but you know, Fraser Rogers said to me this morning, he goes, Dunk, Hollywood isn't my nickname. I said, oh, what is? He goes, I don't have one. Can you guys give me one? I'm leaving it up to you.
Oh, that's an invitation.
And I thought, well, here we go. We're going to have some fun with this, Larry Carter. So Fraser Rogers in the Superbike class looking for
Can I propose one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go on.
Hollywood, because it's printed in the programme.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what he said. He goes, who gave me this? The team said that. But he's looking for a new one, Larry, I think is what he means. So he'd like something a bit more Reading Powerish, maybe. Who knows? But we'll use Hollywood today, Larry. Definitely, most definitely. And if you haven't got a programme, ladies and gentlemen, please go and grab a souvenir programme. It's like a spotter's guide. Tells you everything you need to know about absolutely every class that we have here today, especially the one on track that's about to go racing this afternoon. We had the last chance qualifying race earlier on. As you will see, the bikes just about getting ready to go for their warm-up installation lap. There was a bit of drama in the previous warm-up lap where we saw, unfortunately, Finn Smart Whedon slip off going through the Craner curves. If you're watching on our YouTube stream, you'll have just seen the bikes disappearing down towards Redgate. And you can probably see those menacing clouds away off in the distance that Larry, Alan and myself were all talking about. But it's Josh Corner, the man from Chasing the Racing, who is on pole position alongside Bobby Very and Thomas Strudwick, with Scotty Carson, who put in a fine display in the heat number 1 alongside Kieran Smith and Nicky Coates. James Ellison, Christian Smith and Jack Tynan make up row number 3, with Kenny McLeod, Andrew Williams and Davy Grace on row 4. Big Rob McNeely is alongside Rhys Coates and Dale Thomas, with behind those guys on the 6th row, sorry, Harley Preble, James Dutton and Aaron Dakin. Now, we know Harley Preble had a bit of an incident in the free practice sessions. The very first session of the year, official session of the year, he went out the pits, he went through Redgate, he had a wobble. He thought, oh, that didn't feel too good. We'll be fine. He went through Hollywood, he turned into Craner curves and down he went. The rear tyre warmer had failed, and unfortunately nobody had noticed that when they sent him out from the paddock. Not a great way to start your 2026 campaign. James Cleary is alongside Luke Foreman and Paul Barker on row number 7, with Harry Gore, James Seath and Alex Pearson on row number 8. Row number 9 is Chris Taylor, Jordan Ashington and Lee Devonport, one of the stars from the last chance qualification race. Simon Bastable likewise is on the 10th row with Liam Vella and Joe Carnell, with Alex Vella, Jordan Bannon and Danny Cartwright on row number 11. Row number 12 sees Jim Lee, Ben Rubicki and Gary Cutts. And row 13, Ryan Arnold, David Luff and Nick Heath. And at the back, the last man on the grid, Leon Wilton on bike number 50. And Leon starts in 40th position on his True Heroes Racing BMW, the man from Amesbury. As we get the bikes making their way back up, already Josh Corner back in his grid slot, and some bikes only just leaving the Melbourne Loop, so he's going to have to sit there for quite some.
Be a while,
he's going to
it?
be sitting there for quite some time, actually, Alan.
Agreed.
Let's stick it on this one. Say hello to everybody in YouTube land. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki. You can see the backdrops behind us. Alan, just behind that backdrop, ready to go. We're just moving an ambulance around the circuit. Looks like it's going to park up. The start's actually delayed here. Now, has something happened on the warm-up lap that I haven't seen, Alan and Larry?
So.
There's one of the comments. I was busy reading a sheet as an ambulance is making its way around the circuit. Start delayed. We've seen that on the screen scoop. The team's come back out onto the track. Yes, somebody has unfortunately gone down there at the Craner curves. Exactly what we were talking about earlier on. And to see the marshals and the medics in that area. So rather than rushing the start, we'll delay the start and we'll get them going again. And unfortunately, that's not the first time we have seen that. We saw that earlier on in the British Sport Bike Championship as well.
It's reasonably chilly this weekend, you know, and getting temperature in tyres and all that kind of thing takes a little while when we've got ambient.
Now, missing from the front row of the grid is Bobby Very. I'd like to point that out, Larry Carter. I can't see him parked anywhere else, so I will put 2 and 2 together after not being able to see what was going on around there. We now get pictures back to our commentary point that I think that may be Bobby Very. And Larry, if that is the case, that's quite big news in the championship scoop.
Yeah, absolutely. I did see 1 or 2 of the medical intervention vehicles leave pit lane on the end of that one lap, which I thought was very unusual. And then we did see the start delayed sign came up, and then you quite rightly reported that was the situation with a rider down there. Now, I'm just heading back up to the grid there, but Bobby Very wasn't there when we did our original grid walk, but you reported that I think he was coming into towards the grid area a little bit later than that. So no information to report down here. Not got any information other than anything you've got on the screen, Dunk.
What it says for me, Larry, at 26 minutes past 1, rider number 11 to the medical centre, it says. Rider number 11 to the medical centre.
Carson,
yeah,
then,
Scotty Carson. So looking at this, there is a hole in the front row of the grid, though. New race distance, Larry, goes from 12 laps down to 9 laps. It's difficult to see if there's a hole anywhere else in the grid. Have we lost Bobby Very, Scotty Carson and Bobby Very on that outlap? Because there's also a gap at the head, I believe, of the second row of the grid, Scoop, and you'll see that just when you poke your nose through the gate. We have got Josh Corner there, then there's a gap, then on the outside of the front row we do have Struthers, Thomas standing next to his bike. The second row of the grid, though, has a gap where Scotty Carson would be, and then we do see Kieran Smith and Nicky Coates, 5-star himself, as everybody now awaits further news of when this restart will take place. But we'll let the services deal with what is happening around the other side of the circuit.
Yeah, well, we did grab a word with Scott Carson there on the podium. I said, do you fancy a podium, Scott? And he said, yeah, it would be really nice to do that. But for whatever reason, so the two riders, I don't have a grid sheet with me, but from memory, it is Bobby Very who was drawn in P2 on the grid, and the missing rider there of number 11, Scott Carson. We said we didn't get a chat to James Ellison about his prowess here. Let's go and see if we can, just whilst we have got this little bit of a delay. It's always unfortunate just to get a little bit of a delay there, but whilst that incident is cleared, James, perhaps chance just to talk like you and I were doing off air a little bit about this isn't your first rodeo here at Donington, and you've had some pretty big ones over the years.
Yeah, we have, mate. It's not my first rodeo at all, but yeah, it's still a race and still loving it, still at the sharp end. So yeah, we're just enjoying riding the HSO MGM BMW. It's just myself and Holly, my girlfriend, that run the team. So it's a small team, but we're still there, mate, and we're still getting the results. So I'm looking forward to this one.
You know, I remember you having wildcards in World Superbikes around here, but we cast our mind back to Grand Prix at Donington. Of course, a lot of people remember you're on the PBM Claiming Rules team's bike, what was effectively the Aprilia, but with the PBM chassis back in the day. But that was at Silverstone, of course. But you have actually raced in Grand Prix around here at Donington.
I have, yeah. We did. Could I just admit something there? CRT, I had no idea what that meant.
Yeah, Claiming Rules teams, that's what it was, yeah. The idea was that anybody could actually buy a chassis, buy an engine off any of the other CRT teams and put it in there. That's the whole idea of it, but nobody ever did.
Yeah. Every day's a school day with you, Larry. Yeah, that was the Aprilia with Birdie. We had a obviously Silverstone, but before that, I was here with the Tech 3 Yamaha and the WCM team, which was, again, another sort of private team. Yeah, I've had some great results here and won at BSB and, you know, raced World Supersport here. Love the place, mate. Absolutely love it. So it's good to be back. Good to be starting the season finally with at Donington Park.
Now, you beat yourself up a little bit. Was it at Assen towards the end of last year? What motivates you to keep going, James? Because, but it was, we were just saying, was it 25 years since you were European champion?
Yeah, mate, just love of the sport and motivation, always got it.
Well, we wish you well. Thanks for that, James. James Ellison, always good. He's been around the block as James. He was one of Brent Gladwin's original riders when he took the European Superstock Championship back in 1999, I think it was. Or was it year 2000? Stan corrected on that one. Either way, it was a quarter of a century ago. And here he is, still racing for in the BMWs. Well, we have got the clearance to go with the 3-minute board, so with that I think we can hand back to you, Dunk.
Thanks, Larry. Yeah, 2 warm-up laps is the board which is making its way down the very full grid here, with some space at the front though. So one of the riders running back towards the grid, which is quite funny. Mechanic holding the bike, rider trying to get through. So maybe they were just having to have a quick, can I say, call of nature? Would that be the right thing to say? I think that's what we'll put it down to. I think that's Jordan. Is it Jordan Bannon, number 81 there? Yes, so bit of a strange one, but there we go.
If you recall, Dunk, there was a rider in pit lane for the repechage race a little bit earlier on, the yellow leathers on.
Jordan Bannon.
So he's having a day and a half of it, isn't he?
Maybe he's got a bit of a weak bladder, actually. I think he was running back from the toilet there, which is understandable. So anyway, we're going to have 2 warm-up laps here, Scoop, and he's just been told by, which is quite nice, at the back of the grid, they're just keeping themselves up to date with everything. That was Alex Vela saying 2 warm-up laps laps to Jordan, who's back on row number 11. It was Jordan Bannon. He's just got Jim Lee directly behind him. 2 warm-up laps illuminated on the board. Scoop, I'm also going to keep you on weather watch because it's getting a little bit darker. And we'll get set to go with a few holes at the front of the grid. We don't have anybody in the middle of the front row or the start of the second row. So, yes, that's taken. Well, that's what it's done for us here, Larry and Alan. That's taken away one of the main championship rivals for Nicky Coates, Bobby Very, who was really looking forward to getting involved in a nice tussle, shall we say, with Nicky Coates, but he's gone, and Scotty Carson, who put a really good show. Now they're all going to go that little bit more cautious through the Craner Curves area of the track, as you can see. And unfortunately, I was reading the grid and that wasn't back on the screen for me for the first lap. I'm kind of glad we didn't see that, actually.
So you don't want me to tell you what I'm feeling down here in pit lane either, Dunk?
A bit of love for me?
It's always love for you, mate. And even some for Heidi as well.
I see spots in the window,
Spots of rain just started to fall down here in pit lane. So
closing in, wasn't
Stuart Higgs was right. It's fairly bright above us, but we've just got this dark cloud above us at present, and it could well be this little bit of precipitation is going to wreak havoc with us for the next few minutes.
Oh dear.
Well, I'm no weatherman, but we're on the trailing edge of that fairly large weather cell. Sounds good, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're in the middle.
We're in the middle of it. We may get small smatterings, but it may also be pushed our way with the breeze that we have here on this lovely weekend in May. The spots are getting bigger, Larry. I'd like to point that out. And the thing is, if you're seeing that in the pit lane and feeling that in the pit lane, guaranteed, as the TV director shows us exactly what's above us, Alan, and it's a lot bigger than it looks.
Yeah, that looks gloomy, doesn't it?
It's big and it's ugly. The rain flag's now illuminated at the Melbourne Loop. They have got another warm-up lap to go. 2 warm-up laps, 2 green flag laps for the BMWs, the Rocket Off F900R Cup. And that's just to put a little bit extra heat in the tyres. Because they were sitting around for quite some time, they will give them an extra lap just to put that heat in. And that's a wise manoeuvre from race control. Just let them go out there and let them get some heat up naturally. Because with that small interlude where they sit on the grid, the tyre warmers come back out, they get wrapped on, but they're not actually then plugged into anything, Larry. It's I'm pretty sure it's a very kind of quick start procedure, but away we go. And it's now getting wetter on the window. And this is the thing that, you know, we sit and watch the races, I sit and call the races. I'm thankful, Larry, that I don't need to make these decisions downstairs in race direction, because this is where it really does matter. This is where you need to have a safe pair of hands guiding the ship. And that's what we have with Stuart Higgs and Claire Neat down there, along with the rest of the team in that office, because they're controlling all the shots and making the calls for what happens. They can't control the weather, but they certainly can control what happens underneath the weather.
They'll be keeping a very close eye on things at present, because all around us we've got blue sky, haven't we? It's just this one black cloud above us, and of course it is getting a little bit heavier down here. The riders will be seeing that on the visors, and currently all races are declared dry unless it's actually declared a wet race. We're going to the intricacies of that.
We've already had a delayed start, Larry. If we have another delayed start, we're going to take another couple of laps of this race. It's going to be down to basically, remember the 5-lap dash for the cash, and then we need to have the race running a certain amount of distance to offer full points is another thing. So there's all sorts of things that they have to think about, and they will do, as Josh Corner leads the pack down in towards the Melbourne Loop as we get set to line everybody up for the restart. Or in fact, it wasn't a restart.
Red
for
lights
the start.
are on.
Yeah, red lights are on. I was thinking that. I was actually stalling my words, Alan, waiting for that to happen. So Larry Carter, you're going to be busier than me. What tyre do you think they're going to go? That's the thing, Larry. It's not wet enough to go wets yet, but it's too wet to run on dries at this point.
Well, I think perhaps again, we can't second guess what's happening up there in race control, but Stuart Higgs, we're right next to East Midlands Airport, aren't we? And the best weather forecasting systems, irrespective of the one that I saw on a couple of news channels this morning, which were totally rubbish. You do get information from air traffic control nearby East Midlands Airport, so they will have the very latest weather information, and perhaps that might just be that, you know, we've just got this squally shower that's coming through, and maybe in the next 10 minutes it'll clear, in which case there's no point in trying to start the race in these damp conditions, and then a bit more rain comes and we've got to red flag it. Bearing in mind that we have a British Superbike Championship race, which is scheduled to go at 1:20, I think it is, and that is governed by TV schedule. So the BMW race, we can't be still running that at 1:30. So what will happen is there'll be a contingency whereby if we can't get this race underway in the next 10 minutes or so, it'll probably go to the back end of the schedule, whereby we do have dispensation here at Donington Park. That rain is now getting a lot heavier. It was just a spot or
Wet
two.
race declared now, Larry. And what they need to do is they need to actually let the weather actually take hold.
Yeah, and it's the rider's choice now. With it being a wet race, this is what we were alluding to earlier. That means that every race is declared dry. So if there is a shower halfway through the race control have the right to red flag it, stopped, and then the rerun is declared wet. If it's declared wet from the start, that means that it will not be stopped, other than in the interests of safety. So the riders now have a decision. What tyres they start on are the tyres that they're going to have to finish the race on. And that could well be that whoever's got the biggest crystal ball out there can decide whether, well, you know, that rain might just come and the track might just get a little bit wetter. But we have now to decide what tyres we're going to go on. Bearing in mind that a lot of them didn't actually bring their wet tyre options down here with them. It was a glorious blue sky, wasn't it, when the BMWs were going on their outlap. But a lot of Jim Lee is one rider that does have his wets down here. You can see Jordan Ashington down there. George, do you have the wet tyre options with you?
We've got to go get them now, so a bit of a rush at the minute.
So you've got to go back to Ronnie to get them.
Pit lane opens 12:45, wet race, 8 laps, 2 warm-up laps, Larry.
Yeah, well, he's got 7 minutes or so to go and get them. But
I'm surprised they haven't all brought them along. They must have been looking up to the sky like everybody else.
Maybe, but when we rocked down here, the last thing I was thinking about was a wet BMW race, Duncan. So the riders, yeah, okay, there's nothing wrong with actually bringing the wet options, but it's not just a case of putting the wet tyres in, is it? They've then got to soften the suspension. They've then got to think about perhaps just altering the power delivery slightly. They've got to perhaps alter the gearing. It's not just a case of sticking the wet tyres in and everything's magically wonderful again. And in a very short period of time, which is 6 minutes and counting now, then the riders, these aren't the seasoned professionals as well.
I have to say, Larry, I was thinking, surely not. This can't be happening right before the start of the BMWs. You know, it was sketchy at that point, and we know the track temperature was pretty low, as we saw that with a couple of guys unfortunately tumbling on the outlap to the grid.
Well, the good news, Dunk, is it stopped raining.
Well, that's good news, Larry. Yeah.
The bad news is that half of these bikes are already changing to wet.
Oh, so Larry Carter, former king of Carnaby, or the last count of Carnaby, what would Larry Carter do? Would he be staying on the dry tyres thinking there's no point changing?
The whole idea of wets is that when there's standing water, isn't there? That's the thing is, with the dry tyres, get a little bit of heat into them. And we remember the tyre from God with Sean Emmett in the wet at Brands Hatch a number of years ago. They do work, do the dry tyres in the wet conditions. They just won't work when there's standing water. So effectively what you've just got to do is just got to be a little bit cautious. A wet tyre will work in the drier conditions. It just won't offer the optimum amount of grip due to the tread pattern on it.
And it will degrade much faster because it's a softer compound which moves around a lot more, and but it will still work to a certain degree.
Yeah, and we don't have the high ambient temperatures, do we, that might destroy a tyre to the point that it just ends up as a slick effectively. It's still pretty cool. The track temperature, I don't know what the track temperature is. Probably
I could maybe tell you that just now. You keep
15
talking.
degrees, something like that.
Are you going to go at 15, do you think?
Perhaps a little bit higher.
14,
14.
I reckon.
You think 14?
That's my guess,
Alan's 15. I'm going to say 12. I get to it just now. The current track temperature is 12. No, it's air's 12.1. Track temperature is 18.8.
So it's a little bit higher than what we expected.
Wow.
So
that was being a bit grim there, wasn't it?
That means that little bit of sunshine that we had earlier has just put sufficient heat into the tarmac and that all aids the drying process. We've got a very stiff breeze which is blowing across Donington Park, and that means now that it's gone from rain to just an odd spit. I think that the tyre option, and Old Scoop's got it gloriously wrong in the past, is it's got to be, if you wanted to be cautious, wet front, dry rear, but if you were thinking about going out there with a race, is dry front, dry rear. Well, that is Jim Lee. Jim, what are you thinking? We were thinking about wets a couple of minutes ago now, but
we're just having a bit of practice changing the wheel.
That's all it was.
Got a clue, mate.
Well, you're from Stockton, you need these sort of things, but you've got to go with the drier option now. It's now stopped, haven't you?
Yeah, because you know that if you go out on the wet tyre, you're going to spank it so fast and it'll be sketchier.
Yeah.
As long as I can get the bit of heat back in there, I hope it'll be all right.
Yeah, you'll be all right, mate. Yeah, you know your way around here, Jim. Yeah, absolutely. I've got every faith in you, mate.
I like that term. That was a good one. That is exactly what you're going to do to the tyre.
Absolutely.
There's not going to be much left of it.
Well, 3 minutes to go before pit lane opens. What will be interesting, Dunk, and sadly it'll be a quick start procedure, so I ain't going to see what tyres are on the grid. But whether your eagle eyesight can just clock one or two riders as they roll down onto the grid slots as to whether anybody has actually taken them. I can't tell down here because I've
got a couple of guys underneath me. I'm struggling to see the numbers. This is Alex Vella, full wet on the back, full wet on the front.
And it's raining again.
Well, there you go. Oh, dear. I'm trying to recognise anybody here, lad. They've got the Astro JJR Hippo team are out speaking with one of the guys, but they've got tyre warmers. A lot of them with tyre warmers on now. You know, it's really, you've got to look at like Nicky Coates. What's Nicky Coates going for here? Because he has just seen one of his championship rivals not start this race. So Nicky's almost got to play it safe. Larry's wet front, dry rear might be the way to go. But remember, they don't run on a complete slick tyre. They do have minimal tread cuts in the dry tyre that they run on.
I'm going to pose that question to Struthers. Struthers, you're one of the most experienced riders out here. What do you do in these conditions? You've got a choice. It's a wet race. Whatever tyres you go with, the ones you've got to finish the race on, are we going to go with the dry option?
To be honest, my wets have only just got here from the paddock, so I don't have time to change them if I wanted to. So, you know, I'm going to go with the dry tyre. To be honest, right now it's still the dry tyre, but if I was here for the championship, I think I'd be a bit more worried.
Yeah, circumstances alter cases, don't they? So, yeah, that was the point I was making a little bit earlier on, just saying that, you know, perhaps by the time they get back to the outer echelons of the paddock and get the wet tyres on, then they ain't going to get time to change them. So this rain, it's stopped and it's now sort of spitting again. There's sufficient to actually make an impact on the actual surface here. But in Strudwick's case, it's a case of fait accompli, isn't it, really? You know, I'm stuck with what I've got. We're not going to have time to change. And that could be a very good thing if he goes on and wins the race and the track dries up, or it could be not so good if he's left languaging about and we get a shower halfway through this race. Because, as we said, it will not be stopped. It will be stopped if conditions become dangerous or not safe to race in, but it won't be stopped if we get another shower halfway through it, because the onus is now on the riders to go out there with the tyres that they think best for the conditions and the ones that they intend to finish the race on. Now, I'm just going to see if there's anybody that sticks out. I'm at the end of pit lane. They're going to be coming past me at a fair old rate of knots.
Right, Larry, you're looking for 97 Josh Corner. You know we spoke with Struthers. We're also looking for Kieran Smith, Nicky Coates. That's the two front rows. But I would also throw into that Christian Smith. Both of the Smith twins. They will be sharp at the quick at the sharp end.
And I think
it's all about tyre choice here.
Yeah, and I think the likes of Ellison, possibly you can throw him into the equation.
Yes, James as well. But I think we may see, if it doesn't start to rain, we may see a few people who have gone for the wet tyre option near the back. We may see them pulling just to try and save those tyres, because this is going to be an interesting one. Oh, an 8-lap race.
Struthers goes. He's got the drives on, as he said. He's the first one out onto track. Is Thomas Strudwick. Now there's going to be a whole plethora of riders. See if we can see anybody else of note going down pit lane. There's there is Ali Preble. Preble's got the wets on. Ali Preble's got the wets on. Jim Lee's leaving. He's got the dries on. That is the 24 of Christian Smith. He's got dries on. There's Christian Smith. He's got Kieran Smith. He's got dries on as well. There's so many bikes. There's Nicky Coates. Nicky Coates looks like he's got the dries on as well. So as the rest of the riders filter past, one or two riders out there with the wet. In fact, there was one of the riders, I didn't quite catch his number there, but with the wet front and dry rear as I was advocating.
The Carter choice.
I think that one would suggest that the vast majority of the field are out there on the dry options. Now, if you get a chance, Dunk, as the riders are rolling down to the line,
I'll use the binoculars and we'll see if we can see them coming up.
So we didn't get to see what we heard. What Strudwick, we heard what Coates is on. I think the Smith twins, they were on the dry option as well. So, yeah. But if you look at it from my view,
Josh Corner's the one we need.
Yeah, he's on pole position, so you might be able to just focus.
Yeah, I will do. I will do. The big question is, Alan Hyde, the Puma would be on dries. What would you put? Is it the Tiguan we've got just now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, wet tyres, I would.
That's because you're looking for a safety blanket.
I know. Can I very quickly just let people know who's down at the Meet the Riders
Yes, please
at the
do.
Zin Zone? Because Harry Truelove from Super Sports is about to be interrogated down there. In fact, right now. And Jack Mahaffey is down there at 2:15. Rhys Irwin at 2:30. And Storm Stacey at 2:45.
I met Jack Mahaffey this morning. I made a point of going to see him after morning warm-up before I had one of my other duties to do. Lovely guy, really lovely guy, intent on finding the correct budget to maintain himself here for the full year. He's got to get results. And I said, well, I thought you'd done the right thing, Alton Park. He says, well, I didn't want to fall off, so when they started to get too fast, too good in the race for me, I thought, let's settle for a top 5. And I thought that was very clever for the young man.
Stuff.
He says the professionalism and the amount of people in this paddock, he says he can't believe what he's come over to. He's the reigning Australian Super Sport champion, but he says, I come over here, these bikes are incredible, the paddock setup is wonderful, and look at the amount of spectators. He says, this is something just a little bit special. Full dries for Josh Corner, Larry. Will definitely dry rear, and I think also a dry on the front as he lines up. Hopefully we'll maybe get a little bit of camera action of Josh Corner, because we've just seen Thomas Strudwick's full dry tyres. There is 24 on our screen, but we want to see 97, who's on the bottom right of your big screen that you can see. There's Josh Corner's front tyre. That means front dry, back dry. Great stuff. Our TV director, Cov, beaming that around the circuit for everybody. I doth my cap to you, Cov. This is a quick start procedure, so
a real mix, isn't it?
Yes. Yes, effectively you get lined up by a mechanic, then ushered off the grid. But you look further down the grid and, you know, you're looking at Harley Preble, as I am, and he's sitting there on full wet tyres on a full dry track. And this is just one of these races that he's going to have to suck it and see. He's got wets around him, dries ahead of him. Oh, this makes it very difficult. Proper mismatch. Rhys Coates just ahead of him is on full dries. Now Harley's gone off like a scalded cat on his warm-up laps because we've got 2 of them. I wonder if that's because he wants to come in and change the tyres again, but he's got a lot on his plate here as we make our way round for, again, another attempt at starting the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. The main event has gone from a 12-lap race to a 9-lap race to a now 8-lap race. But I did also like Thomas Strudwick, Alan. You know, well, I've not got the wets on because they haven't made it along from the paddock in time.
It's a great answer, though.
Yeah, well, he's very honest, you know. He's also on Giovanni Belliosi's bike. Giovanni, get well soon. We hope to see you in the not-too-distant future. He is injured right now. And still, is that a bike in the pit lane, actually, with a bit of work? One of the True Heroes bikes, Larry. That could be, just let me have a look at that. The technical team are down there. Port West technical team are on hand. That could be Chris Duggan. From Gosport, but there's that many people around the bike, and I know you're completely at the other end of the pit lane, Larry, so you're okay on this one. I'll try and ID this one myself as we make our way round. But a great shame they've not managed to get that bike out, but sometimes, you know, things happen. You could cross-thread the back, nut in the spindle. These things do happen. It could be anything, any number of things. But at least our Port West technical team down there with the blue Port West jackets. And we've also got one of our MSVR representatives, I think that's Norman Williamson, who we can see down there in the Alpine Star clothes, to keeping a good close eye on what is actually happening on that machine. They're just trying to put our dry back tyre in, but it's having all sorts of problems. Well, that's not what we like to see, but what we do like to see is brighter skies. The black cloud more or less passed us by, and here we come round for another warm-up lap. We'll let the BMWs go. As they make their way round, we'll remind you of what the grid should have looked like at the sharp end and what the grid actually does look like now, because Josh Corner is on pole position still on his Chasing the Racing backed BMW 2-bike team this year, and he's on dry tyres, full dry, front and rear. Bobby Very was involved in an outlap incident, and he's not taking part in this race. Thomas Strudwick, bike 25 on the front row, full dries for Strudder. Scotty Carson was also involved in that same incident with Bobby Very. We wait to get a bit of an update from how those two guys actually are. And he was in the head of the second row of the grid on bike number 11, the Cryosol bike, with on one side it's red, on the other side it's blue. Alongside him, Kieran Smith on number 24, one half of the Smith twins on the GP Titan Tech by Batham's BMW. Then it's Nicky Coates, 5-star himself on 65, the Newton Abbey rider on the LDC BMW by Firmly Pits Racing. James Ellison lines up behind those guys on the third row of the grid. Safe pair of hands in conditions like this, actually. The man from Kendal on the Team HSO BMW. You know, Ellison's been there, done it, Larry. He's seen in this many, many a time through his career. As we move across, we get Christian Smith, the second of the Smith twins on bike 75. He's from Reading on the SCH Motor Prep by Bathams. And Christian Smith is Jack Tynan, bike number 96 alongside him on the Rocket Rookies bike. So again, the Rocket Rookies team bridging into this, or branching into this. If you remember last year, we saw a little bit of that as well. But they didn't compete the full year. And Larry, I need you to jog my memory who the young rider was at the start of it, a couple of rounds, and then they disappeared. And that'll come back to me during the middle of the race. It will come back to me, a former Talent Cup racer. But here we go.
Calvin Kelly.
Thank you very much, because I was getting Calvin mixed up with James Kelly at one point, because it all got rather confusing. They were sharing they raced under the same number, even though it was different years, in the same class. So here we go. Bikes coming to line up. Thanks for that, Scoop. That is absolutely spot on intel from you down there. And we wait to see who is actually missing from the grid here. Now, there's an empty space alongside. Where's Harley Preble about? Harley Preble, where are you? There's a Dale Thomas. Well, that'll be it. That'll be our True Heroes man who's in the pit lane, unfortunately. Dale Thomas on bike number 93. Yep, I think the DT racing bike down there in the pit lane is missing alongside Reese Coates. So here we go. We're about to have another race start. A couple of bikes missing off the back as well. But let's get this one underway. Finally, the main event for the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. Red lights on. And it's go down towards turn number 1 of Redgate. And it's a good quality start from your pole sitter. And that is Josh Corner as he heads in towards the braking zone for turn number 1. He's got Thomas Strudwick trying to come around the outside, but it looks like he's going to manage to hold Struthers at bay as everybody else starts to wind their way through the intricacies of Donington Park. Harley Preble on the wet tyres, way out wide, sitting up. I think you can expect possible a visitor from Harley Preble in towards the pit lane, Larry. It doesn't look like these guys on the wets are enjoying this at all, and what we have is a dry track. And this moment in time, Josh Corner stretching his legs as they go through Starkeys up towards Swanscurve. We can look out the corner of the commentary box window and see them entering McLean's. But if a gaggle of bikes all in second place, people setting up, people lifting themselves up. And it depends who's on the right tyres. And it shows you that the exit curbs are still pretty dry. As one of our riders was way wide out over an exit curb, but they managed to bring it back on to the black stuff. Look at the lead that Corner has got here. He's got away with this one at the start. And if he can hold this, well, Thomas Strudwick in second place. Then it looks like Kieran Smith. Nicky Coates is involved in this. Kieran Smith has a half look at Thomas Strudwick. Struther says, no, not going to make that happen. They all file through the Fogarty S's. All, well, 38 of the bikes, or 37 the bikes that we have at this point after losing a couple in the warm-up lap. But Josh Corner, this is a breakaway at the front. And if you can break them in the first couple of laps, they have to work very hard to try and get back towards you. Corner needs to get a good pit board as he comes out. This time, Coatsy was sideways on the way in through. On the inside goes James Ellison. So Nicky Coates just running himself a bit deep in towards that last corner. Maybe a little bit of eagerness to get back towards the sharp end. He's bar to bar with Ellison in towards Redgate. Ellison leans across the nose of Nicky Coates. And James Ellison bullies Nicky Coates into submission, which is something I didn't expect to be saying on my bingo card today, but he's managed to do that as they make their way through Hollywood. Kieran Smith on the 24 bike as he comes through Crater Curves, and I just get a little bit tense every time they come through there. I do apologise for the long hanging note at that point, but they've all made their way through Crater Curves, and they head now up through into the next part of a lap, which is Starkeys and Swanscurve. From here, they've got to get through McLean's, and Nicky Coates all over the back of James Ellison at this point, but unable to make any manoeuvre because Ellison has good pace underneath him as Coates goes through on the inside in towards Coppice, through on the inside. Beautiful, beautiful move from Nicky Coates, and that's exactly what we expected to see from that man. Going by the nickname of 5-star this year, 5-star review, 5-star rating. Nicky Coates on the brakes in towards the Fogarty S's. He has work to do. Ellison losing another place to Christian Smith this time on the way through. Christian Smith, second of the Smith twins on the SCH Motor Prep by Bathams, makes a lovely move. And Thomas Strudwick under big pressure from Kieran Smith. And through goes Kieran. The GP Titan Tech by Bathams bike good on the brakes on the way in there, managed to stop that and get away. And that's Rob McNeely looking very good. McNeely is usually a top 10 man. He's in 8th place as we come through to start lap number 3. Corner looking across, getting a nice good look at that pit board. You could see that from Josh Corner. Well, the others behind them battle away. Bar to bar, Kieran Smith on the outside of Strudders. Thomas goes through and takes that position back. Nicky Coates getting a little impatient. You can see there's a 1.7 second lead gap for chasing the race and Supremo Josh Corner at the sharp end, pulling away in the main event here at the Rockeroff BMW F900R Cup race. Here comes Coatesy up the inside of Kieran Smith. No, he doesn't. He half tried, but he didn't fully commit. He didn't do a Scott Renning there. He was a little bit worried about running too hot and too wide. We see a lot of people passing into the old hairpin, but they can't then stop and close the bike through the apex of the corner. And Coatsy was very much aware of that. And he tried to not let that happen as Strudwick goes out over the red and white curb onto the green. And that will be 1 strike against his name, and that will be noted by race direction. We'll mark that on our own lap sheet for Thomas Strudwick in the commentary point here as we look and see again a couple of retirements. Harley Preble, unfortunately we expected that, Larry. Harley Preble has retired, and so has Ryan Arnold on the Newton MOT Racing BMW. Coatsy now up into 2nd place. He's had to work hard for this, and he now goes into that 2nd place. Let's see what he's got underneath the tank of that bike. But Kieran Smith is not going to let him have this easy. Coatsy needs to be deep on the brakes, and he is. He manages to keep at bay the hard-charging Kieran Smith. But Kieran, well, he was showing his intent here. He was very much trying his best to have a go at Nicky Coates in the brakes. Nicky has been the fastest man here this weekend, but as we come out of the last corner, Josh Corner actually, there you go, good link in there, crosses the line, the gap 1.8 seconds. This is a big lap for Nicky Coates. He needs to put a bit of a dent into the time advantage that Josh Corner has built up. Fastest lap of the race, 1:37.6 for Nicky Coates last time round. Corner was a 1:37.8. So the lap time's only separated by 0.2 of a second, but 0.2 of a second over lap does work out as a fair amount of time as they come through the crane of curves into the old hairpin. Look at the gap. If you're down in that area of the track, you can see that Nicky Coates has put in towards Kieran Smith. Here comes Christian Smith, now under Thomas Strudwick. Strudders maybe lacking a little bit of track time on that bike. Just getting himself back up to speed on the number 25, but 75, Christian Smith right hot on his rear. Pirelli as they make good lines through McLean's. James Ellison chasing on, and behind James Ellison we have got Jack Tynan, then Rob McNeely, Andrew Williams, Davy Grace rounding out the top 10. Rhys Coates in 11th place, Aaron Dakin just behind he in 12th place, and then we've got James Dutton in 13th. Jordan Bannon, well, we saw him starting quite far down the field. He's up to 14th place now as they come rumbling through the Fogarty S's and make their way down towards the Melbourne Loop. The gap at the front, well, it does look like it's actually coming down visibly. Nicky Coates will be liking this as through on the inside of Thomas Strudwick goes Kieran Smith. He has looked pretty good into there in the brakes. And you can see how early they come into that corner. They have to grab a gear when the bike's still on pretty much full lean. So that's not going to be an easy thing to do. It kind of upsets the bike a little bit as they cross the line. 1.8 seconds was the gap last time. As they cross the line this time, first to second, 0.6 of a second. Nicky Coates sets the fastest lap of the race, 1:36.7. And Josh Corner with a 1:37.8. The question is, as we move into lap 5 out of 8, catching's one thing, passing is another. And can Corner raise his pace when Nicky Coates passes? Larry Carter knows all about that, the experiences he's had around this Donington Park. Sometimes you need to ride just that little bit outside your comfort zone in order to generate and do the lap times as they're now making their way through Starkeys up towards Swank's Curve. The two Smith twins battling away while Thomas Strudwick gets himself ahead of Kieran Smith. And Kieran has a bit of a wobble on the brakes going in there. The bike tries to swap ends, but he manages to hold that, and they don't run out wide over the curb as we saw happening earlier on. Again, Nicky Coates on a charge here. He's put a fastest first sector of anybody, but Josh Corner responds with a personal best in sector 2. Nicky Coates has had a nice long look over his shoulder. He now knows that it's a two-bike battle for the top step on the podium here. He's also fully aware that Josh Corner will be wanting this so badly, especially with the chasing the racing history that we have at Donington. He will lay everything on the line as Coatsy tries to come up the inside corner, tries to cut that one off, and he does. Runs a little bit deep through the heart, but gets back to a nice late second apex on the Melbourne Loop. Up towards Goddard's, both tucked in behind the very small bubble. Here comes Coatsy up the inside. Again, it's like he's just measuring up Josh Corner to see what he's got. Out of the last corner, they come across the line. We look back to see Kieran Smith, Thomas Strudwick, Christian Smith and James Ellison. Behind that, we have got Jack Tynan on his own. Then, speaking of on his own, we have got Rob McNeely. Is there a change for the lead going in towards Redgate? Yes. Through on the inside goes 5-star Nicky Coates. Lovely stuff. Okay, Josh Corner. Let's see what you have. Let's see if you can stay with Nicky Coates through the first half of this lap. He's on the back wheel of Nicky Coates as they go in and through the Craner Curves. Coates looks a little bit quicker through the heart of the Craner Curves and on the change of direction through the old hairpin. But Josh Corner biting that incredibly small BMW screen as we have somebody riding down the grass on the main straight. Is that Jim Lee in the green leathers? I think it could possibly be as he rejoins and gets back on track. Looks like Jim Lee. So a bit of a mistake leaving Goddard's for Jim. He gets back on by the time they get to Redgate. And Josh Corner has managed to stay very close towards the back of Nicky Coates. Nicky's maybe put a tenth and a half between these guys. But he hasn't pulled the pin and pulled away like I was actually expecting him to do. Corner really digging deep, trying to summon up a lot of his experience that he's got from other categories he has raced in to stay with Nicky Coates. And that's a good battle for first in. There's a great battle for the last step on the podium. It's a 3-bike battle. It's about to be a 4-bike battle when we get James Ellison involved. Up the inside of Thomas Strudwick, position swap there. Christian Smith from 5th up to 4th. The Smith twins working together again today. We saw this yesterday where Christian towed Kieran round to a front row start or a top 3 position in qualifying. Now, just in the latter part of the lap, that's where Nicky Coates is seriously strong. He's pulled away 0.8 of a second in one lap over Josh Corner, and that was basically done through the Fogarty S's, the Melbourne Loop and Goddard's, because up until that point, I have to say, they were very, very close all the way through the first long part of the flowing lap. But the big stops, the high-speed change of direction through the Fogarty S's, that really was where Nicky Coates managed to pull a little bit of an advantage. This is now a 4-bike battle we have for the last step on the podium. The two Smith twins on their Batham's-backed bike. First of all, we have Kieran Smith with the white helmet on, crash helmet. No stickers, no paint job for Kieran Smith, just the GP Titan Tech by Batham's bike. Holding back his taller brother, Christian Smith, who is on the SCH Moto Prep bike, backed again by Batham's. Then it's Thomas Strudwick, Strudders, who we know very well in the GB Racing, the man from Littlehampton on bike 25. And there's James Ellison. James just sitting there, minding his own business, keeping an eye on it with Team HSO, the Kendall rider who, as Larry Carter rightfully said in the build-up, been there, seen that, and done it. Been there, seen there, done it. He's been there for so many years, James Ellison. 18 British Superbike race wins, I think Larry Carter called, if I'm not mistaken. He will correct me on that if I've got that a little bit wrong.
15.
50. Well, I gave him an extra couple. That's not bad, Larry. You know, he deserves that. You round everything up the older you get, don't you? I think. In towards Goddard's Nicky Coates, chased by Josh Corner. Let's hope they get back into my view. Through they come. Here comes Coatesy. Here comes Josh Corner. Well, Josh Corner put up a spirited attack as we go from lap 7 on to the last lap of the race. He did defend well, Josh Corner, and he gave it absolutely everything. And that's exactly what we would expect. But Nicky Coates just that little bit too strong today. And he's put another fastest lap of a 1:36.570. Kel Wright does hold a lap record of a 35.8. He did that at the World Superbike round quite some, in fact it was last year, when he and Storm Stacey entered and had a right good old giggle, going extremely fast as well. Storm was doing wheelies and on the horn. Kyle just wanted to destroy the field, and that's exactly what happened. But this battle for the last step on the podium is Christian Smith ahead of his brother Kieran Smith. The white helmet lurks with intent behind his brother, trying to get that last step on the podium, and there's going to be a drafting race down towards the Fogarty S's with these two Smith twins. Nicky Coates goes into that area, followed by Josh Corner. They got 1.4 seconds. Then this battle, side by side, the two Smith twins. Kieran goes round the outside of his brother. Christian gives him no room whatsoever, but Kieran just needs to get a good run through here, and then in towards the Melbourne Loop. He has looked very strong, and also in towards Goddard's. Big bit of a defensive manoeuvre from Christian Smith. He doesn't need to do that because Kieran's not close enough, but he doesn't know as they make their way out of the Melbourne Loop, up in towards Goddard's. It is Nicky Coates with a 5-star performance in towards the last corner, back through the gears on his LDC BMW, out of the last corner for Nicky Coates, looks over his shoulder, fabulous race win, second for Josh Corner, third for Christian Smith, fourth for Kieran Smith, Thomas Strudwick across the line to round out the top 5, and James Ellison home in 6th place. We wait for Jack Tynan to come across the line in 7th, and Rob McNeely gets a very good top 10, finishing in 8th place, just ahead of Andrew Williams. And rounding out the top 10, we have Rhys Coates in that 8-lap main event for the BMWs, the Rocket Off BMW F900R Cup. And if you're thinking, well, I've just tuned in, it's a little late, why only 8 laps? It was a 12-lap race. Then on the warm-up lap, we had a slight incident. We cleaned that up, we got going again after the race was shortened, and then the heavens opened, as Larry Carter announced to us. So there was a brief moment of tyre changing madness. Some people got it right, some people got it very, very wrong indeed. But Nicky Coates, he hit the nail absolutely on the head. As the last runners and riders make their way through, Luke Foreman crosses the line ahead of Ben Rubicki and Jim Lee after that rather big grass tracky moment he had on the main straight. But old Pupper Coates, 5-star himself, takes the first main event victory of 2026, and he will be happy with that one as he heads back round towards the pit lane area. Before we hand back down to Larry Carter for our winner enclosure with the top 3, Coates, Corner and Smith, let's hand back to Alan Hyde in the studio for a quick commercial break.
This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship. Live on FM radio, online at BritishSuperbike.com, and streamed live on YouTube with TSL live timing.
R&G, the world leader in damage protection products for motorcycles, is back as an official sponsor to the British Superbike Championship for the 12th year. Alongside offering a full suite of R&G products, R&G's official technical centre is the one-stop shop for essential race products such as Easy Grip, Renthal sprockets, DID chains, Motul fluids, Alpine Stars protection, and so much more. Located in the paddock at every round, visit the R&G Technical Centre today for the latest essentials at the best prices.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Live online at BritishSuperbike.com, on FM radio and live stream with TSL live timing on YouTube. This is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
94.3 FM here at Donington Park. May take you a little while to get the podium riders down there in Park Ferme, Larry Carter, because we've been treated to some burnouts around the circuit.
Well, that might be the case that people are just grateful to survive that with the weather conditions, weren't they? But the top 3 are in the Parc Fermé area. We have been told that we need to rattle the podium off pretty quickly down here. And I'm pleased to say that Jack Tynan is the recipient of the Rider of the Day award. He's got himself a cheque for 200 quid, courtesy of the sponsors K-Tech for that one. So he will be 200 quid better off for that one. It's all right, it's worth having, isn't it, Jack? Yeah, 200 quid, mate. Yeah, he's happy enough with that one. But there is Kieran Smith gets a kiss off the girlfriend, Macy Preble. That's the daughter of certain Evil Knievel, who was out there on the wrong tyres. And Nicky Coates and Josh Corner just having a quick chat, post-race chat to them. whether or not we can just move in and grab a very quick word with Nicky, because he had to come from the back. Well done, Jack. Congratulations. 200 quid better off, mate.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, a bit of spending money.
Yeah, it's all right, mate. I'm on commission, mate. I'll 10%. That one, we are going to go up and do the podium. There is Dickie Coates. Oh, you had to bide your time for that one, Nick, didn't you?
Yeah, I think there was a lot of drama at the start there with the rain and Bobby Very and Scott Carson going down. Hope they're both okay. So yeah, no, I was kind of just cautious to try and stay out of trouble, I suppose. And then I knew I had pace. I seen Josh getting away at the start, and there was still 3 people between us, and I thought I need to start making a move now. So I was lucky I could get by them both in one go and pull Josh in within a lap or so. So no, I'm happy with that performance, and I would say that's 5-star for Duncan, is it?
Yeah, 5-star, 5-star. But championship leader going into the next round as well. Right, we're going to make our way up to the podium. If we can grab a word with any of the other 2 riders, then we will do. But bearing in mind that we have lost a little bit of time and we are moving things on at a pace, we're going to get Christian Smith up there. He's just been congratulated by his brother, squeeze it out, guys, and Josh Corner as well. And of course, Josh, the poignant memories of a certain Chrissy Rouse here at Donington Park, and very much the legacy of Chrissy is the Chasing the Racing podcast, which is so splendidly represented by Josh Corner these days. And he'll be disappointed with not winning that one, but he'll be happy with that, as will Christian Smith. Onto the podium for the first weekend of the Rocket Off BMWs. They have got it all to do again when we go to Knock Hill in 5 weeks' time. First time that the BMWs will be at Knock Hill. What fun is that going to be? When we get the BMWs around there with the last chance qualifiers and everything else. It's going to be a wonderful race there. Well, the grid are already starting to assemble for the first of the British Superbike Championship races. So we'll rattle this podium off as quickly as we can and then see if we can just get down there to have a chat with 1 or 2 of the riders ahead of that first British Championship race. So let's get them out here then in reverse order as normal, and taking 3rd position for SCH Motorbike by Bathams, Christian Smith. Well done, Christian, onto the podium. 2nd position for Chasing the Racing BMW, Josh Corner, as Josh gets the 2nd position. And taking the first win of the season for LDC BMW by Frimley Pits, the race winner, Nicky Coates. And we'll ask Richard Hutchins to make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider. I can never remember whether he's the elder of the 2 twins by a couple of minutes or the younger. We'll have to remember that one. Josh Corner then, the Geordie for Chasing the Racing, gets that 2nd position. And then the rider out of County Antrim across there in Northern Ireland, part of a very, very famous racing family. Nicky Coates it is that gets the victory for the LDC BMW by Frimley Pits Racing. Thanks to Richard Hutchins for making that podium presentation. And that concludes the podium for the Rocket Off BMWs. With that, back to the studio.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry Carter, and he'll be going pretty quickly down the stairs to an already populated grid with team personnel and guests as well in the build-up to the first race today, 2nd one of the weekend for the British Superbikes in association with Pirelli, and it's a 12-lap sprint race that we're about to enjoy here at Donington Park. Maybe this is a good time to just go through the grid with Duncan Vincent up here in the commentary box and try and give Larry as much time to get down to the grid and hear from the riders as we possibly can.
I think that's a fab idea, actually. We'll get the grid done, and then we have the Day of Reckoning music for the outro, or the intro, sorry. And Larry can do his grid before that. Scott Redding is on pole for the Hagar PBM Racing Team, alongside Kyle Reid and Max Cook, who was sensational yesterday, as the top 3 were. Max Cook, well, if yesterday had been the sprint race, he would have picked up his first BSB race win. If, buts and maybes, that's what we look at, but he was very, very strong yesterday. Bradley Ray salvages a 2nd row start. He's a little bit off colour, a little bit off pace. I don't mean unwell, just the bike doesn't have the pace. He was a triple winner this time last year at this event. Leon Haslam alongside Christian Idden on row 2 as well. Danny Kent, Roddy Skinner, teammates together on row 3 with Glenn Irwin. Row 4, Storm Stacey with the top hat and the fast Ducati. The Bathams AGN Ducati going very well, alongside Andrew Irwin on the MET Phonacab Ducati and Josh Brooks on the Dow Honda. Row 5, Lee Jackson, Fraser Rogers. a.k.a. Hollywood, for this weekend, and Joe Talbot on row number 5, with Jason O'Halloran, Ryan Vickers, and All Honda UK row 6. That's not where they want to be. They don't want to be that deep in the field. And Charlie Nesbitt. Rhys Irwin, Luke Hedger, and Ely McCalchick are row number 7, with Eugene McManus, Richard Kerr, and Peter Hickman rounding out the 24 starters that we have here. As we look down the pit lane, Larry Carter will be making his way in towards the grid, if I'm not too much mistaken.
We've truly got Carter cam down in pit lane, because it's following Larry down the pit lane up towards the hole in the wall.
That'll be fabulous to get a bit of Carter cam. That's what we like. live Laura, and Larry Carter cam.
It could be a bit of a tongue twister, that one.
It is a tongue twister, actually.
Yeah. Well, we have made our way down here on to the grid, a very heavily populated grid as ever, with the various VIP guests and dignitaries and sponsors and everybody else that are down here, not to mention the important team members who will be making the last minute preparations to the riders. Again, significantly, Leon Haslam, first rider back, alongside the number 30 of the AGN Steelstock B motor of Max Cook. Max, who ran a wonderful race yesterday, and he was unlucky just to fade off a little bit towards the end of the race, but having a chat with his crew chief Ian Prestwood, and we'll go and see if we can just grab a quick word with Max as we try and leapfrog the various TV people around here who are doing their TV interviews as well.
I understand, Larry, you've also got 4-time British touring car champion Ash Sutton down there on the grid as well.
Keep an eye out for Ash then, who's had a reasonable start to the season, hasn't he, in the four-wheeled world?
Oh, yes.
Well, well, Max, you know all about leading races here at Donington Park. You got the podium yesterday. Only one place to go now, and that's the top step.
Yeah, obviously I really hope for it, and yeah, our pace is so good. I just need to keep it up, really. Obviously the rain kind of scuppered me a little bit yesterday, but yeah, I kind of know where to improve, and you know, learn from my mistake yesterday, but yeah, things are looking quite good.
Okay, thanks, Max. Well, conditions are perfectly dry here. We've got blue sky up above us for now. Let's just hope it stays. But one rider that will be putting on a performance, and we know that the Jacksdale Massive are here on force. He's got over 200 guests here this weekend. No pressure then, Kyle, is there, to do any good here?
I try not to think about it, but up the ride, baby.
Well, yesterday it was a podium again. You said to me afterwards that you just want to make sure you get the safe points at this point in time, and that's what it's all about again today.
Yeah, I've got a better bike today, I think, than yesterday. I was quite tired yesterday. The bike was not easy to ride, but I just did my laps, kept consistent, and I had a little sniff of winning the race. Yeah, probably not the bravest out of the three that was at the front when the rain come down, but was happy to see that race done, get to bed and start again today.
Right on. Thanks, Kyle, for that one. Well, the rider that sits down here on pole position and about to receive his Mulligar to watch is that of Scott Redding. Remember, he won a Grand Prix race around here some 18 years ago when he became the youngest ever Grand Prix winner back in 2008. And he's got the Stetson on. That's what we like. Well, Scott, here we are again, Donington Park, probably your favourite track. Weather conditions hopefully have improved a little bit for this one. The sprint race, though, is this going to suit you a little bit better?
Honest opinion, no. But it is what it is, and that's what we go racing for. I need a bit of warming up to get into it. But it's a sprint race, so let's just see what we can do. I feel good with the bike. Obviously a bit of confidence from yesterday, so yeah, let's get stuck in.
Looking forward to it, cowboy.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm right on cue. There we go. I've trained him well, haven't I? I've trained him well. Well, Brad Ray is a rider that you said is a little bit out of sorts. I'm not too sure that you never ever lose confidence on manager Shane Byrne down here. Well, Brad, this isn't the Brad Ray that we're used to. Can you surely do something for us this one and challenge for a podium?
I hope so, mate. Made a good change this morning. Not sure if it's enough to sort of stay with these boys all the way to the end, but hopefully it's a step forward in the right direction and we can try and get off the line, get a good start and try and get in the mix for as long as possible.
All right, Brad, thanks very much. Well, a rider that won all three races last year at this corresponding meeting, led the championship, but unfortunately didn't end up as champion. Well, there we've got one there, Zach Corduroy with the team down here. Leon Haslam down here. Leon, it's all about dialing the setting. See Steve still working on the laptop there. But this shorter race, 12 laps, will this be play more into your hands?
Yeah, hopefully we'll have to wait and see. We've
we've got some real good data from yesterday. We're trying some different things for this one. Felt good on the warm-up lap, so I'll tell you in 12 laps time.
Bring it on. Love to see you up there on the podium if that's possible. There's James Whittam just having a chat with Christian Hidden. We'll come back to him on that one. Danny Kent was, this was a little bit more like it, Danny Kent. Where did Danny finish yesterday? Ended up in 9th position. Well, as we talked on the grid there yesterday, Danny, this is a little bit more like it, isn't it? He didn't quite get the result that he wanted, but it's nice to be back up and running with a leading bunch.
Yeah, it's a much stronger weekend than Alton for sure. Obviously not where we want to be. First few laps were quite good, but then we came into some engine braking problems as the tyre got older. So yeah, hopefully today get a good start and try and hang in for as long as possible.
Good luck, Dan. Thanks. It's nice to see him with a smile back on his face as well, because boy, was he in the doldrums at Alton Park. There is James Whittam just finishing off with his good mate and instructor on the James Whittam track days. That's Christian Hidden. Well, Christian, it's nice to see all you riders that were in the doldrums a little bit at Alton Park. You got smiles back on your face. Oh, you're in that bunch. You could have had a P4 yesterday, Christian, but it was, where did you end up? P5? But this is a little bit more like it.
Yeah, definitely. We've got a good motorbike underneath me now. Alton was really tough, and actually the results were half decent considering how tough it was. It's a bit strange coming here because I felt really good on the bike, but the positions in practice, qualifying, all that didn't really seem to change. But I think it's a little bit of a process. I was sort of forcing it to fit a lot at Alton, and here I've been able to think my way around the track a little bit more, which is nice because just the bike's behaving much better. So the team have done a fantastic job of doing that. We're still learning a lot. I'm learning a lot, and but yeah, it was still nice to be in that sort of Yamaha battle in that second group. It was good fun.
Well done. Thanks, Christian, and hopefully he'll be up there again in this particular race. Well, I've got to go down. We had a chat with Danny Kent. Here is Rory Skinner, and that was a fair old scrap yesterday, Rory, to end up in P6, but it's a little bit more like it. I know Alton Park's never your favourite track, but this is a little bit more like it here at Donington Park, a track that you've had podiums at last year.
Yeah, it's more like it, Larry, but it's not where we want to be. Making progress, it's going in the right direction, but yeah, albeit a bit slower than what we'd hoped.
All right, well, we know where we go next after this round, and all bets are off up there in Scotland, as that's Rory Skinner, a rider that, yeah, really can't wait for the start of the season to go round. Glenn, did you run into one or two troubles during the race yesterday? P12's not where I expect you to be.
Yeah, it was a tough one, but I think we have a good understanding of perhaps we had a bike nice on our own and a bike difficult to fight with, so quite a lot of changes today, for sure in the right direction, and something I just need to get a little bit more re-inclined to, more in the direction of how we were in the past. So yeah, look, it's going to come step by step, and get some valuable data for the guys, and some really good race laps, good start, and getting amongst the proper people.
Wish you well, Glenn. Well, he's won plenty of races around here, hasn't he? He knows his way around. That is for certain. And just see if we can grab a word with a couple more riders. Here's Storm Stacey down there. He was in that battle for 4th position. Battling for P4 yesterday. Storm ended up in 8th, but hopefully a shorter race might do the Batham's Duke a little bit better this one.
Yeah, hopefully if we can get a good start. The one thing that did hinder me yesterday was the lights were so fast. I wasn't ready for them. We don't know if we've hindered the bike a bit from the northwest and brought some problems to here. Obviously the flat out straights there cane these engines, and we haven't changed an engine coming here, so we're just struggling a little bit on power. But hopefully we should be all right. I just need to wait for people to make mistakes, I think.
All right, well, at least that's honest anyway, Storm. That is the case. There's Andrew Irwin and Josh Brooks have now put their crash helmets on, so that is usually the indication that it's time for Old Scoop to vacate the grid, because we're now just coming up with 3 minutes to go till this, the second of the Zin British Superbike Championship races of the weekend. The first of today. This is the 12-lap sprint race, effectively. Still counts for the same number of points, and everything else to do with the championship is just run over a shorter distance. So we saw yesterday the winning streak of Carl Ryde, who did the treble at Alton Park 2 weeks ago, come to an end, because Scott Reddin, it was Mr. Donington Park, the rider that has won a Grand Prix round here. He took victory for the PBM Hager team with that 3rd position, going the way of Carl Ryde after Max Cook just managed to get past him on the last lap. but it's all about the Kyle Wright Show here at Donington Park this weekend. The whole of his hometown of Jacksdale have vacated. The place is shut today because they're all here supporting the reigning and defending champion. And the big question is, as we head into this 12-lap sprint race, is can Kyle Wright get back to winning ways? You rest assured that half the crowd here at Donington Park will want that, but the other 24 riders on the grid will have a say in it. And to call it the voice of British motorcycle racing yet again this year, Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Larry Scoop Carter. Great work down there on the grid. Well, you heard it from the riders. Everybody looking forward to this one. Scott Redding with his usual cowboy antics, but he needs a little bit of time to build up and get warmed up. And we saw that yesterday. We really saw the best of Scott Redding coming through towards the end of the race, not at the very beginning, and that's what he needs to switch on today, because this is only a 12-lap race for the sprint race, the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. Race number 2. Yesterday we were all dazzled by the speed of the promoter from Max Cook. He sits stoic on the front row of the grid. He knows he has the race pace over the sprint. Did he get spooked by the rain that came in yesterday, or was the rear tyre starting to call enough? Only time will tell for this one. Bradley Ray, well, I have to say, he managed to salvage that second row start. And it'll be interesting to see if he has the pace, because something has been just a little bit AWOL from that McCamm's Raceways Yamaha. But all eyes on that front row of the grid. They were the class of the field yesterday. Scott Redding, the race winner, starts from pole position. Third place yesterday, Kyle Wright is in the middle of the front row of the grid. Remember, it's done on lap times, and Max Cook rounds out the front row of the grid. You know, he did say to Darren Fry, it was coming quite easy, Darren. I think we could be okay for this sprint race and Sunday. Only time will tell. 30 seconds until we get the get-go. And the nerves start to build up here in the commentary point. The anticipation builds around the circuit. And who's your favourite? Who are you looking for? Can Scott Redding turn it on from the start? Can he get that Hager PBM Ducati to go from the word go?
Pirelli, the official tyre of British Superbikes live tyre update.
No information from Pirelli yet, but it will be in the post, we are sure. The whole shot is key. You have to be aggressive. There's no weather worries here. Can the Bimota of Max Cook take this one like he did yesterday with that prolific start that he had? We're very ready for this one. In the commentary point, Duncan Vincent bringing you live action from Donington Park. We are under starters orders. We are getting ready to go. Revs up. Red lights on. And away we go down towards Redgate. Scott Redding aces the start. He will take the whole shot by the looks of things. And Max Cook side by side with Kyle Wright. Bradley Ray trying to be brave on the outside, but it's Cook who slots in to second place. Kyle tries to cut through the heart of the corner, but is unable to do so. He's now looking at the inside of Hollywood as Redding leads on this opening lap as we come through Craner Curves for the first time of asking, and everybody gets through in one piece down to the old tip. And Christian Eden up the inside of Kyle Kyle Reid, the Senkat Yamaha, straight underneath the defending reigning champion to take that position away. Starkeys and Schwantzkirch, they get gobbled up so quickly by these 1000cc superbikes, and we end up through McLean's. Exit McLean's, get the bike standing upright, accelerate up towards Coppice now. Scott Redding's got something different to deal with. It's the youngster of Max Cook, who he used to tutor when Max Cook was a very, very young boy. He says he maybe gave him just a little bit too much information. Down the back straight towards the Fogarty S's they come. Redding, Cook, Kyle Reid back up the inside of Christian Eden. The Ducati using a bit of power there. Then it's Eden. Then it is Bradley Ray. Oh, setting up at the back was Josh Brooks as we once again hit the brakes in towards that Melbourne loop. Bradley Ray going round the outside of Christian Eden. Very, very brave move. Christian will not let that happen. He'll take Bradley out to the edge of the track. Bradley pulls a big wheelie and unable to make that manoeuvre work. He pulls back in behind Christian Eden and ahead of the pocket rocket Leon Haslam. As we look out the commentary box window, they all leave Redgate. Remember, this is the sprint race. This is a 12-lap race. We're already on to lap number 2. Change of position further back down. Is that Leon Haslam past Bradley Ray? Somebody overtook and ran deep through the corner. It was the pocket rocket in deep underneath Bradley Ray. Bradley Ray straight back through on the inside as we come down through the Craner curves. Max Cook in a fine second place on the Bimota.
There's a bike down at Redgate.
Ah, so there is. Good spot there, Alan Hyde. Let's have a look at that one in the distance. It is one of the tag Hondas. That could well be Fraser. Oh dear, up on their feet, walking away from that one, unfortunately. Was that Charlie, actually? Difficult to see from me. They look so similar. I think it might have been Charlie Spud Nesbitt, but whoever it was, the tag Honda being recovered and the rider up on their feet as we keep our eyes firmly on the battle for the lead, because Scott Redding is under pressure, and the pressure's coming from that beautiful Bimota of Max Cook, the KB998 Rimini, with at the heart of that the Kawasaki engine, exactly what he used last year. It was Fraser Rogers who went down, unfortunately, at turn number 1, suffering from brake issues yesterday, Fraser. Let's hope that's not a reoccurrence of the same issue. In towards the Melbourne loop, everybody's staying in the kind of same position on the way in. It looked like there was almost a manoeuvre further back from one of the Dow Hondas. That would have been Lee Jackson trying to force his way through, but Kyle Reid starting to get switched on here. Here comes Kyle. He knows that this is very important for him to try and get past Max Cook and bridge the gap. Kyle goes up the inside into Redgate. We can tell you there's been a change of second place. Through he goes, and a new lap record of 1:26.317 for Kyle Reid. Ooh, on lap number 2, with a fair chunk of fuel in there and a new Pirelli rear tyre. We still don't have information from Pirelli about their tyre choice, unless it's come to you, Alan. But nothing in the books for us
yet.
No. Yet, yes. So 1, 2 and 3. This is the 3 that were away at the front yesterday. Then there's a bit of a gap back where we go into almost Yamaha land. And today it's Christian Eden who is doing the best job on the Yamahas. He's ahead of Bradley Ray. Let's watch a replay of the change of second place. If you look at the big screens, I'll keep my eyes out the window of the leaders making their way in and out of Coppice down the back straight. There's a nice controlled overtake from Kyle, and that's really what you always expect. Redding has got the incoming nitrous competition Ducati, but I have to say the Hager PBM bike looks very good, and he's got himself wound up nice and early, has the comeback kid, the cowboy himself with the Stetson. Bradley Ray has now got ahead of Christian Eden, but Christian Eden heads towards the back of the Yamaha with great gusto and speed, and Leon Haslam follows suit behind Leon Haslam. We have got Rory Skinner. Rory looking very good, the first of the Cheshire Moulding Yamahas. His teammate Danny Kent behind him in 8th place, 7th and 8th for the outgoing TAS squad come the end of 2026, where that news was announced that it'll be grid racing with Michael Laverty at the helm for 2027. The 3 leaders at the front there, as they went in towards Reggie, all closed up on the brakes, and have all managed to concertina themselves together as they go through the Craner curves. Into the pit lane garage comes Peter Hickman. He's retired from the race. Great shame for Hickey. He's parked in the garage straight in. You can bring the bike into the pit lane. You can stop it on the concrete apron. As soon as you cross that line, it takes you into the garage. That's you officially retired. And that's a great shame for Peter Hickman. And they've got a busy couple of weeks coming up now. Max Cook has regrouped himself here, and he is starting to get right up towards the back of Kyle Reid. This looks quite interesting. Kyle with a little bit of work to do in order to bridge the gap to Scott Redding, and also to try and keep behind him this charging Max Cook on the Bimota. Yesterday it was Cook who was controlling the pace at the sharp end for almost 17 or 18 of the laps, if you remember. We did eventually get a red flag, but Max was looking so strong until the weather closed in on us in towards the Melbourne Loop. A little bit wide and late for Scott going in there. Kyle looks a lot more stable on the brakes, able to get that bike back through. But Scott, well, we all know what Scott's like. He just uses muscle power and muscles the bike around the circuit if it's needing it. Ducati, Bimota, Yamaha, Ducati, Yamaha. Maybe an issue for Danny Kent there. Might have had a little moment out of my sight because Glenn Irwin gets a run on him down the straight. Was Danny Kent a bit too eager beaver on the gas as he got through the heart of Goddard's? And that might have just stepped him sideways. We'll see if we get a replay from TV Director at some point for you guys on the big screens around the site here. But as we watch them coming down through that beautiful area of tarmac, which has claimed quite a few bikes this weekend, that is the Crane of Curves. It's Glenn Irwin looking further back, 8th place now. Glenn Irwin, then Danny Kent, then Storm Stacey, Lee Jackson. Behind Lee Jackson, we've got the first of our Hondas, first of the Honda UK bikes. That looks like Ryan Vickers with the yellow top to his helmet. His teammate Jason O'Halloran struggling in 16th place with some work to do. Making the way up and in towards the top of Coppice. Blind entry to that one. Watch Storm Stacey. He's building. He's going to try and make a manoeuvre on Danny Kent down in towards the Fogarty S's. It won't be sketchy from Storm. It will be clinical, and he'll pull that off if he can. But he thinks better off it. Holds himself back. A little bit more reserved on the way in. As we look out the side of the box, we see Scott Redding coming through the heart of the Melbourne Loop. Again, Redding looks like he just struggles to stop the bike going in towards the Melbourne Loop. Misses the first kind of apex and picks it up a very late apex around the corner. Out of Goddard's. I can see him from the commentary box. Kyle Reid leads. Kyle Reid takes the lead and does it off corner. There's a new leader, and it's Kyle Reid as they go down towards Redgate. Redding Power tries to come back through on the inside, but he just doesn't have it at this moment in time. Halfway through the race, lap 6 out of 12, we have a new race leader, and it's Kyle Reid on the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati, and he did that out of my sight just behind the lodges on the, or the lounges, sorry, sponsors lounges at the inside of Goddard's. And can he pull away? Can he pull the pin and disappear? He really is pushing on as they make their way through Schwantz Curve in towards McLean's. We're now finding out all tyres on the SC1 tyre, which is the hard option. That's popped up for us, a little information bulletin. We normally get that pre-race, but if you look towards the big screen, it was a mistake by Redding. It was a mistake by Redding. He ran wide through the heart of Goddard's, opens the door and lets Kyle go. You cannot give the defending reigning champion that kind of invitation in order to try and keep this race alive. Redding needs to be on the back wheel, and if anything, Kyle looks just a little bit quicker going through the Fogarty S's. Redding almost a little bit wide at the first apex, and that will cost him as Max Cook now homes up towards the back of him on the KB998 Rimini Bimota. Kyle pulling away at the front here as we have a look further back to see Brad Ray, Christian Idden, Leon Haslam, the first of the Cheshire Mouldings Yamahas of Rory Skinner. Then Glenn Irwin, Danny Kent, Storm Stacey down to 10th place. Lee Jackson behind him. Ryan Vickers, Andrew Irwin as they all make their way down towards Redgate once again. The gap at the front now up to 6/10 of a second. That's quite chunky, and 1 or 2 laps for Kyle to stretch that. That's not going to be going down well with Scott Redding, who has a big, long slide at the exit of Redgate. Redding is trying, just doesn't look like he's got the grip on the way out the corners and struggling a little bit to stop through the Melbourne Loop. We also see Jason O'Halloran behind Luke Hedger. Hedger in 16th place in the Whitecliff CDH Honda, ahead of the effective factory Honda UK Honda of Jason O'Halloran. So the Osho struggling just a little bit. We had Scott Hargreaves up here at lunchtime in the studio speaking with Alan Hyde, and they were just saying they're having to completely reevaluate what they're doing in that garage with the bike to see if they can make it work, Alan. And Scott was very much on form, giving you a great interview and not keeping anything back as well. He wasn't trying to sugarcoat it.
He never does.
He knows that they've got work to do in that Honda garage. As we look out the back of the commentary box, we look towards the Fogarty S's. There's Kyle Reid, there's Scott Redding and Max Cook. The gap between all three looks pretty similar and consistent. Then Bradley Ray on his own. Christian Idden, well, he's got trouble coming his way with Leon Haslam on the Motor Rapido Ducati. Then Rory Skinner a little bit on his own, but he'll be happy to be once again picking up good points inside that top 10. Watching Bradley Ray drag a leg in towards the last corner. So it was 6/10 of a second over the line the last time. This time it's 1.1 seconds with a 26.9. Kyle, the only person on the track lapping in the 1:26 bracket. So you can see just how much pace he's got. Still Jason O'Halloran tucked up behind the Whitecliff CDH Honda of Luke Hedger as he dives towards the inside. Hedger squeezes O'Halloran. That got very tight through the heart of Redgate. Very, very tight for those two guys. A hard battle for 16th and 17th place. The Osho getting shown no respect from Luke Hedger. And you know what? Why should he? Hedger's out there racing, and he tried to pinch him back towards Apex, and he did. The leaders are coming through Coppice as Christian Idden comes through McLean's with Leon Haslam. The gap at the front up to 1.1 seconds last time across the line, but only 7/10 of a second from Max Cook up towards the back of Scott Redding. We've got a track limits warning popping up on screen for bike number 1. Now we have the black and white flag, so a warning for Kyle Ride. This time when he comes round, the board will be illuminated and he will see that. He's been using too much of the green area going through the Fogarty S's, one would imagine, because that has been popping up on our screen quite a few times. And Kyle Ride needs to just watch what he's doing, because if he keeps doing that, he'll then get the necessary penalty, which will be heading his way. Ride out of the last corner, heads across the line. It was 1.1 seconds. The gap to Scott Redding this time as he crossed the line is 1.5 seconds. And it's still 7/10 of a second back to Max Cook. We're on lap 9 out of 12. It's all calming down in this portion of the race. Let's give Joe Talbot a shout out. One of our dark horses for this year in myself and Steve Day's eyes. We need to keep our eyes on that young man. He is a little bit battered though. He had a fairly chunky high side coming out of the last corner of Goddard's yesterday, and he gave himself a bit of a beating up. Talbot sits in 13th place into the pit lane. Is that Brooksy? I think Josh Brooks has just retired. And also, Richard Kerr looks distraught about that. Richard Kerr comes in on the SM Racing Honda. So no jump starts, thankfully, came back. I should have mentioned that quite some time ago. 2/3 distance now completed in this race as we pick up with the leaders making their way in towards the Fogarty S's out the side of the commentary box. Here comes Kyle Ride. He goes left, he goes right through the S's, and he makes his way down towards that back straight of the Melbourne Loop. There he comes now. There comes Kyle, there comes Scott, and there comes Max. If anything, Max is starting to fall off the back. And that's not what he needs to be doing, because Bradley Ray is sitting there ready to pick up any pieces that come his way. Still Christian Idden holding Leon Haslam at bay. This is a big improvement for the Senkat Yamaha. This is what we want to see and expect to see from Christian Idden. Lap times last time round. Kyle Ride crosses the line. The gap at the front, 1.2 seconds. Redding's brought it back because he was 4/10 of a second quicker on that last lap. Redding starting to get into the stride, but it's lap 10 out of 12. Has he left it too late? The pocket rocket up the inside of Christian Idden. Christian will try and cut that back through the apex, and he does. Good grief, that got pretty close towards the exit. And Christian Idden giving Leon Haslam absolutely no room, and Rory Skinner licking his lips at this one, desperate to pick up the pieces as Leon Haslam goes back underneath Christian Idden. Can he keep that tight through the apex of the old tape? And he can. And this is now 3 bikes together. This is a battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Leon Haslam, Christian Idden and Rory Skinner. A Ducati with 2 Yamahas very much together with each other. Behind Rory Skinner, there's a gap back to Glen Irwin. And the gap back to Glen Irwin is 1.2 seconds from Rory Skinner. We watch them come onto the back straight as we then turn our attention to the leaders who will be coming through on lap 10 out of 12. Kyle Ride has worked pretty hard on this lap. You'll already know that Scott's closing in as Skinner goes through in towards the Fogarty Aces, and straight away back through goes Christian Idden. But the gap at the front, equidistant, I think is the correct word, Alan Hyde, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong.
Good word.
It's ebbing and flowing, but it does seem to remain the same all the way through. Here comes Kyle Ride out again. Looks so good on that nitrous coin, nitrous competition Yamaha as he goes down towards Redgate, dangles the leg on the way in, gets back towards the apex, followed by Scott Redding, followed by Max Cook, and also followed a little bit further back, but by Bradley Ray. And this is showing good promise for Brad Ray. He's got good pace towards the end of this 12-lap sprint race, which hopefully they can transfer into the main feature race later on Sunday, the second full distance race that we have for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. But Rory Skinner now all over the back of Christian Idden. Rory needs to make this move because coming up behind Rory is now Glen Irwin. Christian's pace seems to have dropped off just ever so slightly, and that's allowing Glen Irwin to catch up towards the back of Perth's finest, Rory Skinner. Not that Christian's going slow, but he's almost riding a bit more defensive as Luke Hedger. What a shame for the Whitecliffe CDH team. Comes in after a great battle with Jason O'Halloran. But into the pits comes Luke Hedger. And we still see Storm Stacey all over the back of Danny Kent. Now, Skinner's tried it once in towards the Fogarty S's, and he knows that doesn't work because Christian turned it tight through the exit and went straight back through. I'm watching leaders coming through the exit off the Melbourne Loop, and they do. And then we see Storm Stacey and co heading down towards there as Christian again defends on the way, and he heads to a very, very early apex. And that allows Rory Skinner to take the classic line and catch up through the heart of the corner. But Christian's got good exit grip. He drives that Yamaha hard up the hill. Skinner looking up the inside, but that's from a long way back. That might be a dress rehearsal because we're starting the last lap. Kyle Ryde exits Redgate and heads round towards Hollywood, chased by Scott Redding and Max Cook. We keep our eyes on the battle going through Redgate, which has Haslam, Eden, Skinner and Irwin basically all together. Irwin Glenn. Andrew Irwin, an update for the MET Fonacab Ducati. He's in 15th place. With Leon Haslam showing that this Moto Rapido Ducati has got some good pace towards the end of the 12-lap sprint race. Fastest lap, 126.317. A new lap record will see Kyle Ryde, on pole position. He'll be joined in the front row by Max Cook in second and Scott Redding in third place. They're the only guys to go into the 1 minute 26 second bracket. Skinner's looking impatient now behind Christian Eden. He knows he's got maybe 3 other overtaking places. He's passed him once going in towards Fogarty and it didn't work. Kyle Ryde comes through there and heads down towards the Melbourne Loop, chased by Scott Redding and Max Cook. Then Bradley Ray. This has been a good showing from these guys at the sharp end, but all eyes are on Rory Skinner. Can he make a manoeuvre on Christian Eden? He gets good drive through the S's. Eden will defend. Skinner trying to come round the outside. Eden again. Famously towards the inside. If he can stop that, impressive. Skinner tries to go round the outside to get a cut back and a good drive, but here comes your race winner out of the last corner. Kyle Ryde wheelies to victory. Second place for Scott Redding, third for Max Cook, as we see what happens with the Skinner-Eden battle coming through. Skinner gets Christian Eden into the last corner. Fabulous overtake from Rory Skinner, and Christian Eden comes home behind that. Glenn Irwin happy as he crosses the line as well. That one happened just out of shot for us, but a good overtake in towards Goddard's. We saw Rory having a bit of a look at that on the last lap round, and he executed that perfectly out of our sight, but I'm pretty sure we'll see a bit of a replay. Your race winner though, Kyle Ryde from Scott Redding and Max Cook. Another fabulous showing from the very new Ducatis and the Bimota. Let's not forget the Bimota, brand new to the 2026 British Superbike Championship. Bradley Ray comes home in a good 4th place, shows there's good progress being made in that McCann's Raceways garage after almost a slight sketchy race number 1 where he didn't have the pace, where he's kind of been chasing his tail after an off in free practice 1. Leon Haslam in 5th place, Skinner in 6th, Christian Eden a good 7th place, Glenn Irwin 8th, Storm Stacey again inside the top 10 with Danny Kent behind him in 10th place. Lee Jackson, Ryan Vickers, Joe Talbot down to 13th with Charlie Spud Nesbitt, the sole remaining tag Honda, ahead of Andrew Irwin, Jason O'Halloran, Rhys Irwin, Ely McCalchick and Eugene McManus. Unfortunately, Luke Hedger, Josh Brooks, Richard Kerr, Peter Hickman and Fraser Rogers not finishing that race. But what a good race that was. We never quite saw the overtake from Rory Skinner, so look at the big screens now around the circuit. Skinner came from a long way back, but it was a nice move. He made Christian left, but he got to the apex. And how did Rory Skinner stop that? Christian Eden will feel mugged by Rory Skinner, that's for sure, as your race winner celebrates on his way around. Well, it's a roller coaster for Kyle Ryde, and he is riding it properly well at this moment in time. Still a long feature race to go. With that, Alan Hyde will bounce it back to you in the studio before we head down to Scoop in the winner's enclosure.
You're listening to BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship, live from every round of British Superbikes.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
Joining the Kawasaki family has never been easier thanks to Kawasaki K Options Finance. With competitive finance rates available across the entire range from entry-level 125s to the superbike conquering Ninja ZX10R. It's easy to find the perfect machine for your garage. Start tailoring your deal today at Kawasaki-calculator.co.uk. That's calculator with a K. Kawasaki Finance is a trading style of Black Horse Limited.
Let's stop there. Being a soldier, it's exciting. You already know that. What you want to know is, what's in it for me? I wanted to learn leadership skills from the experts.
I wanted to get paid to earn qualifications.
I wanted more confidence. And look, I'm on the radio. That's what was in it for me.
Get skills, get qualified, get confident. Army. Recruiting now. Search Army jobs.
Live from British Superbikes, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Just saw Scott Redding congratulating Carl Ride down there in Parc Ferme, and down there ringside is Larry Carter.
Yeah, it is a bit of a scrum down at times down here. It could do with a set of boxing gloves at times. Max Cook has been whisked off for his TV interview. We'll just wait for the other riders to make their way through here as Scott Redding just having a chat to his team. We'll grab a word with Scott, and there is Kyle having a chat with Shannon Etheridge, the crew chief or the technician for the Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competitions Ducati squad. If we do say Yamaha, it's a Freudian slip because that's what they used to run. Well, there's Scott Redding down here. Scott, you tried to lead it from the front there, but Kyle came past and unfortunately you just couldn't quite match his pace.
Yeah, I didn't really want to lead because him and Max have had more like one lap pace than me all weekend. So I didn't really want to lead, but I was there. I did the best I could. And the gap was going up a bit, but I was just pushing the bike a bit too much. Like I keep saying, we haven't quite found that last, say, 5%. So I'm more on the edge, should we say. You can probably see it when I'm riding. It's going a little bit deep here, running a little bit wide there, where I feel like Carl's got it dialed and he's very perfect. So I'm happy with second, but I'm also disappointed because I feel like I could have potentially been there, but he just had a little bit more performance than me, and that's how it is sometimes.
That's the way it goes, Scott. You know all about it. You've got to lose as well as win. Here is Carl Ride just making his way through there with... well, mate, congratulations. That was one that you wanted, wasn't it?
Yeah, I felt once I did the first flying lap and I seen that Max didn't really pull away from me in the first two sectors with a new tyre, I thought, right, we're on here. So once I got into a rhythm, Scott was going to be very difficult to pass, but he ran him wide at the last corner, and from then on I just got my head down and see what I could do. I even made a big mistake on myself because once I got the track limits warning, I was panicking going into chicane.
Were you aware that that was coming, that warning?
No, I think I must be doing it at the left rather than the right because I've kind of mastered the right. So once I seen the board into the last corner, I thought, right, be careful because I got a gap, and I went into the chicane, braked too early, made a mistake, went in the third and lost a full 8/10. So kind of lucky, but yeah, good job. I did a few 26.9s in the middle to pull away.
Well, you got the new lap record as well, Kyle, so congratulations with that one. There is Max Cook just finishing off the interview with Shane Byrne as he gets the congratulations from Nigel Snook and Darren Fry there. Well, Max, you're making a bit of a habit of these podiums here at Donington.
Yeah, obviously this has been the best weekend of my life so far. Yeah, 2 podiums now, and no, things are going really well at the moment. It's just a shame about the weather being on and off. It kind of affected the grip a little bit, I think, but no, things are still quite good. Obviously our lap times were fast, but yeah, obviously I'm so happy with how it's going at the minute. And full credit to obviously my team, AJ and Steel Stock Motor, for pulling this together and yeah, giving me a bike that can give me podiums, so yeah, it's amazing.
We got one more to go, and you never know, it might be top step next time.
You never know, but yeah, no, that's I think it's like that was my 100th race as well. So.
I think it probably was, yeah.
Apparently, I've word on the street anyway, but yeah, nice to sign off the 100th race with a podium.
Well, there you go, mate. Well, considering, and you'll have the pace of them Ducatis at some point in time during the course of the weekend. We're going to head up onto the podium now to take the podium presentation here. It'll just take me a minute or two to get up there. Al, do you want to just take it for a couple of seconds?
I certainly can, Larry. We've had messages that we've yet to get to. Please can you give a shout out to Carolyn and Mike flying the flag for Storm Stacey down at McLean's. Thank you very much indeed for writing in, and a big shout out to Dave Luffy Luff, ATP Racing F900 rider. Go Dave, love all at the Ollie Sims Racing. And this one from Nanny Chris. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's from someone else that's knitting. No wool shortage at McLean's. Extreme knitting underway as usual from Alison. And Alison is knitting a scarf today, trackside here at Donington.
I need to ask what extreme knitting is.
Extreme knitting.
Is that done at pace?
Sounds like the sort of thing you'd get on Wallace and Gromit,
on hot coals?
Yes. WhatsApp is where we take your messages, 07482 877 877, or on email studio@bsbradio.com.
Do you think there's a possibility we might get a picture to WhatsApp of the said Doctor Who scarf?
I have a picture. I can show you later.
All right.
Extreme knitting.
I look forward to that, Al.
Well, you did ask, didn't you? So Larry has made his way up to the podium now. Podium is coming up for our sprint race for the British Superbikes. You can hear bikes in the background. The R&G Moto 4 British Cup 14-lap race in the sunshine, I hasten to add, here at Donington Park. We said it was going to be a changeable day. We've had cloud, we've had rain, we've had sunshine, and at the moment we've got beautiful sunshine and sort of a patchy blue sky as well here at Donington Park. And Larry is potentially ready with a podium.
Yeah, well, we're about 400 metres apart, aren't we, Al, here, and through a couple of panes of glass, but the riders have made their way up. There's a big crowd assembled at the foot of the back of the podium here.
Is there?
Today, as normal, but the three riders, as well as the various dignitaries, make their way up here onto the podium. As I think we are just about ready to go with the podium presentation, and the various dignitaries are there. The three riders just talk to it to make sure that they're all happy with things. So then let's go then with this, the podium for the British Superbike Championship round 5 here at Donington Park. And onto the podium for a second time this weekend for AGN Steel Stock Bimoto. Onto the podium then for Max Cook. Well done, Max. Max is onto the podium for the second time this weekend, and likewise a second podium after his victory yesterday for Hager PBM Ducati, and that is Scott Redding. And they've come in their thousands here at Donington Park, and he's rewarded them with a victory. It's a local boy, the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati of the race winner, Kyle Ride. And Paul Curran, on behalf of the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competitions Ducati squad, gets the team award. And we'll ask Lisa Buckley, representing Carol Nash. It's the Carol Nash King of Donington, don't forget, here this weekend. Then it is third position then to Max Cook. Max, who gets his 4th career podium and a second here at Donington Park. Second position then for Scott Redding, a 20th BSB podium and an 8th here at his favourite circuit on the Grand Prix loop for Scott Redding. And the wins keep coming because he's won 4 of the 5 races so far, a 28th career win and a 10th here at Donington Park for the race winner, Kyle Ride. And Paul Curran, it is the team coordinator which will collect the team award for the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition Ducati squad. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect please for the race winners, national anthem. Jet thunders out of East Midlands Airport to hail the celebrations here. It is a victory for the number 1 of the reigning and defending champion, Kyle Ryde. Paul Curran does the sensible thing because we don't want it anyway. Oh, do we, mate? As it's coming over the top, actually, at me. But second position then for Scott Redding, and third for Max Cook. As we said previously, tsltiming.com is the place to get the results. Just check that out, and you can fill the programs and any other documents you have in until your little heart is content. That concludes the podium then for this, the second of the 3 weekend races in the Zin British Superbike Championship. With that, we can hand back to the studio.
Larry, thank you very much indeed. Great to hear the podium presentation, and we are straight back into action here at Donington Park because 2 o'clock is the time. 2 o'clock was the scheduled start time for the next race of the day. 14 laps for the R&G Moto 4 British Cup, and in the commentary box is Duncan.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. Great to be back here. We have got once again Hudson Cooper joining us for this race. Let me run through the grid. Scoop, there's no point getting the Sambas on to run along the pit lane. We're already into the 2-minute countdown. People are getting the bikes ready and stuff coming off the grid, so you're not going to get in there. But a great job with the podium, catching up with the top 3 with the Superbike race, which we just saw, and it was good to hear from all the riders as well. Larry does such a good job of dragging just a little bit more information out the riders because he knows them so well on a personal level. But what we're looking at here is a hello, good afternoon and welcome to Hudson Cooper. How are you, first of all?
I'm alright, I'm good. It should be an exciting race, a little bit different conditions to what we had yesterday.
Say hello to everybody in YouTube land.
Hello, everyone in YouTube.
I thought you were going to wave there. Hi. And Hudson Cooper is a racer who should actually be on track in this race. You should be in the R&G Moto 4 British Cup race, but unfortunately you had a bit of a spill at round 1 at Oulton Park. Cut under the chin and a bang on the head. So you're sitting out for about 20 days. You'll be back at Snetterton is where we find you.
Yeah, because we don't race at...
Which is a great shame you're not coming to Knockhill.
Yeah, I know. I haven't raced at Knockhill. Is it a good track?
Yeah, it was good fun, but we'll look forward to seeing you back on track at Snetterton. But I'm loving having you in the commentary box, giving us a little bit of expert advice. As Clayton Edmonds will be looking to go full gas, he's just told us on our TV feed, so that will be fun. Jack Dunnaby is on pole position, the man who shone in the wet conditions yesterday from Jack Burrows and Clayton Edmonds. Ryan Frost has Harrison Day and George Bowes alongside him for company on row 2. Henry McCartney has Mason Foster and Luke Fitcher on row 3. And row 4 has Jensen Bishop, Joshua Williams and Tyler Humphreys on the Fibertech MLAV Honda. The 5th row for grid has Thorley Trevorrow, Charlie Cunningham and Archie Hooper. And row 6 is Marco Holt. Didn't expect Marco to be all the way back there, as somebody's waving towards the drone there, or has somebody got a problem with the bike on the grid there? They're putting their hand in the air.
Yeah.
I thought they were waving towards the drone, getting themselves on TV. Somebody's about to be taken off the grid. Now, who is that? As we look back, he's got 33 in the leathers, but was that Charlie Cunningham again? Difficult for us to see exactly who that was. But Marco Holt, Lily Rhodes and Axel Lomas on row 6. On row 7 is Max Rhodes, Lucy Curtis and Izia Devine. Now we're just seeing who is coming back off the grid. It is Charlie Cunningham, unfortunately. So Charlie Cunningham, unfortunately, he fell off, if you remember, going through the crane of curves, as quite a few people have done this weekend. But he's now come off the grid. So Larry Carter, a little bit of drama as the number 34 of Charlie Cunningham is getting a bit of work done to it down here in the pit lane. I can see that Alex Baldolini is also down there. The thing is, if you stall these bikes, Hudson, you'll say that's very difficult. You can't start them. There's no starter. You can't push a button. You do need a bump.
Yeah, no, that is the end of the start of your race. I think you'll be able to start from the end of pit lane, but you'll have to let everyone pass him, which will be a little bit demoralising at the start, but yeah.
Yeah, not great for young Charlie Cunningham, who comes all the way down from Leven in Scotland, up beside myself, bike number 34. But here we go. So you've been in the paddock, you've been running around with your friends. What have the top 3 been telling you? Jack Burrows, has Jack Dunnaby or Clayton Edmonds said anything to you?
I haven't spoken to any of them really from yesterday, but I think it's the grid's been a little bit mixed up from the conditions yesterday. Some of the younger riders and the newcoming riders got a little bit of a chance, like the Harrison Day at front there. So I think it should be an interesting race to say where some people are starting not in usual conditions. So yeah, it should be a good race.
Well, I think we'll see a more aggressive, energetic Ryan Frost today. I think that's one thing we can definitely put in on your bingo card. Charlie Cunningham being started up here and being sent down pit lane, so he will get to start from the exit of pit lane, like you rightfully said. So unfortunately, bike 34 there. If it did stall in the grid, or these things sometimes happen. You pull the clutch in, you stick it in gear, but it just doesn't. The bike cuts out because maybe you don't have the clutch fully in, or anything can go on. It's just one of these things. But he'll start from the exit of pit lane. But I think Ryan Frost will be one to watch in this. The man who starts on the second row of the grid on the number 24 Fibertech Honda. Yesterday, Frosty was cautious, is one way of putting it. Cautious in those wet weather conditions, because you know so much can get thrown away in one of those. We saw, unfortunately, George Bowes, who was in a very good position for quite a lot of the race, but then unfortunately just got a bit too greedy on the throttle down at Goddard's, and down he went. And that's not what Ryan Frost wanted to do. Jack Burrows does lead the championship by 3 points, after that race we had yesterday. We have a green flag at the back, and we are under starters' orders. Alan Woods clears the front with the red flag. We look towards the lights. Revs are up. And away we go. Another incredibly quick turnaround on the lights as we go down towards Redgate. And it is Dunnaby who gets a very, very good start off the grid. His perfect spot with pole position. Jack Burrows locks in behind him, and that's Ryan Frost up the inside, as you would imagine, already in towards third place. Frosty getting very close to the edge of the exit curb and the green on lap number 1, and it's Mason Foster, then Harrison Day, then Clayton Edmonds. So Clayton goes from the front row of the grid back behind young Harrison Day, but already making a manoeuvre in towards the old hairpin, as you would expect. Clayton picked up his first championship points yesterday, which was a big step forward from him after Oulton Park.
Yeah, no, he was quite cautious yesterday. I think we might see a little bit more aggressive Clayton today. He was obviously trying to get some points under his belts yesterday, so yeah.
I think he felt pressure yesterday. Pressure to finish, pressure to get points. He had 3 DNFs at Oulton Park. He had no championship points whatsoever. That was Henry McCartney coming into contact with George Bowes as they went through McLean's. The big long leg of Henry McCartney poking out the side of the bike. It looks so long. He could have, thankfully, there was nobody next to him. He would have kicked him there. But George Bowes and him, it shows you sometimes when you do that just in order to not hit the other bike. You know, you're trying to position yourself to stop contact.
Yeah.
That's Jack Burrows up into second place ahead of Ryan Frost. Burrows showing that continuation that we've seen from the increase of pace at the start of the year for Jack Burrows, as Frosty straight away back up the inside drags a leg, and second, third and fourth tearing lumps out of each other as young Jack Dunnaby sits there on the bike at the front and just powers up on his Cavara Projects bike, run by Peter Lucy. Lovely man, Peter Lucy, and it's all kind of under the RS Racing banner as they come out to end lap number 1. There's a bit of a gap back behind Jack Burrows, and it's Clayton Edmonds. Clayton's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
On this lap.
Seems like we've got a bit of a group separation. Clayton's in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. No slipstream or nothing, except from the little carrot that's been held out in front of him from Burrows. So yeah, he'll definitely be trying to push on and get with that front back.
Yeah, and we know Clayton's got the speed. We can see exactly what he's doing here. He's got the speed to try and pull that back, but he doesn't want to override the bike and do something silly as we come through the crane of curves in towards the old hairpin. Behind Clayton Edmonds, well, Luke Fitcher with a good start. Henry McCartney's worked his way through that pack. A man that you know very well from racing in the 400 Ninja Series last year.
Yeah, Henry should be happy with where he is at the moment compared to, I think, where he finished at Oulton. He should be happy where he is at the moment. He's at the kind of the front of this pack here, as we see Marco just slotting in behind him.
He was invisible yesterday.
Yeah.
Marco Holt didn't like the wet weather conditions at all that we had, and Marco Holt's managed to get himself back into the area where we expect him to be. Larry Carter was the man that found out the nickname Holt the Bolt, which is a really good nickname. I like that one. And Marco, with the nice white top to his helmet, is very easy to see when he's out there. But Jack Dunnaby does have a little gap at the front. It was 0.4 of a second last time across the control line. And that 0.4 of a second looks like it's maintaining as Frosty gathers up momentum on the brakes. Frosty's always been strong on the brakes. It's one of Ryan's main areas that he can stop the bike very well, under control, drags the leg, almost scrapes the boot into the ground. Like a little bit of extra help. But also, that idea of putting the leg out, it also puts your bum back into the seat and just makes the bike sit down a little bit more.
Yeah, you can. The main limits with these bikes in straight line braking is just trying to keep the rear wheel down. It's not kind of a grip thing down into Melbourne. It's obviously quite off camber, so on the way down it's just about keeping the rear wheel down, maybe a little bit of rear brake just to help you a little bit keep the rear wheel down. But
yes, you're not lifting the back wheel in the air, because when you do that you have to release a little bit of brake pressure.
Yeah.
And you know much more about that than I do. You're much faster than I am. Jack Burrows' fastest lap of the race, 1:39.397. And the gap is maintained at 0.4 of a second from his first 2 second. Frosty will be trying to pull away from Mason Foster, as he is, as Burrows goes across the apex curb to make it. I think Mason Foster probably thought he was in the perfect line there, and then Jack Burrows appeared on the apex curb next to him, and through he went. Jack Burrows has grown an awful lot in the off-season. He's a very tall rider, and always rides about just with a slight twist in the head as he's looking through that screen, as we watch them coming through Coppice. And Frosty's worked very hard in this lap. It was 0.4 of a second that Jack Dunnaby had. It's not 0.4 of a second now. If anything, Frosty will be feeling the effects of that slipstream, helping him down towards the Fogarty S's as they all go down the gears very, very quickly on his little 250 single-cylinder Hondas. Bumpy through there if you use the curbs. You've got to get it absolutely spot on and in towards the Melbourne Loop. Frosty has made that 0.4 of a second up in this lap. That's been a big lap, Hudson.
Yeah, that was a good lap from Frost there. It seems like another bit of separation in this front group as well. It seems like Burrows and Foster need to maybe help each other a little bit to try and catch up with these front two at the front.
Frosty sideways, dancing on the brakes and towards the last corner. Now it was 0.4 of a second last time. You're lucky if that's even 1/10 of a second as they cross the line on our TSL timing screen. Brought to you by Omologato on 1P Mobile, and it is exactly 0.135 of a second. That's not a comfortable gap. But Jack, you know, Jack Dunnaby would be well aware that Ryan Frost is coming hunting. A 38.982 for Ryan Frost. 1 minute, 38.982. It's not quite lap record, but we are heading in that direction. You don't get anything for lap record apart from your name in the programme at the following year. But what you do see, and we've seen this already, Pirelli tyres that these bikes are now riding on has taken 1.2 seconds off the lap record at round number 1. So the potential, Hudson, is there.
Yeah, it is there. Like I said yesterday, the times of Alton was minus 18 seconds over the whole race. So these Pirelli tyres have got quite a little bit more grip, but they do drop off a little bit sooner. I can remember Alton I did one warm-up lap just to maybe get an extra lap out of the tyres and maybe just try and stop them dropping off on that last lap, because they're the key laps, aren't they?
Yep, Hudson Cooper joins us here. He should be on track, but a little injury keeping him out of action in the RNG Motor4 British Cup. This is race number 2 for them as they come through the Fogarty S's. It's now gone from 1 bike to 2 bikes to 3 bikes because Jack Burrows has put in a bit of a shift on this last lap and got himself up there. Frosty up the inside. He wants to lead the race. Dunnaby can do nothing apart from see Ryan Frost come through. And the Fibertech Honda leads for the first time from Jack Dunnaby on the Cavara Projects bike by Ryan Saxby, the Sax man, as Larry was calling him yesterday. And then we've got the Burrows Engineering RK Racing bike off Jack Burrows himself. Across the line they all go. And Mason Foster's not out of this yet. Mason Foster is not out of this, but I expected a little bit more from 64 Clayton Edmonds. As Dunnaby goes back to the front, he's got to not run wide on the exit of the corner now. And he does that perfectly. But Ryan Frost,
he's going to lose a little bit on the exit
looks
there.
like he wants to come through. And one thing, once Ryan Frost is there, that's brave as you like, from Dunnaby and from Frost. Do you know what that is? That's respect from each other as well. Ryan Frost knows that Jack Dunnaby is going to leave him just enough room to survive.
Yeah.
And likewise from Jack to Ryan. That was good, close, hard racing. I did breathe in, but so I could tell you were as well. Hudson kind of goes a little bit tight with his shoulders as Jack Dunnaby got off that one with Ryan Frost. He got off it, got off from it from Ryan Frost, I should say. And Jack Burrows had the perfect view of that. But here comes Mason Foster on the number 88 Mortimer Racing bike. He's still very much in the picture on bike 88.
You know, if there was a harsh move anywhere, this could just let Mason get into a little bit of slipstream, and he'll be joining this pack very soon.
100%, that's what we could expect to see happening as well. But Clayton Edmonds, all on his own, expected a little bit more. Let's see if Clayton can come good. He could maybe be picking up several pieces. You never know what this 3 at the front are going to do. Again, the RNG Motor4 British Cup race number 2. We're a triple header at Alton Park. Well, they did, unfortunately. You know, you're a single race. And it's a double header here this weekend. At every other round we go to, it will be 2, apart from the last round of the year that the Moto 4 guys do, which will be Donington. You know, you don't ever come to the final round at Brands Hatch.
Yep.
But the champion will do it for the champion's photo. Who will that be come October? It's a long way away. We're only in May at the start of our year. They cross the line again. Jack Dunnaby still leads from Ryan Frost, Jack Burrows and Mason Foster. Clayton Edmonds all on his own now in that 5th place with Marco Holt, his teammate, chasing him down. The 2 city lifting bikes Easy to spot them apart. Clayton with the very bright yellow helmet and Mark Holt with the pure white helmet. Nice and easy to distinguish. Then it's Luke Fitchett on the Cavara Projects number 7 in 7th place. Then Henry McCartney, Josh Harrison Day, George Bowes, Thurley Trevorrow, Joshua Williams, Tyler Humphreys, Axel Lomas and Azia Devine in 15th place. There was a little graphic for Marco Holt, 10-place improvement. That's a big jump in this class.
Yeah, that's incredible. Obviously had a little bit of a hiccup yesterday. Wasn't probably had the happiest on where he finished yesterday. Plus 10 places, he should be pretty happy with that from the grid, yeah.
I think he'll be very happy with that. Now, this is getting a bit tighter at the sharp end. Jack Burrows now almost looked like he was holding himself back from making a manoeuvre in towards Coppice because he got such a good run through McLean's. And Frosty, what does he do? He's popping out from the slipstream, looks towards the inside. Does Ryan Frost go through? They all go down the gear so incredibly quick.
Yeah.
And is that part of what you've got to do in these bikes? Very quick back shift and then get in?
Throw it down. The engine braking is a massive part of slowing these bikes down. Obviously, you can't do too much with the front brake because, like I said earlier, the rear wheel comes up very easily. So you need to use quite a lot of rear brake and engine braking.
Yeah, Frosty was making all sorts of shapes there towards the back of Jack Dunnaby's bike, seeing the Glen Irwin Tommy Bridewell manoeuvre from a few years ago. We remember that one, Alan, don't we? As Dunnaby has that thing all in the bounce on the way in towards the last corner of Goddard's. Crossing the line, we're going on to lap 7 of 14. This is halfway through. 71's entered the pits. That's Lucy Curtis, the Fibertech Honda by MLav Racing. Lucy comes in the pits, and unfortunately, no more for her. That's a great shame. We can see the bike down there in the pit lane, retired at this, well, in the pit lane, not in the garage, but out of the race. As look at that, we've got a change for second place. Jack Burrows going round and through on Ryan Frost. This is brave as they come side by side through kind of curves, and Frosty tries to hold at bay the incoming Jack Burrows, but Burrows was just too strong. But has he cost himself running a bit wide through the old hairpin? No, he hasn't. That was good from Burrows.
Yeah.
Classy move.
Yeah, he kept it stable. He knew that
How brave do you have to be to do that?
Yeah, especially down Craney's, it's very fast, and you need to be brave to keep on the outside of Frost. So yeah.
And again, having a bit of trust.
Yeah.
Trust
between you. Yeah. To know you're not going to do something stupid.
I just went down there in the car with some VIP guests at lunchtime, and I would nothing further from my mind would be going through there two abreast. Especially if it was Pat Blake that was alongside me, that would give me the fear. Another BMW. As we come down, Frosty takes that position away from Jack Burrows, and he was kind of forcing Jack towards the edge of the track, basically saying, I'm coming through, you're going to have to follow me.
Yeah.
He almost caused Jack Burrows to roll the throttle. Not an aggressive move, just a clever move from Ryan Frost as he drags a leg again in towards the back. Frosty's so strong on the brakes. Dunnaby's bike seems to be chattering an awful lot going into the loop, and watch it coming into Goddard's. What causes that?
It's the rear brake and also the gears. Obviously we've seen it then. Frost looks like he had a bit of front end chatter there as well, but these bikes are so stiff that we do get quite a lot of that, especially mid corner as well. You can get quite a lot of front end chatter.
Do they have a slipper clutch?
No, they don't.
So you've got to do it in your hand. So you're modulating the slip with your yeah. Which is almost an old school way of doing it, but it teaches you exactly how much slip you want at each corner, and you can modulate that rather than try and rely on a clutch everywhere. I like that as we watch them making their way down through Hollywood. Frosty looks pretty racier. Jack Burrows has just dropped back a little bit to regroup. Frosty could have gone through there, but he knows that Jack Dunnaby now. They've raced together for a year. He knows the strong points of Dunnaby, and he's raced against these Cavara Projects bikes for some time. Ryan Saxby in one crew camp, and he looks after 4 bikes in total. He's had some champions go through his tent and over the years, and in the Fibertech MLav Honda squad in a fine second place. And it's RK Racing, the Burrows Engineering crew, in third. And let's give a shout out to Rich Mortimer, because that's who, if I'm not mistaken, is running for Mason Foster.
Mason,
Rich Mortimer, always in the pale blue bikes, like Gary Wilson and the Wilson Racing team. In towards, once again, the Fogarty-S's. The legs move very quickly to go back through the gears. They go over one curb, over the second curb. They bounce over that second curb, almost like a touring car, reminiscent of that going through and in towards the Melbourne Loop. Is this a move from Frosty up the inside? Yes, it is. And we can see that coming, Hudson. We can see that coming. Lovely
just
stuff.
About to get it stopped. Yeah, he might run a little bit wide on the exit, but yeah, Frost is really strong on the brakes.
He's always strong on the brakes. It looks like he could pass it out well, but then Dunnaby surprises us and comes back straight away in towards either Goddard's, or sometimes we've actually seen him doing it going in towards Redgate.
Yeah. We are quite early into this race, so at the end of the day in this class it's all about them last 2 laps. It's just about positioning yourself on these early laps and sort of a certain dominance at the front, and it's almost kind of a bit of a mental game as well. As Dunnaby goes back through at turn 1. It's like Frost might.
Look at the top of the screen. What does that say?
Lap record, wow. 138.7.
Frosty does a lap record, 138.7. The lap record was a 138.8. So we've not taken a whole chunk of 1.2 seconds off it, but we have taken a big bite out of it by a tenth. And through goes Jack Burrows on Ryan Frost. Just when you think Frosty's going to get to the front, the next thing Jack Burrows says, remember, can I get involved in this fight? And through he comes as they come in towards McLean's. Burrows up the inside, 2 positions in 2 corners. He goes from 3rd to 1st. Shows you that Burrows got a lot of speed kept in that bike.
Yeah.
And he's pretty confident. And that will cheer the guys up down in pit lane for the Burrows engineering crew.
Burrows' backs look really stable as well compared to Frost and,
got to say that. It
Dunnaby's,
It doesn't look half as stiff and rigid. Dunnaby in the slipstream as they come down towards the Fogarty S as he pulls out and passes. And Ryan Frost was thinking about playing the favour to Jack Burrows, but can't do it. He's now got to follow 2 Jacks, 1 Dunnaby, 1 Burrows, as they make their way down towards the all-important Melbourne Loop. On the brakes they go, and yeah, look at that bike of Burrows.
Wow,
you see that?
Very,
very smooth and steady.
Dunnaby's was chattering at the front and nobody really coming up the inside of him.
Yeah, and Ryan Frost was all over the place. Somebody coming into the pit lane or somebody stopping on the track. There was that 58 Max Roads. Could have been 58 Max Roads just at the back.
Yeah.
Yep, Max Roads looking like he's going to get going from where he is. As we have a little look out the back of the commentary box, we'll just pick that bike up as it comes through. I'll grab the binoculars for that one. Yes, it is Max Roads there. We're letting the leaders go. And look at that. Once there was 3, look how many bikes have got battling at the sharp end now.
Wow.
4. Mason Foster.
Mason Foster's been drawn into this, yeah. I think if the front pack's kind of been split up a little bit. There's quite a bit of gap between everyone at the front. Looks like Dunnaby might have been breaking away in that last lap.
I have to say that's a real good run for Mason Foster, because I thought he was out of this one at one point, but he's managed to dig deep into the reserves and he's got himself onto the back of Ryan Frost. But then there is a big gap back to Clayton Edmonds, some 9.4 seconds, and that's not something that we're used to seeing in the Moto4 British Cup. But we have that today with the RNG sponsorship on the banking as we go in through McLean's. RNG title sponsor of Moto4 in its inaugural season under that name in the British Championship. Only certain areas of the world are allowed to run the Moto4 tag from Dorna, and thankfully we're one of them. The Dorna see just how important the British Championship is for the young future of their Grand Prix ladder. Number 71 enters the pits as well. That will be Lucy Curtis, if I'm not mistaken. It is. For the second time, Lucy's back in the pit lane. And now we have a 4-bike battle at the front on lap 10 out of 14. Dunnaby leads from Burrows, from Frost and Foster into the hairpin. Look at the jumping bikes, then look at the nice calmness of Burrows and Foster.
Yeah, Mason Foster's bike looks pretty stable as well compared to the front couple.
Now, does that jumping and vibration, does it take tyre life out? Does it hurt the tyre at all?
From what I've heard and experienced, no, it doesn't.
Yeah, okay.
Not much. I don't think it makes too much of an effect.
Out of the last corner, crossing the line, Dunnaby, the young Scotsman, leads away from the young Irishman, from Ryan Frost. As Larry Card says, the positively ancient 17-year-old, but Ryan Frost is not. He's taking this incredibly serious this year, and this could be a championship bid for Frosty on that Fibertech Honda. He is the fastest of the team. He is definitely the team leader, the ones that the team are pinning their hopes on for 2026. And right now, Jack Dunnaby's making a bit of an escape at the sharp end on lap 11 out of 14. And we look back towards Redgate. There's a couple of big black clouds here. The weather could still play a part in maybe not this, but definitely later on, as Marco Holt all over his teammate Clayton Edmonds. Now, Marco, a man who's new to the championship but not new to racing these bikes, and we see Harrison Day, Luke Fitchett, Henry McCartney and George Bowes. Remember yesterday, George Bowes running very well in the wet. Just got a little bit too keen on the power as he left Goddard's, and down he went and really did belly flop onto the ground, knocked the wind out of that
himself,
route. But he managed to get up and walk away from that, and is perfectly okay today. 1, 2, 3 and a bit, 3.5 almost. Mason Foster has got the pace to get up there, but it doesn't look like he's got the pace to get involved in the actual battle. Now, he'll prove me wrong in the next 100 metres.
Yeah, Mason Foster's bikes, as we said earlier, looks quite stable compared to these. If you see Frost going down the inside of Burrows there.
Yeah, good move that. Nice controlled move again from Frosty. But it's not over. They're just, you said it earlier on, it's all about positioning yourself for the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
Is that something you're taught by the Dorna guys to just maintain kind of a great pace, then try and extract the ultimate pace?
It's everyone. This won't be the fastest pace that these guys can do. They'll still have a little bit in the bag unless you're pushing at your absolute limit, and that's really not what you want to be doing all the way through the race. You want to kind of reserve yourself, and you want the pace to be a tiny bit slower in this front pack.
Yeah.
so you've got a little bit on that last little lap that you can show, maybe surprise some people. So
only 2 riders have gone sub 1 minute 39. That is Ryan Frost and Jack Burrows. Jack Dunnaby's a 39.0, 39.0 for Mason Foster as well. Then everybody else, Edmonds is a 39.9, 39.5 for Marco Holt, and then we're going to the 40s. So there is a bit of a speed differential between the top 5, shall we say, and our top 4, and then everybody else. As we make our way through McLean's, let's see if there's any personal best going to be getting put in. But there is from Henry McCartney, 21.9 in that first sector on this lap, as we're on lap 12 out of 14 as we make our way through the top of Coppice and head down towards the Fogarty S's. Everybody's starting to think about positioning. Who are they going to want to be behind on the next couple of laps when we get towards the real business end of this race? Plus, you also really kind of maybe want to be at the front because you don't want to be that guy in second place if a red flag pops out.
Yeah, that is another thing that happens. It's caught me out quite a few times last year, just trying to sit behind, maybe trying to reserve your energy, because it is overall easier sitting behind people in the slipstream, because that's just a little bit of time that you don't have to make up on the corners. So, yeah.
Yeah, through went Ryan Frost and Jack Dunnaby at the Melbourne Loop. Frosty with a lovely mover there. I'm going to say controlled, but it was bouncing all the way towards the apex, and he just lays it on his side. So crossing the line, personal best lap for Mason Foster there. Pops up green on our TSL timing screen. Brought to you by a Mulligataway 1P Mobile. Dunnaby tries to go back through in his favourite place. Frosty stops it. So that's a big move. That was Dunnaby's favourite overtaking place. He went for the apex. Frosty knew that was coming. Covered that one off pretty quickly. Now let's see where the pace goes to on this lap with Ryan Frost at the head of the pack as they come down through the Crane of Curves.
I've almost got a feeling that Dunnaby's strong point is turn 1 and down Cranes, because I've seen on the last couple of laps it seems like he's breaking away from turn 1, and it seems like if he's not leading into turn 1 he might be losing a little bit of time, and that might be upsetting him out of his flow.
And Frosty's better part is the latter part of the lap on the brakes. Yeah, so it's a kind of a race of 2 halves, the lap of 2 halves for these guys. Jack Burrows now behind Mason Foster. Mason Foster really has come alive towards the end of this, as he puts himself right in the contention area for a podium as they come down. Frosty, look at this. Look at the personal best, and look, Jack Burrows with the purple sector number 2. So personal best for Dunnaby, personal best for Foster, and it's continuing on as they come in towards the Fogarty S's. The only man who's not doing personal best is Ryan Frost, because he's the man with the lap record at this moment, and he has the fastest lap of the race. They're coming up to lap. Couldn't quite get the number of that one as they were going through our shot. But, Burrows almost into the side of Mason Foster. Just had to pick that one up to avoid contact. And that ruins the race for that man, unfortunately, Jack Burrows. Also, Mason Foster, they must have cost him just a little bit.
Yeah.
It's now a 2-horse race. It's now between Ryan Frost and Jack Dunnaby. They need to get told as Charlie Cunningham has a look over his shoulder. Charlie Cunningham, I would imagine, will stay out of the way off the race leaders. It will be a group of 2 as they move into the final lap. And look at that, through on the inside. Good bit of work for Charlie Cunningham there. Very knowledgeable young man, stays out of the way. Talk us through what happened with Burrows here.
Yeah, it seems like I might have got a little bit too hot on the brakes here. Very close of going over the top of Frost there. Not Frost, sorry. That was
Mason Foster.
Mason Foster,
did
sorry.
Hit him though, didn't he? You could see the vibration in the bike.
Yeah, but it seems like he got very sideways, maybe on the rear brake as well, a little bit too much. But yeah, managed to keep on, so that's the important thing.
So this is the last lap of the race. We're making our way through Schwantz Curve up towards the crest of McLean's. Looking at the inside, Jack Dunnaby, lovely move. Didn't expect that. Did not expect Dunnaby to go through. He covers her on the exhibit, going back to the middle of the road. Frosty would have to be brave. I think Dunnaby's seen the traffic coming up. He wants to get to the traffic first as they make their way through. Frosty trying to turn it tight on the exit. That tight angle is going to help him out, and he's actually turned underneath Jack Dunnaby, side by side down the straight. In fact, Ryan Frost goes back to the sharp end, to the front as they go past one of the back markers. They're not in the ideal line going in there. The optimal line was a bit wider on the entrance point, and Frosty looks like he executed that absolutely perfectly as they now make their way down and in towards the last corner. Frosty goes a little bit defensive. Dunnaby has a look at the inside, but he knows Ryan Frost is so strong as they come through, make their way up towards the last corner. This looks like it's Ryan Frost's race as we see them going in towards the last corner on the brakes. Frosty has timed this to absolute perfection if he gets through the apex of Goddard's with that nasty bump. Here we come towards the line, winning the RNG Motor4 British Cup. Race number 2 is Ryan Frost. That was perfectly timed. A good second place for Jack Dunnaby, and Mason Foster, after having a little bit of contact with Jack Burrows, comes home in 3rd, with Burrows home in 4th. Behind that, we've got the 2 city lifting bikes, and it's going to be Marco Holt.
Yeah.
ahead of Clayton Edmonds. Didn't expect that from Holt the Bolt, but he gets a good 5th place ahead of Clayton Edmonds in 6th. Harrison Day crossing the line now in 7th place. And your good buddy Henry McCartney, happy with a top 8, one would imagine, for Henry.
Yeah.
Because he's a little bit too tall for these bikes, you would say.
Yeah.
You described him as being 6'3" almost. I did like that. Luke Fitcher in 9th place and George Bowes with 10th. Thurley Trevorrow, Joshua Williams and Tyler Humphreys across the line in 12th and 13th. But it's all about the Fibertech Honda by MLAV Racing off Ryan Frost. The 17-year-old shows his best in race number 2. He will be delighted with that one. That's a really good showing, because yesterday in the rain it wasn't quite there.
Yeah, no, he'll be happy with that. It's kind of equalled out his weekend, because obviously wasn't too pleased on where he finished yesterday. Obviously he came home, which was the important thing. Just looking at Dunby on that last lap as well, it seemed like he probably wouldn't have been aware that the pack behind him would have broken away, and it wouldn't have been Frost and Dunby at the front by himself. So it looked like Dunby was, instead of trying to push and try and catch up with Frost on that last lap, he was going quite defensive.
Defensive, tried to err on the side of caution, which Mason Foster will be happy. Good 3rd place for him. I don't know if he had that one in the books today, but he'll be happy with that. Jack Burrows, well, he tried, let's put it that way. Burrows tried really, really hard, and unfortunately almost tripped over Mason Foster at that Melbourne loop. But Hudson Cooper, thank you very much, buddy. It's been great having you in the commentary box. Give everybody a wave. We look forward to seeing you back on track at Snetterton. Okay, heal up well, and we look forward to the return of Hudson Cooper. Thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. We'll push this button here and push that off. Now, the bike's making their way down to you in the winner's enclosure, Larry Carter. That was a classic RNG Moto 4 British Cup race. Alan Hyde just away doing a little bit of business elsewhere, Larry, so it's just myself and you controlling this one. But Frosty, well, we know he has that type of form, and Frosty gave us a graphic demonstration of just how good and how much talent he has got.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a cracking race, wasn't it? It's just a shame that little bit of a coming together between Mason Foster and Jack Burrows sort of like ended up, which would have been a 4-way scrap for the podium. But it's a superb performance for Ryan Frost. That's his 3rd victory of the season. And Jack Dunby, after what was a little less than ideal at Alton Park, wasn't he? He's now boxed off a win and a 2nd place, proving that he can ride whether it's wet, whether it's dry, whether it's snowing, whether it's indifferent. And then great to see Mason Foster. A little bit of a slow burner, wasn't he, Mason, in this championship, but he has managed to get that boxed off as he goes through the post-race.
Did you see the near contact, Larry?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I just happened to
be very lucky.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, normally when a front wheel makes contact with back wheel, there's only one outcome of that, isn't it? And the guy that's making the move with the front wheel normally ends up on the deck. So he did well to keep upright, did Jack Burrows. And he'll be happy with the 4th place finish with that. More solid points. And certainly this championship has a long way to go yet. But the riders then just, they're all weighed after the end of the race, because they have to meet the minimum weight requirements, which is 148 kilograms combined of rider and bike. As Jack Dunby there, 63.5. Oh, but the old Scoop had lost a couple of of that. So there is the case.
Oh.
Sorry about that, yeah.
Larry, don't do that to me. Yeah, I'm here alone.
No, that is the case. Just somebody just passing some information on to me from that perspective. Well, they're going off to do the various TV interviews down there. It's just going to take me a couple of seconds to muster the riders up down there. I can see Lucy Curtis, I think it is, down there. She ended up just having a couple of visits into pit lane. Let's just go and see if we can grab a quick word with Jack Dunby down here. Jack, who's got his 3rd podium of the season. That was a fair old scrap to be involved with, Jack. Enjoy that?
Yeah, that was brilliant. Yeah, well done to Ryan. It was an amazing race. Yeah, I got off to a good start, felt comfortable with the bike, and yeah, just unfortunately lost out. But no, I'm still happy. I mean, it's a 2nd place on the podium, getting some points racked in, and yeah, can't wait for the next round.
All right, so it's on. Do you guys go to Knockhill? Can't remember. I don't think you do you?
Snetterton next.
Snetterton for the next round, yeah. Well, there is Mason Foster down here, just having a chat to the team out there. A bit of a slow burner in that one, wasn't it, Mason? It took a little while to get up with the leading pack, and here you are on the podium.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to get too involved in the beginning, but I tried to take my time and tried to get to the front, but it was an unfortunate contact with Jack near the end, so lost a chance at going for the win. But yeah, good race all in all.
At least you did it, mate. That's the main thing, isn't it? So there is Ryan Frost. He's just been brought back up onto the podium. Let's have a chat to him as we head up there. Well done, Frosty. I think that's you back in the championship lead now, so happy with that.
Yeah, it was a good race. Managed to calculate it right. Obviously, all the top four were getting close. I could see on the TV, obviously Mason catching up, so I knew we had to get our go, but no, calculated it right.
So you're watching a bit of telly whilst you were going around, were you?
Yeah, you have to, don't you? You get a bit bored doing this round and round circles thing every weekend, but no, it was a good race.
On the big screens, I take it, yeah. So, you know, seeing that Jack Burrows just had a coming together with Mason, and that effectively let you two away at the front.
Yeah, hopefully we can just keep the points up coming into Snetterton and finish the year where we want to be.
Good lad. Thanks very much. Going up there, that's 17-year-old Ryan Frost. He gets the congratulations of the crowd assembled down here as Mason. Up you go, Mason. Go on. Age before beauty, as they say, as we climb the podium with the 3 Talent Cup riders. Talent Cup riders, that's Freudian slip.
I know,
there.
Larry, I've been all over that all weekend, I'm sorry.
We've been the Talent Cup for about 10 years, haven't we? And then all of a sudden it's changed now to the R&G British Moto 4 Cup. So, yeah, it's in evolution. It's effectively the same, isn't it? So let's get them out here then. The race 5, round 2 here at Donington Park. Third position then, his first podium of the season. That goes to Mason Foster. Mason gets the round of applause for his third position. Second position then, the third podium of the season for Kavara Projects, RS Racing and Jack Dunnerby. And taking a third win for Fibertech by MLAV Honda, the race winner, Ryan Frost. And the MLAV team as well get their team award. And we'll ask Richard Hutchins from our title sponsors R&G to make the podium presentation to the third place rider, Mason Foster, the first time he's been on the podium this season for Mortimer Racing. Second place then, that goes the way of yesterday's race winner in those damp conditions, that's Jack Dunnerby. And taking a victory to head the championship into the next round at Snetterton, the race winner Ryan Frost. And the Michael Laverty Fibertech Honda team get the team award as well. So that's the Moto 4 machines done for the weekend. And the next race on the agenda is Pirelli Superstocks. And with that, back to Duncan in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Larry. That's great. Sam Cox has joined us in the commentary box as well for this race. He's just going to slip a headset on and we will make a nice seamless transition into this next race, because Sam, you can see your guys down there on the grid, but you're now up here in the commentary point. What's it like down there for the guys?
Yeah, it's the weather's, I mean, it's not exactly warm out there, but the rain seems to have stayed away. We was looking at the forecast thinking, oh, it could be a wet race, could be a damp race, but no, it seems to be holding off at the moment, and there's a bit of a chilly breeze in the air, and the track temperature's not exactly ideal, but it's dry, which is the main thing. So
seamless. I think
look at that.
Well, that seamless transition from studio back across to... Now, what have you done to my television, Sam Cox?
I've not touched anything.
What have you touched on my television? Slightly worrying. We'll come back to that.
Could do it old school and just do it out the window.
Yeah, we're going to have to anyway. Larry, 5 minutes until the pit's closed for this one. Riders on the track, off the bikes. Let me run through the grid and see if Larry does get down here to get on track for this one, but can't guarantee that will happen. David Allingham is on pole from Lewis Rollo and Luke Mossey. Behind Luke Mossey we have got Declan Connell, then Ben Luxton and Emily Latty. Now quickly tell me about Emily Latty. He's your man for Armada SC31. What's his thoughts before we move into this race?
Well, as always, he was completely calm and chilled, and I think everyone around him is a lot more nervous than he is. He's ever the professional, just ready to get out there and have some fun, really. I mean, obviously, yesterday's qualifying was a bit of an anomaly. It was the first sort of wet session that any of them had done, so it shuffled the pack a little bit, but he's on the front 2 rows. I think he just wants to get stuck into that front group and put on a good showing, because we've got the Armada boys are out there. If you see us out in Teal somewhere, I'm sure they'll appreciate a pint if anyone's wanted to buy a few pints. But yeah, the boys are out there, so Emily's going to put on a show for them.
Touting them for free beer? Is this what you're trying to do here?
That's what they like, so got to get them some, got to oil them up nicely. So No, he wants to put on a show, so hopefully he can get in that front pack. And
notification on our screen, the broadcast pictures are temporarily off air, so if you're watching the big screen,
it wasn't me.
Circuit, yes, it wasn't you, but I thought it was. I'm only kidding, I knew it wasn't. If you're around the circuit and you're looking at one of the big screens, they will just be playing the adverts and not the actual race footage until they can fix that slight technical issue that they have. Simon Reed's on the third row of the grid alongside Scott Swan, who tipped off in qualifying yesterday. Now, qualifying was wet. That's what we should remind everybody of. It wasn't a dry qualifying session. It was wet, but not fully wet. It was drying all the way.
It wasn't raining. It was just wet.
And Swanee tipped off going into Redgate. Matt Truelove alongside him on the third row of the grid. Row number 4 has Blaze Baker, Richard White and Jake Hopper. Good run for Jake Hopper. The fifth row of the grid is Finlay Arscott, Mitch Rees and Ash Barnes. With Ricardo Brink, Ash Beach and Sam Laffins on row number 6. Row 7 has Josh Owens, Dan Brooks and Max Lofthouse. Now, Josh Owens, you're thinking, why is JR Performance, SAF Holland Honda that far back? Well, they're that far back because Josh went down yesterday at Redgate as Larry Carter makes his way through a Redgate. Larry, I'm happy to hold while if you're able to get a word with anybody.
Absolutely. The 3-minute board has just gone, but let me get just a very quick word with the pole position centre down here. Well, D-Bomb, you knew you lobbed a grenade into the mixer in the last lap last time. Going to try and make this a little bit easier for yourself.
Yeah, you know what? I'm feeling good on board the SMS Nick Oil BMW. Confident within myself and looking to have a good race. That's it. Try to get to the front and have a repeat of Open Park.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's what it is. That's the championship leader. He sits proudly on pole position already. The 3-minute board has gone. 2.5 minutes till we go green with this, the Pirelli National Superstock Race Ring.
Yeah, thank you very much, Larry Carter. We got down to the end of row 7th. Row 8, Ryan Campion, Max Simons and Harrison Crosby. Row 9, Gavin Watts, Callum Bay and Jake Major Bird, with Jack Bednarek back there on the Aprilia for Iron Competition, Thomas O'Grady and Lee Healy on the 10th row. The 11th row of the grid has David Williams on his Nitrous Competition Ducati, which you can look out the window and see David sitting on his bike getting a bit of a picture. He gives us a little wave up there. Good luck, David. All the best. Paul Curran down there as well, being a very good stand holder for David. That's what Paul does best for the Superstock race. And then we've got Kevin Milani, Jeff Van Callister and Cam Dixon on row 12 and Ramon Hunt in the very back row of the grid. So we're looking forward to a good Superstock race. They were treated to a very difficult qualifying, and it's only one Superstock race over the course of the weekend as well, Sam. It's not a double header. You don't get that until you come north of the border to Knockhill.
Yeah, no, it all sort of builds up to this. There's a lot of prep that goes into the weekend before you even get here. Then you've got FP1 and FP2. Like you say, they had a really difficult qualifying. It was not just sort of wet, it was also cold, and it was also past 6 o'clock by the time these boys got out yesterday. So you do a lot of preparation all for this one race. So it's all about keeping yourself calm and not doing anything too stupid in the early laps and kind of building into it, because it's still a long old race. So you don't do anything stupid in the first couple of laps to compromise anything.
No, absolutely. I get that 100%. And that's what you would have said to the Flying Finn, Emily Latti. You can't win it in the first 100 yards. Take your time. It is a 15-lap race. It's a long race. What's tyre degradation like? What are the Pirellis like in the Superstock class for these guys?
Yeah, it's definitely a factor. I think you're probably looking at after sort of lap 6, lap 7, they'll be past their best. They don't drop off a cliff, but you kind of just lose a little bit of that edge grip. They just slide a little bit more, and you just lose some. You can't hit those sort of lower lap times, and you drop off by a second or two as I get shoved out of frame. But yeah, they drop off a little bit, so you do need to be careful and try and manage that, because if you do go too hard too early again, you can cook your tyres and it will affect you later in the race. So it's a little bit of tyre management, but not too much.
I should mention that you are a team owner. You are a current racer. You would have been racing all last year, but you injured yourself in a pre-season test at Brands Hatch, and it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was a tib and fib on the left leg.
That was the one, yeah.
And it took you longer to heal up than it did one of your teammates, Tom Ward, who broke a femur at Cadwell Park, just because yours was a little bit more gnarly. Is that the right word?
Yeah. I mean, Tom is here somewhere, so he's probably listening.
Oh, he's on site.
Yeah, he's knocking around somewhere, but he's his was like a clean fracture, shall we say? Although it came out of the skin, so it was pretty gnarly. There's your gnarly bit. But yeah, it was able to sort of be put back in, and then he got a rod through it, so the strength was kind of there straight away. Whereas mine was more of a shattering, if you will, which kind of the surgeon had to sort of put all the pieces back together.
I wish I'd never asked
to put it all together, but it's part of the sport, isn't it? But
is that you done then, Sam? Because the reason I ask you,
No.
that we no, it's a rhetorical question because we have the privilege of putting the race programs together, and when we were given the pre-season entry list, number 31 was a certain S. Cox from London. So, and then we were told to withdraw the entry prior to Alton Park. So that told me that you still have aspirations to continue racing.
I do, yeah. And I'm looking at Snetterton. Hopefully, is going to be my first
Really,
first
as
round
soon as
back.
that?
You never told me this.
No, it was big reveal.
Are you sacking him off already, Doug, or what? Looking for a replacement. Tell you what, Sam, if you make half as good a racer as you know you are, former as Triumph Cup race winner, as you do an analyst, you'll be doing all right, mate.
Thank you, appreciate that.
I agree with that. But you will be welcome back onto the racetrack as well. But you did tell us at the start of the year that it's a phased return for you, and selected rounds, and Snetterton will probably be the one with I think an eye on Brands Hatch, because that's a big one for the Armada SC31 team, because that's where the sponsors are really based around. So we wish you the very best of luck with that one, Sam.
Thank you.
And but good grief, I've just had my boiled egg. I really didn't need to hear too much information about bones and whatever else.
It's a part of the sport, unfortunately.
It is part of the sport. If you're Sam Cox, it's part of the sport. David Allingham sits on pole position alongside Lewis Rollo, and then we have got Luke Mossey. Lewis Rollo sitting there just looking down the track. David Allingham always goes through his little pre-race kind of pump session, just fires him up. It's what he feels he needs to do. I think Mossey could be the danger man here. Keep our eyes on this. We're under starters orders for a 15-lap race for the Pirelli National Superstock. The revs go up, red lights are on, and away we go down towards turn number 1. And David Allingham typically gets a fabulous start, as does Declan Connell from row 2. He comes round his countryman, and then Lewis Rollo tries to repay that on Deco, but he's going to run a bit deep into the corner. There he does, and Connell manages to take that. But here comes Mossey underneath Deco as well. This is Emily Latty now on the inside. They all come to Craner's. We all hold their breath for the first time as they get through Craner curves. They were all nice and cautious on the outlap going through there, and well done to everyone in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship as they come through the bottom of the old hairpin. It's David Allingham, D-Bomb, who leads the way on the SMS Nickel Oils BMW. He has been the man of the season so far, Sam.
Yeah, definitely. He was the guy in pre-season. He was setting all the fastest laps in all the pre-season tests, and obviously got the win out at Alton Park last time out, so he's the guy to beat. But like you say, Mossey is hunting him down, and there's a certain little Finn in third place now that's just latched onto the back of that group as well. That's I'm sure he'll be looking for a win as well. So he's probably got a little bit of scrapping to do to get the win today.
We saw Finlay Arscott very wide through that area of the track as well. As we go through McLean's, Finn was very wide off the apex of the corner through the fog of the S's. They come 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Everybody in a big line, and yeah, you're right. That little Finn in third place, just ahead of Deco Connell and Lewis Rollo, with Ben Luxton on the Whitecliff CDH Honda ahead of the Rosewood Bespoke Joinery Honda of Scott Swan. So we've got everybody that we need to be in the mix, and also we've got Manny Trulove there. Manny Trulove, where did he start the race? Third row off the grid, as Declan Connell has to almost take shelter from the incoming Lewis Rollo as they go through that corner. Yes, they may be countrymen. Yes, they are friends, but that kind of doesn't matter when you're on track, Sam.
No, once you get that helmet on and the visor goes down, the lights go out, I think it's go time, and you sort of forget who's around you, and you just obviously want to get the next person in front of you, whoever that is. But yeah, I'm surprised to see Trulove so far back, actually, because he was having a really good run of things, and I think that wet practice yesterday, or wet qualifying, just caught him out a little bit, and he's found himself further down the grid. But Declan Connell has been there we go, Mossey.
Yeah, Mossey to the front.
Really nice move.
Well, I did say Mossey was a danger man, but this is the first time we're actually seeing Declan Connell get a chance at race pace, because at Alton Park, Deco's quite small and he's very thin, but he has a tank extender on the back of the tank, and it came off in the race on lap 1. So that was a real thing. It really hindered his progress through the race, hence the reason he couldn't really feel his arms to the end of it, and he shot over at the Hizzy chicane. This is the first time we're seeing Deco able to run with these guys at the front on the rapid Honda, and he looks up the inside of Emily Latty, but thankfully doesn't try and go through the Sam Cox getting a little bit nervous as he's watching the feed come back to the commentary box, as we listen and watch at the back of the commentary box to see Luke Mossey, who I think will be the danger man. Luke Mossey knows how to win in the Pirelli National Superstock Championship, and he knows how to get the best out of a Paget's Malenko Honda. David Allingham, well, sits in second place. He has been the form man, but the form can change very quickly. Emily Latty still sits in a great third place as we come out of the last corner. And let's do a bit of a shout out for Lewis Rollo as well, returning to racing. And you know, I'm very patriotic for Lewis Rollo and for Declan Connell, but especially Lewis should have been a Superbike racer last year. That horrible injury which he picked up in pre-season testing basically ruined his whole year. And to see him back here with Michael Laverty, with his local BMW dealer as a sponsor, really is a step in the right direction. As we see David Allingham, he's not letting Luke Mossey get away here.
No, I just see Mossey got the fastest lap on that last race, and they've last lap, and they've just dipped into the 29s. They qualified on a low, I think it was mid 29 in the qualifying time, so they're right back up to pace now. And yeah, Allingham's. But this is really a track of two halves. The fast flowing bit of sort of Craner curves and Schwantz and all up the back there is one section, and then the second part is very stop-starty. And again, you see a lot of like ebbing and flowing when it comes to these sort of races where it's sort of people stretch it out and then pull them back in depending on where their bike's working better. But
now these are big bikes. These are big 1000cc bikes. They're extremely quick, extremely powerful. How do you set your bike up round here? Do you need to set them up for two parts, or do you try and compromise both of these parts as Allingham goes back to the front?
Well, Allingham's obviously set his bike up lovely for that, that chicane there as he comes past Mossey, but it is really tricky because, like I say, it's basically a track of two halves. You either set yourself up for the fast flowing stuff or you set yourself up for the sort of stop-starty stuff, and it's quite hard to get a balance of both. But when it comes to a race, you need to be strong on the brakes. There's a lot of places to overtake here, and setting yourself up. So Larty's sort of reeling them in this second part of the lap. So he's feeling good on the brakes, but it is tricky to get a proper setup here.
What you don't want to do, is down at the exit off the Melbourne Loop, number 95 by any chance. That's Max Simmons. Yeah. Max Simmons doing the crawl off the track there, and it looks like there's a bit of fluid down. We'll see how the Port West Race Safe Marshals can deal with that. They're incredibly good, the Port West Race Safe Marshals, as David Allingham does a 1:29.615. 1:28 flat is the lap record round here. Let's get a replay of Max Simmons as we see him coming through. Classic. Classic high side, I think that one is. And who's that having to take amazing avoiding action as you see Dan Brooks going through? That's the thing, a high side, you almost want it to have a little bit more power. Or a little bit more speed. The safety car has been deployed. I think that's the right thing to do. As Cam Dixon almost has to come to a complete halt there on 52. Safety car deployed. The race has been neutralised. And I'll do my Larry Carter bit unless he wants to do his bit about the safety car, because Larry always usually comes in with a really good description of what the safety car actually does if you're new to this.
Yeah, we need to record this, don't we? The race is now neutralised currently behind the safety car. What happens is that all laps count towards the full race distance, but the riders are not allowed to overtake. They're allowed to close up to the rider in front of them, but they're not allowed to overtake. The safety car will deploy from pit lane. There it goes. And the lead rider's job it is to control the pace with the riders behind him. Now, whilst them lights are flashing on top of the safety car, the race is neutralised. No overtaking, no advantages to be gained other than to close up to the gap in front of the rider. When those lights are extinguished off of the top of the safety car, that means that we go racing on the next lap. And it's the lead rider's job then to control the pace, because there's still no overtaking allowed until they cross the line with the issuing of a green flag. But all these races count towards full race distance. The race is currently neutralised.
We've just seen a TV feed of Max on the stretcher there with his helmet off talking to the medics. And yes, there was a little bit of fluid down there. So we can see the Port West Race Safe Marshals just dealing with that and making sure that that's all cleaned up. I think that's a fabulous bit of work down there, but good to see Max talking with the marshals and the medics. And thank you very much, Larry Carter, for your safety car feature, which is driven by Chris Glendenning. And in the passenger seat, we have got Pat Blakeney. Two pretty hot drivers, I have to say, in their own right.
I was going to say, Allingham's struggling to catch up with the safety car. He needs to put his foot down a little bit.
Chris is going to have to just knock the pace up a couple of tenths of a second a lap. And look at the light bar. Keep your eyes on the light bar as you see the safety car coming into your area, because as Larry says, when that light bar gets extinguished, when the lights go out, the safety car will be ending, and we'll also see that on screen. But Allingham needs to catch the safety car. That's one of the things as well. David needs to catch up to the back, because they won't end it until he is at least there. So we're going to have another lap under safety car. David going a little bit too slow. He might get a slap on the knuckles for this, because Chris Glendenning doesn't want to slow down too much. Allingham thinks it's going to be ending this lap, but it's not. He needs to keep his eyes on the lights. The lights are still on, and now he realises we're going for another lap, so he'll draw them up towards the back of it. And I think that's what's happened here. David just held back a little bit too far for us. But here we go. We get up onto the back of the safety car. This time, and we have got laps ticking away, as Larry says. But what this does is people need to try and keep your tyres warm. How do you keep heat in your tyres? Because that BMW safety car is being driven within an inch of its life. We saw that yesterday in the Moto4 race as he was trying to drive it out of the top of Redgate. The thing was sideways towards Hollywood, and you know that's getting driven pretty hard.
Yeah, no, it's really tricky because this circuit here at Donington is you don't spend a lot of time on the left-hand side of your tyre. And then,
red flag, red flag. We've got a red flag out now. Do we have rain over that far side of the track? Actually, I saw the wipers on the safety car as they were making their way down through Hollywood. Do we have a rain shower coming in that side of the track? That's something that we might see.
It is spitting with rain.
Yes. Well, I just saw as the safety car was going through Hollywood, I saw the wipers going across it. I thought that's a strange one. Maybe there is rain in that area of the track, and that also lets us get a proper, yes, rain, exactly. We can see it on the camera lens.
Someone just slide off there?
Oh, yes, they did. Yeah, they did. Oh, good grief. Number 34 goes down, and that's a great shame. Right at the bottom, Kevin Milani on the 241 Motorsport. So, yeah, the rain has a very localised area from, I would say, Redgate, Hollywood, down to the old hairpin. Spitting on this side, Alan Hyde has just come back to commentary box and said, but Sam, we can see her on the picture there. That's a great shame.
Yeah, there's nothing in pit lane.
Yeah, exactly. I know, Larry, but if you look across towards Hollywood, you definitely will see it. But we're going to have the bikes coming in. That's a pretty heavy downpour in a very localised area, Sam.
Yeah, no, we was looking at the forecast and it did look like there was going to be some sharp showers around, but we thought we were going to get away with it in this race. But it's a great call from the race direction there, because it would have been horrible to have been going into that on race pace, going into the old hairpin. It was clearly wet. That guy, who was it that went down? Number 34, yeah. Kevin Milan went down. I mean, he wouldn't have been going very quickly there, but he's just been caught out in that rain. So great decision just to neutralise the race there and bring everyone back to pit lane. I mean, we may not even see a wet race here. I don't know if they're going to declare it as a wet race because it's so localised in such a small little area.
Thing is, if the red flag it, they probably will declare it.
They have to declare it, yeah.
Yeah, they probably will.
But anyway, it's not really wet in the track, is it? It's literally one little area that's wet, so it's a bit of a tricky one there. But
look at this across the back of us. So we can't see directly what's above us right now, thankfully, but we can from our TV director Richard Coventry's point of view. But I just saw the wipers on the safety car going out of view, and I thought, I'm pretty sure Chris Glendinning won't be putting scoosh on the windscreen because that would go straight back into the guys behind him.
It's a bit harsh, isn't it?
But why were the wipers on? Scoosh, yeah, you know.
Scoosh, have you heard of that one, Coxie? That's a new one on me.
No, I have to write that down and Google it later.
Put that one into the vocabulary for future.
Windscreen wash, sorry.
On the windscreen. When I'm next in Halfords or somebody else, we'll have to ask them, have you got some scoosh?
Alan, help me out. You're appealing me, Alan.
You're on your own.
Oh, thank you very much. We're looking at TV pictures coming back up to our commentary point, Scoop, and this is the bit where people are now asking questions. We can see Luke Stapleford speaking to Luke Mossy, and the garage. They're effectively next door to each other, two very good friends. Mossy, who was leading in fact, second place at the red flag, it was David Allingham in the garage next door who was leading. Ryan Campion down the end of the pit lane on bike number 50, parked beside the Carol Nash garage. If you haven't been into the Carol Nash garage, you need to pay a visit to some of the machinery in there. It's stunning. A Rizza Suzuki, an HM Plant Honda. I mean, it doesn't get any better than what we have down there, even the Cadbury's Boost Yamaha.
Was it Cam Dixon that did the mirror signal manoeuvre?
It was a fabulous bit of manoeuvre. Cam's not had a great start to the year. Obviously, he caused the red flag at Alton Park, and then a masterful bit of avoidance, Larry, is what we saw.
Yeah, well, we must admit, Cam, you won't have seen it yet, but what a masterful piece of avoidance watching the crashing Max Simmons down there. So well done for avoiding all that.
Yeah, it woke me up a bit, to be honest. I thought he got a bit of a good drive, and then he came off, and you know, you just look at the bike and you got nowhere to go. But luckily I didn't hit it and no one hit me, so yeah, we got away from that luckily.
Was there a little bit of rain starting to fall at that particular point, because the rain's been red flagged and we have seen a lot of rain on the camera?
Yeah, there was a little bit of rain into turn one, but to be honest, nothing that would have caused the crash. It was just like 3 or 4 drops. You can see it on the screen. It's not enough to make the track wet yet.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Cam. Thanks
Larry,
for that.
News, restart over 7 laps, wet race, quick start procedure, 2 warm-up laps. Pit lane opens at 3:05, and we're at 14:57. So a little bit of filling to do as we see David Allingham across on the pit wall and the SMS Nickel Oils leathers. D-Bum and Emily Latty both on the pit wall having just a bit of a look. David is the form man in this championship right now, and he is carrying the championship lead as we come in here by a slender 3-point margin over Luke Mossy.
Well, Sam Laffins, I don't know whether he actually caught the crash helmet there, the Ray McCulloch replica that Sammy Laffins is sporting there. Just having a look at it now. And yeah, he's there. He's part of the Van der Hoy racing team. Sam, just admiring. I saw a little bit of stuff on social media about the launch of the crash helmet and what have you. This is a throwback to the olden days.
Yeah. So what we have here is a Ray McCulloch replica helmet. Obviously, anybody who's a true road racing fan will know who Ray McCulloch is. He lives in our local village, and whenever I first started racing, we sort of went up and seen him and says, you know, I'd like to keep the tradition going. And his words to me were, "Flip, I thought this was all over 40 years ago." So
this is the Tremara Destroyers, isn't it? And if anybody wants these, do you do replicas? Are they on sale, or what's the plan?
We don't have any on sale, but if you go to AG Customs, it's a guy, Alan, just drop a message on Facebook and he'll be happy enough to do one.
Yeah, because it is an absolute stunner, isn't it? Back to the throwback of the Tremara Destroyers versus the Amoy Armada and everything else like that, Sam. And it's great that you are keeping the name of Ray McCulloch alive, because he was kind of lost in the Joey Dunlop sort of era, wasn't he? And a lot of people forgot all about just how good Ray McCulloch was.
Well, that sort of Raymond was, Joey was Raymond's idol, and you know, they had lots of battles on the roads, and like I say, it's an inspiration to use the helmet.
They're doing a cracking job, Sam.
Quick question for Sam, Larry. He run a motor at Oulton Park, never got to race. I take it, is that a new motor, or is it the same one that's just been refreshed in that Honda?
Oulton Park didn't work out for you. I think you popped an engine. Is it a new one, or have you just rebuilt the old one?
No, we're happy enough to rebuild the old one. It was a little less expensive than a new engine, but she seems to be going all right out there, so hopefully she stays together. We'll be happy enough.
Just as well you've got plenty of money, Laffins. That's what it's all about. Well, that's brought a modicum of laughter down. Nice to see the bike of Jamie Van Calster there. Just going to make a move. Jeff Van Calster, of course, is Ash Barnes down here with David. I understand that was said in jest yesterday when I was on about Vincent wanted some team clothing, but I understand he rocked up to the awning last night and demanded some, Dave.
Well, you know what Duncan's like. He is a bit like that, you know.
What it's like,
yeah, it's all very polite when he's talking on the radio, but you know when it
comes
to
a nasty piece of work, isn't he?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to say that in public, but you know, I agree with you, Larry. If you're saying it,
that's it. Yeah, no names, no patrol. Ash Barnes down here. Well, Ash, it's a 7-lap club race to go with for the second part of this race.
Yeah, got a good start. Started 15th, was 9th by turn 1. You know, got caught out a little bit yesterday in the wet qualifying. First time round here in the wet, so yeah, it was a bit of a gamble for me personally, but we've got good pace in the dry, so start 9th for this restart. Hopefully get another good launch and try and run away with the front boys.
Get away with them, that's the key to it, yeah.
Can I just say in my defence, I went to say hello to Davey. You're good, Carter, and you know what? Get Carter. Get even, that's my motto.
You know exactly how I feel.
I love it, Larry.
We've got a Dutch visitor, Ricardo Brink, down here. Ricardo, and see if we can just grab a quick word. Ricardo, for the Circuit PA around the track, welcome to British Superbike Championship. You're very welcome here.
Yeah, thank you. I really enjoy it here. It's completely new, but yeah, we really like it, and yeah, we're just pushing. Let's see what we can do this race.
Is this the only round you're going to do? Are you going to do more of the championship?
The plan is to make 5 rounds to have a little bit of a start at BSB, and then we'll see for next year.
Yeah, and then get a superbike for Arsene.
That would be really nice. If you can fix that for me, would be great.
Leave it with me. I'll see what I can do. Thanks. Ricardo Brink, the latest of the Dutch visitors down here.
Now Larry, we do have the return of, now we need to get this right, JVS, Jamie Van Schicklierhuis. Yeah, remember Cornier, our good friend who kept us right in Assen?
Whether it was him that sent
I don't know,
the
did he get back to you, Alan? Did Cornier and the guys from Holland get back to you?
No, I'm afraid not, no.
Well, that's a little bit sad.
I think there's somebody masquerading as imposters there, wasn't there?
We ended up calling him Neil at the end of the day, didn't we? Because his name was Cornelius.
Well, you call him Neil. Most of us call him Corny, like he liked to be called. But you decided his name was Neil all of a sudden.
It was easier. Yeah, I've just seen Matt Bainbridge running down this end of the pit lane away from the rapid.
Bainbridge running? What's going on?
Well, that's what I was thinking. There must have been a cup of tea or something on offer. But Bainbridge was running. Maybe he's going to ask Race Control a message. I can see you're very close to Claire Armstrong, the other brains of the team down there.
Let me just put this. Claire, there's been a vision in pit lane here that Matt Bainbridge has actually been running down pit lane. Can you confirm that it was just a mirage? It definitely wouldn't be happening.
I mean, I can't believe my eyes when I saw it, to be honest.
You saw it as well. You saw the mirage.
I saw it. I don't know what was going on, though. He's not normally like that.
Definitely, he needs some more of, you know, what it is tea, I reckon, later on. Yeah, we need to slow him down a little bit there. That is Claire Armstrong, the co-owner, if you like, of the Rapid team, who does such a wonderful job. Former racer himself is Matt, of course, in the Ducati Cup. There is Richard White. We had a chat with Ash Barnes. Just got a minute or so till the pit lane opens. Let's just go and see where the chat with Max Lofthouse there yesterday. Right, I just wanted to grab a quick word with his Speedy Reedy down here. Simon Reid, well, welcome back, Simon. It's been a couple of years since we last saw you, and it's great to be back in the championship, I guess.
Yeah, just fantastic to be back, especially with such a great team, the MLAV, Car Cox BMW. You know, it's fantastic. Really enjoying the first 2 rounds here, and yeah, plan is to just keep building. We're not too far away. The pace has been good, so just need to get some race miles under my belt.
And that's it. The championship is better for having you in it, mate. That is great to see. There.
Simon Reid was really fast in free practice. Actually, topped to one of the times, and unfortunately, he did tip off, which cost him, Larry.
Very quick word with Lewis Rowland just before the pit lane opens. Well, Lewis, you've got to do it all over again now.
Yeah, I know. I never got the best of starts there, but settled into 5th. Obviously, front 3 were kind of away, but we'll have another go here. The weather's obviously changing all the time, but everyone stayed on dries here, I think. So even though it's a wet race, we'll all be out and still fighting just as strong.
I think so. 30 seconds to go before pit lane opens. So already the bikes. Well, there's a valid point Lewis Rowland makes there, isn't it, Duncan? That it has been declared a wet race, but everybody will be out on the dry tyres because that little ninja, squally, whatever you want to call it, rain shower,
ninja,
looks like it's now dissipated.
Ninja's better. It's one that pops up over the tree line, does you, and then disappears
it's
in
like
the distance.
Scoosh, or what was it?
Scoosh, yeah, on the windscreen, sorry.
Scoosh, yes. If you want an interpreter, ladies and gents, that's a windscreen washer fluid, I want you to imagine, that when you go to the car accessory dealer.
Well, you know, it's just I'm just surprised I saw the windscreen wipers on Chris Glendenning's safety car that time. Well, yeah, but great shame that we have a red flag. But what we will get is a restart over 7 laps. We have a wet race declared. Quick start procedure, so 1 mechanic from each team is now on the grid in order to receive the riders as they leave the pit lane. 2 warm-up laps for the actual get-go, so once they've made their way to the grid, the warm-up laps then happen, so we'll have 2 of those just to get a nice bit of heat in the tyres and so they can see if the track has changed anywhere. And the pit lane is now open. 26 seconds until it closes. In fact, if we count in a little bit more, we could say 21 seconds to
21 seconds to go.
And until the pit lane closes. It's one of my favourite lines in commentary, actually, you know that? Apart from Sam Cox takes the victory.
I'm going to make a little compilation at the end of the year of every time you've said it.
You love it. So back onto track we go for the restart of this. Well, this basically is a 7-lap dash. If the first part of this race was anything to go by, it looks like it's going to be a bit of a fight at the sharp end, and one of your man is going to be right in the middle of it. Will we see Wardy back? That's something I should ask. Will we see Wardy and Tom Oliver? Are they going to make an appearance at all?
Yeah, no, we're actually, as I said, Wardy's here somewhere out in the circuit, I'm sure, talking to someone about something. But yeah, he's hopefully going to be back at some point throughout the year. Obviously, he had a nasty crash as well, but he's kind of focused on the World Endurance this year, which is why he couldn't do the full season. But we're hopefully getting him out maybe at Brands, because I think Snetterton clashes with Suzuka, so we can't get him out there. But potentially at Brands, we could get Wardy out. But again, Larty's doing so well. He's flying the Finnish flag as well as the Armada flag when he goes out there. So it'd be tempting to get him back out. Tom Oliver is also here. Yeah. He might get back out.
And
so we've got an abundance of riders to get out. It's just trying to fit us all into a.
Does Emily have World Endurance Championship commitments as well?
Yes, he does.
Do you lose him at some point?
Yeah, no, he's committed to the World Endurance, which is why, unfortunately, he's only here for these 2 rounds.
You pick him, don't you? You really do.
Yeah, no, it's.
You pick the riders.
We thought they'd prioritise us, but they prioritise World Endurance, which I guess is fair. But yeah, no, it's we're trying to find. But I'm just looking. Is it raining out there?
I'm looking down towards it.
It is, Sam. Yes, it is. I was just about to report that the rain flags are down here on the start and finish straight, and it is.
Well, it was declared a wet race,
and it's getting heavier as well. But yeah, I think, Duncan, at this point in time, you know, this word safety comes into hands, doesn't it?
100%, and that's what they will look at this straight away. Even though there's 2 warm-up laps, the water that is falling down now, because you see a few hoods up in the pit lane as well.
And it is starting to come down. It's not just drizzle anymore. This is a little bit heavier rain than what we had earlier.
Slick tyre on back of Luke Moss's bike, or the dry tyre. What used to be slick a couple of years ago for super stock, but the dry tyre, wet racer, ushering everybody off the grid, and then we'll see exactly what happens. The 2 warm-up laps. Well,
Pit stops, Coxey. Do you fancy that?
Well, I was about to say, this is literally everyone on the grid. There's not one person out there that I can see that's on a wet tyre, and the rain is definitely coming down heavier, at least into the first sector. We got quite a good viewpoint here, and we can see some big old clouds in the distance as well. So, yeah, I'm a bit nervous letting these boys go out in the wet when every single person is on dries.
Oh, down they go towards the first corner so they can all have a look. There might be the rider's choice here to see how they get on as they go in towards it. Look how slow they're all actually going. So your hands go in there straight away. There's a decision by riders, I believe, here. And I think that's exactly what we're kind of seeing as they make their way through the first corner. But this weather, it's just coming and going. That's the right problem. Matt Trulov's
enjoying it.
He's having a great time, isn't he? He's gone.
He's not seen behind him that everyone else has put their hands up.
Yeah, and it's just because it's in such a small area off the track by the looks of things. Turn number 1 to maybe just down the old hairpin here. I was saying that. I was seeing some fresh spots on the camera lens. So a difficult one for the race organisers and the race direction to deal with, that's for sure. We're just seeing lots and lots of clouds that are bringing in showers. There's not one big large blanket of cloud that could just give us a proper bit of rain and then we know what we're dealing
what you
with.
wish for, because that looks pretty big over there. But,
I know. But you know, when you look at the window, sometimes the whole sky is awash with it. But these are just like small clouds that pop up and give us a little bit of rain. So the organisers may be banking on hopefully these 2 warm-up laps being able to give us a little bit more time in order for the rain to possibly pass. But the riders are coming round just now, and it's a difficult one, Sam. It's a difficult one.
Well, they've declared it wet, I guess. So yes. It is a wet race. Everyone decided not to go out on the wets. So I guess get back to pit lane, lads. Get your wets on and get out there, basically.
So if you're Matt Trulov, you scamper away, you come straight back in, you expect the tag team to be ready. Oh, that's a good one, the tag team. You like that?
You
in the pit lane.
The tag team.
Who I can still see down there. A lot of people going through the escape road down there. As I look in the pit lane, still a little bit of water falling from the sky. And I'm waiting to see if anybody's actually preparing any tyres for any of the racers at this moment in time. A difficult one. Alan Hyde is back in his studio. He disappeared to do a chat show at PBM with Scott Redding, but there was a slight issue down there, I believe, Alan.
I had no rider.
Yes, he was staying in the garage debriefing, which is understandable.
Yes.
It does happen. Now, lots of riders coming in the pit lane. Here we go. Matt Trulov carries on for another lap. Into the pit lane comes Ben Luxton for Whitecliff CDH. In comes Lewis Rollo for his team. In comes, is that 61 or was it 81? One of the Whitney Motorsports. In comes Emily Latty, and he's straight to the pits to change tyres, just to let you know, Sam Cox.
Oh, good man.
That's exactly what he's done. Here comes the GR Performance bikes as well. Well, this makes it pretty exciting. Here comes David Williams into the pit lane. Callum Bay, Lee Healy, all making their way in.
I guess you can put wets on and then start from pit lane?
Absolutely. Cam Dixon, Jack Bednarek. Yes, absolutely. I would imagine so.
If race direction are sticking to the guns, and there's no reason why they shouldn't, because it has been declared a wet race.
Whitecliff CDH changing tyres in the pit lane, Larry. This is a good thing to be seen. We're seeing the second warm-up lap underway. So that's what I was saying. You know, you've got 2 warm-up laps. There's quite a bit of time here.
Effectively pit stops. That's what we're seeing.
And the good bit about the extra warm-up lap is there's plenty of time for these guys to get that back wheel done on Ben Luxton's bike and take their time to do the front end standing there.
But factor this in, Duncan. It's now stopped raining.
I was about to say, it looks like it's drying up.
So, you know, do we do like Harley Preble and company did in the BMW race, and that's it, go out on wets on a perfectly dry track and it's game over? If race direction have declared this a wet race, then it's the onus is on the riders and teams to start the race with whatever they want to finish the race on. Now, we've got probably, I don't know, 50% of the field in pit lane down here at present. So.
Well, Larry, that goes back to my original statement I said to Sam, you know, because there's 2 laps.
We've got Tom Ward on the spanners here. Well, don't let him do that.
Down there.
Double check that.
That's right. Yeah, he's trying to put an Allen key onto a 13 mil there. That's Tom Ward at his best, but he knows what he's doing. But that's what I said. You know, these 2 warm-up laps, it gives the organisers a little bit of time to see what this does, because it's sunny behind the bank of cloud that we have. So they've not jumped instantly and stopped it. They've kept it going for these 2 warm-up laps. It's in the hands of the riders. The second warm-up lap coming towards an end, and a lot of these guys in the pit lane who have changed tyres. Larry Carter now tells us that it's stopped raining out there.
It has stopped raining. Certainly at this part of the track. There is, let's see, we've just about got Jack Bednarek about to leave pit lane. And
look at that.
Well,
fastest
that's a
out
pit
the pits
stop and a half for you, by the way.
There we go. That's the World Endurance, you see. Straight on it.
Yeah, but it was Tom Ward.
Well, yeah, he's normally riding, but he's seen him do it before, and he's obviously remembered.
So he's got the full wets on now, Sam.
So he should have full wets on, yeah,
There's
going
Jack
out pit lane.
Bednarek, who's been in pit lane, and he's leaving on the full dries.
Oh, Bednarek came in but didn't change. Right, okay, I can tell you Ben Luxton's on a full wet setup as well.
There's Ricardo Brink doing exactly the same. He's on the slicks.
I just tried to look at the binoculars at the TV there. That's the wrong thing to do, Duncan. Yeah, Ben Luxton now leaving the pit lane. The back wheel was out of that bike, but they've now put the dry back tyre back in that Wycliffe CDH Honda. So this, as we look at the grid, this is difficult for the guys to find out where to park up as well.
Ben Luxton, wet front, dry rear.
Ah, so he's going for the wet front. That's a bit of that's the Carter option.
Probably what
Lewis Rollo, full wets.
Green flag at the back. We're about to go racing. David Allingham, Luke Mossey braving it out on the full dry tyres.
Sam Josh Owens, wet front, dry rear.
That's exactly the safe option, Larry Carter. Revs go up, red lights on. And it's go down towards turn number 1 for these guys on track who stay out there on the full dry tyres. The only thing is they've done so many laps at half racing speed. They need to be careful
that is ginger.
on this lap as they come in towards turn number 1, tapping the throttle nice and gently just to make sure they have got enough grip. There's no spray coming up off the track. Declan Connell goes underneath Luke Mossey, but it is David
But it's
Allingham.
raining again, Dunk.
And here come the wet weather runners leaving the pit lane. So have they made the correct choice as we come down through the Craner curves? You can see how gently they're all trying there just to kind of almost baby the bike on the way down. Ash Barnes making a move up the inside. But Allingham from True Love, from Declan Connell, from Luke Mossey. Then it looks like, is that Simon Reed with the good start? We need to see further back. Here it comes. It's the Lewis Rollo just behind Emily Latty. And you can see how much more confidence those guys have on the wet weather tyres as they make their way through McLean's up towards the top. Emily Latty already on the back, I would believe, of the guys. Yes, they are. Emily Latty's on the back of the guys, and it's Lewis Rollo who's got in the mix of these dry tyres. Well, Sam,
it's getting tight. It's getting tight around the back there. Everyone doesn't know how hard to push. You've got guys at a mid-pack thinking, you know what, I'm going for this. I'm normally in the mid-pack and I've got a view for the front here. The guys at the front are starting to pull away. They're seeing the wet flags coming out. It's there's loads going on here. I'm holding my breath a little bit because I'm just hoping no one goes down because it is. Oh God, you've got a mixture of wets and dries in the back there. Emily's trying to cut his way through. There's all sorts going on there. But
here comes Simon Reed up the inside of everybody. They don't know just how hard they can push. It's like a half-pace race just
the
now.
rain
This
flags
is
are
quite
waving,
something.
but.
And it's only 7 laps. That's something else. Once they get heat into these dry tyres and they start to feel just what they've got as the sun now pops out in the main straight.
Oh, God.
As we look towards Goddard's, we see coming through, it is True Love from Allingham, from Connell, from Simon Reed. And then we look further back. Where's our first wet weather tyre runner? Is it Emily Latty? Is it Lewis Rollo? Lewis Rollo, the first of the wet weather tyre runners. And did you say, Larry, he was on a wet front and a dry rear? Is that what you confirmed?
No, I think Rollo was on full wets.
Well, there we go. Lewis Rollo will ride absolutely anything. We know that's for sure. As the rain flags now flash on the way in towards. This is who's at the front now?
Declan Connell is going for it.
Declan at the front, a man who's raced in conditions very similar to this, close to his home Knockhill. Simon Reed making a good move up towards this. Simon Reed, remember, he was fastest in one of the sessions. Was it a wet session that Simon was fastest in? Or was it a session that was dry that then went wet? I can't remember. Declan Connell, though, looks at home on the Rapid Honda. He is up front. He can gauge his own grip as one of the Ducatis on the overrun. That will be David Williams coming out of the last corner, we believe. In fact, Finn Arscott's into the pit lane. David Williams past their commentary point. Just pause for effect there because it sounds so good.
A really nice BMW coming through, but yeah, I think Larty's trying to cut his way through, as is Rollo. But I think I saw Ben Luxton who's making his way up. He's on that sort of wet front, dry rear.
There he is there,
so
Ben
he won't
Luxton,
be
yes.
suffering as much as Larty and Rollo when it comes to the tyres. But it just looks too dry out there for me to be on full wet. So
Ben Luxton crossed the line 16th. He's now 9th as Lewis Rollo goes underneath Dan Brooks.
But then the sun's coming out there, so it looks very dry, and those wets won't last long in those sort of conditions.
The sun always shines on TV.
It does. Oh, is that a back marker?
No, that's Lee Healy, right in the middle of things as well.
I think he went out late though from pit
Lee
lane.
did go
So
very,
yeah,
very
so
late.
he's
Yes. Sorry, he did.
He's confusing things as well.
As did number 41 as well. That was Thomas O'Grady. They were just both at the back end of the pack leaving. Declan Connell now looking a lot more confident. Look at the sunshine beating down on the main straight. The rainbows are not flashing. They're now just solidly illuminated, which means there is a change as Lewis Rollo heads along the main straight as well on that wet front. Ben Luxton fastest lap of the race, 1:43.079. But it's lap 3. Ben Luxton finds himself as he crosses the line in 8th position as he turns underneath Lee Healy. Is that Luke Mossey just behind him?
Mossy on the dryers, yeah, looks like it. He's just coming through. I think Mossy's obviously using his experience here, and he's not wanting to do anything too exciting. But
7th for Luxton, 8th for Mossy. There's Ash Barnes just behind as they make their way through the bottom. And this is just...
I'm just looking at Luxton's lap time was only 0.2 quicker than Connell, so it's not really sure what the right tyres are on, but obviously they're sort of, what, 10 seconds, no more than that.
It comes
13
down to
seconds.
Feel. It comes down to natural feel and feel on the bike and what the guys are seeing as Emily Latty tried to put that bike into the side. But yeah, excuse me, coming through. Lee Healy was very much aware of what was going on there as it happened. But Josh Owens as well, that's another one. He went out in the wet front, dry rear, and he's got work to do. So those three we keep our eyes on, because it is Latty, Owens and Rollo. But as they come through the
still not using the curbs through there, so it's obviously not confident enough.
Let's see if anybody uses the curbs. Do any of the guys on the wet tyres who don't stay long enough there? Is that Lewis Rollo, not Simon Reed, sorry. Simon Reed and then Matty Trulove. But these guys, as you say, they're not lapping slow enough. And look at that baking sunshine now. If you've got a wet tyre, and when do you start to think, oh, this isn't ideal for me?
Yeah, no, that sun will be beaming down now. And obviously, Simon Reed's gone wide. It looks like Trulove's tucked him up into the last corner. So Simon's obviously been a little bit cautious there. It must still be, that last corner must still be a little bit damp, and there might be some issues there. But
yeah, Simon just getting caught out unfortunately there, and thankfully he managed to turn the bike, keep it upright. Lewis Rollo does go through. Josh Owens has got ahead of Emily Latty. Josh Owens looks like he's on a bit of a push after a crash in qualifying. But look at these guys in the dry tyres at the front. They're pushing much harder through Hollywood in towards the Crane of Curves area. Obviously much happier with how they feel their tyres. They've worked some heat back up into them on both sides, and they can actually lean on them. And this is where the dry tyres really start to reward you. The rain flag's still out there, but they're not. Larry Carter, you're down there. Do we still have any rain in the pit lane area on lap 4 out of 7 is the big question.
No, it's subsided now, Dunk. It seems perfectly dry.
We see David Allingham through on Simon Reid. 2 BMWs battling it out, and still Declan Connell leads the way on the rapid Honda. And it is a pretty rapid Honda this weekend. Declan has looked good on this.
I think Trulove's just taken a big chunk of time out of him, though, so he's reeling him in.
And that's the bit, you're the first guy, you're the benchmark for everybody, aren't you?
I was looking at the 1.7 on the TSL, but on the screen it said 0.7, so I don't know if he's made up a lot of time. But yeah, when you're out front, you don't have anyone to sort of gauge with, so you're kind of the guinea pig, as it were, that's out front, kind of testing it for everyone else. So Connell doesn't know how hard to push. He felt really good in the first few laps, but now, Trulove's right on the back of him here.
He'll get a good pit board from Dave Houston and the guys down there at Rapid Honda, that's for sure. But also, something else for us to consider, everybody's still missing those curbs and chicane. As Matty Trulove goes up there and say, can he stop that? Well, you know what, that's like a proper dry attempt, so there's plenty of grip down there as they come side by side out the corner. Declan Connell runs him out towards the exit curb, and here comes David Allingham past one. Can David Allingham get 2? I think they're now throwing caution to the wind. We're on lap 5 out of 7, and these guys have decided there's plenty of grip out here for us. We need to make this one work. Mossy with the fastest lap, 1:33.06. Yeah, this is where we go now as Matty Trulove through on the inside of David Allingham. Wow, that was a brave manoeuvre, and that's full lean going through there and full speed going through there. He goes underneath Declan Connell. Matt Trulove, we have yet to see Matt Trulove stand on the top step off the podium. We've seen this a couple of years ago at Alton Park. He was on for that top step. He looked so good. Can that happen today for the man on the tag Honda? Declan Connell now gets somebody to look at and see exactly how
Mossy's not a million miles away either, though. He's coming as well.
And neither is Simon Reid, who looks very strong. Now, where's Josh Owens and Ben Luxton? Luxton in 8th, Josh Owens 11th, Latty 13th, unfortunately.
I think now you're looking at a 33 flat from Mossy. That is pretty much a dry time there, so minus the curbs at the chicane here. So as Allingham comes through on Connell as well, no one's touching the curbs yet, but
scared, so
the times are coming down. Anyone who's on wet tyres now is going to be going backwards, unfortunately, and it hurts me to say because obviously Latty's on wets. But
here comes Simon Reid. Simon Reid up into Declan Connell as well. That's very tight. Deco just leaves Simon Reid enough room to survive at the apex of that corner. And you may wonder, why are they not touching the curbs? That's because they're painted with paint. They're grippy paint, but they usually hold on to water a little bit longer than the tarmac. Only a little while longer. Through they come. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across the line as we start lap 6 out of 7. This is where the race really starts now. Before
Mossy
that,
again.
It was surviving. A 30.9 for Luke Mossy. You know, that's a brave decision to stay out there on the dry tyres, and it really has paid off. Though they've obviously all got a crystal ball, or they were listening to Larry Carter about ninja showers coming and going. As David Allingham leads the race from from Mary Trulove in second place. Third place, we have got Dec O'Connell, then Simon Reid, then Luke Mossey, who I said could possibly be a danger man, and he's up at the sharp end. Lewis Rollo comes back in towards the pit lane and heads along towards his pit box. They just got that tyre choice wrong. I think Larry said wet front, dry rear, but the way Lewis has faded, I think that's been a wet front, wet rear.
I think that was double wets for Rollo, yeah.
As we make our way once again up in towards Coppice. Through they come towards the end of lap 6. Things are getting pretty tight at this end and in towards the back straight. These guys all on dry tyres. Giving a quick recap, the race started with some rain in the air, declared a wet race. Not Trulove, yes it was, straight over the curb.
Trulove's on it.
Trulove's over the curb. As soon as the guys behind that see that happening, think, right, that's it, game on, we can do that next time. Allingham hasn't seen that. Here comes Simon Reid, bouncing the BMW in towards the Melbourne Loop, unable to go through. But this is good showing, good pace from Simon. And we haven't actually seen this since Simon was in junior super stock, and he broke his leg at Alton Park. Right, last lap, Sam Cox.
Yep, Allingham leading the way at the minute. We've got Mossey right at the back of this pack there that looks dangerous, but I think he's just run out of laps here. It's such a short little race, this. But yeah, Simon's not, I can't imagine, been on a podium recently, so he's going to be fighting for every last little bit, but as is Declan Connell. So, and Trulove is not a regular occurrer at the podium either, so I'm sure these boys will all be fighting tooth and nail for this last lap to try and get on those podiums. But it looks like Allingham's pulling away now. He's quite comfortable, quite confident, and he's been the guy who's had the pace all weekend, so I think he's going to pull away.
And that's going to hurt Mark Trulove. Big moment through the Starkey Schwartz curve area as Declan Connell capitalises and takes that back. Trulove will let the brakes off and try and run past Deco, but Deco strong round the outside. But David Allingham trying to keep his 100% record intact as Trulove again attacks Deco Connell, and that just releases David Allingham. That's what this is doing, and it's making all these guys bunch up together. Trulove back past Declan Connell. Simon Reid ready to pick up a position here if he can. Deco doesn't go up the inside. Let's see who uses the curbs. This time we can see Matt Trulove turns it in, curb for all those guys, front, first and second curb, and that shows you exactly it. We saw David Allingham go through there not using the curbs as they come down towards the Melbourne Loop for the last time. Declan Connell goes behind Simon Reid. Simon in that third position as they drive up towards the top of Goddard's. It's David Allingham who comes in. Simon Reid trying. Luke Mossey throws it up then to the Declan Connell from a long way back. Connell turns the bike in. Mossey tries to not trip up and lose points, and it's a double for David Allingham. He does round 1 and round 2. Mr. 100%. Second place for Mary Trulove. Simon Reid stands on the podium. Fabulous stuff. Declan Connell just loses out right at the very end, but he almost lost an awful lot more with that attack from Luke Mossey in towards the last corner. Mossey at the last minute picked that one up and decided points are required here rather than a little bit of gravel rash. But David Allingham, you can celebrate. That was one of the bravest victories I've seen from David Allingham, and I take my hat off to the top. I think we're going down to about the top 10 here, all staying out on dry tyres even when that rain was coming down. But yeah, Luke Mossey was a danger man for Declan Connell towards the end, but thankfully no harm, no foul. What do you think of that one, Sam Cox?
Yeah, it's a lot to digest there. It was basically a flip of a coin, because as much as it dried up there, at one point it looked like it was actually going to get worse and rain more, so that would have benefited the guys that had come in and got the wets, or the front wet dry rear. As it happened, it dried up, so it just sort of led into the guys at the front, and fair play to them, they were brave enough to just make the decision, stay on the dries, and it dried up for them. So it was a really, really exciting race, and I do feel sorry for Declan Connell, because he deserved a podium today with how brave he's been riding and how he's been riding all weekend.
He was the pace setter at the front of that. He was the Pied Piper. They were all following him, and then it just took one person to use the curb of the chicane. Matt Trulove says, hold my beer, watch this, rumble through it, then everybody else straight over it. We're about to see, look at the big screens, you'll see Luke Mossey up there instead of Declan Connell. Declan just says, certainly not, Luke, I'm laying this across the nose. And Luke
I think he's trying to go past Reid there, and then he's closed up on it. There's a lot going on there. Yeah,
Luke Mossey, not happy with that one, but understandable. Thankfully didn't run into the side of Deco too much, but there'll be a bit of a rubber mark. But there we go, Larry Carter. That is certainly one of the craziest Pirelli National Superstock races I have ever seen in my life. It's a win for David Allingham, it's second place for Matt Trulove, and it's a podium for Simon Reid. Number 11, number 4, number 10. Then Declan Connell in 4th, Luke Mossey in 5th. Ash Barnes makes it 2 Rapid Hondas inside the top 10, with Blaze Baker, Ryan Campion, Ash Beach, Thomas O'Grady rounding out the top 10. Sam Cox, thank you very much. I'll let you say goodbye to everybody on YouTube. And we'll catch up with you. You're not coming north of the border.
No, I'm not. Harrison will be there, but I'm not, unfortunately. But I'll be watching and listening.
I'm not sure I'm allowing that. Thank you very much, Sam Cox.
Cheers,
We'll let you head down. And with that, let's hand back down to Larry Carter in the pit lane.
Yeah, run to the letter of the law, wasn't it? A wet race was declared. Those riders that decided to go out thinking that it was going to dry up were vindicated. And as a result, we've got a couple of riders onto the podium that haven't been here for a little while. Matt Truelove, the last time he was on the podium was at home round at Cadwell Park last year. And Simon Reed, you've got to look back to Knockhill 2024 since the last time Speedy Reedy was on the podium. But no such problems for D-Bomb, David Allingham, who adds to his victory at Alton Park and makes it 2 out of 2. And with the non-finisher Lewis Rollo and Luke Mossey finishing down in 5th position, well, he's taken a big chunk out of the championship as far as that is concerned. So there is Simon Reed just having a chat with his fellow countryman David Allingham as Lewis Rollo is in the Parc Fermé area as well. He's a little bit disappointed with that. We'll see if we can grab a word with David Allingham as he manages to box off a second win. Well, that's the job done as far as maximum points is concerned, with your main rivals either not finishing or finishing way down the order. A big chunk as far as the championship's concerned, David.
Yeah, you know what, it was a difficult race. Thinking all the time, Larry, do you pull on the putts or not and change to your wet tyres? And obviously I just said, you know what, go for it. I just went with my gut and thought it's going to dry, you know, and sat back, was happy to let the boys do the hard work leading it, and I could tell where it was slippy or not. And yeah, once I thought it's all right now, D-Bomb, it's drying up, let's go for it.
You did that exactly what he did. He pulled the pin and away you went. Well, Matt Truelove and Simon Reed have just been whisked off for the TV interviews. We may get to have a chat with them. I'm not too sure whether that is the case, because obviously we are now playing a little bit of catch-up with regards to time, and the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship race is scheduled to be off in a couple of minutes' time. Well, that's obviously not going to happen, so we're just catching up with a little bit of lost time as Simon Reed, the son of the former Formula 2 world champion Brian Reed. Well done, Reedy. That's more like it, isn't it? It's been a couple of years since we last had a trophy to take home, but what a race that was. So much drama.
Yeah, it was a tricky one, that. Just when I came round onto the grid, I seen they declared a wet race, so I knew they weren't going to stop it, and a lot of riders rode like the sighting laps or the warm-up laps with their hands up, but I knew that they were going to go the distance. So yeah, look, I tried to not ride around really slow and try to keep heat in the tires, and took it steady the first few laps, and then just took it from there. So yeah, well, super happy.
Yeah, absolutely. And after a couple of seasons in the doldrums, this is where you need to be back.
Yeah, look, it's been a lot of work to get back here, and I have a lot of people to thank. You know, Alpha Racing, the whole MLAV team, all my sponsors, you know, just everybody that's stuck by me, and yeah, we're back here, and we're back with the podium.
Absolutely delighted for you. Matt Truelove as well. Cadwell Park last year we were having a chat on the podium, Matt, but I thought it might be a win for a moment.
Same here. I just had that little moment going up to Starkey's Bridge, and that like kind of lost me a little bit. A little moment, yeah. And then yeah, but other than that, I think I probably could have done him into Melbourne, but yeah, it was a good race, good fun. Like everyone not sure where to push, when to go, and then like all of a sudden I just thought, yeah, I think it's dry now, so I just went for it.
Yeah, we just put Hazard under a bit of pressure, mate, because he's got to come up with the goods in the Supersport race next.
Exactly, yeah. So if he gets podium and I'm podium and then he's podium again, then I mean, surely that's a family holiday, isn't it? Sure.
Well, I think it's due a moustache actually, from your perspective on that. I'm holding you to that. You said you're going to grow one if you win a race, mate. I thought my little bet was on there, but anyway, we are going to make our way up onto the podium. All the various TV interviews have been done, so I think we can make our way up and do the podium ceremony for this, the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. This remains, unlike the sport bikes, which has been elevated to British Championship status, this still remains as the National Championship as we await the riders to make their way up here onto the podium, and then see if we can get down in time for the to have a chat to any of the Supersport riders. I'd somehow think it might just be pushing the envelope, given that we are moving things on at a pace. But anyway, we'll see what we can do as we get Matt down this end. Simon Reed and David Allingham just makes his way up onto the podium as well. So let's go then with the podium for this round 2 of the Pirelli National Superstock Championship. And onto the podium for Carl Cox and MLAV BMW, and for Northern Ireland, Simon Reed, Speedy Reedy. Onto the podium then for Simon Reed. Second position for Tag Racing Honda, Matt Truelove. Not such a big crowd assembled down here on the podium for this time. And the race winner, after the winner Alton, he's made it 2 on the trot for SMS Nicolaus BMW. The race winner, David Allingham. And a big crowd then does eventually burst into voice, and we'll ask SMS Nichols Oil BMW to collect the team award, as well as we'll ask one of our representatives from Pirelli to make the podium presentation to Simon Reed. First podium, as we said, since Knockhill a couple of years ago. Matt Truelove, then he gets his first podium since Cadwell Park, his local round last year. And then D-Bomb, David Allingham, gets his second Victor's Trophy of the season. And SMS Nickel Oils BMW, they will collect the team award, and that goes across with them back to Eglinton in Northern Ireland, the northern fringes of the Atlantic coast up there, in a wonderful part of the world. And they will be getting the planes back and the ferries back later on tonight to make that trip home. So there we go. What an exciting race that was. I will concur with you, Dunk. I've not seen anything like that for a long, long time. But David Allingham takes victory ahead of Matt Truelove and Simon Reed. That concludes the podium for the Pirelli National Superstock Championship race here at Donington.
Yeah, thanks for that, Larry Carter. Pretty well. Let's give Oliver Barr a wave at the back of the grid there. He's giving us a wave up from... you're meant to be up there, though, Ollie. We'll let you off. Maybe up there. He and Rory Skinner. Imagine if that is a Brawley girl, Zach Cordroy. Rory Skinner is your Brawley boy. I mean, that's not bad, is it?
Yeah, that's not bad. It's a good way to put off the other riders, I'm sure.
So the grid for the Quattro Group feature race for the British Supersport, 17 laps. Now, before I say anything, let's look out the commentary box windows, Alan Hyde. What do you see happening in the sky? It looks...
beautiful sunshine, blue skies. It's really nice out there.
Yeah, with a little howl in the background there, Alan, actually. That sounded quite nice.
I turned the speaker up for you and I forgot to turn it down.
I think we need to say happy birthday to Ben Curry. That's what we should say. Our pole position man, who unfortunately slipped off in morning warm-up. Happy birthday, Ben. Jack Kennedy alongside him. Then Luke Stapleford, Harry Truelove, Dean Harrison and Billy McConnell make up row number 2. With Jack Mahaffey, who I did actually go down and meet. What a lovely guy he is. Really impressed with how he goes about his business. On the third row, Corey Tinker, then Lucas Brown. Carter Brown, who joined us in the commentary point yesterday, Jamie Davis and Cameron Swain. The fifth row is Max Wadsworth, TJ Toms and Cameron Fraser. James McManus will not be starting the race. His dad did send me a message. James isn't starting the race from row 6, but Harvey Claridge is there on that row, and Cameron Hall. Freddie Barnes, Ben Tolliday and Joshua Bannister make up the 7th row, with Keogh Walker, Adam Hartgrove and Jamie Richmond on row number 8. Row number 9, Stephen Thomas, Dave Tyling and Mikey Hardy, with Adam Brown, James Alderson and Oliver Barr on a 3B construction bike on the back of the 10th row. And all on his own at the back. Well, we've got 2 big names at the back of this grid. Joe Sheldon Shaw is the other person at the back, as we see Freddie Barnes coming in fashionably late. That's the Lee Johnson approach. The General, not here today. Get well soon, Lee Johnson. Fell off at the Crane of Curves, as quite a few people have this weekend, and he gave himself a bit of a beating up. So, Lee, we'll look forward to seeing you at Knockhill. Get well soon, mate, and rest up. But Zach Corduroy, welcome back to the commentary box. How are you?
Yeah, doing very well, thank you. Definitely missing it, that's for sure. But I think it should be a good race. The rain looks like it's going to miss for the foreseeable, but you never know what can happen.
Well, from what we've just seen, anything is possible, Alan Hyde. I think you'll agree with that one.
Absolutely.
What's it Larry always says? I can't remember it from...
Expect the unexpected.
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one. So we have a 17-lap race. Zach Corduroy should be out on track. He rides for XMT Triumph, but unfortunately, Zach, in pre-season testing, first day, you had an off at the exit of Goddard's. What damage did you do to yourself?
That's right. Ended up with a a top half of the humeral head fracture and a few muscles damaged in the process, but things are looking good, making progress, and bit by bit we're getting closer to being back out on track.
Is that the top of the arm?
Very top of the arm that goes into the ball and socket.
Apparently that's the humerus, but it's not really funny, is it?
No, not at all.
That's a bad joke, isn't it? Yeah, don't hit me. I'm sorry. I'm your friend, remember. So yeah, we look forward to seeing you back on track because your XMT Triumph teammate Jamie Davies putting in a good show. You must be delighted how Zach Shelton got on earlier on.
Yeah, for sure. It was a smashing race. He really gave it to him and ended up on top in it. It was the first win and a first podium for the team this weekend. Great job all round, and that puts him in good stead for the championship this year.
Is it Chris Hinks?
Chris Hicks.
Chris Hicks,
yeah.
sorry, Chris Hicks, yeah.
Hicksy.
He looked very happy, Chris Hicks, so I'm going to the camera. Nice guy. Puts on a really good deal for you guys to race these bikes, you know, so I really respect Chris for what he does for you guys. Get yourself back to full fitness and let's get you on track. We unfortunately have spent too much time together in commentary boxes, and I haven't talked enough about you on track. Not since Junior Supersport days, or Junior Superstock days, actually, so that's a long time ago.
That was indeed, yeah.
The championship led by Luke Stapleford by 7 points over the birthday boy Ben Curry coming into this event, with Jack Kennedy in third place. And they've all got their little story to tell. Luke Stapleford was struggling with gearing yesterday, so they made a radical change in morning warm-up to see if that would work. Jack Kennedy, well, he struggled with brakes yesterday. The only way he could make the brake lever work was to have the span adjuster fully out, and then he had to do a huge grab. But he also hurt his arm when he fell off at Craner Curves the other day. So all on that right arm, he really has been struggling. He says it came good towards the end of the race, as we actually saw.
Yeah, for sure.
And then Ben Curry, well, he fell off in morning warm-up. A team manager once told me nothing good ever happens in morning warm-up, and we were witness to that. The birthday boy unfortunately went down on the way towards the Fogarty S's. I popped in to see him in the garage. He was perfectly okay, but he was just more worried about the bike, because the next time he would ride it would be in this feature race that we have on track. In the sun, is what I'm wanting to say as well. In the sunshine. This is the warm-up lap, round to come. And Luke Stapleford, that big gearing change may be something that works in his favour. He doesn't want to get in a battle with everybody. He said, I would like to try and clear off at the front if I can. That's every racer's
That's
dream.
right. That's his smooth style. He's able to go out there and put the laps in. He's proven that time and time again, but let's see how much of a good start he'll get today. See if he can beat those R9s off the grid like they did yesterday.
If you have been in the paddock and you've been enjoying some of the off-track activities, there's a good link here. Dave Neal just joins us in the commentary box, sitting having a little look out the window. He's been on the Zin stage, very, very busy all weekend down there with some great rider interviews. And that was a good link up there, actually. I'm quite proud of that one. Let's have a look at the window and see what happens coming in with this. You are about to enjoy a Quattro Group British Supersport feature race. Race number 2. And it's Ben Curry on pole position after a fine win yesterday. The red lights go on. Oh, Curry jumps his start. Ben Curry jumps his start. That's an absolute disaster. Oh dear, that's not the birthday present that man wants. He now needs to get his head down and go. It's like Christmas for Luke Stapleford, Ben Curry. Now, what happened there? The minute the red lights went on, he moved. Whether it was a little bit of clutch drag, which is a strange one, because you'd normally expect to be in gear before that point. But Curry, well, his teammate now, whoa, up the inside goes Harry Trulove, wanting to lead this race from the sharp end. And Alan Hyde, you're on Oliver Barr watch. Keep us up to date with where Oliver Barr gets to. I can do that. I've got this, he says. So Harry Trulove to the front. Well, that was a disaster start for one of the McCams Yamahas, but the other one, Harry Trulove leads.
Yeah, great start for Harry, but such a strange start for Ben there. Looks maybe like a mechanical, because he really did jump very early compared to a normal jump start.
Yeah, the thing is, you can be in gear with the clutch in, but the minute you start to increase the revs, if you've got a bit of drag, the bike will move forward. Race control straight onto that one, 61. Double long lap penalty. Oh, Larry Carter, that is salt in the wound for yesterday's race 1 winner. Let's see this. What happens? Bit of throttle, and yeah, he looks down there. He's completely, almost, is flummoxed the right word to use? Steve Rogers, oh, he doesn't know what's going on either. He's been there, he's seen it, and he's been involved in it for so many years. Out of the Melbourne Loop we come. Harry Truelove leads away from Jack Kennedy and Luke Stapleford. McCam's R9 Yamaha, Honda UK CBR 600 and the Scars Ducati, the beautiful V2 of Luke Stapleford. Then is Ben Curry. Then we've got Skippy McConnell. Billy McConnell has been begging the team to keep him on for the remainder of the year, but they're kind of contractually obliged to have Ollie Bayliss come into this one as Stapleford goes underneath Jack Kennedy, and Luke made that look extremely easy from a long way back through and instead of Jack Kennedy.
Up 11 places to 18th.
Good start. Good start. That's a strong
start.
opening lap for Oliver Barr.
Elbows out for sure.
Is that Lucas Brown, the next bike on the road behind Skippy McConnell on the MSG Suzuki? It certainly is. Lucas Brown with Jack Mahaffey just behind him as they go through Starkeys. You used to go under Starkeys, you now go through it. I'm old enough to remember the bridge there, and then in through Swanch Curve and McLean's. It is Jack Mahaffey behind Lucas Brown. This is a really good showing from the youngster Lucas Brown as he comes back to our shores to race. After he won the British Talent Cup, as it was back in the day, and went across and did a bit of Red Bull Rookies and some CEV racing, but we find him back across here on a much bigger capacity bike. And a few riders have been on that MSG Suzuki and had some great results. Fenton Seabright raced it at Assen with great success, and we saw Joe Sheldon Shaw doing some great things as well. So down towards the Melbourne Loop, still has a Truelove in the lead. Here comes Stapleford up the inside. He was telling me in the garage this morning, I can't stop it, that's the biggest problem. Well, Harry Truelove made that very easy because Harry Truelove couldn't stop it either. Opened the door for Luke Stapleford. They need to get in front of him if they want to keep him at bay, because Stapleford on that Ducati could be about to exit at the front.
That's it, he's doing what he said he wanted to do, and he's going to try to peel away now and get out on himself and see what he can do.
We're seeing Ben Curry. Has he taken a long lap? No, he hasn't, because he's got Jack Kennedy around him. That's the thing, when does he take it? Does he take it early, or does he leave it to the last possible minute? I think he's got 3 laps to take the first one, then he's got to do the next one after that. We also saw Jack Mahaffey get his long lap penalty yesterday when he overtook them in at the safety car headed for the pit lane. He was just a little bit too eager beaver. And he did take that long lap penalty, although there was he took it with a bit of gusto, if you remember the way he went in there. You can't touch the green on the way through the long lap penalty as we come in towards McLean's. Harry Truelove with a great style on that, and I've got to say, underneath that RI helmet, a great moustache.
Yeah.
You're sporting a good one as well, Zach.
Yeah, yeah, a bit more hair on the face than him, but yeah, for sure, great start from the R9 boys, and putting a good shift in, showing what true potential that bike's got, and let's see what they can do in this race.
Especially in the UK, it's already won a World Championship last year in the hands of Stefano Manzi. But this is a very early project as Ben Curry has another little wobble going through the Fogarty S's, and here comes Skippy McConnell up the inside of the base. Oh, Ben Curry tries to go around his teammate. That was almost an incident for Ben Curry there, and did he touch the green? I'm going to leave that one open to Alan Hyde.
Yeah, that's
Hyde is saying nothing on that one, and I don't blame him.
That's a tight one, very similar to what Jack Mahaffey done just yesterday.
It's like he got unsighted and tripped up by his teammate.
That's
unfortunately,
right.
Harry was right in the road, so a great shame for that.
It looks like Harry had a moment coming out the S's, and that's then what knocked on to Ben having a moment. But
0.3 of a second for Luke Stapleford at Jack Kennedy. Who's that stopped at turn 1? Who's that stopped? Is that Harry Truelove? It is. Oh, great shame. Hazard Truelove stops at turn 1. Now, I saw something on the track glistening. I don't know if it was a tear-off or something else, but just on the main straight, there was something glistening up there. Whether Hazard Truelove has had something come off that. It could have been like the gear lever, which would be a great shame if it was. Completely just thinking of what it could have been, but he stops at the exit of the pit lane, and he'll be pushed back, and look who it is at the front. Always the same, isn't it? No matter what happens through qualifying and racing and first couple of laps, Luke Stapleford and Jack Kennedy, they're like a couple on track. They're glued to the hip. And Luke says to me, no matter how good I make my bike dunk, I know if I'm half a second faster in qualifying, come the race, Jack Kennedy will be there with me. Without fail.
That's experience for you, and he's just showing it time and time again. And here we go, Lucas Brown takes a move into third, just taking past...
Fair play, Lucas Brown goes past Skippy McConnell. Dean Harrison lurking in the background with Jack Mahaffey as well. And then we have got Max Wadsworth. This is a good showing from Max. Both of the Macadam factory triumphs up there in the top 10. They are. 61 long lap penalty. He's taken one of these. We need to see Ben Curry try to take the other one. Allen's hopefully on watch for that for us if he can.
Bar Watcher made one place on the previous lap, no places on the lap before, up to 17th at the end of the last lap.
So Oliver Barr's kind of thwarted the progress. He just crosses the line as we see him. Looks like he's behind. Who is he behind?
One more place now.
Yeah, he's behind Cameron Fraser as they make their way through the top of Redgate. But his teammate Carter Brown at the sharp end in 8th place, just off the back of Max Wadsworth. But look at these two stretching away at the front. And Luke Stapleford's no stranger to this, but I'm so impressed with how this is unfolding for Lucas Brown ahead of Skippy McConnell with Dean Harrison and Jack Mahaffey. That MSG Suzuki, this would be a great run for that little team. And Lucas Brown, a certain Mr. Neil Spalders and me had a good chat on Friday night, and he says, you know, keep your eye on that Lucas Brown. He is an absolute star.
Yeah, for sure. Great job from the MSG team. A team doing it on a smaller budget compared to the team surrounding him, and yeah, chap out to them. They're doing a great job.
I like that one. That's a good one. Yes, very small budget. But here comes Skippy McConnell with the triumph. Lucas strong on the brakes, and we saw this, if you remember, at Oulton Park. He actually put it on the front row. He was in pole position for the sprint race. Got a little bit excited and carried away in towards Lodge, and eventually it slipped off. The sole remaining McCam's R9 Yamaha makes its way out of the S's as a beautiful overtake from Dean Harrison there. Dino, really a proper polished super sport racer now, makes his way through, and he's tried to do 2 overtakes in the 1 lap, but he can't get past Lucas Brown. His teammate Jack Kennedy in second. Well, Dino would love to make it a Honda, 2 Hondas on the podium if he can, before he packs up the bags and heads over towards the island in the middle of the north, the Irish Sea. But they've still got Jack Mahaffey and Skippy McConnell to learn to deal with. And Jack Mahaffey's like a bit of a sponge. Every time somebody's out there, he's just watching what they do. And he'll know Billy McConnell well, so he'll be trying to see what Billy does on track. And I have to say, as the 2 leaders come through the bottom of the old hairpin, there's a change of position as Dean Harrison goes through just out of our shot. We catch back up with Ben Curry. Has he taken his second long lap penalty? Yes, he has, because that's now disappeared from screen. Yeah. So Ben Curry is now out of trouble after that jump start we saw. But these two at the front, it actually looked like Jack Kennedy was just quite content to follow Luke Stapleford. We'll see what happens when we get to lap 14, 15. That's where Stapleford still has anything in the locker, he can go.
That's right, that's a classic Kennedy. He's able to just be patient, wait for his moment. And we'll soon see if he can do that one in this race with 12 laps to go. It's still a long way away, but I'm sure he can give it a good go.
That's Corey Tinker on Josh Davis Motorsport, Uglinco Ducati up behind Ben Curry. His teammate Adam Brown unfortunately slipped off yesterday, and he took Mikey Hardy down at the corner we are going through just now, the Melbourne Loop. Mikey Hardy was using a few expletives this morning when he was explaining just exactly how that happened. It's definitely not for radio. As Dino goes up the inside of Lucas Brown, thinks about it. Dress rehearsal, that's the Rory Skinner manoeuvre which you saw in the Superbike race. But Dean Harrison unable to go through on Lucas Brown. The 2 at the front lapping. Last lap, 130.9, 130 flat. So they're very much in the same area. A 130.6 for Lucas Brown, 130.6 for Dean Harrison, Billy McConnell 131.7. So yeah, the time's just on the other side of the 30 bracket for those guys as we watch them coming down. Dean Harrison again looks menacing in towards the old hairpin on 55, but unable to do anything about the youngster Lucas Brown ahead. The gap now up the road, 2.8 seconds from Lucas Brown to Jack Kennedy, and Kennedy looks super comfortable here. Zach.
Yeah, like I said yesterday, he can stay glued to that back wheel for a whole race and pounce at that last moment, and I'm sure we'll see that again today.
Dave Tyling crossing the line on one of the other R9s. He was biased, I think he was in an R6 the other day, so giving the R9 a bit of a run as we watched them once again come down the back straight. The 2 who know each other so well, so many championships between them, and then Skippy McConnell looks back ahead up the road. He wants to be with Luke Stapleford and Jack Kennedy, but just not in the position to get there, as they're starting to come out under a bit of a battle here with Dean Harrison up the inside of Lucas Brown. Brown leaves the door open, through on the inside goes Dean Harrison. Trademark move from Dino, and Carter Brown gets lifted up by Jack Mahaffey, and then Billy McConnell's on the gas too early, almost up out the seat, and it's all happening in this little area. Max Wadsworth has come up to the back of Carter Brown to try and get involved, and Carter goes through on the inside of Billy because he leaves half a bike width at the apex, and that's all that Carter Brown needs. Through he goes. The man who gave us a complete dead heat here, if you remember, Carter Brown and Johnny Garness. good few years ago in the Talent Cup, Larry. Remember that podium well, don't you? Absolutely. Two guys all vying for the podium on the top step.
Oliver Barr update. It's been a place a lap for the last 3 laps, and that means he's up to 13th place now.
Good shout, Alan. Thank you very much. That's from Oliver Barr. OB starting at the back of the grid in 30th place, getting all the way up to the sharp end of this race. Keeping our eyes on it. Cameron Swain leading the cup in 11th place. By far and away, Cameron Swain looking the best cup that we have, from Adam Hartgrove, who's in 21st place. Then James Alderson, Keogh Walker, Jamie Richmond and Stephen Thomas all together. Ben Tolliday, well, he's 29th overall, and he's at the back of the cup charge. Joe Sheldon Shaw, well, I think he's already in the pits, as is Ben Tolliday, so it's not worked well for those guys. Larry, did you ever find out anything that was going wrong with Harry Truelove by any chance? Did you manage to get into the McCann's garage and see what the problem was? Because a shame that bike stopped, because Hazard was looking pretty menacing, I've got to say.
Negatory on that one. I hadn't managed to get. We'll see what we can find out during the course of the race.
Thanks, Larry. Great stuff. Stapleford, Kennedy, Harrison now the top 3.
Update on Ben Curry. Since he had finished those 2 long lap penalties, he's reeling in that group for 3rd, and it's now down to half a second, I'd say, if not less than that now.
Ben Curry could still be on for a podium here, as we see him coming out the last corner. He's already ahead of Corey Tinker. He has got just in front of him the 2 factory Macadam Triumphs, Billy McConnell and Max Wadsworth. And Ben's lap time, well, personal best lap time last time round, 1:30.849. He was the fastest man on the circuit, and he's got the anger well and truly stirred up. Let's hope Larry Carter can calm him down and he doesn't have any slip-ups like yesterday's post-race interview, one which had Alan Hyde jumping from his seat in the studio, we'll say. Through Starkeys they come. Lucas Brown takes a whole heap of apex curb there. He's got a good style for a I was going to say a 600, the 750 Suzuki that he's on. Lucas fits that bike well.
That's right, and again, Ben Curry is right onto the back of the Triumphs now, but there's one thing catching, but there's another getting past, especially when it's Billy McConnell.
Don't see Ben Curry waiting about, to be honest. It's his birthday. He wants to get back into the garage to see Kirsty and get some cake, but he'll have to deal with Steve Rogers first of all. Obviously, there's nothing wrong with the bike which is actually hindering him when he's actually lapping. The times are there, but there was something strange at the start of that race for Ben Curry, because the minute he put the revs up, the bike went forward as the 2 leaders go through the Melbourne Loop. Luke Stapleford, Jack Kennedy, then Dean Harrison pulling away from Jack Mahaffey. Impressive run from Mahaffey as Carter Brown goes through on his namesake Lucas Brown. Same name, no relation whatsoever for those 2 guys. Then we have got the 2 Triumphs. It's Max Wadsworth ahead of Billy McConnell, and the incoming, well, you spotted it, yourself and Dave Neal spotted that one. Ben Curry very much homed himself up towards the back. A double long lap penalty, and you know what, there's time, 7 laps to go, there's time for him to get onto the podium.
Yeah, that's right, and a great run from Harrison. He's just inching away from that 4th place Mahaffey, and let's see if he can bring it home for his very first Supersport podium.
Mickey Hardy passes our commentary point, chased by Adam Brown, I believe. Those 2 got together yesterday, and Mikey Hardy definitely trying to stay away from Adam Brown. Mikey in 19th, Adam in 20th, but I think they both made up with that one. Mistakes happen on track, Zach. You've probably been part of that yourself. It's one of these things, you put it behind you.
That's right, 1 or 2 times, and especially during a race, you really need to forget that and crack on with the job at hand.
Lap 10 of 17, the leaders away at the front. Luke Stapleford said this is what he wanted to do. Unfortunately, there's a slight fly in the ointment. It goes by the way of the Dubliner, Jack Kennedy, on the Honda UK CBR 600, number 4, right in his wheel tracks, as he has been at every single race throughout Luke's super sport career. As they both come over the crest in towards Melbourne Loop, Jack does not look interested in the slightest about passing Luke Stapleford. He's more than happy just to sit in that Ducati's wake. And the element of surprise is always greater for the person following the leader.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said earlier, Jack's just renowned for sitting there and waiting and pouncing at that very last moment. He's, like you said, not giving up anything at the moment. And
Jack Mahaffey, what a great shame down at the Melbourne Loop. Sorry for cutting over the top of you there. That's the first mistake that young Australian has made, and he is not a happy boy with himself. He gives himself a telling off. A gentle, well, it looks like he's tried to save that for a week going in there, actually.
Easily done, off camber, hairpin, just a bit too much brake, and away you go.
That's not what Jack Mahaffey needs. He said to me, Duncan, I need results in order to keep me in this country, in this championship. And well, he gave us a great result yesterday, and he was on form for an even better result today. But that's a great shame. That shows how hard the man is trying to push. but he's pushing and also trying to learn at the same time as Ben Curry now passes Skippy McConnell. He's taking his time to get through these boys. I expected this to be a much more kind of cut and dry operation for Ben Curry.
Yeah, inching closer, but the lap times are very, very close at the front end. And yeah, like I said before, it's easy catching, but it's another thing passing.
That's very true. Catching is one thing, passing is another. He's now lining up Max Wadsworth. We look from a very long camera angle. Good run for Dean Harrison. What he has done since Ben Curry got onto the back of that group, Dino's really pulled the pace up, and he's managed to pull away, so it's going to make it very difficult for Ben Curry to get onto the podium now, but he is ahead of the second triumph, or the lead triumph of Max Wadsworth. Next man in his view, Carter Brown on the Binch Ducati, the Binch Pro. They're remembering a former friend, mechanic and sponsor, Dave Binch, Frank. There's a lovely message on the front hugger. It just says Frank, and that's a really nice touch from Binchy. He's good at that. And the 3B Construction sponsorship, which comes from Ian Barr, north of the border. We'll continue with that team, and there's Oliver Barr. Speaking of him, crossing the line now. I'll give you an update.
In 11th, yeah.
What a ride for Oliver Barr, up to 11th place, 131.5. Considering that's effectively a new bike.
Yeah, exactly that. The team had done a great bike job last night, putting the bike back together, and a full rebuild.
And this is his first race, because he didn't get the sprint race because it was done. It was toast.
Exactly that. A big shift overnight for the team, but they've got it back together, and it seems to be running seamlessly again.
Yeah, making their way up towards Coppice from McLean's. Luke Stapleford with that lovely painted RI helmet that he sported for quite some time, chased by Jack Kennedy as they make their way down towards the Fogarty S's. Kennedy just sits in the slipstream. As I said before, the element of surprise is greater in the man sitting in second place. And Stapleford will know it's coming. He knows it's in the post. He just doesn't know where, because his pit board will tell him +0. And it'll probably say Jack. And that's probably your worst nightmare as we come in towards the Melbourne Loop once again. A few of the back markers, Dave Tyling just going past in front of our commentary point. Thankfully, the Jack Mahaffey bike has been picked up, removed, and Jack will be heading back towards the paddock, giving himself a right good talking to he was at that moment in time. We look back from a long shot to see Dean Harrison coming in a pretty safe third place. Ben Curry now ahead of Carter Brown, but it's going to be a little bit too much for Ben Curry, I believe, to catch up with Dean Harrison. The lap time for Dean Harrison, 1:31.2 last time round. Ben Curry crosses the line, 1:31.6, and that includes an overtake, and Carter Brown wants to come back at Ben Curry, but unable to as they go in and through turn number 1.
Yeah, I did miss that, but there seems to be a few hands being thrown around going down the start and finish line, but I must have missed that one.
A few hands, I like that. That's so diplomatically yours, that Corduroy. Such a nice man. We wait for these guys to make their way back round again. We're on lap 13 of 17 in the Quadra Group British Super Sport Championship feature race. Race 2 for them at the weekend.
That was a tough move coming out of Old Hall on Carter Brown from Billy McConnell just there.
Tough,
it's
robust, Skippy-esque. That's that's what you're expecting. It's super sport. It's taken Billy a little while to get back into the swing of this as he removes a tear off from his helmet. He has had to kind of remap himself, reprogram himself, because he's been on super stock or super bikes lately. Latterly it was super bikes. It's a different riding style as you come back towards super sport.
Yeah, for sure. It's different together, and different riders, different bikes, different geometry of the bikes, and different power, and he seems to be getting the hang of it quite quickly, only being his second round on the bike.
Oliver Barr inside the top 10 now.
Good shout, Alan Hyde. Thank you very much. Ahead of Cameron Swain on the last lap, the man who leads the cup. Let's see what the lap times are doing this time. Stapleford last time personal best, crosses the line another personal best, fastest lap of the race. Jack Kennedy, anything you can do, I can do better. Or is it like monkey see, monkey do?
Seems that way, but they're definitely flying at the moment. The lap times are super consistent, and it seems to be lap by lap they're just going faster and faster.
And that's exactly what Luke Stapleford will be trying to do, but he'll know that every lap that he does is a personal best. It'll then come up in his pit board with +0. He knows it has been equalled by Jack Kennedy, and that's what makes it just that little bit tricky. We're looking at the progress from Oliver Barr. 20 positions gained. That is fabulous. And Alan Hyde has been keeping us up to date with that through the race as Jack Kennedy hits the front. Now, I'm surprised he's done that. I really am surprised. On lap 14 out of 17, does Kennedy think he's actually got more pace? Or was Stapleford actually starting to slow down a lot, just so Kennedy basically had to go through? But that's an early way for Jack to do it.
Yeah, for sure. He might have one eye on the clouds in the sky, and potentially he might might take the lead if there is a downpour.
Well, that's how wily a competitor that Jack Kennedy actually is. He will be thinking of that as Ben Tollery stays well out of the way of these guys coming in towards the hairpin on the Team Tolley Triumph. Larry Carter, myself, sometimes give a few VIP guest visits to some of the Team Tolley members in the commentary box, Larry, and that goes down really well. Just helping out a privateer, give a little bit of extra to some sponsors. Through the last corner they come. Jack Kennedy leads the way for the first time across the line from Luke Stapleford as they go in. Oh, Billy McConnell's at the race. Great shame. Billy McConnell slow in towards what's happening here. We see him come through. He goes over the first part of the curb, over the second. Oh, what happened there? The bike just seemed to stop. You can see that Billy sat up straight away. Has a chain come off the sprocket there? Something happened.
Yeah, very unsure on what happened there.
Great shame for Skippy coming through, but that is one of the dangers of going through there. And Skippy McConnell out of the race, Larry.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly the same as happened to Hazard True, where Steve Rogers, he said there's no apparent reason. The bike just stopped on him.
Oh, so. Bike stopped, sorry. Bike stopped,
so that's it. And incidentally, I've just been looking back through the records. We talk about Dean Harrison. He's been around forever and a day, hasn't he? Yes. He's never had a British Superbike Championship podium to his credit.
In any class. Oh, who's that going down there? Right in front. Dave Tiling right in front of the two leaders. That's not what those guys are needing.
Yeah,
Coppice.
Correct, Dunk. You just caught my eye just as that happened there. Oh. But yeah, never in any class has Dino had a BSB podium.
Okay. Cue the Kleenex, Larry. It could be happening, and you could be the man to announce him onto the podium. We've still got a couple of laps to go in this race, and it's starting to get a bit fruity at the front now because Luke Stapleford had a half look going in towards the Fogarty Aces. Just sizing Jack Kennedy up, he was. And Kennedy, well, last time round, 86 faller at Coppice. Rider is okay. That was Dave Tiling on that lovely R9 Yamaha. And the BSB pit lane will open at 4:15 for race number 3. As we watch these two in towards Redgate, you can see the light smoke visor on Luke Stapleford. We can see the eyes. Jack Kennedy with the heavy tinted visor. You can't see through that. But as they make their way through the top of Hollywood in towards Crater Curves, they're very much together. This is where we're going to see if the pace starts to increase. They go through that first sector, 19.6 and 19.5. Luke Stapleford with the trademark leg off the peg. There's not a lot of Luke Stapleford, so when he leans right off the side of the bike, his leg can't stay on that outside foot peg. In towards McLean's. Kennedy looking very comfortable at the front, Zach.
Yeah, for sure. Last 2 laps now, and this is where it's really going to heat up, and let's see where they start pulling some moves.
Where does Zach Corduroy make the move for Luke Stapleford?
Well, here we go. The power of the Ducati down the back straight might be able to pull a move going into the S's, and here he goes.
Well, there you go. You talked it through. You knew it was going to happen. Through goes Luke Stapleford. The power of the Ducati. He also used a really good bit of drive off Coppice. And through that chicane, the bike looked a lot more stable than what we saw yesterday. Remember the words, all he's got to do is get through the chicane cleanly, and he had a big jump off the end of the second curb. And that's what lost him his drive down towards the Melbourne Loop, and then round the outside of him went Ben Curry. I had to think about that one, just look up towards the sky for a second as we catch them coming through Goddard's. Stapleford back towards the front, lap 16 of 17 as we cross the line. You know what that means. We now start the final lap of the race, and look at Stapleford just on the last bit of that lap. He's put a little bit of distance into Jack Kennedy, 0.3 of a second as they cross the line. Kennedy is going to have to work extremely hard through Hollywood, Crater Curves, Old Hairpin, all the way up towards McLean's and Coppice to try and claw this back.
Yeah, for sure. It's about 0.3 of a gap between them over the line, but let's see what Kennedy can do in this middle part of the lap.
What that did show me was Luke Stapleford was really strong, Melbourne Loop and Goddard's, where he had been struggling yesterday. So the gearing change that he has made specifically for today looks like it was helping him, but once again 0.3 of a second evaporates in a heartbeat when Jack Kennedy's behind you, because he just digs in deeper and drags that CBR 600 up towards the back of Luke Stapleford's Ducati. Stapleford needs to drive it fast and well off of here if he can. Kennedy equals the drive. Can he pull out and pass? He's in the slipstream as they come down, but that Ducati looks like it has the pace, and this is where Stapleford had the mistake yesterday. He needs a good clean exit from here, and he gets it today. That's what he didn't get yesterday, and the Ducati Ducati drives well.
Jack
down
shaking his head.
Yeah, Jack shaking his head because he knows that was a good drive that Stapleford got. Stapleford, can he hit the apex and slow it down? Yes, he can. The Ducati will drive well out of here, and Luke Stapleford, as long as he gets his braking marker in towards the last corner, Jack Kennedy can't come from that far back. And this has been a masterful performance from Luke Stapleford to come across the line and win the feature race for the Quattro Group British Supersport. Fabulous stuff in his Scars Ducati. It wasn't easy though. That was a tense race with Jack Kennedy. And Dean Harrison steps onto the British Championship podium for the first time with Honda UK in the Supersport class, and it's like Honda have had a 1-2 down there. Delighted in that garage, especially for Dean Harrison. He really does deserve that. He's been in this paddock for a long time, and to finally stand on that top step is fabulous. A whole gaggle of riders across the line. With Ben Curry did get up to 4th place and he kept it. What are you pointing at here?
Great shift from Ollie Barr then to get inside the top 10 and get himself a 9th, starting from the back of the grid.
No, good shout there for Ollie Barr there. Ben Curry 4th, Carter Brown 5th, Max Wadsworth 6th, Cody Tinker and 7th. Lucas Brown a good 8th place as well. Ollie Barr and Cameron Swain 10th overall and winner of the Cup class, but it's all about the Scars Ducati of Luke Stapleford. He takes the victory. Jack Kennedy, well, you know, he damaged his arm on Friday when he fell off, but he won't use that as an excuse. It's not Jack's kind of way. He takes a good 2nd place and picks up another haul of points. And in 3rd place, I think possibly will get the biggest cheer on the podium. And Larry Carter better have the Kleenex ready, because Dean Harrison, the man who John McGuinness tells me doesn't stop for breath when he's talking, he just keeps on going, will step on the top step of the podium. Oh no, he'll step on the 3rd step of the podium for the first time in his long British Championship career.
That's right. That'll put him in a good mood going into the TT, I'd say.
Well, and we also, Larry, we also need to try and find out exactly what went wrong with Ben Curry at the start. Maybe approach that one with caution, but it is his birthday, he should be in a good mood. The bike's making their way back up in towards the pit lane. We'll bounce it across, first of all, to Alan Hyde in the studio.
Live from every circuit, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model, or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years, we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine, which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
The Kawasaki Ninja ZX-10R, the most successful machine in world superbike history, gets a new look for 2026 with new aerodynamic winglets and a sharp, aggressive design. Built for those who rise to the challenge, the pinnacle of the Ninja family is built for champions, whether that's on track or on the road. Available from your local Kawasaki dealer now, so book a demo ride today and discover true adrenaline.
Duncan, Larry and Alan, live on BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
It's going to be an enjoyable podium, and to welcome the riders back into pit lane is Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al. We'll try and be as quick as we can with this because things are moving on at pace, and already the riders have been whisked off for the TV interviews. But here is Dino. Dino, can I be the umpteenth person to congratulate you on your first British Championship level podium there? What absolutely fantastic performance.
Yeah, no, honestly, it's been a long time coming. I think I've been there about with this little bike, and I got off to a reasonable start and I sort of got swallowed up a little bit, and then I thought, right, I need to dig it out. I saw Ben jump the start and I thought, he's got to get something for that. So he jumped it by about 3 days. I just sort of chipped my way through, and then I got through, and then I grew a gap to about 3 seconds and just held it around there. So I was just praying to get to the end. I had a little issue with the bike from the warm-up lap. I mean, it's still doing a little thing now, but we can sort that out for next time.
Yeah, well, you've done it, mate. You've got that monkey off your back, and well done to Jack Kennedy as well. Important points, that, Jack. That's 3 P2s at present, so it won't be long before you start climbing that top step.
Yeah, we
threw everything at it there, you know, the absolute kitchen sink, rolled the wheels off the Honda. Boys gave me a great bike, you know. I just tried to make the difference everywhere on the brakes and closing the front and trying to make the deficit up in straight line speed, but there's nothing more I could have done, you know, so I'm quite happy with my performance, and yeah, we'll just keep on trucking and hopefully things come our way.
I'm glad you said trucking, mate. Thanks very much for that. Well, Cam Swain it is that gets the award as well in the Cup class. Yeah, making a bit of a habit of this, Cam.
Yeah, mate, it's going good. 2 top 10s this weekend, which is a massive improvement from Alton. To be honest, I didn't expect to get these results this early on, and yeah, another Cup win, but if I'm honest, I would have liked a little bit more. Like, my lap time didn't really improve in that one. That was the first time we didn't really make good progression over this weekend. But yeah, you know, we got a long season ahead of us, and like I said yesterday, we're just learning every time we go out. So big thanks to Powerslide Motorcycles Suzuki team, my dad Colin, my mechanic Dave, and yeah, couldn't do this without them.
Doing a cracking job, Cam. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Let's just see if we can grab a quick word with Luke Stapleford down here. He's having a chat with Jack Kennedy down there. Well, you've done it again, boy. That's congratulations. So that's the 3rd win of the season. But it was in the bag right up to the last minute, wasn't it?
Yeah, difficult weekend, like I keep saying. We've gone around the bend a little bit. We've set up and not got 100% comfortable. But first and second, when we're not comfortable, is a good job. We would have typically had like 4th, 5th, 6th, or whatever. So to not be 100% happy and finish first and second, hey, we'll take that one.
Let's go do the podium, mate. We'll head up there onto the podium now, as I think we will be getting move things on at a pace, given that we are just sort of like just playing a little bit of catch up. As
3 minutes
Richard,
away
are
from.
we going to get the boys up there? Yeah, a bit before. Sadler would like to try and get down to the grid for a quick chat with 1 or 2 of the Superbike races, if at all possible. But obviously, when we do get 1 or 2 delays, like we've had for weather and a couple of red flags for whatever reason, then it does just eat into what is a very, very tight and militarily run schedule. And once we get 1 or 2 delays, it just does mean to say that the airtime that we've got is a little bit diminished. But we'll do our best for you. We always do that. We can never guarantee anything, but we just do our best, and that's all we can do. But we are going up the podium, the spiral staircase of glory, to think of another word, Alan, but then we've got the riders making their way.
There's no other word.
Up here, it's like walking the plank at times. So, yeah, let's go then with the podium then, this round 4 of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. Let's get them out here then. 3rd position, it's a career first podium for Honda Racing UK and for Dean Harrison. Well done, Dino. Congratulations to him. It's a Honda 2-3. 2nd position then, the 5-time champion. The 3rd podium of the season, Honda Racing and Jack Kennedy. But taking victory, his 3rd win, and increasing that championship lead for Scars Racing Ducati, the race winner, Luke Stapleford. And the Scars Racing Ducati's team get the team award as well, as we make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, Dean Harrison. Delighted for Dean. He's been a stalwart of BSB, but he's never been on a podium before at this level. 2nd position then for Jack Kennedy, keeps the championship hopes alive of that 6th championship title. And taking victory for the Scars Racing Ducati squad, the local rider, Luke Stapleford. And the Scars Racing Ducati team get the team award. Scars, it is an acronym for the 2 team owners, Dale McElveen and Lee Finley. The name of the kids, which is Scarlett, Kane, Archie, Reggie and Sol. They are no doubt doing somersaults as well. So that concludes the podium presentation then this for the 4th round of the Quattro Group British Supersport Championship. With that, I'm going to head down to the grid, back to the tower.
Perfect timing, because the green light comes on at the end of pit lane. If you are watching on our YouTube live stream, you'll see the bikes heading down pit lane and out onto the circuit. It is a 20-lap race for the British Superbikes in association with Pirelli. Race 3 here at Donington Park. And as Larry makes his way down from the podium down towards the the grid. Maybe it's a good idea to get the grid from Duncan Vincent, who's up here in the commentary box. And it's amazing, isn't it? Less than an hour ago, absolutely pouring with rain. Look at it now. We are sun-drenched at Donington Park.
We're lucky, Alan, aren't we? The sun is now shining. It has made an appearance. There's a song in there somewhere. The sun has got its hat on.
Hip, 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 hooray.
Even if the dark cloud is above us. We'll see what happens, but let's keep our fingers crossed we get a nice, good, rain-free race. Kyle Ryder is on pole position from Max Cook and Scott Redding, because this is race number 3 for the British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 20-lap race. Kyle Ryder on pole, Max Cook second, Scott Redding outside of the front row of the grid. Bradley Ray is on row number 2 with Christian Eden and Leon Haslam. Eden has had a real turn-up in form this weekend and is looking very strong. Rory Skinner finds himself after a good finishing position on the third row of the grid alongside his teammate Danny Kent and Glenn Irwin. Impressive row that. 2 Cheshire Moulding Yamahas and Glenn Irwin on his Nitrous Coin Nitrous Competition Ducati. Storm Stacey, Lee Jackson and Ryan Vickers make up row number 4. Ryan Vickers demanding improvements, demanding more performance. We've then got Charlie Spud Nesbitt and Andrew Irwin with Luke Hedger for row 5. Joe Talbot, Ely Michalczyk and Jason O'Halloran on the 6th row. Behind the 6th row, row number 7 with Rhys Irwin, Fraser Rogers and Eugene McManus. And on the back row of the grid, only 2 bikes, from what I'm led to believe, Richard Kerr and Josh Brooks. We're told that the 810 Racing lorry has already left the building.
I watched it, yep.
Yeah, which Peter Hickman just hasn't been having a good start to the year. They've got a very, very busy fortnight ahead, so they have left. And unfortunately, Hickey has gone. The back row of the grid, though, Josh Brooks. That is an eye-opener if I've ever seen one. And as ever, from one podium to one grid, he never misses a beat. Larry Scoop Carter will be down there in the midst of the very heavily populated grid. Larry, race 3 ahead of us, a 20-lap feature race.
Indeed we have, and already the Omologato pole position watch. It was presented to the earlier pole setter, Scott Redding, by Ash Sutton, the multiple British touring car champion, which Alan said was in the other circuit this weekend. So
we've had 6 races so far in the championship. He's been on the podium for every single one, even though some of the grids are reversed.
He's a class act, he's Ash Sutton.
Really is.
Sometimes he's not the fans' favourite at times, but he certainly is. You can't deny the fact that he is an absolute weapon when he comes behind the wheel of that Napa Ford. Well, talking about
class, we say.
Absolutely. Well, talking about weapons, and the rider that cleared off and took victory earlier on today is Kyle Ryder. Well, the sun's come out for you, Kyle. No doubt the Jacksdale Massive will be cheering on to another victory here this weekend, and that would be a pretty successful weekend for you if that was the case.
Yeah, for sure. After yesterday's, I wouldn't say disappointment, but kind of thought if I'd had the bike I had yesterday, I had a better chance of winning. But yeah, having a new bike at a track that I've never ridden at before, that's always going to happen. Luckily with BSB, we've got great rules and regs, and we've got 3 chances to have a go at it. So yeah, if I can do what I did in the race earlier, we'll hopefully get a trophy to take home with us, and then we'll enjoy the month off.
I'm sure that it will be a night down the Jacksdale Social Club tonight if that is indeed the case. But there'll be plenty of people who are looking to try and stop him, none more so than the rider that sits on P2 on the grid, and that is Max Cook. Max, who's had a double podium so far here this weekend. Max, P2, P3. There's only one other place to go this weekend, isn't there? You know which one that is?
Yeah, exactly. It would be amazing to get a first win, but yeah, the pace has been amazing this weekend, and yeah, just want to keep it up really. I think just need to relax, and it's 20 laps. Obviously, it's quite long round here, and yeah, we've got the pace to do it. We showed it yesterday and this morning, so yeah, we can have another good go.
So here we go. Yeah, well, remember that the Carol Nash King of Donington is up for grabs as well here this weekend. That will be a separate trophy that's awarded on aggregate scores for all 3 races. It has nothing to do with the championship, of course. It's just a standalone award. But a rider that is currently leading the standings in the Carol Nash King of Donington is Scott Redding. So Scott, who will be looking to go again. Well, you took victory in the feature race yesterday, Scott, so the omens are good. The sun's come out for you. What's to stop you this time?
Kyle and Max.
and probably half a dozen others.
Yeah, and a few more that will have a good go. Yeah, let's see. The sprint race was fast. It was a high pace. I did the best I could do. The bike wasn't quite working to the extent that it needs to right now with the pace that Kyle's able to hold. So we're just working to try and improve our package a little bit more is what we need. Obviously the long race is always different. Yesterday was quite a bit of drop on the tyre for everybody. So we will see, 20 laps and quite a physical race.
Looking good, Cowboy.
Yeehaw, baby.
Yeehaw, babies. This time, well, Christian Idden is there as well. Let's have a chat with Brad Ray before we go to see Christian Idden. And what's Brad done, President? No, this is a little bit more like it, Brad, challenging for a podium in that earlier race, a little bit behind the trio in front, but obviously the longer race, hopefully this is going to suit you a little bit better.
Yeah, it was a step in the right direction, that's for sure. Yeah, the gap was just too big on the first opening laps. The pace was actually sort of similar to Max's, which was obviously handy. So got to try and get off the line a bit better and see if we can hang on in that group a little bit longer.
Try and keep on the back of them. I think that's got to be the case of it, isn't it? Well, the rejuvenated Christian Idden just got duffed up a little bit on the last corner there. He's not going to let that happen again. This is more like it, Christian. It's great to be talking to you at the cutting edge of the grid. P5, P7, it's where you need to be. Just get away with the front trio, Barbs. You never know what's going to happen in this one.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I got away with them in that one and didn't have the pace to run. So Brad did a great job. He's showing that the Yamaha's capable of at least pulling towards the front, so that's you know, it's not nice to see, but it is nice to see. Struggled a lot with tyre wear. We did, yes, I think everyone did yesterday, but I felt the drop a lot in that first sprint race, and struggled a lot with turning. Once the tyre dropped on the rear, actually, I struggled to turn the front. I think one had the effect on the other, so we've made a small change. We don't want to change too much, because I'm genuinely just still getting used to this bike, so we don't want to change too much, but yeah, I think a little tweak. Hopefully it'll make it last another couple of laps.
Love to see you on the podium, Christian. Thanks for talking to us. There is Leon Halsam just having a chat with his team boss, Steve Moore. Let's see if we can go and have a quick chat there as the various BSB camera crew in there. He's got a smile. What's not to like about Donington Park in the sunshine, Leon, where you're going to shoot for the podium again in this one and hopefully have a good race over 20 laps?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely, we've got to manage the tyre. Hopefully, we can make a few improvements and get away with them front three.
That's what it's all about, isn't it? Everybody's saying the same. We've just got to get away with the front trio. They are the three go-to riders this weekend. 5 minutes to go. We can have a chat with a couple more. The two Cheshire Mouldings Yamahas are down here alongside each other, with Rory Skinner just having a chat with the team down here. And Rory is boxing off these P6s so far. It's not where you want to be, Rory, but it currently seems this weekend to be the battle of the Yamahas. And I guess if you can come out on top of there, you just never know what might happen.
Yeah, I'll give it my all this race again, Larry. We've been changing things every session. So last race we tried some different things and some positives, some negatives out of it. So yeah, I've got something else in the bike for this one, and we'll see how it goes.
Get this one out of the way. You know where we go next, mate. Looking forward to that. You'll be counting the days to that one.
Looking forward to having a short drive for once.
Yeah. Thanks, Rory. He's not putting any predictions on that one, is he? Well, Danny Kent is down here as well. Danny, who, weekend started really, really positively for Danny Kent, but it's just not quite happened. Just saying to Rory there and Brad and Christian, it's turning out to be a little bit of the battle of the Yamahas, isn't it? And the other three at the front on their own.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. Obviously, it's not where we want to be. We've made a small step since autumn, but like I said, yeah, it's not where we want to be. We've made a change for this afternoon. Hopefully we've gone in the right direction.
Wish you well done. Thanks for that. The Moto3 World Champion from 2015. Glenn Irwin just about to put the crash helmet on. See if we can just grab a quick word before then. Glenn, again, it's been a little bit of a testing weekend for you, but it's not what you do in the first race of the weekend. What people remember, it's what you do in the last race. So hopefully you can get away at the front, and you never know.
Yeah, it was a decent last race. You know, we went from one extreme of the bike to the other in terms of power, and benefits of that, we were able to make passes and go forward, close the gap to the group in front by the time the flag was out. But again, I think a good change for the guys there. They've worked really hard on both sides of the garage, and the throttle feels a lot more normal, which is good. So gives us a fighting chance of hopefully getting in the top 5 in this race.
Wish you well, Glenn. Thanks. His luck will turn. He's a class act, he's Glenn Irwin. I've got an awful lot of time with him. Well, the 3-minute board has gone. That means that we're not going to be able to do any more grid interviews, but just to reference a few of the riders down here, you've got Storm Stacey, the crowd popular, the top hats are out in force. He will be looking for his first Donington podium. Lee Bob Jackson has already got one, and Ryan Vickers, Flying Ryan, the former World Superbike Championship racer, a little bit further down the grid than he would have once, got a Donington victory to him. That is Charlie Spud Nesbitt, lives local to the circuit nowadays for the local Tag Racing Honda team. Andy Irwin's got a Donington victory a few years ago around his, to his credit. Keep your eye on Luke Hedger, he was battling with the factory Hondas last time out. Joe Talbot's had an egg beater of a crash, but he's won races around Donington Park. Ilya Mikhalchik, the super stock lap record holder here at Donington Park. Jason O'Halloran, the current world endurance champion, as we go back a further road to 69. And that is Rhys Irwin having a chat with his manager, Shane Byrne. He is the reigning super sport champion. We've got Hollywood, Fraser Rogers there on the grid. He can't see the start lights, he's saying, from where he is as well. We've got Eugene McManus, a race winner in the super sport category. And right on his back is a rider that is a two-time British champion. He's won a world championship race around here, Josh Brooks. Josh, can you see the traffic lights from here as well?
Yeah, they're big enough I can see them from here.
You must be disappointed with the way things are going. Just try and put it right in this race.
Yeah, we had an engine fail in that previous race, and it wasn't a complete expiry, but it was enough that something was up, and I dropped back and I carried on in case the race got red flagged or something strange, and we could go back and repair it and re-enter the next. But there was no chance of making a good race before, so we'll try and make up for it now.
Wish you well, Josh. Thanks for that. Well, he is a class act, is Josh Brooks. He always tells you as honest as it is. So that is it. 24 of the world's finest motorcycle racer here on planet Earth, about to do battle and duel in the sun here at Donington Park, this legendary circuit here in the East Midlands, and to call it the voice of British motorcycle racing in the UK, yet again this season, my good friend, Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Larry Carter. We get set ready for this race, and we'll be looking forward to having a bit of fun in this sun. 20 laps of action around here. Alan Hyde, we never really predict a race. We always have a bit of a chat off air, but what's your feeling over this one?
I don't know. We talk about the mind and the heart. If I go with my heart, Max Cook to end the weekend that he's had would be just a lovely story, wouldn't it?
It's a feel-good story, and it's a possibility, that's for sure. I will sit on the fence and be a complete neutral, and we'll see if Heidi's prediction comes correct. But we're just getting ready for the start of the green flag. Kyle rides on pole position. Max Cook gunning for that first victory. He's knocking podiums off regularly, and Scott Redding, the front row off the grid. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for race number 3. It's another 20-lap race like we had yesterday. Pick your favourite. We're getting ready for the green flag lap.
The official tyre of British Superbike's live tyre update.
Track temperature 25, air temperature 18, all riders SC1 front and rear. Peter Hickman joins us in the commentary box. I was just saying they're not out there. I'd rather be talking about you, but I'm more than happy, Peter, that you've joined us in the commentary box. This will be an impressive 20-lap race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's nice that the sunshine's actually come out, though, because it's been a little bit hard work the last hour or two, hasn't it?
Yes, we'll talk more about your hard work as the race goes on. But here we go. We're under starters' orders. 20 laps ahead of us. Race 3 for the British Superbikes. Red lights on. Go down towards Redgate, and a cracking start once again from the second row of the grid from Bradley Ray, trying to go through that small gap. But Max Cook, so strong on the Bimota, tucks in behind Kyle Ryde with Scott Redding and Bradley Ray. Oh, Christian Idden gets a warning from the back of that Senkat Yamaha, as Bradley Ray gets a warning as well, going through Hollywood in towards the Crane of Curves for the first time of asking. Max Cook sitting in second place, trying to go up the inside straight away of Kyle Ryde, but unable to. That Bimota looks so strong here this weekend, Peter. It really does look sorted.
And great to see Max at the front now. Real young rider. He's only been in Championship a year or two now, and to see him absolutely at the front, really looks at one on the Bimota as well. Looks absolutely fantastic.
In the early phase of development, Max Cook says to Darren Fry, it was actually quite easy earlier on. I don't know how it felt like that, but he almost plays a little bit daft sometimes, Max, but he's very much switched on.
Absolutely, and it's a good sign when you can ride a bike for the first time in the early stages of development and it's already feeling pretty good. That's always a good sign.
Scott Redding already looking at the back as Bradley Ray had a bit of a wobble going in there behind Redding, but he managed to pull that Yamaha up on the brakes. Everybody gets through and accelerates so hard down towards the Melbourne Loop. Out come the legs, almost anti-overtaking manoeuvres there as the legs go that far out. We see Rory Skinner underneath the pocket rocket. Leon Haslam leans on Rory Skinner through the apex of the Melbourne Loop. You're never going to get anything from Leon Haslam that way.
Definitely not, especially around here. You know, Donington Parks is local. He's done more laps here than I think anyone else, and it's great to see as well. I'm just going to mention Christian Idden on the Yamaha, on the Senkat Yamaha, was had probably a bit more of a disappointing autumn part than I expected out of him, but this weekend seems like he's just managed to find something to make that click right behind Brad Ray right now as they run down the top of Hollywood.
And that seems to have happened in the races, not through the qualifying. Yeah. Somebody down at turn number 1, I would like to point out, big pool of gravel dust up there. Oh dear, it's a Taekwondo. Please don't let that be Hollywood. We'll come back to that one in a second. Rider on his knees, just looking up to the stars and thinking, what is going on here?
I think that's, is it Rogers? Yeah, it is Fraser, yeah.
Good grief.
Is that where he went in race 1?
Yeah, race 2 as well.
Oh, race 2, sorry.
Yeah, race 2. A great shame. Fraser had brake failure in race 1 and crashed in the 2 other races, so it's not been good for Fraser Rogers. He is okay on his feet, but he was just sitting in the gravel there thinking, what is going on?
And while we've been looking at that, Scott Redding's managed to find his way through on Max Cook, so he's now up the tailpipes of Kyle Ryde in first place.
Good spot there, Peter Hickman. Max Cook will be sitting happy there. Look at that, top Yamaha. There's through he goes. That's Christian Idden. Yeah, I said this didn't happen in the qualifying and free practice. Just the actual races, Christian Idden has had a big glow up on that bike and things looking very good. He's got a very good line in there. Scott Redding runs wide through the Melbourne Loop, opens the door for young Max Cook, and this all helps Kyle Ryde build up a bit of a gap, Peter.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw Scott actually run into the last corner a little bit deep in the first race today as well. Oh, we've got Andy Irwin and Joe Talbot down. Must have obviously gone down together. Looks like Melbourne Loop, that one. Somebody more than likely has gone underneath someone else, unless the person in front just took the front and the person behind's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, we've also still got the yellow boards down at Redgate as they move Fraser Rogers' bike away. 27.7 on his first flying lap for Kyle Ryde as we have a look towards the Melbourne Loop and see the marshals doing a fabulous job. Port West Race Safe marshals, best in the business, moving everybody off from the side of the track. Keep your eyes on the big screen. You may see a replay on that one, guys.
Max Cook is so strong in Sector 1. We saw it earlier in the weekend as well. Looks 18.6 through Sector 1. Is super fast. Is a good couple of tenths faster than even Kyle Ryde all weekend. Scott Redding also did an 18.6, but still Max that edged it on the way down there.
And he's just as good from Sector 1. You know, the big, long sector. It seems the Bimota works well everywhere.
It looks like it must have a really, really good chassis on it, and Max is using it to its full potential right now. I think where the Ducati is really, really strong is in this last sector, and Kyle in particular is super strong through here and into the last 2 corners.
Oh, Max Cook with a little bit of opposite lock-on almost as he goes from curb to curb. The 2 Cheshire moulding Yamahas together with Rory Skinner ahead of Danny Kent on the brakes. Big stop in towards the bottom of the Melbourne hairpin. And this time Scott Redding makes a good apex, as does everybody else. That's where we lost Andrew Urban and Joe Talbot on the last lap. Both bikes pushed to the side, and they'll be walking back in towards the pit lane. An update on Fraser Rogers. He's now badged as okay. He was being assessed, it said, but Fraser was just sitting in the gravel trap, unhappy, I believe, with what was going on. Crossing the line, we start lap 4 of 20. Christian Idden starting to put a bit of a gap between himself and Brad Ray. A little bit off colour this weekend, Bradley, and that stems from the turn 1 incident as somebody else goes into the gravel at turn 1. Who is that? Long shot for me to try and see that on, but the step off the bike.
Must be a bike problem, I would have thought, looking at that.
Stacey.
Is it Storm?
Storm Stacey stops the Batham's AGN Ducati. That's a great shame for Storm, but they just ran straight on into the gravel. They're 100% bike problem, not an issue for Storm. As we watch them coming in towards McLean's, it is Kyle Reid from Max Cook from Scott Redding with the Yamaha of Christian Idden, and Bradley raced just on the back foot after that FP1 off.
Yeah, I've been again really surprised with Brad Ray this year so far. You know, I think probably not shone just as strong as what we were all expecting. Look at what he did last year. Obviously, won how many races in a row? I can't even remember. There was that many.
6 or 8, I think, you know?
Yeah, and this year is definitely not finding it quite as comfortable. I'm not going to say easy. Easy is the wrong word. It's never easy, even if you're winning. But not finding it quite as comfortable. And to have Idden right there and in front of him right now, as it looks like Brad Ray looks at a little move underneath at Melbourne Loop, but doesn't quite get it in.
It's a painful one for Brad. He picked up 3 victories here last time. He won all of Oulton Park and Donington last year, and he's now seen another Yamaha ahead and another 4 bikes up the road from that.
Yeah, and a couple of Yamahas just behind him as well, along with Leon Haslam.
Out of the last corner, Goddard's to come. Improvement for Glenn Irwin and for Ryan Vickers. Race control update. Incident between 18 and 19 under investigation. That's Andrew Irwin on the MET Phonacab Ducati and the AGN Steel Stock Bimota. As into the pit lane comes young Eugene McManus on the Master Mac Hawk Honda to park up. It's been a difficult weekend for both of the McManus boys, especially James in Supersport. Here comes Brad Ray up the inside of Christian Idden. He needs to keep that tight and not run wide. Christian, Brad lost that through the apex. Christian drives along, backs around the inside of him through Starkeys. That was Brad. Just does not have the grip he used to have.
Yeah, just was out the seat there as he tried to really squeeze on the throttle as he come out of the old hairpin and managed to let Idden ride round the outside of him through the old hairpin and up on the inside into Schwantz. Great move, that one, when you're doing it on the other way around.
When you're doing the passing, you love that, Peter. When you're being passed, not so cool. Not so cool.
And them two fighting, obviously, as Idden's gone backwards again there. I'm not entirely sure what's happened.
Missed something there.
Yeah, we missed something there, but the front 3 now have really got a little gap over 4th place. It's about just over a second, in fact.
That happened at Coppice, because we saw Christian coming through McLean's, okay, so something happened at Coppice. He's gone behind he's gone behind Leon Haslam. Rory Skinner up the inside of Leon Haslam. That's how you do it. You can't we've got a safety car coming out, so something that we can't see in any of the areas that we are in where I am. Safety car is out. There's a fall at 86 at Starkey's Bridge, rider being assessed. That's Charlie Spud Nesbitt.
Yeah.
It's not been a weekend at all for the TAG Honda squad.
It must be early at Starkey's as well, yeah, so it's up through the Starkey Schwantz. We can't quite see that far down, so obviously out the old hairpin. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, Charlie being assessed in the gravel, unfortunately, down there. It's not been a weekend that TAG Honda want to remember. They've had brake issues on the Superbikes. We've seen Fraser Rogers crash in 2 races. Now Charlie Spud Nesbitt has a crash going through one of the fastest points of the circuit as well, Peter.
Yeah, it's 4th or 5th gear, depending on how you're running your gearing at the time, so it's one of the, if not the fastest corner on the whole course.
Ilya Mikhalchik into the pit lane there.
Yeah.
Now, we're going to watch Charlie. We're going to watch Christian Idden. In fact, we see Charlie going into the gravel, and just after that, Christian Idden was having his issues.
Yeah.
Charlie moving about in the gravel, but being
assessed. Didn't quite see what happened there, but he was, it looks like when he's coming out of the old hairpin, you click up to 4th or 5th gear for the left. Looks like he's probably at a high side as he goes through the left.
Just as he drops it in.
Most likely, yeah.
We'll hopefully see a replay from TV director about Christian Idden, but let's quickly talk about you quickly. It's been a very trying start to the year.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Ilya's just pulled in the pit lane as well.
Yeah.
Pulled in the pit lane earlier and yesterday. So I think that probably tells you all you need to know when we're the only 2 people on the BMWs on the grid. Unfortunately, things are just not working the way they should do. I've bleated on about it for a very long time. For the last 5 years, the tyre keeps getting harder and harder and harder, and we have no options. And for us, it makes us worse and worse and worse every time they go harder. I've said about it a lot, and unfortunately, it's still getting harder. So we've got to a point now today where I've literally, no matter what I do to that motorcycle, it's been inside out, upside down, back to front. You know, we've now got Ilya, who's a fantastic rider, won the Superstock Championship last year quite convincingly, and everyone knows just how good he is, because obviously I've had a lot of criticism saying, one, I'm getting old, and B, I can win TTs and not BSBs, or even though I've won a few. So people were just blaming me probably more than anything, and now we've got Ilya riding the same bike, and basically thinks the bike is unrideable.
Yeah.
He's not gone as fast this weekend, I don't believe, as what he did on his Superstock bike last year. And yeah, finding it just how hard it is to actually ride a Superbike, which I've been saying for a long time, and it's like, it's not that nobody listens, but I think nobody quite believes it is as bad as what I say it is.
Yeah, well, we wish you the best of luck in the coming couple of weeks anyway. No matter, and hopefully you have a little bit more grip out there. Now, the safety car is ending this lap, which is good. We've seen the guys back away from it so they can then kind of charge up. You can't back off too far, but you've got to try and maintain the grip in the left-hand side of the tyre, maintain the heat, because you will start the lap, and it's not going to be any slower, the restart, and you're going to attack crane of curves. Maybe somebody will have a little bit more cautious. Somebody will take a bit of a run in towards you at the old hairpin if you are cautious, though.
Quite possibly, yeah. Luckily for the riders, they've only had a couple of laps behind the safety car, so it's not too long, and not too long to lose too much heat either. So it shouldn't be too bad. What was the track temperature you say? Was it 25?
Track temperature 25, yeah, air 18.
Not so bad, not so bad. So they shouldn't find it too difficult. The first left-hander, or the last corner, is one of the ones that can actually catch you out. So I'm sure they're going to be a little bit steadier through there, but then after that, once you get down through crane of curves, all will be good.
Here we go. Chris Glendenning and Pat Blakeney pull the safety car into the pit lane, and it's now up to Kyle Ryde as we come in towards Goddard's as they come through. They've tried to maximise this left-hander to generate some sort of heat through the tyres, and we'll accelerate down towards Redgate on lap 7 out of 20 after a safety car restart after Charlie Spud Nesbitt made an error going through, unfortunately, in the Starkeys area as Leon Haslam tries to go through, and Rory Skinner straight away, and he does, and that's it. You see the back of that Ducati wandering about all over the track as we head through Hollywood in towards the crane of curves. Leon Haslam very, very aggressive on the restart through Rory Skinner there, and Skinner just a little bit more cautious. Scott Redding jumps straight away and gets through. Now that's the Scott Redding manoeuvre. We see that quite a lot, Peter. People then overrun the corner. Scott manages to make the manoeuvre but turn it through the apex and hold Max Cook at bay for second.
All about trying to get the bike stopped enough that you don't run on too far, and also making sure that the rider that you're trying to overtake stays on your outside, because then they've got much more track to use to then be able to go left.
Yeah, great corner, great series of corners through Hollywood, the crane of curves and the old hairpin. Kyle Ryde now has his nemesis behind him, and what this has also done for Bradley Ray, it's helped him. He's got the gap back down to the guys at the front. So Brad, we saw this, he came really good in race number 2 towards the end, and race number 1 actually. He looked stronger on the long run, and that's really normally the Scott Redding issue. He becomes really strong to the end of the race, struggles a bit at the beginning. We're keeping our eyes on the Bimota though. We both were waxing lyrical just how good and how impressive that Bimota looks at the start of this. And Max Cook, a young man coming of age in the British Superbike Championship for sure. Out of the last corner they come, crossing the line. It is Kyle Ryde.
Sorry, I was going to say a little bit further back, Ryan Vickers. I just saw in the corner of my eye, Ryan Vickers went underneath Christian Idden into the Melbourne loop, and it looks like Lee Jackson's got through on Idden as well. So Idden's gone backwards after bigging him up so much earlier.
I know, but Christian was going well, so maybe he's picked up some sort of issue, maybe something not 100% right. He was right at the sharp end in 4th place. He's now finding himself in 11th. So something not working for Christian Idden. Rory Skinner's now got an incoming Glenn Irwin. Oh, somebody off in the background at the old hairpin there, I believe I saw.
It looked fast, whoever that was.
Yeah, that looked pretty quick in the background. It was Christian Idden. So there has been a problem possibly for Christian Idden, but thankfully he is looking okay. Hopefully we'll see a TV replay of that one. Keep your eyes on the big screen, guys. Christian Idden in the gravel at the old hairpin. Wow, that was something we didn't expect. There's a gap appearing behind Leon Haslam back towards Rory Skinner. Skinner hasn't got together after this restart. He's now coming under pressure from Glenn Irwin, and then the second of the Cheshire Moulding Yamahas as well. That's a good sign. Yep. Christian running away. Oh, there's 2 bikes down. That's Lee Jackson as well.
Is that Lee Jackson?
21 and 14. Lee Jackson also goes down. Both riders badged as being okay though, Peter.
Yeah, luckily they're both okay. It's super fast going into there. You're 4th gear down the bottom of crane of curves, and then really hard on the brakes. but third gear through the bottom old hairpin, so it must be 90 to 100 mile an hour apex speed through there.
Makes you wonder if there's an attempted overtake from Christian on Lee. We'll maybe find out later on. We're going to see a replay of it in the background. It's a very difficult angle for us to see, but what happens? Wow, that looks like Lee went down.
Lee was down, and I think Christian had to take a void in action. Look, he's going to crash in the gravel real late. Yeah, that's so unfortunate.
Happy to see Lee Jackson on his feet after that one. That's when you see something in the back of the camera like that, Peter, it gives you a bit of a fright. Max Cook, last lap round, 1:27.299, fastest lap of the race for that young man.
And another 18.6 again through Sector 1, which, to be fair, Kyle Ryde did as well. And also Ray, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's impressive. He likes that 18.6 number. That's been popping up quite a lot. I mean, we'll look at these guys. Even Luke Hedger, 18.9. Luke Hedger on it on the Whitecliff CDH Honda. But there is a gap now. Rory Skinner's dropped behind Glenn Irwin.
Yeah, Glenn Irwin's coming through.
Yeah, and as Rory Skinner was looking really strong before the safety car, so whether the heat cycle not working for him too much on that safety car little cool down period.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. You know, when you can follow a safety car for a little bit, the overall temperature of your front and rear tyre just drops down a little, and sometimes you really struggle to get the feeling back as it was before the safety car. And other times it comes back straight away, so who knows exactly what's gone on there.
Yeah, we'll find out from Rory after the race. That incident involving Lee Jackson and Christian Eden is under investigation, so maybe there was something that we couldn't see on camera. And Race Direction, well, they've got so many more cameras than we have. They'll be putting the rights to that one, as the two at the front starting to put a bit of a gap now back to Max Cook. There's just a bit of a separation in this group. It's two at the front, and then there's a group of three for the last step on the podium. At this point, Peter, that may all close up, but Kyle Ryde is starting to stretch them. A 1:27.137, and Scott Redding matches up with a 1:27.231. Then a couple of tenths back to the rest of them: Cook, Ray, Haslam, and Irwin.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting just to see exactly what happens here as we're just going through Sector 1 again. Yeah, slightly slower for all of them that time through. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Kyle and Scott end up just stretching the gap to third place Max Cook, as we just see it up on the screen now. Lee Jackson's right into medical centre.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, actually, to be honest. As tough as you guys are, I'm not surprised. Rhys Irwin, one of our rookies, the Master Mac Hawk Honda, circulating. Rhys Irwin finds himself in 13th place, gaining valuable experience. The defending Quattro Group Super Sport champion, we have to add that into the mix as well. But yeah, it's going into this phase of the race now where things start to kind of stretch out a little bit, and we see who's got the real pace. And we know that Scott Redding comes strong towards the end. Kyle has been taking liberties through that Fogarty S's. He got, you would have probably seen it, the warning flag, the rider warning flag, the black flag with the diagonal split between black and white, just because he bounced himself through there too many times. And Peter's an easy place just to try and pinch an inch and you gain too much.
Absolutely, and it's the third gear corner now. The set of corners at Foggy S's is actually third gear, so it's actually really fast through. It's quite bumpy as well when you go over the curbs on the left, but particularly the right. And if you just bounce across it a little bit too much, you can end up just touching the green, which is exactly when riders then get a warning for track limits.
I'm old enough to remember that being a first gear, bottom gear chicane, full left, full right. So
it was second gear for me. But yeah, I'm old enough to be second gear, and then it got changed to a third gear chicane.
Thanks. Oh, hang on. I'll pull that out of there. That's okay. We've just seen a 1:27.039 for Scott Redding. He is answering Kyle, but Kyle was 1:27 flat as well. Redding has the pace, and also Max Cook put a personal best in. He's not finished in this one.
Yeah,
he was super strong yesterday. I went to the garage to find out, and the team just basically said, Darren Fry, Nigel Snook and Max just got a little bit spooked by the rain. Being out front, didn't really know what to do. His back tyre was possibly past its best, but he was very much there or thereabouts. And he said to Darren, I won't let that happen again, I promise you.
Well, again, he was actually slightly faster than the front two through the first sector. Pretty much matched them in the second sector, and then third sector, yeah, it's about a tenth off. So it'd be interesting to see just how much he loses, if anything, on this lap. Is he's pulled a couple of tenths out on Brad Ray, who's also then pulled a few tenths out on Leon Haslam as well in fifth.
How impressed are you with how the Nitrous team, the Nitrous Coin, Nitrous Competition, ex-Yamaha team, now Ducati, how they've picked up these bikes quite late, and they really have gelled them, especially Kyle?
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously very different. It's a big change when you change manufacturer like that. It's a really, really big jump. However, the way that the Ducati do their racing is also very different to pretty much everyone else. else, you can go and buy a race bike that's already done, which is exactly what they did. They went and bought a race bike. So it's pretty much already in the ballpark before you even set off down the road.
Yeah, which makes it a bit easier. And Kyle has made that transition over onto the lovely V4 Panigale, the 2026 edition, with great success.
And looks super comfortable on it as
that's
well.
the bit. He's looked
really,
comfortable
really
from the first lap he pulled at Oulton Park in the test. And there's been a bit of trouble on the other side of the garage, a bit of working that bike to get it up to its best. But Kyle's going to have to be at his best now because he's got Scott Redding issues. And number 45, you're never going to get away from him. The Hager PBM racing team man is very much there. It looks like Brad Ray in fourth place is possibly at his limit. And because Max Cook is just starting to gap and pull away a little bit. Last time round, Brad was a 1/10 of a second slower than Max, but the gap is starting to appear. 4/10 of a second is where Brad is.
And it's all in that last two sectors, let's say, from Max to the front two. Kyle and Scott both pull about 0.3, nearly 0.4, just in the last two sectors. So all that stop-starting, which is exactly where the Ducati is particularly really strong. Good at punching out, really good at stopping. It's quite a long bike as well, so it doesn't really wheelie that much. And of course, in BSB, we have no anti-wheelie or any kind of rider aids like that. So that's where the Ducati is extra strong against a lot of the other bikes.
Yeah, the Ducati does look very planted on the ground. It's a bike that it looks like you sit more in it rather than sitting on it. Some bikes seem like you're perched a little bit higher as Kyle and Scott accelerate out of Red. That beautiful drift on the back of the Pirelli as they head through the top of Hollywood. Max Cook chases on in third place. A little bit distant now in his third place, but still a young man in the early phases of this Bimota. There's only 4 of those bikes in the world. You have to remember that. There's 2 in the World Championship, with maybe a couple of spares, and 2 in the BSB. It's not like there's bikes everywhere where they can gather data from. And the FS3 team have said that they have had so much help from Bimota and from the World Superbike team. And Alex Lowe's was here for the first test, you know. That's something that's so valuable to that young kind of
100%
young idea that the team have got, because it was a big thing. The Kawasaki won last year.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it wasn't a bad bike.
No, 100% not.
But to
a bad
walk
bike.
away from that is like, ooh.
Another really big change for that team. You know, changing manufacturer. Honestly, I've been in a team that's changed manufacturers before. It's really difficult. Everything has to change. Not one thing stays the same.
Well, the good thing for them though is that the beating heart of it is an engine that Max Cook knows how it performs. The ZX10RR, and they've got enough of those lying about.
Yeah, and the data from it and the electronics package and understanding how the ZX10 engine works.
But then you wrap everything new around it, and it looks very shiny and awfully handsome, doesn't it? You have to say.
Yeah, the bike looks like it works really well. Obviously, I've never ridden one, but it looks like, from what Max is doing, and also Joe Talbot, it's been really good so far from looking at it.
Well, front row Joe Talbot, the young rookie, was looking sensational. We had a fairly sizable high side out of Goddard's.
And a late one as well yesterday.
And one of those snappy ones that kind of throws you into the ground rather than going right up over the top. Ryan Vickers is catching Danny Kent. Rory Skinner's managed to gap his teammate, and Ryan Vickers, Honda a little bit at sea, actually. We had Scott Hargreaves up here saying, look, we're just not in the game right now, but we will make progress. As Vickers comes up the inside of Kent, there we go. Oh, it was late. Danny Kent had to think twice about that one. And a look over his shoulder. I don't think Danny's really comfortable in that Yamaha.
And that was exactly the sort of move that I was talking about earlier, where Ryan made sure Danny had to go to the outside of him, stay with him, and couldn't cut back underneath him.
Yeah, Vickers is hungry. There's definitely, we know that. He wants to come back here. He left here as a winner, and he expects to come back here as a winner. Now, what was Scott Redding doing with his left hand there? Was that a brake span adjustment?
Probably brake span adjuster, yeah. We were talking about brakes for the Tag Honda team earlier and having some issues with it. Donington Park is the hardest circuit in the country on brakes for motorcycles, and particularly for the British Superbikes, because obviously they're the fastest bikes that we ride here. That run into the Foggy S's, then into Melbourne Loop, into Goddard's, and then into Redgate is so hard on the brakes. The brake temperature goes absolutely through the roof, and you can end up getting a lot of brake fade.
Yeah.
So I would say Scott was just adjusting where his brake lever was while he come down the back straight there.
So that was my next question to you. If you could explain to everybody the brake span adjuster, it just knocks the lever away from the bar?
Yes, basically just moving where the lever is. So you can use an adjuster on the left-hand side. So obviously you can do that in a straight line while you're holding the bike flat out, and you can move the lever exactly where you want it to be.
We catch up with Jason O'Halloran, still battling with Luke Hedger. This was a battle which went on in race number 2, and Luke Hedger on the Whitecliff CDH Honda. You know, I bet he didn't think at the start of the year he was going to be battling with the factory Honda Jason O'Halloran behind him for 11th place. And that's where Jason is at this moment in time, as Brooksy has a look up the inside of Danny Kent now in towards Old Hairpin. But Brooksy ran an engine in race number 2, so that's a new engine. He started from the back of the grid in this race. Another man who's just hunting for that little bit of feeling. He says he went faster here last year than he has this this year. He doesn't see that as progress at all. He was quite dry with Larry on the grid there. I think Larry tried to make light of a bad situation, but Josh laser focused as normal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Josh, when he's in that kind of focused state, and particularly if he's not happy, which he obviously isn't right now, yeah, you're not going to get a smile out of him.
No, you're not.
Or a joke.
He's coming up into the back of Danny Kent. Danny in 9th place, about to go into 10th if Brooksy gets his wicked way with him as they bounce away through the Fogarty S's. Brooksy does look good on the Honda. Remember, was it not here last year that they picked up the win as he comes up the inside on the brakes? Danny Kent can't do anything about that. Brooksy looked well in control of that there, Peter.
Yeah, really, really good. Typical Donington Park Melbourne loop pass there. He just braked a metre later than what Danny did and made sure, again, he was right up on the inside and made sure Danny had to wait for him while he was on the inside.
Scott Redding is in 2nd place. He chases Kyle Ryde down. He's done the fastest lap of the race, and last time round he was again a 1/10 of a second faster. But the gap remains at 4/10 of a second. It's going to be pretty impressive if he can get that and peg it back. And Bradley Ray, well, he's the same. That 4/10 of a second gap has remained for quite a lot of this race from he and Max Cook. We've then got Glenn Irwin chasing Leon Haslam down. He's 9/10 of a second away, but Glenn is coming stronger in this race, and we're finding Glenn finding his feet in the new Ducati. We said at the start of it, Kyle hit the ground running. Glenn actually hit the ground physically and crashed the Ducati, and there was no spares. There was a panic in that garage at Oulton Park, and then it was small problem after small problem. So he's a little bit more behind on the actual track mileage on the bike than Kyle is. But as we watch Kyle go through the chicane, I mean, it's almost a flashback to last year. He looks as comfortable on the Ducati as he did on the Yamaha, and especially this area here. Braking, he just sends it towards the apex, and every time he ticks that box by hitting it, Pete.
Yeah, he's just inch perfect most of the time. He just doesn't really seem to ever make mistakes. Hopefully I'm not going to give him a commentator's curse. But yeah, Kyle's just, again, so at one with that machine. He looks absolutely perfect with it. Scott was actually faster than him in Sector 1, Sector 2, and up until Sector 3 on that lap. And again, Kyle in the last sector, look, another 2/10.
Yeah, another 2/10 takes the gap out to 6/10 of a second. That's where Kyle really is strong. The Melbourne loop, it's where he does all his overtaking. It's where he looks happy and at home as we watch them heading down through Hollywood in towards the Craner curves. I kind of tighten up every time they go through there, to tell you the truth, because
it's such an awesome corner or set of corners to run through, honestly, and particularly on a British Superbike like we are here. It's so fast. It's 130 mile an hour on the changeover from the right to the left, and that big compression as you come down the hill and into the old hairpin. Scott's trying really hard behind Kyle there. Just missed the apex up at McLean's corner as we now run up into Coppice. This is another 3rd gear corner, so a good 90 to 100 mile an hour apex speed, and then really hard on the gas on the way out to click up into 4th and 5th gear.
How hard on the gas are you around here? Are you winding it full?
Yeah, by the time we get back to that 2nd apex, there's like a little curb. Before then, we're at 100% throttle.
Wow, and you're just waiting that Pirelli sticking and trying to well, I watched you through there yesterday, and you certainly weren't sticking.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
And that's been our problem. Like, I have no rear grip whatsoever, and doesn't matter what I do with the bike, it will not do anything. So the bike is absolutely sideways everywhere I try and ride it, unfortunately.
It's impressive from Luke Hedger and a tiny little Whitecliff CDHD managing to keep Jason O'Halloran at bay. The Osho just hasn't clicked. Oh, he's got feet off the pegs going through the Fogarty S's. He hasn't clicked on his return to the BSB with this bike. I would imagine it will come good, but it's there's going to have to be a lot of track time for Jason on that bike with his team to try and make him comfortable, because technically, taking nothing away from Whitecliff CDH here, the factory Honda should be further up the road, as we're seeing Ryan Vickers in 8th at best. We'd expect those guys to be at the sharp end, but a completely new approach for 2026 for Honda. They step away from having 2 riders that they know. Andrew Irwin left, Tommy Bridewell left, and they brought in what they thought was a fresh start, but it's taking a little while to gel, Peter, for them.
It may be so, but we are still very early days. It is only round 2. We haven't had really any testing. I know we did the Alton Park test, and we came here as well at Donington, which was freezing cold like normal and windy, and that's it. There's been not really been a lot of testing, so I expect to see the Honda becoming stronger a lot through the weekend, through the year. Sorry, as Kyle Ryde last time round pulled a huge gap on. I say huge gap. Another 4/10 is now a 2nd in front of Scott Redding as Kyle puts the fastest lap of the race in on lap 18.
27.011 on lap 18, the fastest lap of the race. That shows you these Pirelli tyres on these bikes holding up so well and delivering the grip. A 2nd now separates Kyle Ryde and Scott Redding. Kyle is one of these guys, apex apex. He never seems to miss them. He sometimes looks a little bit loose on the bike when the legs both dangle off, but we haven't seen that too much on the Ducati. We saw that a lot in the Yamaha, which kind of showed he was almost riding past his absolute limit as we start the last lap of race number 3, this 20-lap race. It has been a pretty fast pace, and it's Kyle Reid, Scott Redding and Max Cook, your top 3. Max has managed to gap Brad Ray. It was always hanging about 0.4 of a second. It's now 1.1 seconds. So he looks like he's safe for another podium for that AGN Steel Stock Bimota, but let's not curse anything just yet. Then Brad Ray, Leon Haslam, Glenn Irwin, Rory Skinner in 7th, Ryan Vickers 8th, Josh Brooks 9th, and Danny Kent still in 10th place on this, the last lap. Into McLean's Kyle Reid. He looks majestic. He looks so happy on this bike as he comes through. Scott Redding, I think, I'm not going to say he's given up. I would never say that, but I think he's now conceded.
He's given up. I can tell you now he's given up.
You can say that, mate. I'm not going to say that. He's conceded gracefully. Alan Hyde will like that one.
Sometimes you have to be realistic.
Yes. And you know what? On a good day, if you can bring home a decent haul of points when you're not 100%, with a chance of winning the race, that's how championships are won, Peter.
Absolutely. It's who's going to remember who actually won this race by the time we get to Brands Hatch at the end of the year?
No.
Nobody. We'll all be looking at who's wearing what championship points and how they actually got to that point.
Absolutely. It's out of the last corner. Second to last corner, sorry, it comes Kyle Reid in towards Goddard. It's been a majestic performance from our defending reigning champion on board the Nitrous Coin Nitrous competition. Ducati, he crosses the line with a beautiful wheelie. The fan club will be liking that. Scott Redding wins a wheelie though. That's a much better wheelie. Another podium for the AGN Steel Stock Bimota. Bradley Ray, well, you know what? He salvages a result in 4th place. And where we are in the championship right now, with the points being so close, he hasn't really lost a great deal, Pete.
No, not so bad. No, with the way the championship points are right now, 4th is not the end of the world. You don't lose as much as what you would have done as we look at now.
This is a big battle.
Hedger still with O'Halloran, trying to go around the outside of him. That generally never works. But I tell you what, he's trying though. Yeah.
Jason threw everything at that. Luke Hedger, he'll feel like he's just won the race. And that's a fabulous result for that tiny team. Luke Hedger comes across the line just outside the top 10 and 11th. That is the result for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like I say, small privateer team, and to end up beating the factory Honda is obviously a massive thing for them. And just outside the top 10, not so far away.
Kyle Reid celebrates in front of the Jacksdale Massive as he heads round through. And I like how he always pops his eyes up. You can see the full joy in his face as he's going round. Remember last year he almost crashed with Christian Idden on the slowdown lap. You're doing a bit of funny riding. He'll be looking for his mate Christian Idden. He probably doesn't know what's happened. But Christian will be back in the paddock. We'll talk about that tonight. It's a win for Kyle Reid. It's 2nd place again for Scott Redding. And it's Max Cook again who rounds out the podium. Bradley Ray 4th from Leon Haslam in 5th. Glenn Irwin a good 6th. Solid 6th for Glenn.
Yeah, he's been struggling with arm pump, I know. Yeah, quite a bit.
Okay.
And Donington, again, is one of them real hard circuits that if you've got an arm pump problem, this is the place that will show it up.
We've got the Jacksdale Massive with the flare down the bottom. I've never seen that here before. That's fabulous. Yeah, well, it's almost like being at the San Siro with the football, if you know what that is. I think Dave Neal does. I'm not too sure.
But yeah, good for Glenn that he's managed to end up in 6th place, because yesterday he looked like he was really struggling. Whether it was the arm pump or not, I have no idea, but I know that that's something he has been struggling with in recent days.
Fair play to him. Rory Skinner 7th, Ryan Vickers 8th, Josh Brooks in 9th from the back of the grid. And in 10th place, Danny Kent. Luke Hedger 11th, Jason O'Halloran 12th, and last of the finishers, Rhys Irwin. The Carol Nash King of Donington title goes to one man, and he continues his King of Donington reign, Kyle Reid, and I think that is pretty much well deserved, Peter.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he's been literally, apart from the odd time like yesterday with the weather that probably caught him out, he's probably a bit more cautious than everyone else. He's pretty much been unbeatable.
Peter, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box.
No
it's
problem.
Fabulous to have you up here. The very best of luck over the next couple of weeks, and we'll see you at Knockhill Racing Circuit. You have the merch stand there as well. A lot of people looking forward to seeing Hickey merch. With that, the bike's making their way back into the paddock. Give everybody a little wave. Peter, say goodbye.
Today, guys.
Thank you very much. And we will hand back to the studio to Alan Hyde.
Online, on FM radio, and live streamed on YouTube, this is BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
On race weekends, every second counts, and so does the right bike insurance. Carol Nash is one of the UK's leading motorbike insurance providers, and we're proud to be the exclusive insurance partner of British Superbike. So, whether you ride a classic, a custom-built model or a high-performance superbike, we'll get you a tailored quote in minutes. For over 40 years we've been protecting bikes, and with 2 levels of cover to choose from, we've got your back. Don't miss out. Search Carol Nash.
Whether it's weekend tours or continent exploring, adventure comes for free with Kawasaki this summer. Purchase a 2025 model year Versys 650 or Versys 1100 and you can receive a free touring kit upgrade that includes a set of panniers and inner bags, tank pad and handguards. Plus, the machines are available on low-rate finance through Kawasaki K Options. Visit your local Kawasaki dealer to find out more.
The 2026 Zinn British Superbike Championship in association with Pirelli. 18 plus, Zinn is not risk-free and contains nicotine which is addictive. Only for use by adults who would otherwise continue to smoke or use other nicotine products.
BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Let's get straight down to Park Fairmay and join Larry Carter.
Thanks, Al. Well, with that victory, car ride is crowned Carol Nash King of Donington as well. So another accolade to his growing trophy cabinet as he just has a chat with Shannon Etheridge, his crew chief, and just make sure all is okay with that one. Well, Carl, you've done it, boy. It's going to be some night in Jacksdale tonight.
Yeah, deserved a Guinness there for sure. Yeah, great job by the team, really. Bike was loads better today compared to yesterday. So yeah, obviously the last couple of laps there, 27 flats, that's very, very respectable pace. So yeah, credit to them. And yeah, thanks for everyone coming to watch, means a lot.
I'm going to throw a stat at you, mate, because you've won 5 out of the opening 6 rounds of the championship. There's only the 2 riders that have done that. Shaky Byrne in 2014, John Reynolds in 2001. Both went on to be champion. The omens are good.
Yeah, it's obviously a great start to the season. We've got a month off now with all the TT and everything, so yeah, keep fit and healthy and go back to Knockhill.
Scott Redding come to congratulate you. We'll go and have a chat in the TV compound just to see if we can grab a word with the other couple of riders. There is Max Cook just having a chat with Shane Byrne. Scott Redding is about to make his way through here. And we'll grab a quick word with Scott. He looked a little bit dejected there, did Scott? The body language was such, but just looked a little bit dejected there, Cowboy. But it's not a bad weekend, is it? 3 podiums when you consider that you didn't get one at Oulton?
Yeah, no, to be honest, I'm over the moon with the weekend. Obviously, podiums in all races. I just feel like I've got it there, but the bike just... I was fast everywhere except the last 2 corners, and it wasn't going in, it wasn't the corner speed, it was just acceleration. Obviously, I believe Carl's quite a bit lighter than me, but I don't know if it's that. I think it's just more the mechanical grip that we need to work on. We're getting the bike better slowly, you know. I was able to stay there. But because I need to use more tyre on the rest of the track to make up for the 2-3 tenths I'm losing in the last sector, I'm using more tyre. So I'm trying to save the tyre and still be fast. Difficult, but I take nothing away from Kyle. He was perfect corner by corner, and he rode a great race.
Roll on Knockhill.
Yeah, baby, let's go. Woo!
Well done, Cowboy. Well, there you go. The Scott Redding fan club is down there as well. They've got the Cowboy Stetsons on as well, so why not? He's making a little bit of a brand for his own back, isn't he, there? Well, Max Cook just having a chat there, just see if there's anybody from the nitrous competition squad that we can grab a word with just whilst we wait for Max Cook. But needless to say, that little village hall in Jacksdale will be rammed with the Carl Ride fan club tonight. And he says he's going to treat himself to half a Guinness. Might even grunt to a pint if he's really lucky. But no doubt the support will be there again for him at the next round at Knockhill. And remember, we come back to Donington Park later on in the year as well. So whether or not Kyle is still in with a shout at the championship, I'm pretty sure he will be when we come back for the end of the season round later on in the year. Just check out all the information on the BritishSuperbike.com website if you want to know where the next rounds and everything else are, advanced ticket sales and everything else. But always tune into BSB Radio by Kawasaki if you can't get to any of the rounds, and we'll bring you everything that you've heard this weekend. Well, Max Cook's just having a chat with Carl Ryde, and just the debrief between themselves, and just make sure that's okay. Max, not a bad weekend, is it? A triple podium, you'd have settled for that when you came through the gates here at Donington Park.
Yeah, absolutely. I honestly can't believe that I got 3 podiums. I'm well happy with the result, but obviously, yeah, the racer in me wants that little bit more, and it would be nice to get a bit closer to Kyle and Scott, you know, in future rounds. But for say it's only round 2 on the motor, it's still quite early days. So yeah, I think it can only get better from here for sure. But yeah, honestly, I can't believe it.
Did I pick up an interview earlier in the weekend saying that you're actually living local to the circuit nowadays?
Yes, I'm only living down the road in Ashby de la Zouche, so yeah, it's a short drive home for me tonight. But yeah, I feel like I can chill out a bit now and actually celebrate the podiums that I've had this weekend, because obviously it's so fast paced here at BSB, so you can't really get a minute, but now it's a huge relief.
So you might be having a party like Carl Ryde tonight. You can have half a shandy, mate, after that.
Yeah, will do. Yeah.
Well done. Well, we're going to go up to the podium whilst we just finish off with Carl Ryde just doing the final TV interview with Shane Byrne, and then they will be joining me up here in the podium for the final race in the Donington round of the Zin British Superbike Championship. And what a round it's been. The same 3 riders have been on the podium in various orders throughout the course of the weekend, exactly like they were at Alton Park, but instead of Scott Redding, Max Cook, were a couple of other riders in with a shout at Alton as well. So championship is starting to liven up. 5 weeks hence we go to north of the border to Knockhill. And thereafter, after that break, it's more or less every other weekend till the end of the season. As the assembled crowd here, big crowd underneath the podium, acknowledges the 3 riders making their way up here. Carl Ryde, Scott Redding and Max Cook. And they will be joining us as we acclaim the riders up here on the podium. Number 1, he says, Carl, for the photographers. And whilst we're not doing a podium presentation for the Carol Nash King of Donington, then Carl Ryde has that accolade to his credit for this one. So the various dignitaries and team members come up onto the podium, so let's get them out here then. In round 6 of the British Superbike Championship, and onto the podium for a 3rd time this weekend for AGN Steelstock Bimoto, Max Cook. Well, Max, 2nd position, likewise the 3rd podium of the weekend for Hauger PBM Ducati, and that is Scott Redding. And with his 2nd win of the weekend, the championship leader, the local boy comes good. Nitrous Coins, Nitrous Competition Ducati, the race winner, Kyle Ryde. And the Nitrous Competitions team get the team award as well. As we make the podium presentation to the 3rd place rider, Max Cook, 5 times now on a BSB podium, and a 3rd here at Donington Park, all of which have come this weekend. 2nd position then for Mr. Donington, Scott Redding, 35 times on a BSB podium, and a 9th here at his favourite track of Donington Park. And they don't come much more local than Carl Ryde, because it's a 5th win of the season, a 29th career win, and an 11th at Donington Park. The race winner, Carl Ryde. And the Nitrous Competitions team get the team award as well. So now, ladies and gentlemen, your respect please for the race winners' national anthem. Track as Ryde rules the roost at Donington Park as the Baglietti Prosecco flows behind the podium as well as in front of it. And Carl, well, it soaks everybody that probably didn't really want soaking out there. but that is part of the deal. Yeah, I think you're a wanted man, Ryle. You are. I think you're a wanted man. Yeah, definitely that's the case. As Jonathan Palmer leaves the track in the Whirlybird as he heads back to base down there in the south. Well, whilst the riders assemble for the photographs with Carol Nash, and then they will be released to do their various media duties. That concludes the podium as far as the 6th round of the Zinn British Superbike Championship with Pirelli. A win for Kyle Ryde, 2nd position Scott Redding, 3rd position Max Cook. And remember, TSL timing to get all your results, to fill in all the information that you want. So for the final time, with the 1P Mobile Junior Sport Bikes already out on their sighting lack, back to the commentary tower, Duncan Vincent and Alan Hyde.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded. It's BSB Radio, powered by Kawasaki, the sound of the British Superbike Championship.
Here we go, it's our final race of the day here at Donington Park, 94.3 FM and around the world, of course, at tsl-timing.com. It is our final race of the day. The bikes are coming just up to the grid at the end of the warm-up lap. It's the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bikes, 11 laps of Donington Park. And to guide you through the race is Duncan Vincent.
Thank you very much, Sir Al. What a way to end our day here at Donington Park. We have got the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship. The grid very quickly. Ben Jolliffe on 42 on pole from Luca Wilkinson and Lewis Mullen. Marley McKenzie, the man of the moment, Mr. 100%. Almost. Luca Hopkins and Henry Ross with Rory Creeth, Isaac Mark and Jamie Hanks Elliott. Laken Payne, Mason Johnson, Freddie Oakley, Kylan Shuttlewood, Jamie Muir and Finn Harrison. Green flag at the back, that's all we're going to get. And we are about to go racing under the lights again. Revs go up. Hold your breath, everybody. Lights on, lights off. An incredibly quick turnaround with the lights as down towards Redgate we go. We look out the commentary box window, we keep our eyes peeled back towards the television. It's Ben Jolliffe and Marley McKenzie making a big bid up the inside. He goes through into 2nd place, but Ben Jolliffe leads on the Dunsley Heat Racing R7. In 2nd place, Marley McKenzie from Kirkcaldy Kawasaki tucks in behind. Down the hill we go. We hope everybody gets through the Crater Curves area. We always tighten up a little bit. McKenzie wastes no time. He gets straight to the front. Yesterday he was under quite a bit of pressure, if you remember, in the wet race, and we got to here on lap 1 and there was a fairly sizable off which took down Isaac Mark, one of the favourites for running at the sharp end. But Marley McKenzie looks aggressive in this one as Luca Wilkinson comes through into 2nd place there. The Sutton Coldfield rider on the Speedy Fate NW Racing ZX4RR. Luca Wilkinson wasting no time to get past and by and through Ben Jolliffe, and Ben Jolliffe gets himself back in together. Then we have got behind that Luca Hopkins. He is one of the guys that we need to keep our eyes on. The green bike number 41. He's racing under the Steve Brogan, powered by SBR and DKS Drilling, as they all rumble their way through the Fogarty S's. What a way to end the day. Laken Payne in the middle of that as well. And the Junior Sport Bike Championship, a great feeder series for the British Sport Bike Championship as Hopkins tries to go underneath Wilkinson, but Jolliffe goes back into 2nd place. There is a feeder series. This is for 14 to 23-year-olds. I'm joined by Aidan Davey in the commentary box, rider of the CF Moto team. And Aidan Davey, well, he just finished 4th in the actual Sport Bike Championship race. We'll bring Aidan in a minute or two because we want to let this unfold as we get in towards the 2nd lap here. 11 laps of this race. Marley McKenzie, he has been the form man. That's what we have to say. He has been very much in control of this championship. Every pre-season test, every actual official test that we go to, he tops the times, and he just looks a little bit more at home than some of these other riders as they make their way through the top of Hollywood in towards. You've still got to treat it with a little bit of respect, Crater Curves, even on lap 2. And Marley McKenzie starting to build a gap. He had 0.2 of a second, and that looks like it's starting to just edge out over Ben Jolliffe as they come through one of the quickest parts on the circuit. That's where Charlie Spud Nesbitt had an off. And as Peter Hickman was saying last time, you know, just click in fourth gear onto your side, and if it does let go there, there's not a lot of room for error. And Luca Hopkins didn't leave a lot of room at the edge of the track. But this really is a good start for Marley McKenzie. We need to keep our eyes on Lewis Mullen. He's at the back on the red, white and blue number 12 R7 Yamaha. He's another thorn in everybody's side. He looked very strong yesterday, but the lead that McKenzie had as he crossed the line is into second place goes Luca Hopkins. It's all but disappeared now, Aidan Davey. He's under pressure. This is going to be a fight right towards the end.
Yeah, it's definitely given him something to work on, obviously not starting from pole this race. I think with the pace that he had earlier on, or in practice and qualifying, he might have pulled away like what he did at Oulton, but I think he's definitely got a fight on his hands in this one here. Yeah,
starting from the second row of the grid, very well remembered. I forgot about that. He started from P4 in the grid. The race that we had yesterday for these guys, very tricky indeed. Damp conditions, but the Scots were very much trying to show their good wet weather techniques, as you were doing the same in the big sport bike class. Congratulations on finishing fourth on your race today for the CF Moto. I know that you'll be really excited to get to the next round, your home round at Knockhill in some 4 or 5 weeks from where Lewis Mullen passes Ben Jolliffe. Ben Jolliffe has managed to somehow reverse his way to the back of this leading front pack, and that's not what we're expecting from the Dunsley Heat racing man. Thankfully, they've thrown some colour at that. And what was it Larry said? Pretty in pink, very much so. It's almost brighter than pink, some of the colours on that bike, but it doesn't really show up on a TV screen. When it's going past us, it looks very fresh and very vibrant. There you go, Alan. I'm doing a good job for that. It's one of my kind of colour schemes out there. I do like it. The 42, as he makes a good move on Lewis Mullen, and Lewis Mullen has to watch that number 42 Dunsley Heat racing bike pass him a big long look over the shoulder. And that's Lake and Payne out very wide in the background. Now, you are told by race direction that there's certain areas of the track you're not allowed to go in, and it's pretty well monitored. A couple of strikes and you get a warning.
Yeah, I think I actually got a warning in my race today. The biggest one is what we're coming into now, Foggy S, is it's so easy, both on entry and on exit, just to tag a little bit of green, and even if you don't notice it, stewards are definitely watching and they'll catch you out on it.
And do you ever try and argue the point, or is it an unarguable point?
I think in your head you try and, or when you're out on the bike, you try and think, oh, maybe I just missed it, but no, they don't miss anything, and there's no arguing with them.
They very much don't miss it. Marley McKenzie looking very strong at the front, but he's coming under pressure now from Luca Hopkins and Luca Wilkinson. Hopkins in that second place on 41. The Team SBR Power by DKF drilling up the inside. Will he stop that at the apex? He does. Comes back into view. Marley McKenzie down to second place. Now, this is not what we saw at Oulton Park. We saw McKenzie disappear into the distance. He doesn't have the same pace as we thought he had, but he does look good. 3 ZX4 double Rs at the front, and then 2 R7 Yamahas. So it shows they've got the balance of power and performance pretty well matched out here on these two bikes, and that's key. We don't want it to be a one-make series. We want the R7s up there. And it does look right now that Ben Jolliffe, who steps up as well from the Moto 4 class, as it is known now, he was the Talent Cup last year, a bigger, heavier bike. You've gone through this transition. It does make a difference.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of a difference between, obviously, Moto 4 bikes and these bikes here. Probably not in terms of overall power, but definitely weight and also size of tyres as well. So chucking it from side to side, we'll definitely notice a difference here.
Yeah, you're going to love that, absolutely. As we see them making their way up towards the top of the hill at Coppice. Luca Hopkins, Marley McKenzie, Luca Wilkinson. Lovely Steve Brogan. Steve Brogan always puts out really, really good, tidy-looking bikes. SBR Power by DKS Drilling. Then it's Kirkcaldy Kawasaki. Ooh, what's he doing there on the faraway side? Could he be adjusting the brake lever? But you don't have a span adjuster for that.
You would normally have it on the other side, yes. I'm not quite sure. Maybe a tear-off maybe been caught on his handlebar and just taken his attention a little bit.
Tear-offs, you know, tear-offs are the big talking point right now. I remember Glenn Richards having an issue with a tear-off years ago in a Triumph at the Old Hairpin, but ever since Jorge Martin got one on or was it Marco Bezzecchi? I can't remember. A wheel spun off a tear-off. They're hot topic, actually, as we watch McKenzie back to the front, but Hopkins is stronger out of there. I think he's stronger purely. Marley, his nickname is the Chunk. He's not huge, but he's a fairly big-bodied young man. No way is he fat, but there's just more of him. He's tall, and he as Peter Hickman says, that acceleration, that stopping, it takes power from the bike, as Hopkins has another look up the inside. These two guys did race each other last year, and Marley McKenzie does not make it easy for Luca Hopkins to go through on the inside. We're on lap 5 of 11, and still we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes at the sharp end, with 3 Kawasaki's and 2 of the R7s, as I had mentioned, the R7s with Ben Jolliffe and Lewis Mullen at the back, just waiting to see what happens. Maybe not wanting to show your hand too early. That's one of the things in these junior formulas. What was it you used to do? Did you always try and make a manoeuvre and pull away, or were we happy to be in the fight until the end and see what happened?
It sort of depends on what the group sort of take. So if you're at the back just now and you know that you've got quite a big gap behind you, you can afford to just have 1 or 2 laps to try and figure out where you're going to put your moves in and where you're going to try and pick them off for the last laps. But on the other hand, if you're lining up someone in front of you and you realise that you'll then get passed and it's cornered by the person behind you, it's sort of dog eat dog and just pass or be passed.
Aidan Davey finished 4th in the British Sport Bike Championship earlier on today on his CF moto, so he's very much able to comment on what these guys will be doing as they rumble once again through the Fogarty Essays in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, their second race of the weekend. Marley McKenzie coming under considerable pressure from Luca Hopkins. He's had it from the first lap. It was Luca Wilkinson first of all. Now it's very much Luca Hopkins towards the end of this race. Lap 5 of 11, about to start lap 6 of 11, and still Ben Jolliffe sits there in 4th place with Lewis Mullen in 6th place, I should say, in 5th place, sorry, 4th and 5th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bikes together. Let's have a little look further back, because as they come out of the last corner, we see Lakin Payne. Lakin Payne is just ahead of Henry Ross, and here is a change of lead going in towards Redgate. No, there's not. Lakin Payne, Henry Ross, Isaac Mark, who was involved in the incident yesterday's 8th, Kylan Shuttlewood, and then Mason Johnson rounds out the top 10 in the second of the Dunsley Heat Racing R7 Yamahas. Mason, who steps over from a completely different bike, he comes in from the F900R Cup, so he'll be thinking that this thing feels like a featherweight compared to what he's been on.
Yeah, definitely the opposite of coming from Moto4, where B&W is probably quite a bit heavier, again a little bit more power, probably same size of tyres, so you'll come onto this bike, realise that you've probably got loads and loads more grip for the tyres that you've got tucked in, loads of corner speed, and yeah, it'll feel great.
But a different way of riding, completely different. You know, the BMW with the big wide bars that sit up, and this you've almost crouched over the tank. Mason Johnson, welcome good though, 10th place. He's just gone ahead of Freddie Oakley, who again was involved in that incident yesterday for poor Freddie. And what we should also say is Freddie Oakley was one of the most consistent guys last year. I don't think he had a DNF all year, and yesterday scooped up in somebody else's accident. Hopkins comes up the inside of McKenzie. McKenzie very aggressive, lays the Kirkcaldy Kawasaki across the road. There's a tear-off coming off from Luca Hopkins. You know, it looks so easy, but it's not. To try and actually feel that tear-off in your fingers is not an easy thing, Aidan.
Yeah, definitely not. I put 2 or 3 tear-offs on before my race today, and one swipe and I had none left. So it's a little bit annoying, but yeah, it's definitely not easy, especially there, because it's not, as we see, possibly a pass. Yeah, it's definitely not the longest of straights to try and reach in and feel your tear off there.
Fabulous, I like that. I put on 3 tear offs, you pull them, bang, you think that's now everything gone. That's just drop that and see how it goes. Lap 7 out of 10, McKenzie still under huge pressure from Hopkins, and he'll hear that bike on the over, and every time Luca Hopkins has a look up the inside, he can't do anything. Lap record for Luca Wilkinson, a 140.094. Well, that's to be established, so clearly they've gone quicker today because they've got a drier track. 140.094. The top 5 are all lapping in the 140s. 140.3 for McKenzie as Luca Hopkins goes ahead of yeah, that's not going to go down well. Luca Wilkinson goes ahead of Hopkins. What's happened there is they've taken a bit of time and let McKenzie go.
Yeah, it's always a hard one. Obviously, if you're behind, you want to get in front as quickly as possible if you see the leader breaking away, but also you've got to pick your moment. Sometimes there's some passes that can end up costing you and the rest of the group a bit more time, and unintentionally you can end up making it a sort of bigger group for 2nd or 3rd place instead of a fight for the win.
Now let's see if this group of 4 can get themselves back onto the back wheel of Marley McKenzie, because that overtake by Luca Wilkinson on Hopkins going in towards the old hairpin has just split the pack ever so slightly, as once again they come into the Fogarty S. He's up the inside, goes Wilkinson, he makes a manoeuvre on Hopkins, and Hopkins won't be happy about this at all, because did he just tap the seat unit?
I did see that, yeah.
Oh, Aidan Davey tapped the seat unit, and we know that never works ever, as Ben Jolliffe comes up the inside of Luca Hopkins. So Luca Hopkins loses 2 positions. He looked like the man who was going to take it to Marley McKenzie, and now he finds himself drifting back into this fairly large pack of 5 bikes as we are about to start lap 8 out of 11. As much as they try and throw everything at Marley McKenzie, it does still look like Marley has the comfortable area of being late on the brakes in towards Redgate, which is an overtaking place, and he's also very strong on the brakes in towards the Melbourne Loop. As we get to 2/3 distance complete in this race for the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, race number 2 for these guys as they make their way again from Redgate through the top of Hollywood on the side of the tyre all the way through into the Craner Curves. There's a 0.3 of a second gap from Marley McKenzie to 2nd place Luca Wilkinson. And that happened last time after an overtake from Wilkinson on Hopkins, and it's just split the pack. If anything, Hopkins still looks as quick as Wilkinson, but I think Wilkinson would rather be the man chasing Mackenzie. And when they go past, he tapped the seat unit, which is a universal sign for follow me, which never happens.
I'll tell you what, Duncan, the spots of rain starting to fall down here as well, so just keep your eye on the situation up there. 2/3 distance completed.
That's why we've got Larry Carter in the pit lane, Aidan Davey. Boots on the ground, intel is fabulous. Race direction will not take any hesitation with this, with the juniors on track as well. So if the weather does deteriorate, we'll see what happens. We have got the rain flags now illuminated. Alan Hyde was about to say that, I think.
We were just looking over the other side of the hairpin, and it's absolutely pouring down in the distance. So, yeah.
Marley Mackenzie in towards the Melbourne hairpin that Alan's talking about. Thanks for that, Al. And yeah, the rainbow's now illuminated. They are out there on dry tyres, dry setup. It was a dry race. So as they make their way up towards the Goddards, these guys running out of time to try and get up towards the back of Marley Mackenzie. Marley's still got to get himself through Goddards and carry on for another lap, and then we'll see exactly what happens with the weather. Out of the last corner, Mackenzie from Hopkins, from Wilkinson, and Wilkinson under pressure from Ben Jolliffe in towards turn 1, into the rain-affected area they go. They've all got to try and get themselves through here. Jolliffe goes up and under Luca Wilkinson, and Lewis Mullen, who's just sat at the back of this group ever so calmly, just waiting for his moment to come as they go through the lovely area of Hollywood. That's a big move from Lewis Mullen, if you can make that work. Yeah, and take a breath there, Aidan.
Yeah, I winced a little bit there. It's always a bit of a tough one. The door closes pretty quickly there, and you can find yourself with nowhere to go at a pretty scary corner. So yeah,
you put yourself in a situation that you've kind of created yourself, and there's never going to be a good outcome. Not at Hollywood anyway, as we watch them coming through lap 9 out of 11. Larry Carter is our intel from the pit lane. He did report raindrops were falling. I can see a few raindrops on the side of the windows.
Getting heavier, Dunk.
See them on the windows, Larry. I see them on the windows, and Marley Mackenzie and Luca Hopkins will be picking her up. Luca Hopkins is throwing absolutely everything at this right now as they make their way down the back street. He knows what's coming as we have a little look ourselves. Oh, good grief. Yes, I see it now, Alan Hyde. It doesn't look very nice as they come in towards the Fogarty S's. Mackenzie brakes, Hopkins brakes. They're still rumbling over, using as much curb as they possibly can before they head down. The SBR, powered by DKS drilling bike of Luca Hopkins against the Kakori Kawasaki of Marley Mackenzie. Mackenzie's so late on the brakes, and the bikes vibrate wildly on the entrance towards that Melbourne Loop hairpin. It really does look like a pretty savage bit of braking as they come back up and in towards Goddards. This is Hopkins' favourite place. Mackenzie lays the bike across the nose. Wow, that was close. That was very close. Out of the last corner they come. A few more spots of rain on the window as they cross the line and head in towards the last couple of laps of this race. It's Marley Mackenzie from Luca Hopkins. Again, he has a look up the inside, but Marley late on the brakes in towards Redgate, where last time there was spots of rain, Larry Carter said, and we're just quite tense in the commentary box because we've had a bit of this today, Alan Hyde, haven't we? Weather on, weather off, weather on, weather off.
It's stressful.
Absolutely. Mackenzie throwing caution to the wind, almost sliding that bike going through the crane of curves. Marley's strong through there. There's no getting away from that. But Luca Hopkins, last time round, personal best lap, 140.142 as we go into lap 10 of 11. Saving it right till the end is Luca Hopkins.
Yeah, he's dropped back a little bit. I think he's tried a couple of times in a couple of different braking zones and not quite worked. We're coming up to the last lap now. Ideally, what you'd want to be doing is in your head deciding a corner and using the full lap to build up to it, to get as close as possible, get the best run possible, so that you're not having to come from miles back on the brakes and make a nice clean move.
Yeah, well, I like that, Aidan Davey. You make that sound good. I'll remind you of some moves you did later on off air, if that's okay with us.
Yeah.
That's back in the day. That's okay. I think we're allowed to do that. As Luca Hopkins up the inside of Marley Mackenzie. Surely this must be it. No, Mackenzie drops the bike again across the nose. Marley's so aggressive on the brakes. He does not want to be passed by anybody. The rainboards have now gone off Larry Carter. So we are hopefully going to go full race distance on this one. And here comes Ben Jolliffe, right at the end of the race. The Dunsley Heat Racing rider on the number 42 R7 Yamaha gets himself into the mix and looks a bit dangerous. Every time Luca Hopkins looks at the inside, Marley Mackenzie can just brake fractionally later and tips the bike in. That must be quite annoying for Luca Hopkins. As we start the last lap, it looks like he has the overtake done. Then Mackenzie just drops the bike across the nose.
Yeah, definitely, especially into such a slow corner like the last corner.
Yeah, possibly going to be on there, but not quite.
Another move on the lookout there, but yeah. just having a look up the inside like that, especially into a slow corner like the last corner, if you don't quite pull it off, it just costs you drive all the way down the front straight as well, and you can sort of frustrate yourself almost by trying to pull moves like that.
Ben Jolliffe, new lap record last time round, 1:40.064 for the man on the R7 Yamaha, which shows that the balance of performance and power is absolutely spot on in this class. Marley McKenzie once again has used that area of the track where he just seems to be faster than Luca Hopkins, which is effectively sector 1 and into sector 2 where he comes now. He's going through the apex of McLean's. He looks very strong. Luca Hopkins a little bit better on the latter part of the lap, but I have to say Marley strong on the brakes. Luca's going to have a bit of a Hail Mary actually up the inside and see how it goes and see what the outcome is. McKenzie keeps him on the side. Oh, Luca Hopkins trying to go along in the white line, but there's no room at the end. Marley McKenzie cuts back across the front of him on the brakes. That's one of the overtaking places that McKenzie was under threat, now taken care of as they come through. He needs to be ultra defensive on the run in towards the Melbourne Loop, which he is. On the brakes now, he leaves a big hole on the inside. He's obviously quite confident that he can hold that on the brakes. That's a brave manoeuvre, Eden. There's a big hole on the inside. He's gone a bit wide. Luca Hopkins looks over at Marley McKenzie and he leads. Hopkins leads on the run up and in towards the last corner. Here comes Ben Jolliffe as well. 3 bikes into one's never going to work, but they just managed to get through. Marley McKenzie muscles his way to the front. Did he miss a gear? It's going to be Ben Jolliffe. Ben Jolliffe across the line. Fantastic. We wait till the end of the day and we get offered that. Ben Jolliffe wins from Luca Hopkins and Marley McKenzie. I thought Marley had done enough, but he almost outsmarted himself right at the end there. And look at the elbows on Kylan Shuttlewood as Lakin Payne tries to go past him on the run towards the flag. The delight in the Dunsley Heat Racing star Ben Jolliffe will be made up with that one. He got onto the front row of the grid in qualifying at Alton Park, and I interviewed him for that, and he was almost in tears. I don't know what's going to happen when Larry Carter meets up with Ben Jolliffe at the end of this one. A handshake from Marley McKenzie, wondering what was going on there. But it's Ben Jolliffe who wins from Luca Hopkins and Marley McKenzie. Luca Wilkinson in fourth from Lewis Mullen. Isaac Mark. We've got Lakin Payne, Kylan Shuttlewood, Mason Johnson and Henry Ross. What a finish that was, Aidan Davey.
Yeah, it'd be good to see that last sector again just on replay. But yeah, big well done to Ben Jolliffe. Obviously pulled himself right back into the group on that last lap and just put himself in the perfect opportunity to take sort of advantage of the sort of moves that were going on in the last two corners. So yeah, it's always nice when you get a win like that.
I like the fact that they all stayed up.
Yeah, that's always a bonus as well.
Because that could have ended with 3 bikes on the ground and it could have been a win for Luca Wilkinson. Marley McKenzie will feel pretty hard done by there. He led that race almost from start to finish. To come away with a third, something happened to him. It's like he was almost maybe missed a gear or in the wrong gear as he came out of that last corner. I'm pretty sure TV director Richard Coventry will put something on the big screen for you guys in a matter of seconds, and we'll get a replay of that one because that definitely needs to have a second look as the last bike now finishes and takes the checker flag. That was Holly Harris. Here we go. Let's see. In towards the Melbourne Loop. Marley McKenzie left such a gap. He braked a little bit too late, just misses his apex here, Eden.
Yeah, almost. By taking that braking punch a little bit later, it might have almost been better just aiming straight for the curb and parking it a little bit. I think he'd outdone himself, and that sort of sets off a chain reaction here.
Yes, up the inside, Ben Jolliffe. Marley McKenzie braves it out. They almost touch each other. They get through. Then what does McKenzie do? It's like he was in the wrong gear. Or did he have a little moment? He's off the side of the bike. He should be accelerating. Something happens there.
Little touch.
Yeah, something happens there. Did he run out of fuel? Do you think he was maybe because he was pointing to the tank? Wonder if he had a little bit of fuel starvation there.
Possibly, especially when you're on the edge of the tyre. These bikes, it doesn't sound like, or it doesn't make sense, but sometimes they can start to choke with about 2 litres left. Especially when you're on the edge of the tyre, it can just start to suck a little bit of air through and cough a little bit there.
Well, there you go. Aidan Davey, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Give YouTube a little bit of wave. We will sign off and we'll hand down to Larry Scoop Carter, who's down there in the pit lane. Scoop, what a grandstand finish they gave us in the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Race.
The best last corner of the weekend, wasn't it, that one? Well, Luca Hopkins rolls down into second position. Marley McKenzie, that's the winning streak, comes to an end. The chunk had won all 3 races up until this point, but Ben Jolliffe, a man of very few words, we had a chat to him and just about wrecks us down here in Parc Fermé, stalls the bike, crashes it into one of the backgrounds, and it's job done as far as Ben Jolliffe is concerned. Well, the pink and white colour scheme certainly doing them justice this weekend, as Luke Hopkins comes and congratulates the race winner, Marley McKenzie. I think, not too sure. We'll ask him whether or not he missed a gear, but yeah, he led going into that final corner. But yeah, he's suffice to say that the facial expression is less than enamoured with something on Marley McKenzie. So not too sure whether or not he feels a little bit hard done to or whatever, but just grab a word with Luca Hopkins, just talking to Steve Brogan down there. Well, Luca, what a last corner was it? What was it like from your perspective?
Yeah. It was something definitely, Larry. Yeah, sort of came in. I wanted to show it if I got second or third of a line. But yeah, mega race. I'd like to say a massive thank you to all my sponsors. Massive thank you to the team for making all this possible.
Yeah, Brogan doesn't put a bad team together. And there is Marley McKenzie. Well, Chunk, the winning streak comes to an end, but you tell me that it looks like you weren't too happy with one or two things out there.
Well, from the start of the race, I went to try and lead and try and get away. The times weren't there for me, so I just tried to just lead the group as much as possible. On the last corner, it all got nice and close. I thought I had it, but then I got forced neutral, and then I was in one gear too high, so it just came out the last corner, just bogged, and they both just came past me. Yeah. But still, I'm on the podium, really happy. Thanks to my team, ATP and Cody Kawasaki, so yeah.
We thought you'd missed a gear, we just wanted, yeah, it was, that's the way it goes, Marley, you know that. Well, Ben Jolliffe has been whisked off for the TV interview. We'll head up to the podium for this, the final time up the staircase of
joy.
Joy, yeah, that's a good one. I was looking for an adjective there. I wasn't.
I thought I'd help you with that.
I wasn't too sure. I was going to use a slightly different word.
Yes, I know you were.
But it's late in the day.
I'm here to help.
Yeah. Well.
Can we have a shout out to Jewel, who is 10 years old, and Glor Fellows? They've been supporting Blaze Baker, Cam Fraser, Lucy Curtis from the Melbourne Loop, and coming to every round this year, loving the racing and catching the riders around the paddock. That comes with love from Paul, who is dad.
Any more that you just need to rattle off, Al, before the end?
I have a feeling no, I'm done.
Up to date?
I'm all up to date, yeah, which is impressive.
Well, that's good. A great job there.
Well, there was another one, Larry.
No, it didn't come from a certain knitter's circle, did it?
There was one from the Stag Do. We now know Pete's future wife's name. It's Jess.
Jess, okay.
And
we don't hate you, Jess. No, we don't hate you.
I have to say the boys have been having a bit of a giggle today, and they said, please can we stick to the schedule? Jess is already kicking off that he's going to be home late tonight. I know.
Oh, Pete, look what you let yourself in for, mate.
I know.
Jess, Pete might not be coming home tonight because me and Alan Hyde might be taking him down the local boozer for a couple of nights and just having a word with him, because it sounds as though the poor boy's in for a life of trauma and all sorts of
I think they've had a really good time, Larry. It's Pete, Jack, Jason, Neil, Dan, Andy, Gaz and Charlie.
We jest with everybody.
We do.
Absolutely. It's great that people do interact. And we do get stag weekends. We've had the odd hen weekend, haven't we? We get all sorts. We've had a couple of marriage proposals. We had one in the PBM garage earlier on this weekend. We've livened up a few weddings our time, haven't we? When we get invited, and even made a few people laugh at the odd funeral in our time as well. So, well, we are just waiting for the riders to make their way up here onto the podium. I think they are just about. Here we go. Yeah, Ben Jolliffe is there. We'll see if we can grab a word with Ben. Come on, boys, we need you on the podium, quick as we can. Some of us have homes to go to, you know. So, come on, Ben. Up here onto the podium just as soon as we can. Just grab him in a headlock, Holly. That's what you need to do. And we do still need, if there is a vacancy at MSV, if anybody knows of one, we are looking for a couple of active shepherds with working collies to round out the riders, so get the riders rounded up after the end of each and every race, especially at Brands Hatch, because that is good fun when we go there trying to get them through the warren of corridors. Well, just waiting for the rest of the party to make their way up here onto the podium.
You've still got a crowd down there with you, Larry?
Hopefully.
Yeah.
It looks like there's not as many as what there was, but I'm sure that they will still make plenty of racket for the riders. Let's get them out here then in this round 4 of the 1P Mobile National Junior Sport Bike Championship, and onto the podium for the 4th time, following his 3 wins. That goes away of Cody Kawasaki and Marley McKenzie. gets a round of applause from the masked ranks and underneath the podium. Second position for Team Steve Brogan Racing and DKS Drilling. That goes the way of Luca Hopkins. But what a victory it was. It took him to the last corner to do it for Dunsley Heat Racing Yamaha. The race winner, Ben Jolliffe. And the Dunsley Heat team will get the team award as well. And we'll ask Mr. Clifford Weatherall from 1P Mobile to make the presentation to the chunk. Third place then to Marley McKenzie following that triple victory that he had at Alton Park yesterday. Luca Hopkins for Steve Brogan's team, the DKS Drilling, scored his second podium of the season for the Yorkshireman. And taking victory, and this will be live long in the memory banks, this one will. A superb victory for Ben Jolliffe. As the fans look on and cheer to the rafters that victory, and it is the Dunsley Heat Yamaha team that get the team award. Well, the riders then just finish off the final celebrations. We'll see if we can just grab a very, very quick word with Ben Jolliffe, and that will just about suffice, because I think we then have spoken to just about everybody on the podium, barring perhaps one or two, which has been a little bit of a... I've amazed myself with that one, because given the logistics at Donington, it's sometimes just not possible to do all of that. So the riders then just having the final photographs taken. He's not a Glenn Irwin or a Josh Brooks, isn't Ben Jolliffe. He's a man of few words as the riders make their way off of the podium. And he gets just waiting for the riders to come off the podium, and we'll grab a word with Ben Jolliffe. I think we are just about ready to go. Oh, in fact, we're just about to go with the... You're
about to get wet.
The Prosecco. So, yeah, we'll make ourselves scarce with that. Marley McKenzie's done the sensible thing, and he's legged it off. But what I'll do is I will grab a quick word. Whilst trying
not
to...
Not yet, Larry.
Not yet. Al, you're my eyes and ears, mate.
I am. I'm with you. Trouble is, I'm about 4 seconds behind.
Oh, right. Well, look out the window, mate. And what's your eyesight like?
Far too far.
Far too far. Far too far to see Carter. Well, there is Ben Jolliffe. We've had a chat with Luca. Ben, what a last corner that was. Could you believe it when he crossed the line in front?
No, not really. I thought we were all going down.
We thought you were as well.
Yeah. I just had to let go of the brakes and hope for the best.
But what a cracking victory it was, though. Your first of what, hopefully as many this season.
Yeah, hopefully.
Good lad. Well, go and enjoy it with your team. There you go. As we said, he's a man of few words, is Ben Jolliffe, but he thought we were all going down. I think he thought
so did we.
He echoed the thoughts there. Well, that concludes things from the podium. I'd just like to thank Richard and Holly for doing such a wonderful job up here on the podium. Our thanks to each and every one of the Port West Race Safe marshals and medics for doing a sterling job around the track in what's been pretty difficult conditions sometimes this weekend. A sincere thanks to them for that. So, for the final time, this is Larry Scoop Carter signing you off, and hopefully speaking to you in 5 short weeks' time when we visit north of the border to Knockhill. So heading you back to the commentary box for the final time, and Alan Hyde.
Thanks very much indeed to Larry, and a few final thoughts from Duncan up here in the commentary box, because we're coming to your home in 5 weeks' time.
No, you're coming to my house, as we say up there. No, not at all. You are coming north of the border. Guys, join us at Knockhill. Larry, thanks very much. A fabulous job down there in difficult weather conditions, and it's coming in again, Larry, so you might want to get to that Rolls Royce of yours pretty quickly. But I look forward to seeing everybody at Knockhill. If you can't join us at Knockhill, make sure you tune in. But why not make a festival weekend out of it? It will be fabulous. I can guarantee that. Duncan Vincent, Alan Hyde and Larry Carter, north of the border at Knockhill. Join us. And you know what? We can't wait.
We are now streamed all weekend around the world on YouTube, video, TSL timing and audio. We are fully loaded.